another call out for everyone that's got their skis down on the beach in the green and gold area. If you do have a craft in green and gold, you need to move it out of the area and cannot start competition while all those crafts are blocking the track. Everyone's moving their craft right now. As you're placing them down in the red zone, if you can just leave a path for the vehicles to get through, that would work great. Thanks again for moving your craft.
Welcome, Clubby family, friends, and those alike. Harold Marshall here this morning. Day one of the Open Australian Surf Life Saving Titles of Australia, here with my good friend Jenny Parry. Are you united? Are you inspired? Do you find this iconic?
I am all three of these things right now, and I can't believe it's actually day 5 of the Aussies already. Of course, we are only just kicking off the Open and Senior Championships this morning. Some big races today on the absolutely gorgeous Gold Coast. Feels a little bit like Melbourne at the moment, all the seasons that we've had since Saturday, but loving these shots and loving the support of our strategic event partners. Experience Gold Coast. It's been fantastic. It's only just started, but they are the conditions that are facing us this morning. A huge shout out to all of our officials our water safety, our volunteers who are keeping our athletes safe out there. But Harold, so happy to be up here in the commentary booth with you. But we will be kicking off very, very soon. Open Ironman, I think, first event of the day.
Open Ironman will be the first event of the day, but we're going to get some conditions update with our Carnival referee, head honcho, Wayne Drury.
Yeah, he has been doing those updates each morning. You can follow us on SLSA's Instagram page.
And welcome, day 5 of the Australian Surf Life-Saving Titles here on the wonderful Gold Coast. Conditions-wise, we're waking up this morning to some grey skies and a bit of drizzle, but the good news is there's no wind. There's just a light breeze. Surf-wise, we've got a 1 to 2 foot rolling wave, so conditions are excellent for day 1 of our Open Championships. Competition-wise, the Opens are here. We're underway with the Open Championships. 3,500 competitors are here. They're warming up in their swim, their board, their ski for their events today. And just north, we've got the Masters boats still underway. So overall, a great day. Bring a light spray jacket. It's only supposed to be showers throughout the day, and it may clear this afternoon, but there is no wind. Conditions are reasonable. Very excited for day 5, opening day of the Open Championships. Good luck to all competitors and all clubs.
Exciting stuff, Jen. Even though it may be windy, it's not too cold, but the action is going to be heating up today. So we'll be going through some iron heats for the Open Men 17s, 19s, some surf race action, Open Iron Women as well. They're in their small surf races. And then we're going to get into some board races, ski races to semi-final. And even though it's only Wednesday, we are going to be handing out medals at the end of the day. Can you believe it, Jen?
How good is that? Open ski relay and open board relay finals this afternoon. I love that for us. For the Opens, it's a day 1 of Aussies, but we are handing out Aussie gold medals this afternoon. And we've got a few special guests coming into commentary as well who have some very specific experience in those areas. So very much looking forward to hearing them. And Harold, just looking at the conditions out there, there's still a bit of size around. The tide is relatively low at the moment. I was watching that, both the front and the back bank working this morning. So it's not an easy start for our Ironmen. But for now, the man who does know how it is down there, Josh, welcome to Aussies.
Thanks, guys. A big day 1 here, obviously, to start. The rain has started to come in, but conditions are really competitive out there. There's a nice little sort of shore break on the inside, a little gutter, and the back bank, it's not big, but it's coming down pretty tough. Iron heats down here. We're looking at around 300 competitors that have signed up this morning, so big numbers. Interesting first heat up this morning down in this area. TJ Hendy, Charlie Verco, a couple of the big names. And then in heat number 3, the defending champion, Dan Collins. He will be looking to defend his titles in from what was similar conditions up on the Sunshine Coast 12 months ago. It's a tough thing to do. Not many men defend the Open Ironman title, and Dan Collins has got, the entire field stacked up against him. It's a big 5 days of racing as well. It's the first event on day 1 of the Open Championship. It's the second last event on day 5. So it's a long journey just to get to that Open final. And we're going to say goodbye to a few of the boys this morning. We're going to break some hearts and get straight into the action. Board, swim, skis, the order down here. That'll suit the board paddlers. Get out in front, then go to work in the rest of it. But with conditions the way they are and a punchy little break out there, I think we're going to see some upsets in these early rounds.
Josh, a couple of questions. Strategically, so someone for Dan Collins, what would he be thinking this morning? Obviously said it's very impossible to go back-to-back. What would be going through his mind this morning for heat number 1?
I've spoken to a couple of the boys down here. Survival is the name of the game on Wednesday. You've just got to survive those rounds. If it's 8 going through, the number is 8. That's all that matters. And all you're trying to do is get that into the next round, keep it moving to the next few days. Don't think too far ahead. As soon as you start thinking about the final, as soon as you start thinking about winning medals, that's when it can all go south. Get through the heat, focus on the next one. Get through the quarter, focus on the next one. Get through the semi, and then worry about the final on Sunday afternoon. So step by step, day by day, and they don't hand out the gold medal this morning, but this is where it can be lost.
So I know that talking to a few of the safety guys this morning and a few of the coaches were worried that the courses looked a little bit short, noting that it was that low tide, but the cans were set just inside that secondary bank. Does it look like the water's filling up now?
I think, yeah, the water's coming in and you can see the tide starting to run a little bit. It's definitely a lot longer than it was when we first got here to the beach this morning. I think this is a good length course out there. It's pretty competitive. It's going to get longer as the day goes on. Big wade on the inside. You'll have a couple little duck dives on the inside bank, some swimming or paddling work through the centre, another little bank to deal with, and then you'll be into the action. So It's competitive. This is the Aussie titles we know on the Gold Coast. 2 breaks, a gutter in the middle. We've seen it before. This is where fitness is going to come into play. The legs will be tired by the end of the day. Those guys and girls who've done the running, who've done the work, it might be short, but after round after round after round, fitness is the key.
Oh, Josh, thank you so much. We will cross to you a little bit later. Super excited to start with the Open Irons. Harold, it seems a little bit cruel that the athletes do need to be firing right now, but it is the Aussies. This is where it counts, and for some of them, it feels like a quieter season. The Queensland Championships were cancelled a few weeks back for both the youth and the senior champions. Is that an advantage? Is that a disadvantage? Who's fresh, or maybe they're missing out by not doing that much racing?
Interesting thoughts, interesting comments. I know that talking to a few of the youth competitors, they thought that the Queensland athletes would have been a little bit more dominant on the youth day Sunday because they've had all that rest and taper, but then from New South Wales and everyone below, we kind of forgot that because the cyclone was up here, you couldn't actually do anything. So the pools were closed. You couldn't go to the beach. You couldn't really run because it was so relentless. How did you find the weather being a resident of Queensland?
Yeah, it was pretty hectic here. And I'm sure a lot of our clubby friends saw some incredible footage of those Gold Coast beaches, Currumbin Surf Club in particular, copping a little bit of XTC Alfred's wrath from there. But big shout out to our friends up in Hervey Bay as well. They definitely had a fair bit of wild weather, but some pretty impressive recoveries all around. But yeah, definitely we're seeing a lot of river paddling, lake paddling, people working on their strength and conditioning. And oh my gosh, having a look at the athletes on screen at the moment, they've got the jackets off. And this is what we saw a lot of on Saturday with the beach flags for our youth competitors. This is just the start. They've got 5 big days, and for a lot of athletes on screen right now, they want to be there on Sunday afternoon. They need to be firing for those big open finals on Sunday afternoon. But you've got to get through these races right now. Morris on screen from Northcliffe. We can see, we're just having a check. And if you want to follow the action, liveheats.com is where you'll find the draws and all of the results. You will find out as soon as we do all of this information. And we can see that, Harold, the draw has been done for the Ironman. How many heats are we looking at here?
Heaps and heaps. So Braith Walters on screen there for Terrigal. Had a really nice season, actually. Coming along nice and strongly. Really solid, strong squad there at the Terrigal. They're making their way through. And I tell you what, this heat number 1, you've had your warm-up from 7 till 7:40. You're sitting back and we're nearly, 40 minutes after their warm-up, trying to maintain that body temperature. Darren Warrener just laying down the laws, the rules for today. So the order is?
It is, I wrote it down, board, swim, ski. So board, swim, ski will be the order for the irons for the Taplins all the way through now until Sunday afternoon. We have different draws for the youth, for the opens, but there you have it, board, swim, ski. And you've got to channel your inner Trevor Hendy when you hear the draw. You've got to say, hello TJ, Trevor's favourite line of, what's your favourite order? This one. What's your favourite conditions? Those ones. I can perform anywhere. But here we go. We are getting underway. Noé Lebrun from Biarritz Sauvetage Cotier leading us off here in the Open Ironman Chapman Road. Wells and Wells, Braith Walters, who you mentioned, Zach King, Noah Maton from Maroochydore, Sean Riley, the youngest in the final at the last Aussie Championships. Jake Morris, watch out for him as well from Northcliffe. TJ Hendy in the mix, Kai Green, Pilkington, Wenman, Charlie Verco, Jack Keeper, Will Larvin. A very international field for our very first race here. A few of our New Zealand friends and our Frenchmen. Yeah,
a bit of bonjour to our friends in France if you're over watching, and a big kia ora to our Kiwi whānau over there, Jack Keeper. So he'd be loving these conditions. A little bit cool, a little bit windy, but with the warm water, it looks like it'll be so close to the starter's hand. So with that tide now filling up, you'll see the guys will be a bit of a skin start through there. Interesting to see how shallow that bank still is, and that secondary bank. But we'll find out in a matter of moments, Jen.
Absolutely. It's one thing to do a warm-up, but to actually race, and we are away for the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. Here we go on the Wednesday. If you're looking for the Surfers Paradise Cup, it's normally the pale blue with the yellow star, but this year for their 100 years of the Johnson Service, their centenary, it's a blue cap with the 2 yellow stripes, just to make things a little bit interesting.
So looking forward to the North Cronulla and the Surfers Paradise Cups being next to each other, all Open Championships. Just a bit of power on these waves too, so the guys trying to get up. Verco up on his knees early there, really strong state titles. New South Wales, top left of the screen there on the green board, that is... we've got? Pilkington there as well, so looking strong.
Yeah, fantastic to see so many different club caps in the mix here. We can see the boys. I think that's Sean Riley on the pink board as they make their way out. And it is a very, very grey day down here at North Kirra. Definitely shades of the finals of the previous Australian Championships on the Sunshine Coast, where Dan Collins was the big champ. But we can see that pack still staying together there in that whitewater. As he said, quite a bit of power in there still. Great to see the two blue caps, Braith Waters and Kai Green, both of Terrigal in the mix.
So one thing I've noticed over the last couple of days here is that the waves are so close together and you're getting a really awkward double up on that bank. So there's a lot of power in those, and if you're making that wrong decision at that time, it's going to be really, really hard to come back from these errors. But it looks like it's going to be Jake Morris leading us out there, along with Charlie Verco, just tucked in behind us at Southport. We've got Jack Wells, from Grange. So it's nice to see the South Australians up there as well. Jack Wells from Grange. One thing also I have noticed, water is so glassy out the back. It's been really beautiful for morning there. So the waves have been coming in, but as we're probably getting to that 10:30, 11 o'clock, we've been having a really strong southerly breeze come through. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires throughout the morning here, Jen.
Absolutely, and stoked to see Charlie Verco leading out there on that orange board. He's from Newport. That's the yellow cap with the two maroon stripes there. Incredible board paddler. This would be an absolute sprint to someone who's done Molokai, one Molokai in the past, but he's definitely been building throughout the season, so you've got to expect he just needs to get through cleanly here, make a statement in the board, get himself in a great position. A little wave here would be absolutely perfect.
So when you talk about statements on the board, for those that didn't actually get a chance to watch our New South Wales state titles, a lot of the athletes were saying after, when this guy was actually firing on all cylinders, it felt like everyone else was treading water. They said they haven't seen that top gear for a little while. They said he's the fastest one in Australia at the moment, and this is coming from the likes of your Connor Maggs, your Cruz McKee, saying this guy was absolutely flying, and he just looks like he's foxing a little bit there. Morris trying to find something on that right-hand side, and then it looks like we're going to be on those first little runners. Hendy just trying to pull over the top of that one. This is all about minimising the errors because this is only round one. Well,
minimising the errors and also minimising the effort that you need to expend in these first races. Now, it's often a bit of a disadvantage being in the absolute first event of the day as we see them make their way back through. But good start, strong start, just need to get through, just need to get up and around the course. But you can see the handlers just making their way through now. Verco, the first to his feet. A little further to run, though. Morris lined that up absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, Luke Chapman just on the inside there from Southport as well. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Board, swim, ski. So handlers, a few of the boys probably opting to paddle with goggles around your neck just to minimise, I guess, trying to get those goggles nice and ready. Watching the lines, though, it looks like we're going to be heading out back through that bank on that right-hand side is what I'm trying to say here, Jen, because that sweep has been quite prominent from that right to left.
And that's really interesting to see there. When we had the junior championships, I should say the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Youth and Nipper Championships Saturday and Sunday, they actually reversed the course for a lot of the racing there. So normally in a clubby carnival, we race clockwise. They reversed it for the juniors just because the sweep was so strong, the conditions and the safety really warranted the change in course. It can be quite disorienting when you're used to going right-hand turn at the cans. But some of our youth athletes, I think I am continuously and persistently impressed by what I see from our youth athletes. They were just incredible. Yeah,
the surf skills are fantastic. It was also the awareness of themselves out there, out on the water there. So they're working nice and strong there at the moment. The Sorrento cap, always good to have it on there. But we're going to throw down to the beach Josh and the defending champion.
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. I am with the man who's about to hand over his Australian Ironman title. And I said, just for now, maybe there's a chance. Dan Collins from Redhead. Dan, it was such an emphatic win 12 months ago. What's it been like to be the Australian champion for 12 months?
Yeah, pretty cool to hold on to an Aussie title for 12 months. And yeah, really looking forward to the week ahead. It's awesome to come here as a reigning champion, and nothing's promised, so just got to get through these rounds.
Does it feel different coming back this year, being the defending champ, having a target on your back? Everybody knows how it went down last year, the conditions you raced in, the rain, the wind. It's very similar.
Yeah, it is similar today. I'm not sure that the forecast is looking quite the same, but yeah, I guess it does feel a little bit different. But I definitely take a lot of confidence out of a solid result last year as well. So yeah, while there's I guess a little bit of pressure being a reigning champion, it's also a bit of a privilege to have that pressure on me as well. So yeah, really looking forward to the week ahead.
You've had a great season, some really good results, some results that you'd probably rather forget by your standards. How do you find peaking into this final one, and how much do you have left in the tank after the Shaw & Partners Iron Series, the World Ocean Series, and everything that's gone on?
Yeah, it's been a long season, starting way back in Worlds. up here on the Goldie as well. So, yeah, really long season, but come Aussies, I'm always ready to go. I love racing in April, and, yeah, really looking forward to the week ahead. It's our chance to put it all on the line before we shut down for a couple of weeks and enjoy an off-season. So, yeah, really looking forward to getting started here in the next heat.
And what's the advice for everyone else going around? 5 days, you event 1, day 1, hopefully last event, day 5. How do you handle the 5 days?
Yeah, it's a massive endurance test, I guess. You've got to recover right every arvo and make sure that you're doing everything right, recovery, get your sleep, eat well, and make the most of the conditions that we have on offer too. So, yeah, enjoy the week. It's awesome to be able to race and sit under the tent with your mates and have a great time for the week and celebrate at the end of it as well.
Well, that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 Australian Ironman champion. He goes in the next heat down here on the line. Good luck.
Thanks, Joshy.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Josh, and thank you, Dan, as well, for having a chat. I keep thinking back, Harold, to that incredible race closing out the Aussie Championships, Dan, the big champion there. And I think something that we didn't make as big a fuss of at the time was it was actually a New South Wales 1, 2, 3 on that podium, and we have not seen that for a very, very long time.
And when you say there wasn't enough fuss made over it, that's you coming as a Queenslander. Us in New South, everyone in New South Wales knew 100% what had happened. We speak about it at the nauseam. No, it's the Queensland arrogance coming. It's not Queensland arrogance because it's always a bit of rivalry. Speaking of which, yesterday we had the Interstate Youth Pathways Cup. So that was the best under 14s and 15s in the nation fighting it out against each other.
And a big call for some of those athletes who stood up for their state to race again, to put another day, onto the body. So I'm just having a look now, and that looks like Morris has had a fantastic swim, and it was interesting to watch the men just get swept across the beach there. They had to, they obviously ran down a little bit, but those first few races of the day, just as you're getting your eye in, just as you're figuring out how the conditions are working, and I think it's this wave behind that Morris might need to pick up, but a really difficult depth out there. It's quite full, tough to get down here, but here we go. That
Sean
could be,
Riley,
yes.
straight over the top there. So this is that awkward double up I was talking about before, so try and keep that solid streamline going through. That kick will be coming through. That's going to take some unbelievable skills to get over the top of that, but this is milking every single ounce, every inch out of that wave, and that's great surf skills there. Oh,
and you just know he's on that wave right now going, yes, this is what I need. Take me to the beach. You don't want to be doing too much too early, but we think that's Sean Riley making his way through now. He does have teammate Zach King in the mix as well. And I think that's Zach King. My apologies, our apologies. Zach King, have a look at him go. We know him as more of a ski paddler. Wonderful to see him stepping up now and making a real statement in this heat number 1 as he throws the goggles away. I tell you what, with a board, swim, ski order, he must be feeling so confident right now.
Yeah, be confident. You can just see just how pink he is through the chest at the moment. The blood is pumping at a rate of knots. Like you said, coming into one of his strongest legs of ski, he'll be able to somewhat shut this one down, just get out through the break and then just relax through.
Oh, he'll be feeling so good right now because he would have been able to look back. He had quite the gap on the rest of the field. We could see Morris from Northcliffe fell off that one and is just making his way up and around now. There's Charlie Verco as well. There's teammate Sean Riley, who we were calling earlier, up and around the flags, and they'll be able to look out to see, and they'll be able to estimate the distance between them and Zach King. They just need to get through. There's Chapman coming through, 2 of our Alex crew in the mix as well. What a start. Zach King, what a perfect way to start Aussies with your open iron heats.
Yeah, solid start. 8 is that number. We just got word from the beach at TJ Hendy because he was a little bit far behind, just missed a couple of waves coming in on that board, swum his way from 16th to 2nd. So he's already out in the water looking comfortable. 8 is that number. And then again, that tricky cap that's going to get me all next 5 days.
Paradise. And TJ Hendy, gosh, he's been in quite a few open iron finals. Wonderful to see him back. We haven't seen as much of him across the season. I did listen to a few of his podcasts as well. He's got Don't Listen to Trendy. So if you like a long form chat, if you love a bit more clubby content, highly recommend a listen and a follow there. But for now, we would just love to see him through to this next round, remembering that we do have 10 heats for the open irons. So looking at liveheats.com, where you can find all of the draws and the results, we'll have round 1, quarters, semis, and the big final Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, so Zach King just opening up there a little bit, nice and long and heavy there, not too much needs to be worried about. However, we noted a few waves yesterday, especially in the arena, on that backhand at the apex, upset a few of the ski relays and the ski races for the Masters. So a few of the coaches would have been around yesterday, and they'll be just making sure that the athletes are, again, that word I've used already this morning, aware of their surroundings. So you need to be reactive, you need to be proactive at the same time to see what's around, but at the moment, this is cool and comfortable. Try and pick one up from that backhand, and that's going to be enough to secure spot into the next round, and that's going to be enough. Look at that, nice and full, and you can feel the light in the shade, a little bit of bump in the ocean, peek over that right shoulder, rate up a little bit, and just try and take this little armchair ride through.
That would be absolutely perfect. And a cap that you might see as we pan out a little bit, there is a red cap with a white star on there. That is Jack Keeper from Amanu Beach, and Amanu actually took out the big overall title. Oh, beautiful wave there. TJ Hendy making his way back home to the beach, but a big welcome to Jack and the crew from Amanu Beach. A huge congratulations on their New Zealand club team win, and also teammate Max Beattie took out the big title, the Open Ironman, his fifth title, but I think close to a decade since the last one. So some incredible resilience shown by Max Beattie there, and a huge congratulations to him on that Kiwi title. TJ is through. Morris is on one out the back. The boys are going to have to paddle. They're going to have to do the work here as King's already on the beach, I think, nearly, but TJ, he is absolutely back and he's ready to fire for Aussies.
So checklist number one action already ticked off for these two gentlemen. Will we make it through to round two? Done and dusted, executed perfectly.
Gotta love that. And when you can take your paddle the entire way up the beach as well, that really helps. So I think it's going to be TJ in one, Zach King in two. The boys must be feeling really, really good. Great to get that out of the way. And then you get to sit back because, let's face it, with 10 heats of the iron, it's a solid hour between heat 1 and heat 10.
Yeah, most definitely. So we've got Verco. That's going to be our top 5 there. So only 3 more spots left. With who we got across there, that's going to be Jake Morris there as well.
Sean Riley. Go through. So yeah, so excited for and then there we go, Jack Keeper. We spoke about that cap earlier. If you're unfamiliar, the red with the white star, Marnie Beach from New Zealand, and I think it's 77 international competitors in total who are racing here at the championship. So a big welcome to everyone who's made the trek. Maybe a few just sticking around after the World Championships. So unfortunately, I think their Aussie adventure is about to end. A lot of people heading home after this one. Someone's lost their cap there. There's a race on. We've got Alexandra Headlands in the mix as well. That's going to be Dylan Pilkington, one of our younger athletes, desperate to be in this next round here, but live heats, we're just going to wait to see.
I think sneaking through, we saw Sorrento's Matt Rowe, so he's going to make his way through. He's going to be thereabouts, waiting for the 2 lines. There's despair, but is it from exertion or is it from just missing out? But interesting conditions. You love to see a full body wave in that swim leg part, because it's just, you know, that coming up later on in the afternoon, that it's just going to have that little bit more variation in there for these races, because it was a little bit flat the last couple of days. And I think today we're going to see a couple of changes. That's
George Wenman there from Mermaid Beach making his way through, just waiting for live heats. Now we do have, I think for the Open men, we've got the orange and the black and white arenas. So we are running 2 arenas at the moment for the Open Ironman and across the day. And looking at the program, we do love it when a program fits on a single sheet of paper here. So excited looking ahead that we do have those under 19 male and the Open male ski relay finals to close out day 1 of the Aussies. So we're straight into it here as we can see Jack Wells from Grange coming up and around. TBC, what number he will finish across there. And I tell you what, that is heat number 1, but heat 2 has been happening in the other arena. A huge congrats as Zach Morris from Northcliffe is through, Tannen Linden from Burleigh Heads and teammate Ben Highfield, Ollie Monaghan from Maroochydore, Tex Dixon from Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park, Wes Gould from Northcliffe, Sam O'Connor, another Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is through, Tom Lewis from Alex is in position 8. TBC, how many they're taking through. I'm assuming it would be the top 8, Harold. So Tom Lewis, potentially the final qualifier there to progress through from heat number 2.
Tough stuff. So heat number 3 is where we're at with this one. There's a couple of, like we said, we've got the defending champion in this one, Dan Collins. We've also got the New South Wales 2025 state champion in Jackson Borg. Was able to put together a perfect race. So board, swim, ski is the order. Right hand side is probably the spot because we've got a little bit more of a bank through there. So we're just going to run through the start list for who we got down. We've got Dan Collins from Redhead, Daniel Shanahan from Mount Maunganui. Let's go. That's across the other side. Jack Stevens from Grange, Matt Zul from West Beach. But we're going to go down to Josh with TJ Hendy.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with TJ. First race of the Carnival, first win, mate. It must feel good to start with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, it's nice, mate. It's cool to be back down in the water. I've kind of missed a fair bit of racing this summer, so to finish the season at the Aussies, the biggest one of them all, and be healthy, I'm pretty stoked.
Let's talk about your season. You started with a bang. It was the TJ Hendy of old we saw, and then you've had some issues and ups and downs. Did you think you were going to arrive here at the Aussie titles healthy, fit and ready to go?
Yeah, I think I'm still shedding that old school mentality where it's just work hard and sort of push through things, and that cost me at the start of the season, being a bit sick and trying to show up to the series and race not 100%, and to my detriment it got me with a little bit of respiratory stuff for the whole summer, and I'm stoked to be back here and enjoying it, and stoked to be here in the 100th year of Surfers Paradise Surf Club and with the group that we have and pushing and, you know, team events and everything.
Let's talk about this beach, and you obviously a great moment, I'd say almost 10 years ago now in the board rescue. Does North Kirra hold a special place in your heart?
Yeah, it does. Magic happens here, and I've done 3 weeks of training, and I'm hoping some more magic happens this week.
Better to be underprepared than overprepared. Talk to me about conditions out there. A little tricky on the board, 16th off the board, but you swam your way through into second. Mate, we didn't know what was happening there, but you put in one hell of a swim leg. Yeah,
I was third going around the can in the board, and I missed the first wave, and I didn't stress out. I just knew I was going to be exactly where I was, and play with the cards that you dealt, and I just swam through and found some flow, and I used the sweep to my advantage, and I can body surf a wave sometimes even when I'm sucking in the breath. So I got a wave the whole way to the beach, and ski paddling the third leg it's very nice.
North Kirra traditionally pretty straightforward, not a lot of skill involved in it, but today there's a couple of little banks, a few rips out there as well. We saw you guys run down in the swim. It's going to take a little bit more upstairs than just pure power, isn't it?
Yeah, this beach is beautiful for like a whole different set of reasons, because there's so much at play underneath your board, underneath your ski, and with the sweep running through. And I think Aussies is so special because it's the end of the season. There's so many different stories of individuals that have just missed out on a win or been really close, or you haven't seen the work they've been doing behind the scenes. And it's one of those things where everyone gets to sort of put their season into one week and show their story. But it's like Dan Collins last year and his win and how special that was. Another win this week could be special for someone else, or Dan again. And I think that's what's so cool about this one is there's no prize money. It's all prestige and it's all like rich in history.
Yeah, 300 on the line for the Ironman down here. Good luck for the rest of the week. Heat 1, first spot. Congratulations, TJ.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Oh, fantastic, Josh. Thank you so much. And thank you, TJ, as well. Magic happens here, Harold. If that is not the mantra of the North Kirra Beach and the Aussie Championships, how good is that?
There's a lot to unpack from that interview. You could see, you said earlier, he looked so sleek and trim.
It's amazing.
He looks absolutely amazing. The fact he said the word fun and he's enjoying it, that's huge ominous signs. He said the squad is in a really great spot at the moment. So that is going to be, like I said, ominous signs for the rest of the clubs trying to take these titles out come Sunday afternoon, because the Surfers Paradise crew is ready to fire.
Yeah, Zane has an incredible crew down there. I'm even looking forward to their Taplin as well. They've got such a great crew, and expecting big things for them. And definitely if you had to pick a tent to hang out with at the Aussie Championships, you want to be choosing Surfers Paradise. But we do have Heat 3 in action right now. Jackson Borg led out that board, just got ahead of the rest of the field, and then I think there was 9 on the wave behind him there, and that has really made a difference, and that is why there's such a close pack swimming together, Harold, and probably not expecting this right now. But Jackson Borg's still in the lead, but you can see it's just messy out there at the moment. A lot of water moving around. It was really tough for the boys to pick up those waves on the way home. So it's still Jackson Borg, but my gosh, we all need to channel. We need to channel our inner Zach King and get away from the cans to the beach.
Yeah, they're working so hard. So Charlie Morris from Allura just tucked in behind there. Again, another great titles for there. Cooper Bissell from Dickey Beach. That is the green cap with the yellow and the white stripes through the middle. And then I think we've got 4,000 Burley Heads Mowbray Park crew in this, because they are everywhere as well. Collins just hovering around that 6th to 7th spot at the moment. He won't be too worried about that. And just popping up at the bottom of the screen there is Jack Walton from Mermaid. So 8 is that figure, but the gun swimmers are already at the front, so the boys at the back are going to want to get their move on, because the hardest thing is going to be with this order of board, swim, ski, that it's going to be so much harder to pick up these pick these numbers off in that ski league.
Oh, absolutely. That is going to be rough. And just thinking about Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, from Heat 2, we've already got Tannen Linden, Ben Highfield, Tex Dixon and Sam O'Connor through. Heat 1, they're still having a think about that one. But the fact that there's 5 Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in this heat alone, Jaden Murphy in the next one, Hamish Miller and Kai Taylor in the one after. Keep on scrolling there, you see Joel Piper in the heat after, then Jai Timperley, Ben Carberry in the mix. Corey Fletcher yet to come as well. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, the Kingdom, have come to Aussies. They have bought the entire team bus, and have a look. Oh my gosh, gorgeous shots out in front at the moment. Do love that man, Jackson Borg.
Nice spin on the beach. Said earlier, executed the perfect race at state. It was always going to be his race from the order that we had. So it was a ski, board, swim. He just took it out nice and comfortably, and he wasn't actually pushed that hard. And it was actually nice to see. I think it was his 3rd state title, which is nice. And then he'd be wanting to get this one. We had the podium last year, all the New South Wales guys on there. Dan Collins, can they keep it in there? But at the moment, this is just a training run there for the guys at the front, so not too much effort required, noting that there's a few gun ski paddlers within that crew there.
And I think that was Dan Collins in 3rd there. But just confirming those results from Heat 1, they are now popping up on the bottom of your screen there. It was TJ, it was Zach, it was Jake Morris. So those 3 boys clear from there. So we do love the live heat system. Sean Riley is through. Have a look at the conditions out there, Harold. It is very grey down here on North Kirra Beach. Charlie Verco is through. Fantastic. Sometimes the nerves for these early races are worse. Luke Chapman is through. Great to see him back in the mix. Jack Keeper from Amanu Beach. Oh, and the boys are stopping. They're waiting for the waves. Here we go. Matthew Rowe from Sorrento is through. How good's that?
So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 pull down this one. And like you said about the nerves, the one thing you don't want to do is bomb out in this race. So the whole season has come down to these 5 days, and some great skills there. That is heavy. That is full. Morris on the outside from Allura. Then we've got the 2 boys from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. And panning out
Collins is on there. Sorry to interrupt. I just got excited. Dan is through, and you can just see we were progressively losing athletes as the wave went on, but some of them are going to practically beach themselves on the sand here, and that is absolutely perfect. Up and around now, and this is actually going to be really difficult as the men make their way up and through as the handlers bring the skis out as well. You've got to really keep your head on a swivel, stay safe out there as the defending champ Dan Collins makes his way up and around. Love the pink goggles. Loves that it makes it a little bit easier for us to spot him in the beach.
So top 3 on the screen there. So we've got Sam Frost there out in the lead. Collins heading off through there. So 2 of the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in that top 3. 8 is going to be that number. Still quite jammed and a little bit squished up through there. Charlie Morris from Allura. So that's 4 at the moment. We'll just wait for the rest of the skis to come out. Now, navigating the swimmers at that same time. But again, awareness key. Greenwater on the left. Josh, what have you got for us down there, mate?
I got Jackson Borg making his way through transition right now, looking super comfortable and sitting just outside the top 5 at the moment. So, but the pressure's on in this next group coming through. There's maybe 6, 7, 8 all coming down waves, and this is where it gets interesting. The top guys in these early Ironman heats, they take the pressure off heading into the 3rd leg, and the guy sitting right on the bubble, Matty Zool, working his way through. These guys start to accelerate because they can see a spot in the quarterfinals coming up, and things start to get desperate. It kind of concertinas as you get into that final leg. So desperate scenes for a few of these guys and girls, and really tricky as well. Not the North Kirra we've seen over the last couple of years. There's a couple of options to go out either on the left in the rip or down on the right-hand side, the southern end there. They're choosing the southern side in the swim, but they're taking the left on the board and the ski. And that back bank, very, very difficult for a few of these guys. They got absolutely hammered on the board, and it's been pretty good so far. But if you get hit in the face, you get one on the chest, it's really going to slow you down. And when it's this tight in the race for 8th place to get through the first round, it can be very difficult. And a lot of these guys, the expectation maybe not to make the final, but just to get through a couple of rounds, set them up for a couple of other events. And the race for 8th at the moment, there's probably, 10 guys chasing 2 spots.
And that's one thing you'll love to see early, Josh. Just a quick one while you're down there. How many of those rogue waves have we seen at the apex over the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, there's been 3 or 4 that's come through that have really sort of cleaned up those cans, and they're not big, but they're enough if you're in the wrong angle or you don't know it's coming to sort of knock you out and send you sideways. So that's not what you want. You've got to keep your wits about you, and they're just coming through, I would say, maybe once or twice a heat, so every sort of 7, 8, 9 minutes, somewhere in there. We see another one as they come around the cans now. We'll get a couple of these boys maybe pick that up if they can get some speed up off that last turning can. But you've got to be aware, keep your head on a swivel, look out to sea, because those lumps that come through, they can take you from deep in the pack into the easy street qualifying positions.
Easy Street's what it's all about. Thanks, brother. We'll be down with you shortly. It looks like Borg just around that last can trying to make his way down that run. You can see the rates just picking up. 2 on the lead wave there. No issues there at all. So comfortable, full waves. 2 gentlemen are going to book themselves through to that next round. Borg was in 6, so 2 more spots behind. A little bit jam-packed. Pack of 4. That doesn't go into 2.
Yeah, this is where we start to get a little bit nervous, but it just shows you a lot of athletes may have rocked up today and gone, oh, it's North Kirra, it's fine, it's looking a little flat. There are no easy heats at the Aussie Championship, so wonderful to see 2 will come through, but the interest is all about who is in that next 6, who is going to be safe. Can Jackson Borg get through? It would be quite the upset if we say goodbye to him here, but 10 heats in total, only 8 to go through. It is going to be tough. Fantastic racing, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on screen. Got to be feeling good, especially when you can have a little sneaky look back and know where you are and go, yeah, I am very safe right now. Dan Collins still has the paddle in hand, but we want to see who is coming down next. How are those waves sorting everyone out?
Sorting them out nicely in that surf leg. So what's it we've got there?
That is Lachlan Warrener.
Lockie Warrener. So he's had a great swim. Didn't even notice he was in there. So that's an unbelievable effort there for him. One of the best moustaches on ground as well. We don't like to comment on people's facial hair, but his is quite solid.
Again, more of the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park crew, and we can see already, it's Nathan J from Burleigh Heads who was second there behind Dan Collins. So huge congratulations, Nathan J coming through. He'll be super happy with that result. We can see Borgie just making his way through now, that grey ski with the green tip there, being chased down there by Jack Walton as well. Have they done enough? Are they in the top 8? Because I can tell you already, Sam Frost is 4, Lachlan Warrener is 5. Julian Matakarina from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is number 6. There are only 2 spots. He looks pretty comfortable coming up and around now, but probably not the result any of us were picking when we looked at the lineup for that result. But huge congratulations, Jay Frost and Martin Carrera from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They are all through. Jackson Borg, there you go, it is official, number 7. Jack Walton from Mermaid Beach is through as well. Jack, fantastic racing there, and unfortunately these 2 are out. That is Shanahan from Mount Maunganui and Quirk from Sorrento.
That's it. Contrasting colours there, the black with the yellow and then the fluoro green.
Do love the fluoro green of Sorrento. We saw a lot of that in the flags area in the beach pit. Great to see Jackson Simons from Sorrento is back as
no way.
well.
Really?
Yeah,
I did not
he
know
raced
that.
so well over at the WA Championships. But we will continue that conversation later because Josh Minogue down on the beach. Fantastic work.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Charlie Morris from Allura. Charlie, toughest heat of the day so far, I think. A couple of big names living life very dangerously. But you were comfortable.
Yeah, I felt good. I had a good wave in the board. Used that, and then went out in the swim, held my way on the way out, around the cans, coming in, got a good little wave. And then in the ski, just had to hold my position.
Talk to me about Allura. Numbers here this weekend. Obviously a powerhouse club in New South Wales, and it's been a few years since we've seen an Ironman at the top level in here. Talk to me about what's going on at the club.
Yeah, no, we've got a few juniors coming through, so that's good. They've been pushing me. But, yeah, just trying our best, getting it done.
Mate, some great competitors out of there in the past, that's for sure. What did you think when you lined up with a couple of these boys, the defending champ, Jacko Borg, big heat, but it was comfortable?
Yeah, I felt good. I feel like all the training's been paying off, so, yeah, can't do much more. It was good.
Happy days, mate. Good luck in the next round. Charlie Morris from Allura getting himself nice and easily through to round number 2.
Thank you.
Fantastic work. Thank you so much, Josh. And a huge congratulations. Yes, Charlie Morris is through. Fantastic work. And we can see heat 1, 2 and 3 is done. 4 and 5 are lining up next. And as we said, no easy heats here at the Aussie Championships as the conditions are looking a little grey down there. The results, though, for heat number 4 just starting to come through. You'll be happy with these ones. Harold Kendrick Louis from Manly through in number 1. Connor Maggs from Newport in 2. Cooper Williams from Alex in 3. Jackson McCleary from Maroubra is in. Jaden Murphy from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Nathan McKenzie from Surfers Paradise. Archie Virchin and Lockie Merchant. 6, 7 and 8 all from Surfers Paradise, all qualifying through.
Wow.
No easy heats here.
No.
Jeez Louise.
It always feels like that time of year we're like, oh my God, my heat was stacked. No, everything is stacked. Every heat is stacked because it is the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. We are all united here, aren't we, Jen?
Aren't we ever? Here we go. I see a Trig Island cap. That is Max Hunter in the mix. This is heat number 5. Coming up now, have a look at this. Noah Steiner, cannot wait to watch him race this weekend. Sebastian Ferguson from Bondi, Jack Baker of Terrigal, Jordan Emery of Tugun, Josh Patterson from Southport, Hamish Miller, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Max Hunter from Trig, Jeremy Neen from Mermaid, Benjamin Sutton from Wanda, Matt Gilling from Mermaid, Matthew Bell of Newport, Kai Taylor, Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park, Mitch Stitt from Surfers, Mitch Morris from Northcliffe, and a big welcome to Luke Pohlman from Los Angeles in the USA, Jackson Bond from Kurrawa rounding out the field. Wonderful to see Luke all the way from Los Angeles making the trek to the Aussie titles. You want to be a part of it?
Yeah, most definitely. What a trip over. So that's a fair way to come across and be loving these conditions as well. It's nice and warm, waves are on, and then we're out to that start there. Morris leading us out.
Jackson Bond just sneaking around there. He's in a great position. As I say that, he gets a little bit of white water to the face. But Harold, have a look at how far down the boys have gone. They have to paddle back a little bit, but you'd rather paddle back with the ocean, with the current, rather than fighting it at that very first can. Yeah,
even Josh said so. TJ Hendy said, that sweep was working really, really hard. So as long as you're working hard through there, don't fight against it. Let the ocean help you. You'll be nice and comfortable and along. So one to watch out for this state titles. Noah Steiner from Wanda, fit, healthy, firing, 100% fit, looked amazing at the state titles. Because I guess we had it's really hard to compare when all you've got from Queensland is...
Yeah, but he's been strong all season as well, and I feel like he's really been building in as well. We're starting to see more and more of that Wanda cap, and great to see him and teammate Ben Sutton in the mix here. But it is a very familiar Northcliffe cap out in front. That will be Mitch Morris. That is the white cap with the maroon star. Expecting to see him featuring a lot. He's always on the green craftwood, makes it a little easier for us to find him. Kai Taylor, that is the black cap of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, tucked in there as well. Teammate Hamish Miller on screen as well. So you can really feel the urgency starting to build here, Harold. They would have seen some of those really fast early heats. They would have seen people like Jackson Borg qualifying in 7th position and knowing we need to go now, we need to go quickly. Perfect. Come on, keep it going, keep it going.
Yeah, it's all about the light and shade, but again, we harp on it. We don't want any errors, right? Because the worst case scenario is bombing out in this first round. So we've got the guys looking up there. With the pack's probably about inside 10 at the moment. Lead wave of 4 in shot at the moment. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, so Taylor there, Morris, Steiner,
Miller,
that is our top 4 at the moment. Into that swim leg next. This is probably where you're going to find that Steiner and Morris are just going to assert their dominance.
No, they're looking really good at the moment. You see the boys just taking a little look around going, yep, this'll do, this'll go. We're feeling really good right about now, but no one is going to take it easy from here. They know they need to tuck in, and there's some very, very quality swimmers in the pack here as well. I'd be jumping on Morris's or Steiner's feet ASAP, but I do love the work. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park going, no, I'm going to go by myself. I'm feeling pretty good. Kai Taylor going, yep, I am leading this one out.
And that is one man that has taken it up a notch, one level. He's been sort of on the cusp of greatness before, but he had a really nice series, had some really good results through the Shore and Partner Series all around Australia. He was noted as a specific board paddler. That was his forte. The swimming has now come on, the ski paddling's come on. He's 2 to 3 seasons now up on the Gold Coast, and he just seems to be getting better and better, and this has been his best season by far.
Yeah, absolutely. That is Mermaid Beach. That's Jeremy Neen or Matt Gilling coming through. I think just behind him is Luke from USA. You can see that yellow cap with the blue stripes there. Big welcome to our international competitors in a really good position at the moment. If he pushes this one through, could be looking to qualify through to the next round. But have a look at this. We have got swimmers all over the ocean. And the men in this heat now, they do have the advantage of having been able to watch a few of the previous races come through. They know what they're looking at, and here we go. Yep, that is a Surfers Paradise cap, I believe, in the mix. That's Mitch Stitt. So, yeah, Mitch had a fantastic trial for the Shore and Partners Iron Series, made it through with his sister Dom as well. It was wonderful to see them both through there, both racing in the series, and he is someone who just absolutely flies across the sand. He is incredible. So really hoping he can convert that through into qualification here. Looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, the rate's a little bit intense though at the moment, which is good though. So there's a nice bit of application through there. A couple more bits of white water to get deep and underneath. You'll see Steiner just ducking his head under, but it's Taylor leading us out at the moment. Not too much lead kick because we don't want to get cooked too early. So the guys will be looking around. They'll know that top 4 is where they're at the moment, and everyone else is 2 to 3 waves behind at the moment. So they are going to be comfortable and clear, but Taylor still looking good, and you still want to keep that momentum. You still want to keep that confidence going. You still want to feel good on the water, like TJ said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, having a look at the water out there, the rain's definitely coming down at North Kirra Beach at the moment. We've all been watching the forecast very, very closely. It looks like it will fine up a little bit more. Today is the rain day, and have a look at that. That is what the bomb is giving us at the moment. That is what is not only where we are right now, but what is coming our way. Still better conditions than what we had for day 1 of the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Nipper and Youth Championships, where unfortunately we didn't get in the water at all. We had 4 hours of beach flags, which was wonderful actually to showcase the beachies. They don't normally get that much love
from the
on broadcast. Yes, I had a wonderful time sitting up here, but have a look at this. Morris really going to work now, just starting to lean on his stroke there. He's determined to be a wave ahead if he could. He would love to head into that final ski leg, which is absolutely his forte, with a nice little lead.
So a couple of cans to go. So when they make their way around, we'll pick up a couple of body waves through there. But you just see the guys just trying to keep that nice and long and heavy at the moment, not too much exertion. So we've got a lead swimmers, a couple of cans to go, and they'll be making their way back to shore just in between the sets at the moment. And then Steiner looking strong there in that 3rd spot at the moment. So we've got our lead swimmers just getting around that last string of cans there, the green and the gold. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, only a 1 can break in between them at the moment. And they should be able to get through this one nice and comfortably. And then we've got Zach Morris just leading us through at the moment. So on that last can, look at this, Jen. So the last one's going to be around there from Mermaid. That's going to be position number 7.
That is tough when you're 7 around the can there. But still, Mitch Morris out in front. Stitt really staying with them there. But those Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park boys, you can tell they have been working on the swim. Kai Taylor still in the mix. Hamish Miller not out of it yet. And this is where the nerves start to kick in, Harold. They're swimming in. They know what the surf's been like. You're trying to, keep your head forward, keep your rating up, lean into your kick, but you just want to look behind. You just want to know what's coming. You just want to know what the waves are doing.
Yep, so I'm going to call it. So the navy blue cap right at the top of the screen that's just going to miss out on that one that's Jack Baker from Terrigal. He's going to be sitting in about 11th spot at the moment, and he'd be hoping for one of these because they're quite full at the moment. So if this is the first or second wave of this set, it's going to be on for these back markers. So we might see a bit of a change in this lead, Jen.
This is where it gets tough, and have a look at the waves out the back. You can see those ones standing up. Again, really, really tough to pick up a broken wave, but we can see Mermaid Beach, Matt Gilling on Jeremy Neen looking very, very good there. And a few of the boys just coming together. It is so hard. I think that's Jackson Bond as well from Currawa in the mix, and to the left-hand side, you can see it's a little bit fuller out there, so that makes it really, really tough. I think it's going to be Bond from Currawa had the best of it there. That's the yellow cap with the blue and white stripes. But Mermaid Beach, have a look at that. You don't have Kai Hurst as your coach there as they make their way up. How good is this? Matt Gilling, I think that is making their way up. There we go, 1 and 2 around. And this can just show you how much difference one wave could make in the swim leg here. These boys would be loving this right now. They throw the goggles away. They have a sneaky little look back as well and go, I'm in a pretty good position right now heading into the final ski leg.
It's much better than pretty good, Jen. This is perfect for these two. So Mermaid and Carl are taking it out into that ski leg now. The rest of the sprint finish is going to be on. The boys will be able to count the skis on the way through. They'll be counting the bodies up ahead. They'll be picking off all the numbers to see where they're at. So we've got
two Mermaid in the top 4. How good is that? Jeremy Neen and Matt Gilling. They would be loving this right now. Wanda not out of it yet. I think that's Noah Steiner making his way through. And that's Hamish Miller coming through. Where is Morris, though? That Northcliffe cap, have we seen him? Yep, there he is on the green ski. My gosh, there is a lot happening down here.
So much happening. Just saw on screen Max Hunter from Trig swimming in. He's out of it at the moment. And the boy's just getting checked a little bit there. Yeah. So, like, Steiner just getting no momentum through there. On the outside there, the boys just, Jackson Bond. Josh, set's picked up. Who's in trouble? Where are we looking at?
Oh, boys are making their way into transition here. Very, very tight on the back end, and there's big sets coming through. Our leaders just being clipped by 1 or 2. It's not massive out there, but it's definitely enough to slow you down. get punched in the face by one or two, and a couple of the boys and girls will go past you. And that back bank's the issue. They've all ducked down to that sort of northern end there to try and get sucked out on that rip, and all of a sudden it's just turned into a little rip bowl there. But as it opens up, they've gotten through nice and clean. The back markers feeling the stress at the moment, but not too many under pressure that I wouldn't have expected to sort of be in that final or that semi-final later on in the game.
Oh, Josh, thank you so much. And great start here. Loving the work from Kirra. That is Jackson Bond. Really took that opportunity in the swim lead, extending his lead now, feeling very, very good out in front. But it's all about who is in that top 8. And you can see some of the boys just needing to make their way back up to the northern end of the beach. You've got to get around that can there. And we can just see, have a look at those waves out the back.
Well, that's what Josh talked about earlier, right? So
good.
Keep that head on a swivel there, Jacko, because you don't want to get clipped. You don't want to get a little bit upset from that left-hand edge with a bit of white water in your lap and stuff coming from behind. This is going to be enough. This is a great race, perfect execution.
This is what you plan of the morning when you're like, if everything goes really, really well, this is where I could be leading my way through. And then we see
on the outside right there, Steiner.
We've still got Mermaid Beach in the mix. Where is Morris? There he is. Okay, we're good. We're
so
good.
6
that
on
is
screen,
6,
Jen.
7 out the back. And have a look at the rating. He knows he's in 7th. 8th coming through now. That could be our top 8 on screen, but they need to make their way back into shore and up the beach very, very safely. It looks like Bond's on a nice little wave. Morris about to pick this one up as well. Mitch Morris coming through. All 3 Morrises in action this morning. Fantastic work. You can see some of the boys taking in the big breaths now because it is a big morning out, board, swim and ski for the Open Ironman. As some of our athletes, I think that was Matt Bell from Newport just making his way out. Tough day at the office here, but it is all about this man, Jackson Bond, making his way up and around. Wonderful that we can give him some quality screen time here as well.
That looks way too comfortable.
He looks great. He is ready for the quarterfinals. Yeah, he knows it as well. So there we go. That is heat number 5.
So Jackson Bond, what's happening in the waters at Kirra at the moment? So you know they're a club that they're always sort of on the rise. You wouldn't call them one of the superpowers of.
They definitely have been superpowers in their time. They had some incredible competitors there. I know we've had a few rounds of the Iron Series there, and just walking through the hallways there, just having a look at some incredible competitors that have raced there. Like I remember when Crilly was racing there, we've had Matt and Brielle have been there as well. Pooley's raced there as well, but some incredible competitors and. Could be on the up as well. They've had some incredible ski relays over the time as well. But here we go. It is now official.
Yeah, so Jackson Bond taking that one out. Mitch Stitt from Surface Paradise in 2. Steiner from Wander in 3. Morris just hoaxing his way through that one. That was comfortable from Northcliffe. Matt Gilling from Mermaid. Hamish Miller from Burleigh Heads by Ray Park. We've only got 2 spots left.
Who wants it? Who's going to get there? Kai Taylor is through.
Sneaking through. Oof. And then Josh Patterson, that was the blue cap. We thought it might have been Terrigal's. Josh Patterson there from Southport. He's going to make his way through to the next round. So again, checklist, the box has been ticked for these gentlemen. The top 8, they move through the next round. Jack Paker from Terrigal. A little bit unfortunate there. You can see the despair in his eyes. Richard Green taking that paddle from him. But he's on there. He's had a great season, building one of the nicest lads that he'll meet on the Central Coast.
Absolutely. There you go. We are moving through these heats. That is heat 5 of 10 has now been done. Heat 6 we can see is coming through. But for now, Josh down on the beach with a very, very Kirra competitor.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with winner of heat number 5, I think, there at the Open Men's Ironman. Jagger, well done out there. Tough out there. It's a little trickier than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way tricky. You got to run down a bit in that swim. I only just made it past the first can, so yeah, pretty tricky conditions, but loving the bit of swell.
It's good to get that first one out of the way, maybe blow the cobwebs out, get the rust off a little bit and sort of move into the wheat.
Yeah, it feels good to only do 1 iron per day. Still not to my fittest, still struggling a bit, so pretty stoked with that.
Talk to me about the Kirra crew. Obviously some changes this year, but it's back on track. The guys, everything seems positive in there.
Yeah, back on track. I'm still enjoying it there. Got some good coaches there still. Good little crew there. A few back from injury as well, which makes it better.
Always helps when the crew's fit and firing. What's up for the rest of the day?
I'll have a crack at swim and board and maybe ski relay. Just get amongst it. How good's Aussies?
Jacko Collins going off first in that ski relay.
Oh, I don't think I'm in the A team, but you got to watch out for him this weekend, all you ski paddlers. He's coming for you.
Oh, that's what I like to see. A little bit of words early in the day. That's it. Watch out for the Kirra crew in the ski relay. Well done on winning that 5th heat of the Open Ironman, mate. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Thanks, Josh. See ya.
Thanks, Joshy. And the rain's still pouring down by the looks of it. I don't know what's going on, but it's quite nice up here in the commentary box. What are we up to, Jen? Number 7. Lucky number 7 on the line, all clean, no false starts.
No false starts, but a lot of Surfers Paradise in the mix. We can see Ali Day, Max Beattie, Liam Askew and Darby Meyer, 1, 2, 3, 4 all together. You can see them on the far right-hand side of the field. But again, this is an absolutely packed heat. Dane Gottschalk from Burleigh Heads. Jai Timperley is back. Jacob Dickey from Alex. Julian Bogue from Swansea Belmont. Jack Dufour from Northcliffe. Benny Carberry in the mix. Maverick Arts from Currumbin, Odin Parrish from Burleigh Heads, Adam Palmer from Maroochydore, Tom Doyle from Newport, Kai Onley from Southport, Corey Taylor, former world and New Zealand Iron champ there, and then that Surfers Paradise contingent, Ali Day, Max Beating, Liam Askew, Darby Meyer and Charlie Hewitt from City of Perth rounding out the field. My gosh, the pace is going to be on in this first board leg. They've seen what's happened. They know what they need to do, and this, I could pick you a top 10 easy just from this race.
Yeah, this isn't the heat you want it to be in. So unfortunately, when people talk about this,
yes,
is the absolute worst. Imagine that. So you put through your whole season, you set your goals. I'd just like to, even I'd like to get through one round of the iron.
Just one.
That is my goal for Aussies, and then you rock up with that. But you can only control what you can control.
100%.
You can control your board paddling. You can control the lines you're taking. You can see who you're wash riding off. So the whole year's work has been done. Do not let your mentality slip on this one. Let's get in there. Let's get into that growth mindset, positive mindset, and let's attack.
Absolutely. And someone who's attacking right now and working to their strengths, Adam Palmer from Maroochydore, is currently in second. He's an absolute fantastic board paddler. He knows that if he wants any chance to make it through this race, he needs to be up there with the one and only Ali Day. And I love that he is back up on his knees already. Ali Day just staying down a little lower for now, but Palmer needs a wave. He needs to be up there early.
So Adam Palmer, it feels like a question of when.
Yes.
When is it going to happen for him?
Well, I'm very much excited for his board race today. He's on that dark board just on the outside of Ali Day, who's on pink here. Just on the inside, we see quite a few Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in the mix. They're wonderful to see. Kai Onley from Southport. He's determined to get through here. Lots of Surfers Paradise in the mix. Here we go. The waves are on.
And it does. You see that the level of intensity for this race is already up on the previous ones. Outside left there, it's a Surfers Paradise fest at the moment.
Here we go. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Got quite a few in the mix here. Timperley, Carberry and Odin Parrish all in the mix. Alrighty, boys. Here we go. Who's got the best line? Who's got enough water underneath them right now to bring this all the way through? I love that we've got pretty much the entire pack.
So that's 9 on screen at the moment.
Have a look at that. I think that's Ben Carberry on the second wave as well, so watch out for him in the transition. He's just coming over a little bit further, does not want to run any further than he needs to. The boys up and around. Here we go.
So 9 on screen, one's going to miss out. So that's our top 6 there, Jen. There was 3 on that wave behind. He just had that last little bit of effort there just to try and get around. So
Beattie.
What are the lines going to be? He'd want to be in there as well. So that far right is where we're all going. Goggles are on. Got some work to do there.
Jacob Dickey on screen at the moment, one of the younger competitors from Alexandra Headlands in the mix there. Maverick Arts from Currumbin as well, just on screen, making his way around. Charlie Hewitt from City of Perth coming through. These boys have got a little bit of work to do, but here we go. And just seeing the boys come around that transition, they all knew that the pace was going to be on. They knew that Benny Carberry is probably sitting at about 9th or 10th at the moment. He's about to plough his way through this field. But Max Beattie looked really, really sharp, really determined. I think he caught up about 2 or 3 places just in that run.
Yeah, and the old dog will know he'll want to set the tone for this race. So we can get out nice 100%. And early. We can set the pace. So we don't have to be doing the chasing if we don't need to. If we can get out in front, set the pace, and then try and conserve a little bit of energy and just, use the skills that he's acquired over how many years are we at now?
Well, if it's 10 years since his last New Zealand Iron Championship and he's on his number 5 now, he's been around for a while. He's been on the podium at the Aussies before for the Open Iron. He's had some pretty incredible results. We'd love to see him and the rest of the Surfers crew getting through here. And Harold, I love that this is how tough it is in round number one. There's a few races that we all remember, and often it's not the races that you would think. It's not the big open finals. I remember the semi-finals a few years back for the Open Iron in Perth. The speed that we saw in some of those races for the boys, how frantic it was just to get through from the semis to the finals. It's one of those things I really remember. So to be here in heat number one and seeing the boys really having to put the pressure on so early, this is what we're here for. This is, when we talk about united, inspired and iconic, this is what we think about, and these boys are really putting on a show. Corey Taylor, you can tell he always wears those mirrored goggles. Again, another way that helps us identify the athletes.
This is way too much energy spent for a heat number 7. This is unbelievable.
It's 9:13 on the Wednesday morning of Aussies.
We thought we'd be easing our way into it. We'd see a couple of nice little races. We'd see some dominant performance. We'd see some waves from the Cairns, but we did not expect to see this. We are nearly half of the way through heat number 7. We're only taking 8 through, and then all we can see at the moment is 9 to 10 people on screen with the best iron athletes in Australia, and probably 10 of these people could make a final on Sunday.
And can we give a little special shout out right now? I think that is Burleigh Mowbray Park making their way through at the moment. I think that could be Ben Carberry making his way through the field.
We did say he would be playing through, and that's probably the best way to describe it when he does.
Timperley is in here as well. A big shout out to everyone who has their club cap as their profile photo in liveheats.com. It just saves us, and if you've got a blank cap or your old cap or the wrong cap, it's really, really difficult.
Odin Parrish, that was directed specifically at
no,
you.
It wasn't. But have a look at the lead that we're seeing open up now. This is impressive. This is someone making a statement. This is someone who's saying, look, I've done the work. I'm going to put a kick on. I'm going to pick the right line out. And this is where those decisions, those tactics and the strategy are just so important. Now is not the time for going wide. Now is not the time for swimming 20 extra metres. You need to get out and in because, my gosh, Ali Day, Max Beattie, Corey Taylor, Palmer in the mix. Jai Timperley, great to see him back in the mix as well. But we've got some young kids coming through. Darby Meyer is in there. Liam Askew. This is, Kai Onley from that first board leg. So impressive.
So they can only control what they can control at the moment. The man in control of everything is Ben Carberry out in front at the moment. Now, we've got that filling tide. We're expecting a high tide around 12 o'clock, I think, this morning, so about 12:30. So as we're going to see more and more water coming in, we're going to see, less prominent waves towards that secondary embankment until it starts sucking out. But the left-hand side, a bit of backstroking there.
A little bit of backstroke. Here comes the big one. Get it.
And it's all about picking that right line. So the guy's just probably about 5 to 6 metres too far left. But that's going to be enough there for Carberry to get through and closer to that left-hand edge of the rip. And he'll just plough through that to make his way through to the screen. That'll be comfortable from there. Chase Pack needs to put some work in because what are we at? We're probably 11 to 12 at the moment. Broken waves. Can anyone pick those up?
Might get something off this one. No, it's just going to be a lift. But the wave behind, here we go. That is a surfer's cap, I think, making their way through. Oh, an absolutely beautiful pick. That line perfectly straight past Carberry there. Could be Ali Day in the mix. We know that he is one of the best at swimming under duress, swimming under fatigue. So let's see who we've got as Carberry stands. I tell you what, that's incredible recovery from the board to the swim. And coming into that ski race last, Carberry's got to be feeling pretty good right about now. But knowing there's still a long way to go, and this last 15-20 metres in the swim is often the absolute hardest. But have a look at that. Palmer is up and about. He is making his way around. That's Ben Carberry on screen at the moment. But wowee, Palmer. Good board, good swim. Just got to get through here in the ski. We can see the rest of the boys making their way up and around. 8 is the magic number, and we are running out of spots, Harold.
You just see the Ali Day having a peek around, try and get a count. He's probably about 7th or 8th at the moment, which won't be too much to worry about. Odin Parrish there with that underhand pass, and then the cap behind. Was that one of the greens? So
that is Charlie Hewitt from City of Perth ahead of Julian Bogue from Swansea Belmont. Behind him is Jai Timperley. And then we've got Corey Taylor. The boys with a bit of work to do, but Corey Taylor, absolute superstar on the ski. So expecting if anyone's going to recover, it's going to be him right now. But here we go. This is fantastic. The boys just making their way through, punting through a little bit of white water. But Palmer, have a look at that. We knew he was going to be great in the board, but geez, that body surfing in the swim made all the difference. Looking pretty good, pretty calm, but knowing there is a long way to go. That's Timperley. He's always on the rainbow-coloured craft. again makes it nice and easy for us to spot him on the way through.
Oh, crazy. I want to see, Josh, what's happening down there? It looks like there's about 12 people that are in that top 8 at the moment.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest heat of the day in terms of the open men's iron. You can see, well, some of the biggest names in the sport, Benny Carberry, Ali Day, obviously sitting pretty out in front, but the pressure is on the back end there. A couple of guys that you'd look to push all the way up into the semi-finals. Adam Palmer having a hell of a day after a couple of years with injury. He's had back injuries over the last sort of 18 months, 2 seasons. He's come back this year and has looked better and better every single time he's gone around. Everyone was jovial on the line, very, very sort of relaxed and happy, but I think it comes down for a few of these guys, that opening leg. Ben Carberry, if he can come in on the lead wave off the board, I think he wins the Ironman this weekend. But if he's at the back of the pack, it's going to be a hell of a lot of work. And you forget how good Ali Day is on the board, former Australian board race champion on this stretch of sand. He can light it up with the best of them at any time, but it's the opening leg that sets you up. You set yourself there, you're sitting pretty for the rest of the day, you're not fighting it out on the back end, as we can see them coming around that final can now, and there's a big, big group right on the edge of that top 8, and we've already seen maybe 1 or 2 names so far this weekend have gone out down there. Braden Casamento in 9th place, so a couple of casualties early. You don't want to be the person who goes out in the first round.
Oh, Josh, thank you so much. I agree with everything that you said now, and we are just watching an incredible shot now of all the boys making their way through. That top 8 is going to be absolutely packed. We can see Carberry and Palmer making their way through. They're about to be joined by Corey Taylor, Jai Timperley, and I think Ali Day there. So that is 5 in the mix easily. We can see another surfer's cap just behind, but tough racing. Have a look at this. The boys just relieved more than anything else right now, Harold.
I think it's Charlie Hewitt from City of Perth that is on the cusp. You just see him at the top of the screen making his way through. That doubled up wave means we're going to be on for a sprint finish. So Charlie Hewitt from City of Perth needs to get the wheels on in order for him to get through. But the boys are just finishing so far down to the left. So whoever he is on that inside right, of course it's going to be the man. So Ali Day just lining up the best on that one. Went into the water in about 10th, I think, and just made really, really light work of that. So So Taylor there, that's another great ski putter from him. 4, so Palmer in 5 at the moment.
That is Max Beattie in 6. Odin Parrish in 7. Maverick Arts, I think, in 8th, but he's going to have to work it. That could be Maya making his way through, or Liam Askew. It's going to be tight on the line. I am so happy not to be a judge at times, but this is why we have the iPads down there. Unfortunately, I think that Charlie Hewitt is out after an absolutely incredible race, really challenging the best in the business. And we see Jacob Dickey from Alexander Headlands making his way up. Wonderful to see him in the open competition now, but do love liveheats.com. Their results are coming through now. It is official. Ali Day, who won this title in 2021, 22 and 23, that incredible three-peat that he had. Corey Taylor, what a paddle to come back. Jai Timperley, Ben Carberry, that is the top 4. But this is where they set it up. This is where they had to make a move, and this made the difference.
Yeah, and the tone was set early, wasn't it? You could see just this sheer ferocity that all of the 16 men went out there to try and make their way through, assert the dominance, try to not be in that chase pack, working all these runners through there. No one obviously better in the business over the last 10 to 12 years than that man on screen on the left-hand side, Ali Day. Palmer had a great showing out through there. Good to see him make his way through to the next round. A little bit of reprieve there for the boys, a tiny little bit of...
Kai Onley, how good was he? You can see him just in the middle there. I think he may have fallen away a little bit from there, but this was the first transition. You can see the boys making their way up and through, but the swim, that's where Ben Carberry really powered his way through the field. Fantastic swimming and some pretty incredible body surfing from that man on screen, Palmer from Maroochydore, to bring himself up into that fantastic position. And wowee, there's been some surf on. Bit of surf on makes all the difference. This is why we love coming to North Kirra, and a big shout out to the North Kirra Surf Lifesaving Club. Incredible hosts over 9 massive days of competition, and here we go. That's the top 5 right there, and we're still waiting for live heats to update. So Ali Day, Corey Taylor, Jai Timperley and Ben Carberry, definitely safe. They are good. Live heats told me so, but it is the next 4 from there. But Josh Minogue is down on the beach with the big man.
Oh, the big man, Ali Day, former Australian Ironman champion. Daisy, that was a tougher heat than you would have liked first round, but obviously a good opportunity to blow the cobwebs out.
It's always good to do the iron first up to sort of, like as you said, blow the cobwebs out, see how you feel, assess the conditions. And as you said, mate, like I feel like there's no such thing as an easy heat at Aussie. So in our sport is extremely deep at the moment. So yeah, the hard races to get through, and yeah, lucky enough to do enough then to get through.
You were just passing on some advice to a couple of the guys in these under-19 irons. Talk to me what the race plan is out there for someone like you.
Oh, stick to Ben Carberry. No, I think just then was like Zane said to me, just do the basics really well, focus on yourself, work the areas that you need to work, and then, drop the heart rate down when you need it, when you can drop it down. So, look, you have your heart in your mouth basically the whole time then. You're never sort of out of it, if that makes sense. You sort of, you can never, even going out on the ski then, I could feel the guys right behind me. So you got to keep working the whole way through.
Talk to me about you and Carbs. Obviously, both of you from the south coast of New South Wales. You had a hell of a season each this summer. But that sort of World Ocean Series, the rivalry, at what point does it stop being friendship and start being rivals, or does that never change?
I don't think we've ever, we could say we're rivals, but at the same time, if you heard what we spoke about and also see the way we carried on with each other behind the scenes, people would probably be pretty amused, and also at the same time would probably laugh as well. So look, we're really good friends. Our family's been friends for a really long time now, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, if I'm not winning, I'd love seeing him win.
How special is it to have somebody that you're a little bit older than him, but you sort of would have watched him growing up, you knew he had a lot of talent for a long time. What's it like watching him come to the peak of his power and all of a sudden not being the young guy you saw, being the rival alongside you?
Yeah, look, I still remember him, we'd play beach footy before our training session. I still remember him crying and stuff like that all the time. And, you look at him now, I'm extremely proud of him, the person he is, and I hope that, I've helped a little bit, in helping shape the Ironman and the person he is.
I want to hear the crying beach footy story because he's 6'3" and all muscle. Did you put a hit on him?
If Jack Carberry's here, he can come down, and Hayden White, any extra ruler people, they can come down and test to the story.
Oh, I love it. That's what it's all about. Well, good luck for the rest of the week, mate. Obviously, another Australian Ironman title's the goal at the end. Any other thing? Well, tell me your program this week. What else you're aiming for?
Oh, look, yeah, obviously everyone wants to win that race on Sunday, but just try to get as many finals as you can. And it's the first time you get to race, basically in a team event for me this year. So I'm looking forward to the ski relay, board relay, Taplin, the mixed Taplin, surf team. So, I'm looking forward to it all.
Rest up.
Thanks, mate.
Josh,
ladies and gentlemen, Ali Day.
Josh, just remind that guy next time you see him that that man, Ali Day, has made the biggest impact on a lot of nippers that he would not even realise. Way too humble.
Yeah, he's an absolute superstar, and the results are all in now. We know who's progressing through to the Ironman quarterfinals. From heat number 7, it was Ali Day, Corey Taylor, Jai Timperley, Ben Carberry, Adam Palmer, Max Beattie, Odin Parrish, and it was Darby Meyer. Darby Meyer, fantastic work from Surfers Paradise, making his way through the other heats. Heat number 8 is done. Finn Askew, Hayden Cotter, Nick Middleton, Corey Fletcher, Callum Brennan, Joe Collins, Oliver Sharp and Campbell Guthrie made it through in heat 8. And unfortunately, there we do say goodbye to Pat Ely from Sorrento, just missing out. Do adore him. And then in heat 6 it was Matt Bevilacqua, Kai Harlan, Joel Piper, Charlie Walker from Currumbin, Nick Green, Ben Zuel, Jack Webster from Mentone is through, along with Boyd Warringah from Mentone as well, his teammate in the mix. So lifeheats.com, you can go and grab all of those results, and a huge congratulations to everyone who's moved through to the quarterfinals of the Open Ironman. On screen right now, I think we have the under-19s in action.
Correct. So we've got heat number 1 on the line. So Cooper Harrison for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Will O'Connor, Noosa Heads, Will Fowler from Marilla Break Point, Angus Drulamek. That is the young guy that Charlie Morris was referring to from Allura. Did not say his name, but this young man can swim, can paddle a board, and can move a ski. So he is definitely going to be one to watch. And I would not be surprised to see him in that final top 10 Sunday. Brady Lee from Mullaloo, Cooper Schmar from Mermaid, Yanni Brown from Alex, Lockley Washington from West Beach, Riley Brennan, extremely fast, Sean Law from North Curly, Kynan Burke from Rilla, Ashton Walters from Terrigal, Harry Charlesworth from Lord Taj, Smith, Currumbin, Wilson from Sunshine, Wilson from Rilla Break Point, a live heat special again, Ashton Roberts from Mentone, Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. That man is fast. Rory Garnett from Redhead, and rounding out this heat number 1 is Liam Lahane from Freshwater.
And it looks like, based on numbers, we're actually in the quarterfinals right now for the Irons. They'll have quarters, semis and finals. So we're thinking 8 through from here. And you've got to think someone like Ethan Callahan, who's really made his mark in the Open Ironman competition. We didn't see him in the Open Iron. So I really think that's a fantastic decision. Some of our younger athletes going, no, I've got 1 or 2 years left in my age group. I'm just going to stay here. And I'm going to hope for a big win there, because this age group is absolutely tough. And I think overall, Ethan Callahan finished 8th, so he did qualify automatically through to next year's Shaw and Partners Iron Series. So fantastic work, and of course one of the most dramatic races of the season, that big final taken out by Connor Maggs just over Joel Piper in that incredible sprint finish.
Something we'll remember for a long time. And the memory is what we're trying to make here. So with the under-19 males making their way through nice and comfortable, and just the cap of Currumbin just cruising through there at the moment with Sunshine tucked in behind. So Sunshine again, just, you see Dylan Wilson has some great results through the season around Australia. Nice titles last year, and of course you can have that when you've got Supercoach Wes Berg running the show up there.
Yeah, Dylan, just an absolutely fantastic competitor. We've seen him. What I really love about Dylan is that he steps up for everything. You see him in Super Surf Teams League, you see him in Interstates, you see him doing every trial going around. At the Murphy Holmes Marucci Classic, he did the belt race as well. It was a winner takes all, and he got it. It was absolutely fantastic. So big fan of Dylan Wilson, and to see him here at the Aussie titles. I love that Ali Day was saying, I can't wait for ski relay, board relay. He'll be in the swim teams as well. Dylan Wilson will have one of the biggest programs on the beach as well. He'll line up for absolutely everything. And have a look at these waves that are coming through. This is what we do love to see. I'd say that's Riley Brennan just ahead of Wilson at the moment, bringing the kick in. Wonderful to see so many Warilla Barrick Point caps in the mix. We've got both Will Fowler and Jack Wilson in the mix here. That is the grey and orange quartered cap there. And, of course, the original hometown of Ali Day and Ben Carberry.
Finescu as well? No, he was further up north.
Yeah.
But Brennan, strong, looking comfortable through there. Callahan just tucked in that 3rd spot. So this is a little bit more spread. Again, that feeling tight at the moment, not too much on offer, but if anyone can pick these up, just look at just the big shoulders up and out.
Something.
Love to see it.
Yeah, fantastic work. And again, this is that really difficult time here. The boys just know you just got to keep on swimming, got to keep on going. Here we go. Looking back there, got a few. That could be Cooper Harrison in the mix as well. Also racing for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. But there we go. That is fantastic body surfing right there as we see the men make their way through. This is quarterfinal number 1.
And the great thing about these under-19 Ironmen, they're 5 races in now, so the coaching staff, everyone's been watching every single race come through, so the lines they'd be picking will be all perfect. They'll see where those waves are breaking out the back. Callahan leading us through, no surprises there, so he'll make his way up and out of the water. Still the same order here for the 19s in that board swim ski, so nice and comfortable there for the big strapping lad from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
And how good is it knowing that you're already through to the Iron Series next year? He came through as a next-gen qualifier, and now firmly established himself in the series, being part of the big races. Wonderful to see him.
The thing that I find scary about this young man is when he actually fills out that body. So he's still quite slight, he's long, he's lanky, and then, once 2-3 years' time, what is the limit? Where can this young kid get to?
I'll tell you what, Dylan Wilson in the same boat there, making their way up and around. We can see that tide continuing to come in as well. I know a lot of, not a lot, some of the athletes this morning were looking at where the cans were set and being like, this course is too short. I am not happy with this. And we just said, give it half an hour, and this is going to be quite a long course. We see Brennan from Currumbin, that is the green and white quarter cap, making their way through. We've also got Warilla Barrick Point
so Fowler there
in the mix there, and that maroon with the black and white stripes down the middle, that is Ashton Roberts from Mentone. Wonderful to see so many of our friends from Vic
West
making
Beach
their way.
represent as well.
West Beach.
Lockie Robertson, Allura on screen to Roger, trying to do his best there to make his way through, tucked in behind. We got Sean Law from North Curly as well. But at the front, it is daylight with our 1, 2 and 3 just absolutely streaking this field early.
They're not out just yet, and as we have seen, it's pretty hectic on some of those banks there. As the tide comes in, though, that water will fill up. It won't be as heavy on the bank, but still plenty of power. And that sweep really in play here is Dylan Wilson up and over. Fantastic.
Oh, just open up through the middle there for Fowler from Rillibarrick Point. And just a couple more waves to go through. But we didn't see too much of the back shoot through there as well. So a little bit more white water trying to punch that ski through at a rate of knots, because you need to meet those waves with force, with pace, in order to give yourself every opportunity to get that boat speed back up to its maximum. But cruising out in front at the moment, Ethan Callahan.
Looking pretty comfortable. We've definitely got 2 of the Warilla crew in that top 8 at the moment. There's 3 in the mix. Will Fowler, Kynan Burke, and also Jack Wilson in there. So would love to get as many as possible through to the semi-final. And if we have a look at the program today, as I think Jackson Bond was saying earlier, we've got the surf race coming up after this. We've got some board races as well. So we think of Wednesday as very much that qualification round, just getting through a lot of those early races. But remembering ski relay finals this afternoon, cannot wait for those. There are some big crews lining up, and they have been targeting that event all season.
And who's going to be in the commentary box for those, hopefully?
Oh, Elise Wood. So excited to have her on board. Triple Olympian. We also had another Triple Olympian, Riley Fitzsimons, in here for the junior championships, and I'm so grateful. I love hearing their insights. They're just incredible, and to have Elise in the box and really telling us the inside baseball run on a lot of that stuff. I'm super excited to have her along for the party. Yeah,
just all the technical stuff you love to get. There's extra little insights that you may not be
aware
aware
of. That I've never
of.
thought about, that I was like, I didn't realise, this is how intense it can be. So a big welcome to Elise, a former women's double ski champ. She's won an Open Taplin with Maroochydore back in the day as well. I think she's actually won 17, 19 and Open women's Taplins at Aussies before, one of which was in a sprint finish won by her. So looking forward to not only her commentary this afternoon, but some of her stories as well of the Aussie Championships, as we see Ethan Callahan absolutely in control of these iron quarterfinals.
Your understatement of the morning. This is going to be scary. It comes Sunday afternoon, because the showdown for this man, he's already got his ticket booked for next season, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one with the target on his back. Everyone will be after this man in front with the pink jammers.
Yeah, here we go. Dylan Wilson looking comfortable in there as well. And just thinking about that qualification for next year, it was obviously Connor Maggs who took the big win and that round 4 grand eliminator. Joel Piper, Zach Morris, Matt Bevilacqua, Finn Askew, Ali Day, Corey Taylor, Ethan, CJ Brennan, Riley Harland, Joe Collins and Braden Casamento. That is the top 12 who have all qualified through for next year's Shaw & Partners Iron Series. So very excited for what is yet to come. And of course, a big congratulations to both Olivia Clues and Byron Diekman, who are the next gen qualifiers. Both of them will be in action, and we'll probably see Byron in, I think, his heat quarterfinal number 2 for the 19 irons in just a moment. Brennan from Currumbin making his way through. There we go. And it must feel good just to saunter up the line here. The boys looking very, very comfortable, knowing that it is a massive program ahead of them. Of course, we've got irons, a lot of individual races, but so many teams to come. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you've got to think that they are just going to be around these cans so many times.
Yeah, most of it. Sean Law there from North Curly, and then just that little half sprint finish there for Angus Gerolimek. So Fowler in 3, Burke, Kynan Burke. Sorry, I apologise. I know the man's been on the flat water kayaking for the last couple of years, back getting into the swim training, trying to get some irons in. So he's made his way through. Unbelievable stuff there from Kynan Burke. Riley Brennan in 5. Ashton Roberts from Mentone through the next round. Lockie Washington from West Beach. Let's go. And it was Yanni Brown from Alexandria Headland, and Angus Gerolimek is going to miss out. I apologise for the commentator's curse, because this guy has had an outstanding season, and he has not had the morning he wanted. Walters from Terrigal in 10.
Yeah, that can be a tough gig. Unfortunately, Aussies, we love, we celebrate so many of these incredible achievements, but there's a lot of hard luck stories along the way as well. Aussies can be very, very cruel at times as well, but that is what we love about it. So that is the 19 irons in this arena. As we mentioned earlier, there's lots of action happening all across the beach. We now head down to the pink arena, and this is the under 19 iron women. Under 19 iron women. This is, let me grab some caps again, bring your live heats up. We can see that heat number 2 has already been done, and a huge congratulations to Kate McHardy is through, Dakota Luke, Emma McDonald, Jada Kempton, Anika Negus, Riley Meyer, Grace McManus and Hannah Young from City of Perth. Wonderful to see those ladies through. This is quarterfinal number 1 in the action at the moment. Olivia Clues, Sienna Howard, Phoebe Lechner, Jasmine Raywood, Lani Waller, Harriet Chin, Nikita Nissan-Saran, Trelise Choate from Papamoa. Welcome to our New Zealand friends. Mia Cook, Lily McConkey, Emily Bear, Chloe Klingner, Taylor O'Shaughnessy, Paige Holt, Katie Nat, Kate Roder, Michaela Mead and Hannah Stevenson. Oh, that is a packed heat with our next-gen qualifier in there as well. Congratulations to Olivia Clues.
So we've got Jazz Raywood leading us out. Mia Cook tucked in just behind her there. They've got Nikita Nissan-Saran just in that third spot. And I also saw Michaela Mead from Allura making her way into that top 5 there as well. So same order. It is that board, swim, ski. Kind of tough stuff for these ladies with the best ski paddler in the under-19s leading us out through that swim leg with 1.5 legs to go. But the under-19s heat number 1. How many have we got? We've got
4. We're in quarterfinal
time
territory already. And we mentioned a little earlier, sorry, I'm just going back. I've taken so many screenshots for us to talk about over the next few days, Harold. I can't wait to tell you all the great clubbing news that we have got coming up. Now, Olivia Clues, we spoke about her earlier. She has qualified through for next year's Iron Series, but as well in the kayaking action, she is part of the 2025 ICF Junior and Under-23 Sprint World Championships Junior Australian team. So
is that because she's ultra fast on the flat water?
She is ultra fast everywhere. Bianca Raywood is in the mix as well. So a huge congratulations, Olivia Clues in that one.
Should be one to watch later on. Just waiting for her to... Oh, there she is there in that second spot at the moment. But Raywood looking strong. Clues up in 2. Nikita Nissan-Saran in 3. So that's our top 3 at the moment. 8 is still that magic number. And it'll be interesting to see what transpires over the next 30 minutes in this arena, because we saw a few waves breaking just on the inside of the cans there in the men's arena. And we're now probably about 150 to 200 metres further south is where we're at. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be heavy swimming the whole way through with minimal to no assistance.
That is tough.
So on the beach earlier this morning, I was talking with Hannah Scully. I was like, how was the warm-up? She's like, mate, there is so much water moving at the moment. Wow. And if they could keep the area as south as possible because there was waves breaking at the can, she would be one happy lady.
Oh, I cannot wait to watch Scully in that open women's board race. That has been one of the races to watch the entire season between Hannah. We've also got Tiani Massey, Brodie Trinker, Lizzie Wellborn. That is going to be one of my absolute highlights of the week. And here come the waves, girls. Get on this one. I can see a Northcliffe cap went down that one. I think, is that a... We've got 3 Kirra in the mix here. Lani Waller is also racing.
Lani Waller. I was trying to figure it out. I didn't think the arms were as long as Olivia Clues, and they're not, because it is Lani Waller. She's picked that one up nicely over the top, so she's going to make her way through to the leaders down there. Probably not the best season she's had so far, but when the time is the time to shine.
That's Mia Cook. That is 3 stripes on that cap. And this is where it is a little tough. We've got Olivia Clues, Sienna Howard from Trigg in the mix as well. And that is a yellow cap with the black and white stripes as well. Very, very similar to the Kirra cap, which is being worn right now by Emily Bear, Katie Nat and Kate Roder. But have a look at that. What a statement. What a swim from Mia Cook up and around.
Yeah, up and around. Comfortable looking through there. She was know that she's in that comfortable first, but that was some beautiful body.
That was so good.
Body surfing skills. Nice little body weight from the back there. Picked it up a little bit broken too, and you love to see that. These ladies are either 1 or 2 years out next gen or do the competition just to test themselves to see where they're at. And the one that was the best of the rest was Olivia Clues. And look at all this water moving through on that high tide. So there's not going to be minimal to no beach left. Nikita Nissan-Saran there from
Northcliffe via France.
Yes.
She's been over here for quite a few years, been part of the GON, the Girls of Northcliffe, for quite a while. She was one of the early arrivals from France, and she's been making her presence felt. I remember she started picking up Aussie gold medals when we were back over in Perth as well. So not just here to make up numbers. Nikita, an absolute superstar, and of course racing for her home club of France at the World Champs, which was wonderful.
Which club was that?
I think, I don't want to say it just in case I get it wrong. Let me look it up really quickly.
I just wanted you to say one of the French clubs. This is what I do. Jen, this is Aussies. We all need to be at our best, and I just wanted to see you say more French names. But look at this out in front. Mia Cook comfortable there. It looks like we've got, just at the bottom of the screen, that was going to be Olivia Clues, but comfortable out in front there for Mia Cook, and that is actually a pink and red ski. You don't see that combination. You just get a little bit of pink in the seat.
A lot of pink skis. A lot of pink skis for the gals out there.
Now, completely not surf related, what colour skis do we need to see more of?
I just want to see something that's really unique. And I think when I think of unique skis, I think of when Shannon had that orange and green quartered craft. Like it probably wasn't, on the colour wheel, the most attractive combo, but you could pick it from a mile away. His branding was so strong. And I love that at the Shannon Eckstein Classic, a lot of the trophies are of that, iconic craft. So I think once you find a design that you like, if you can stick to it and just build your brand and build that identity, especially when you're someone like Shannon as well, I love a unique craft.
Did you see a bit of Jet Kenny action on social media last night?
How good does that look? We will have to get a camera on that and get a bit of a close-up. That paint job was
metallic.
Schmick.
Yeah, that was good, but you'd expect nothing less from that man. But out in front, we've got...
We think it was Mia Cook who made her way.
Mia Cook's already out of screen. I'm going to say that's Liv Clues. I don't know if she's changed skis again, but that's one thing you don't like is when we change skis. Keep your colour scheme, ladies. Jazz
think
Raywood,
of the commentators.
Jazz Raywood's back to a yellow board. It's like, Jazz, that is not your colour. Get the green board back, please. That is not authorised from the commentary box. But Mia Cook, look at the rate out there. You love to see that. Comfortable, relaxed through the shoulders, tiny little bit of a hip rotation, a leg drive through there. She'll be rounding that last cannon, comfortable, making her way through to the semi-final of the Iron.
And Mia's a really smart competitor as well. She would be able to look back now, know exactly where she is. She knows what the conditions are like. She just needs to maintain from here. And I love that she's not backing it off so much that she's going to make mistakes or she's not going to be controlling these waves on the way home. That technique is absolutely glorious, and you can just see her working with the ocean now. She went a little bit further down. She's lining up these little runners now. She knows she's got this wonderful gap on the rest of the field, but she is not letting up at all. This is smart racing.
Smart and comfortable, and that is
Clues
there at the back. So
the girls just looking really comfortable at the moment, knowing that it's 5 big days of competition yet to come. Well, they don't want to be doing too much too soon, but you can see the rain just coming down out there. So we have got, I think that is 6 on screen at the moment. You've got to think that is the top 6 that will make their way through. There's a lovely gap back to the chase pack.
So it's Nikita Nissen-Saren from Northcliffe we saw in 3. Michaela Mead from Allura just snuck away into 4th, but nice, comfortable lead wave.
Oh, that is so perfect.
This is, there's not as many waves as the men's arena, so the ladies, some will be liking it, some won't. From the back, so we've got Waller on the, that's it.
Karawa. That's Karawa cap in the mix. We've got the other, that is Lani Waller on the far right of the screen, just falling off.
Michaela Mead there from Allura.
Raywood.
Oh, Raywood, obviously.
There we go, but no doubting.
Wow, Mia Cook, that is comfortable, that is swift, that is fast, that has been executed perfectly. Coaches will be absolutely pleased with that one.
Absolutely. That is how you want to start Wednesday morning, especially when it is a little bit grey, a little bit rainy, probably a little bit cold out there for the athletes. They need to be looking after themselves so that we can still be firing on Sunday afternoon come those big finals. But no drums at all. Mia Cook making her way up.
It's set up for that body wave.
So good. So good. And Mia, so good in the Iron Series as well. Just missing out on that auto qualification, 13th overall. But here comes the rest of the field. We've got Raywood on the green and pink skis.
So 2, 3, 4 on screen at the moment.
2, 3, 4. You can really look at the change of conditions down here in the different arena. And as that tide continues to make its way up, got a little bit longer for now, but Nikita, fantastic competitor, wonderful to see her through nice and easily here. And these girls would be doing so many races, and a few of them are probably going to be stepping up for some of those open relays as well, so expecting big things from all of these ladies, but job done for now.
Yeah, most definitely. So Cyclone Alpha, we saw it took all the sand away from the northern end of the Gold Coast Strip. Still so much sand down here at North Kirra. The bank is absolutely massive at the moment. Lots of walking, lots of carrying. This is where you need your good support crew because it has been tough. But Gold Coast, experienced Gold Coast, great supporters of this event. Only if it looked like that today, Jen.
Oh, I reckon by tomorrow we'll probably be back to it. The forecast does look pretty good for the rest of the week and it will improve through until Sunday. But Yes, absolutely a gorgeous part of the world. And we think of Aussies, we think of the Gold Coast. We do love coming back here.
Hannah Stevenson on screen.
Yes, from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She is looking pretty good. If you've still got your paddle in your hand, you're feeling pretty confident. So here we go. Josh, you're down on the beach. Fantastic racing.
Jenny, Harold, thank you for that. I am here with winner of, the first heat of this under-19 women's iron. Cookie, big changes this year from Warrnambool in Victoria, now up at Alexandra Headland. How's the change been?
Yeah, no, it's been super good. Moved as soon as I graduated last year, so I've been on the coast for a few months now, and I'm loving it. Loving the warm water and obviously the change of atmosphere, as well as training with some of the best girls in the country. Yeah, it's the best.
Talk to me about Warrnambool. You guys continue to produce some of the best competitors in the country, but I think you're underrated down there. Braden Casamento, Steve Kirra down there, really quality board paddlers. What's in the water at Warrnambool?
Oh, it's just cold water. a lot of super early mornings, cold mornings, but put it down to the likes of Steve Kerr. He's amazing. I mean, he just won gold at Masters, but he can keep up with any of the open board paddlers. He's really shaped who I am today, so I'm so lucky.
How hard is it making that change? Like, obviously, the big clubs up in Queensland and New South Wales, they've got the programs, the coaches, the support behind them, but it's difficult to walk away from your hometown, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I love the small things down in Warrnambool, including my teammates who I've trained with my whole life. But up here it's super easy. Everyone's doing the same program, and it just makes training at an elite level a lot more easy. Talk to me about Alex Jack, the program there. He's larger than life, isn't he? And he's great at what he does. How's that been? Yeah, no, it's super good. Jack understands. Obviously, he's an ex-Victorian as well as JMO. So, they're amazing coaches, great people, and, they've just been so supportive. Run me through that heat you had there. Clusie, Jazzy Raywood, Nikita in there, Lani Waller, yourself. That's about as hard as a heat gets. And if that was your top 5 in the final, no one would be surprised. Yeah, no, super tough, heat quarter starting off with. But, I think it's a good red-hot crack into Aussies. So, Big program as well, plenty. Not as many open events for me. It's my last year in 19, so trying to soak up this last bit of age group competition. But hopefully a few open relays with the girls. But we'll see what comes. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, Josh, and a big thanks to Mia Cook. We are still in the pink arena, just getting through these under-19 irons, and it's been confirmed Mia. A big win there. Olivia Clues from Newport, Jasmine Raywood of Burleigh Heads, Nikita Nissensuren from Northcliffe, Katie Nat from Curra is through, Michaela Mead, Lani Waller, Hannah Stevenson. Unfortunately, I think Sienna Howard may have just missed out on that one from Trigg Island. But heat number 2 has been run in a different arena. A huge congratulations, Kate McCarty, Dakota Luke, Emma McDonald, Jada Kempton, Anika Negus, Riley Meyer, Grace McManus and Hannah Young of City of Perth. Shout out City of Perth, also celebrating 100 years, their big centenary this year as well.
Have they got a special cap?
No, they are sticking with tradition. They are sticking with their caps, which is very useful to us. And let's have a look at some caps in the mix here. I think this could be heat number 3.
Yes,
quarterfinal
indeed.
number 3, I should say. Amy Buck from Grange on the far left-hand side. Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads. Tully Elliott and Andy Widseth from Redhead. India Holbert from Wanda. Olivia Edwards of Terrigal. Tara Shotter did race at the New Zealand Championships. Now back in action for Northcliffe along with Isabella Milne. Leah Pilkington from Alex May Lynch from Mentone. Millie Derbyshire from Surfers. Sophie Petro from Northcliffe. Daniela Bertie Caribs from Byron Bay. Love that cap. Wonderful to see so many of them racing at this championships. The Victorian champ Gemma Holt is in the mix. Kyra Bender from Northcliffe. Charlie Burns from Newport. And Samantha McGrath from Maroochydore rounding out the field.
This one is going to be tight as well, Jen. Only 8 making their way through. Nice start there. Looks like Tara Shotter just leading us out through the middle. They're just attacking that break a little bit harder than everyone else, making her way through, trying to find that green water. Left-hand edges looks like it's opening up a little bit just through the middle there. Couple little pops, and that's what's going to be from the Leah Pilkington as well. So, Jesus, more power in there. Again, left-hand edge has just opened up in that number 1 spot there. So Charlotte Hart's going to get down and quick straight away. But as the last ladies on that right-hand edge try to make their way through, it's Tara Shotter just leading us out there along with Isabella Milne from Northcliffe. So the 2 ladies from the same club just leading us out comfortably at the moment. And all bar 1 or 2 are out into that green water. The ladies up on their knees and driving away. Be interested to see through this one. India Hulbert, another solid season. Andy Woodstead, Tully Elliott, the Redhead teammates, they'll be working together, but Hart will lead us out quickly.
Just wanted to say a special little shout out Samantha McGrath from Maroochydore, who is racing in this one now, the quarterfinals for the Irons. She actually won gold in the under-19 champion Lifesaver a few days ago. So a huge congratulations, Samantha McGrath from Maroochydore in the Champo Lifesaver, the event where you have to do CPR, a theory paper, all the beach events as well. Wonderful to see her showing her stuff here at the Aussie Championships. And while we're on the topic of Champo Lifesavers, Gemma Smith picking up her 6th champion lifesaver in the Opens. Pretty impressive.
Undefeated.
Just incredible.
Undefeated. Did you know her mother also won the Masters?
Yes.
I think she's up to 15 Australian titles.
Stop it. And also the club president
yes.
of Umina.
So 15 Australian titles. What sort of echelon does that put you in? Are you getting close?
It's just incredible. Like it's just fantastic.
And that's 15 years worth, not just that's that same event. 15 years of winning it
in such a diverse event as well. It is very, very impressive. But here we go. The ladies are on their way home. I'd say that's going to be Derbyshire of Surfers Paradise on her way home. Again, the special centenary cap there on the far right hand side of the field. That's going to be either Tully Elliott or Andy Widseth from Redhead as well, but the pack still very, very close together here. India Hulbert in the mix from Wanda as well. Oh, they need to find some space, Harold. They need to find the waves.
Yeah, you can just see May Lynch there from Mentone just trying to get back on the inside there of the Wanda cap. Ladies need to hold on. Millie Derbyshire, no, she's not happy with that one. Half a little fling in the arms, but relax there because the little coming on the outside, that's going to be that of Tully Elliott from Redhead. So she is strong. She's fast on the board. Probably going into her strongest leg now. Oh, sorry, this ski would be her strongest leg, so forgetting that it is board ski swim. Double up from behind. Mentone's going to be there. So May Lynch, get through it, young lady. So that's our top 6 at the moment. A little double up. That will catch up that one from behind. Jet ski just stuck in the middle there. Hopefully it's not in the way of everyone else. Just making sure everyone's safe.
There we go. Fantastic work to see Mentone in the mix there. That is the maroon cap with the black and white stripes down the middle. The girls making their way across the bank. A little gingerly across the feet there, but you've got to see, who's that? Oh, no surprises there. Charlotte Hart making her way up and around, but have a look at the speed there. Kyra Bender is in the house, and she, of course, she's going to the front right now. She's heading into the swim. Now, we were prepping for the results here, and we actually didn't hold the belt races at the last Australian Championships. We just ran out of time. We ran out of beach as well. So she is actually still the defending champion in her age group from the belt races 2 years ago. So girl can swim. She's been on youth Australian teams as well. Wonderful to have her here in the mix.
Yeah, looking strong, and the ladies heading very, very fast south because they're going to be utilising the sweep. The waves and making sure they get in, out and around. And sometimes if you think you've gone far enough, if you think you have, you probably haven't. Just go a little bit further.
So there we can see the girls making their way out and around. So yeah, as we said, we've had so much action here, not only at North Kirra but down at Balinga for the life-saving comp. The boats are on at Tugun, at North Kirra as well, not at Tugun. And the questions that we get every year is like, where can I see the boats? I want to see more boat action. Fantastic news this year. There will be 4 days of boat live stream on a completely different channel. So it's not Harold and Jen bringing you all the surf boat action. The boats will have their own live stream and you will have uninterrupted access to all of the boat racing. So wonderful that there will be more content out and about for everyone who is part of our incredible, massive life-saving community. Something for you.
Yep. There's caps for everyone, streams to everyone. You can find your fit. Find your pathway for what you want to do to stay involved, and you and I, this is ours. We'll just hang out here.
This is what we do. And while there is action up and down the beach, we are watching the under-19 Iron quarterfinals at the moment. Just to complete the chat on the Champo Lifesaver, another shout out. Corbin Zahn from Northcliffe took out the Open men's competition. He has 3 silver medals in that event. He's been working away at this one for such a long time. And for him to now come away with a gold medal, the points were tight. He did an incredible job. It was such a satisfying win for him. He's having a massive season already. Super excited for what 2025 holds for Corbin.
He would have dominated that swim in the
I'm sure he would have been
Lifesaver.
Impressive. So, yeah, wonderful to see him in the mix. And I think Northcliffe took out the the patrol teams as well. They only recently received their gold medals from last year's event, so it's a back-to-back win for the team from Northcliffe. So a huge congratulations to everyone who's been training so hard in whatever discipline you're doing. You get to come here to the Aussies be united, inspired and iconic, part of something pretty big. But have a look at these sets that are rolling through now, Harold. It feels like it's getting a lot more consistent out there.
Well, these are starting to inspire me because when there's waves, it means there's action. And when there's action, I get fired up, Jen, even in a swim leg of an iron. And look at that pack there at the moment. We've got a pack of 7, but all that's telling me with those waves coming through that we might see a little bit of some waves upsetting the apple cart, because you want to be in that top 8. You want to get through a couple of rounds. You want to get to race on Sunday. And that's some of the sayings are, all you want to do is get wet on Sunday.
Oh, you just want to be there. And again, there's no guarantees in any of these races. And it's really wonderful to hear people like Ali Day talking about you've got to get through. You've got some hard heats. You just want to be there on Sunday. And as we go through for this quarterfinal, we can see that in another arena. Heat number 4, quarterfinal number 4 has been completed. A huge congratulations to Scarlett George from Coogin, Chelsea Wood from Burleigh Heads, Abby Carter from Tugun, Freya Stolt from Northcliffe. Kate Klingleffer from Clifton Beach in Tassie is through. Fantastic work there. Sky Hackshaw from Terrigal, Ashley Winsham from North Kilkil, and Alana Picton from Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park. They will be the ladies from quarterfinal number 4 that qualify through to the semi-final. They've got a little bit of a break now, but great work, ladies. But this is the race that we're interested in. We are watching Kirra Bender dominate this swim. Her transition was fantastic. Her swim is even better. Ski leg yet to come.
And this is another young lady that you kind of having that conversation about when is it all going to be pieced together, because there is no reason why she could not be in the series for multiple
years. Oh, absolutely. Absolute superstar. And just wonderful to see someone so relaxed at this stage of an event. Halfway through an iron. We all wish that our stroke looked like that. But we can see just on the inside there, India Holbert from Wanda, that is the blue cap with the red and dark blue stripes, just starting to challenge on the inside. And this is where the girls will start to move across. They'll pick their lines out. They would have spent some time before the race today with their coach, just having a look for those big landmarks. Yep. Up on the beach. It's so tough when the sweep is really, really strong. Obviously, you don't want to fight the ocean too much. You might have to move where the sweep takes you, but they'll all have a plan for heading in now, and Kirra Bender looks to be in a fantastic position.
Yes, it was at Derbyshire on the right, Shotter just tucked in on the left next to her, just trying to find some spot. Mentone just at the top of the screen, falling off the back there, but no surprise to see the move from Gemma Holt in the swim leg from Mordy Alec. She is elite in the water, and a really, really nice young lady too.
Oh, absolutely. Now, just thinking about Tara Shotter, I made some notes about her because she had an incredible New Zealand Championships, and we just want to say, again, she raced for East End over there. She claimed her 3rd consecutive under-19 women's iron title. That is phenomenal. So, fantastic work, Tara Shotter. Now racing for Northcliffe here, but the East End girls had an incredible championships. Claudia Kelly, who we've seen just get better and better and better as the season goes. She took out the big win and also a few other open championships. But we can see one of the ladies has lost her cap there. That's always a little bit of drama. And you can see they are just waiting for the waves. They want something to take them through. Unfortunately, unless you get a very sneaky double up here, this is going to be tough. You're going to have to swim a fair way home. That could be Shotter in the mix, definitely Bender. Derbyshire in the mix. Someone's on a wave out the back up to the northern end as well, but still a big run. You see the girls just going straight south.
Yeah, and as we get through that transition, Jen, the lady's going to transition that run leg into the ski leg. I'm going to transition myself out and put an absolute paddling legend online with you, Jen. I'll be down at the beach. I'll see you all shortly.
Thanks, Harold. Wonderful to have you here as we see Kirra Bender make her way up. Tara Shotter in the mix as well. The Northcliffe girls, the Gone, looking very, very comfortable for now as they make their way through to this final transition, just at the ski leg to go. And you can see the girls just taking a little look around as well. They want to be able to pick that line on the way home. They want to know where the ski is, where the handler is. And of course, if you are, as Harold makes his way back down to the beach, if you're following him on Instagram, that's Mr. Harold Marshall. He's got some fantastic handling stories that we'll showcase across the weekend. So this is such perfect timing. We now have Elise Wood in commentary with us. Elise, perfect timing. We're coming into the ski leg, but some tricky conditions out there today.
That's for sure, and it's changing every hour as well. Just standing down on the beach for the last few hours, the tide's pushing up. It's getting a little deeper, especially in the irons. People are having to do a lot more deep water wading, which is...
No one wants that.
No one wants that, particularly as a ski paddler. But no, I'm excited to be here, to be in the booth with yourself and to be on the beach calling some races.
Something a little bit different, and we just saw Gemma Holt from Mordialloc, one of our Victorian friends, making her way around. Elise, it's incredible that it's only, 10 o'clock on the Wednesday morning of Aussies. We're powering through these races as Samantha McGrath makes her way through. But super excited to have you here because this afternoon, Open Men's Ski Relay, that is going to be one of the races of the Carnival.
And, I mean, you get people so many feet deep watching that race. You can see how much it means to everyone. I mean, you get such a mix-up of results in the Open Men's Ski Relay. Everyone wants it. It's almost like a tap-in relay. It's very exciting, and you see a mix from lots of different states as well, which is exciting. So I can't wait to watch that and hopefully, help call it and see all the ski paddlers come through. I think in the ski in particular, we're seeing a bit of a changing of guard, I guess.
Agreed.
And so you never know what's going to happen.
Oh, that's what we love about Aussies. The girls are doing a great job at the moment. This is the final quarterfinal for the under-19 Iron women. We've had the Open and the 19 Iron men racing earlier, but when we think about the Wednesdays of Aussies, it's a lot of qualifications. We've got surf races, we've got board races as well. Lots happening across the stretch of beach, and wandering along there this morning, I love the colours of Aussies. It's just like tents and boards and skis, high-vis rashies. You know you're at Aussies when you just look along and you're like, I know half the beach here. This is incredible.
And it's funny, like I've had a lot of friends who race internationally in the kayak and have been to a few Olympics, and they come to Aussies every now and again when they're here training, and they come down the beach and they're like, wow, this is huge.
Yes.
And that's coming from people that have been to Olympic Games. So it is very cool to see such a big setup. And obviously being in the surf as well, it's uncontrollable conditions, and other people from other sports aren't used to that.
It's pretty impressive. I think it's 7,000 competitors across 9 days of competition here. Even our World Championships is 5,000 and that lasts for about 2 weeks. So the scale is impressive, and as we watch the ladies make their way around here in the 19 Iron, the quality is there in every single race. Even watching the juniors on Saturday and Sunday, there were some under 13 board competitors just charging these waves on Sunday morning. It was so impressive to see, and great wave. I think that's Kyra Bender may have lost her cap as well, or it's Tara Schotter coming through. But at least this is the dream, right? You go around that final can, you get a nice little runner, it turns into a wave. This is exactly what the race plan should include.
Absolutely. And I mean, on day one of Aussies, it's all about energy management. It's a long 5 days, and you want to make sure you're at your best on the Sunday. It doesn't really matter what you do on the Wednesday, unless you're in the Open Men's Ski Relay final, obviously. But it's all about getting through the 5 days and making sure you're in tip-top condition come Sunday, and that's really difficult to do as an athlete, and particularly when we've got different conditions like we often talk about in the sun and the heat, making sure you're drinking enough and wearing sunscreen,
finding
the shade. But equally it's as hard when it's raining, and for Queenslanders it's cold.
I'm sure there's a few of our New Zealand friends who've made the trip over, and they're saying you don't know what you're talking about. But loving the surf conditions that we have down here as well. I think what you want from an Aussies is you want to be able to race, you want to be able to get as many of these done as possible, and smart decision there, just throwing the legs over, didn't want to take that drop, but a lot of double ups on the wave today as well. That's a pretty smart decision to make.
Yeah, and that's difficult on a ski, particularly if you haven't been on a ski for very many years. It's really hard to keep straight, and you want to make sure you're not doing a reverse park into the finish line. But it also is quite shallow, so you can kind of chuck the leg off, and if you need to, just wade out. It's allowing you to do that. You just got to make sure you don't stand in too many potholes.
Oh, as the tide goes out, you can see everyone just being that little bit more gentle, that little bit more deliberate where they place their feet. But Kyra Bender up and around. That is the best way to finish an Iron Quarter, just being able to look around, conserve the energy, as you say, and immediately after the races you think there's got to be a little bit of a warm down, then it's warm jackets on, a little bit more food, and just getting ready for what comes next.
And that's what makes surf lifesaving such a tough sport, is that, obviously you finish this race, but then you've got to go straight into the next one. It might be the ski heats or the board heats or, another round of the Iron, who knows, and it is difficult to manage your energy through that, and I think a lot of other athletes from other sports don't understand that. You might have one race a day and they complain that they're tired. I mean, I sure did that throughout my kayaking career, but it's a difficult sport, and with those conditions presenting itself as well, it adds another element to it.
Oh, completely agree. Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park making her way through. I think we saw Millie Derbyshire just before as well. The girls very happy to have that one done, and probably very happy that there was only quarterfinals for this as well for the 19 girls. And as we see that tide start to come up, there's going to be some very limited beach space for everyone making their way through. So we're just waiting for live heats to update. I think that's Holt from Mordialloc making her way through. Redhead, 2 competitors in the mix here, but on a normal day, that is what the Gold Coast looks like. It's one of the best spots. I think you're practically a local now. You've been here long enough that we can say Elise is now Gold Coast. You must be so happy here.
Yeah, the Gold Coast is amazing. When I was growing up, I thought, I'll never live on the Gold Coast. and then I moved here about 10 years ago to join the national team, and I haven't looked back. I love it here. I live out in Tally Valley, so I get the kind of hinterland side of things with Tallabudra Creek running through, and then I can come down to the beach every other day, and you get those beautiful scenes that we're seeing now. And I mean, you know, people come here and go, wow, this is your backyard. Like, you talk about beaches and stuff all over the world, but then you come here and you're like, no, we've got the best beaches.
Yeah, this is pretty special. So yeah, definitely a wonderful part of the world, and we do love coming to the Aussies. This is what it looks like today, a little grey, but conditions definitely expected to improve all the way through to Sunday, where we have those big finals. Very much looking forward to that already. And Charlotte Hart, gee, she's good on these transitions, but Kyra Bender just on the outside there set it up perfectly from that transition on. She just accelerated the entire way through the race, but it is a big morning of racing. So as we said, we are in the pink arena at the moment. That means that our athletes are heading around the pink cans in the water and running around pink flags on the beach. We've had the under-17 Ironwoman heats. I think we might have a few more rounds of those coming through. And then the Open Iron Women are up next, and very excited to see the ladies make their way through those big races there. So lots happening at every single arena of the beach. The brollies are out today. I hope that everyone has packed accordingly. When you're packing for Aussies, when you're packing for 5 or more days, you're packing for every possible scenario.
Absolutely. I was just down on the beach before, and you can see in Tent City, there's people everywhere, and they've got the big jackets out. They've got everything going on, and so they're just trying to keep warm and make sure their muscles are ready for these heats coming up, because that obviously makes sure you're ready for the race, but as well, it makes sure you're not going to get injured. Yeah, it's a tough one. So Kyra Bender took that one out, just confirming the results. Tara Schotter from Northcliffe in 2, Millie Derbyshire from Surfers, Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, India Holbert from Wanda, great to see her through, Tully Elliott from Redhead, Gemma Holt, Victorian champ in the mix as well from Mordialloc, and Olivia Edwards from Terrigal will claim the final qualification position there. Wonderful to see those 8 ladies through, and unfortunately I think Isabella Milne from Northcliffe will just miss out on that one. But that wraps up all 4 quarterfinals. The under-19 iron, as looks like the boys are making their way down. But before then, let's head down to the beach with Liam.
Thanks, Jen. I'm down here with Gemma Holt, as you said, the Victorian champion, finished 7th in heat number 3. Gemma, how was that?
It was pretty tricky. I come from a bay club, so I'm not used to surf, but I like to. My first race is normally not my best, so just get used to the conditions, see what's on for the rest of the week.
Well, for something that's not your best, you've qualified through quite comfortably. Tell me, with your preparation, you know you're coming to Queensland, there's likely to be a bit of surf. What do you do specifically to help prepare you for this?
We try to get down to the surf coast as much as we can, which is a 2-hour drive, but there was actually no surf really over the summer every time we went down. So just trying to stimulate as close as we can to the conditions, try and race more in a pack, because there's more pack racing up here than we get back home. So, yeah.
Thank you, Gemma. And it's nice to see that you guys have to do some really specific training, things that these northern clubs, these Queensland, New South Wales clubs probably take for granted. So it's great to see you doing well. We hope to see you continue to do well this coming round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Jen.
Oh, thanks so much, Liam, and thanks so much to Gemma having a little chat there. Big day out for all of our competitors, and as they say, this is just the start. And it looks like we have our Open Iron Women up next. Very excited about this. Elise, can you imagine the nerves down there on the beach right now? The Open Iron Men, we had some really tough races earlier today. A few competitors not making their way through that we thought that would be there. So the girls, you got to think, the butterflies would be absolutely storming right now.
And I mean, you often see that at Aussies. Like, we see these girls race so often throughout the season. You know, we started off at the Coolangatta Gold, and we go through the Iron Series and the World Ocean Series, and, you know, state, unless we're in Queensland, obviously. And there's so many different types of races, and when you come to Aussies, it's that short, sharp racing. It's right at the end of the season. You know, you've got to want it. You've got to want to train those extra few weeks to get through to Aussies.
Oh, absolutely. And a strong start set there. We see Georgia Fitzsimons racing in her final Australian Championships, end of an era that will be saying goodbye to her soon. I don't want to think about it too much. I don't have the emotional fortitude just yet, but this is heat number 1. We will have rounds, then quarterfinals, semis, and a final for our Open Ironwomen. We've got Emily Mathers from North Cronulla, Morgan Trinker from Southport, Brie McCowart of Northcliffe, Charlotte Cross from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Lucy Derbyshire from Surfers, Georgia Singleton from Northcliffe, Gemma Smith-Welsh from Sunshine, watch out for her in the swim leg, Lizzie Wellborn, board specialist superstar there from Newport, Daisy Hewitt from City of Perth, Zara Richardson all the way from Mackay, welcome Zara, Jemima Asher from Alex, and then Claudia Kelly, the New Zealand champion now, Georgia Fitzsimons and Sarah Tazaki from Northcliffe, and Sarah Burkett from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. That is a tough heat. That's only round 1.
It is a tough heat, and I know the girls will be looking at that, thinking that. However, it's often quite good to start with a tough heat because you can really get those good nerves out and see how you're going for the first race of the championships. It's an exciting time for the girls, and I'm sure Georgia as well is feeling that.
Oh, absolutely.
She'd be nervous but excited that this is her first of the last, I guess.
I know, and just the whole, give it a whirl. What have we got to lose? We're at Aussies, and she's won nearly everything before. I remember that incredible Aussie titles where she won 9 gold medals, basically every single event that was going around. She was just an absolute superstar. She looks great at the moment. Lizzie Wellborn, I love that we can always pick her on that bright yellow board as well. You've got to think she's going to work to her strengths as well with a board, swim, ski order. She's going to be out in front.
Absolutely, but I think these girls will be trying to play it smart as well. Like I said before, it's a long few days, not quite a few weeks. And they're going to be making sure they're managing their energy, really making some smart decisions, getting on the wave around the cans and really taking in those deep breaths into the next leg.
And there's our pack of 3 out in front. Lizzie Wellborn, as expected, very, 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 very fast. Georgia Fitzsimons. And that's Morgan Trinker from Southport in the mix. And I love that the girls are going wide. No one is happy to just sit back, give them all some room. I love that Morgan Trinker is going wide. And you can see the girls just lining up those cans. And if you are looking for that Surfers Paradise cap, it is no longer, well, not this year, it is not the pale blue with the yellow star. Their centenary cap is blue with the yellow stripes. And we can see Derbyshire just up on her knees there. There's a bit of swell coming through.
There is.
I was getting nervous before.
It is changing a little bit. And, I think into this afternoon we'll see that in particular into the ski relays. But you mentioned the centenary year. We've also got Tugan celebrating their 100 years in City of Perth as well. So it's so good to see so many clubs reaching that centenary status. The old status, I guess, but it's a great position to see so much resilience in the club and in the clubs around the country. And so many clubs reaching that milestone.
Absolutely, a huge milestone. We now have a breakaway pack of 4. How good is Morgan Trinker? She got a nice little runner and just made the most of it. She's on maybe half a wave's leave. Unfortunately, that might double up with the ladies behind, but love that no fear attitude. She's just going for it from the start.
And look at the focus on her face as well. She knows she's absolutely got to make the most of it. We've got Lizzie and G pushing down the front there, but I'm sure Morgan's feeling good. She's got the legs up nice and high, getting in that good transition. And the transition makes a lot of difference in the Ironman and Ironwomen racing.
And you can see the girls making their way through. So it's Trinker in 1, Wellborn in 2. The girls just looking out to find what's happening next. The swim, they would have been watching all of the previous races. They'll pick their line, and as expected, it's a sharp right turn at that pink turning flag there as Derbyshire makes her way through as well. That'll be Charlotte Cross. Watch out for her in the swim as well. But lots of places yet to go, and quite a few ladies who need to put a bit of work in this swim if they want to be in that next round.
And you saw in the under-17 women's heats earlier today that people were pushing right down to the south, making the most of that south sweep that we see here at Kirra. There's a lot of running involved today, and there was a lot of changes as well coming in from that back can into the finish line. There was, particularly in the swim, there was a few jags happening, a few people taking different lines, and I'm sure we'll see that in the open iron as well.
Do love a good jag. We can see
not if you're the one in front.
It's all swings and roundabouts.
You're right,
you win some, you lose some, and you just hope that your really good luck does come at the Australian Championships. And some really strong swimmers heading out into this leg now. Claudia Kelly from Northcliffe, Sarah Tazaki from Northcliffe as well. Gemma Smith-Welsh, she's in the bright red cap of Sunshine Beach. It's red with the black and yellow stripes. Charlotte Cross as well had an incredible season. She's been building, so expecting big things from her here at the Aussie Championships. You can see the girls just looking ahead, and what we've really noticed about some of the surf here is that the waves are quite close together at times, so it makes it really tough if you're heading down trying to get deep and under those waves. To come up a little too quickly and get a face full of white water is not what you want to be doing right now.
And it is a bit different to the typical Kirra that we see. I think Kirra changed a little bit when we had the cyclone roll through, and the girls will just be getting used to the new conditions, and obviously as the tide changes as well, they'll just be feeling it out. And this is the first time our Open girls have been in the water today and this week, so they'll be really making the most of learning the conditions, but also being safe and making it through the heats.
Yeah, just got to get through. They were approaching the halfway mark of these Open irons. Again, this is round number 1. Quite a few left to go, and we spoke about Georgia Fitzsimons. We're saying goodbye to her soon. She's had some incredible success in this race, and it's just not going to be the same without her.
It won't. I mean, I don't think she'll be going far. I think she'll still be a smiling face on the beach. She loves the sport, and obviously her husband as well, Riley, is involved. Her dad is an official on the beach, so I don't think she'll be going too far. But no, it is the end of an era. I mean, you could argue she's one of the greatest we've seen in the women's.
Absolutely.
She's such an all-round great athlete and has been since she was a junior, and I think a lot of us will be really sad to see her go. But she's a good friend of mine, and she's in such a good place at the moment, and she's so happy.
Decision.
Yeah,
yes.
She's so happy and content with her decision, and that's what you want to do. I think as an athlete, not many people get to go out on their own terms. You know, a lot of people get pushed out because of injury or illness, or maybe they don't make a team, or, you know, those types of things. But Georgia's been able to make the decision on her own terms, and there's a lot of power in that.
Oh, 100%. I was doing some prep, in the lead up to this comp, just going, I'll have a look at her results, and it was not only the multiple surf races that she's won, but it's the irons, it's the boards, it's the board relays, the taplins. She's won a belt as well. Just so dominant for such a long period of time. The fact that she was, in the SLSA Hall of Fame mid-career, it's pretty spectacular. And we can see the girls just making their way across those backhands now. There's a nice group of 4 still all together now, but it's that top 8 that we are waiting for. We can see heat number 2 has already been completed in a different arena, and we congratulate Tiani Massey, Lily O'Sullivan, Emily Holloman, Abby Talano, Kimberly Doyle, Brittany Hooton, Tilla Garrett and Grace Giblett all through from heat number 2. They will be in the quarterfinals coming up soon, but wonderful to see 6 full heats of the Open Iron here at Aussies. That's a lot of people putting their foot on the line.
And you can just tell when you're down there, it feels great. There's so many people around. There's umbrellas everywhere today, so you can't see much if you're a little bit shorter. But there's so many girls down the beach, so many guys down the beach, and so many young people coming through the ranks as well.
Yeah, and we can just see the girls making their way through. And really smart move from Lizzie Wellborn there, just tucked in on Georgia Fitzsimons' feet, getting a nice little wash ride, and also trusting in Georgia to pick that correct line home. All of the girls would have a plan on the way in. They'd be looking for a marker on the beach, some sort of tall tree or a tent or something colourful to help pick their line through, because you can see there's a solid 20 metres left to right. The girls each seeing something that they like in these conditions to try and bring them home a little faster.
Yeah, and it's funny though, when you go out for your first race, and I've experienced this a lot, you talk to your coach and say, we're going to pick those pink flags or that tower, and it looks good in the warm-up, and then you go out there to race and you look in, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't see anything. So you've kind of got to pivot a bit. So
where's Georgia?
Yeah,
take me home, Georgia.
Given this is the first race, some of them might be looking at that and being like, okay, maybe we've got to change our landmarks a little bit.
Yeah, and this is where it's really tough. You can see those waves so close together. Georgia just trying to get down those ones. Unfortunately, that is not going to help them on the way in. And the closer that you get in when you're not getting these waves, that's when the nerves start to build, because you know that the set is probably coming, and it's the people at the back like this right now. Well, that's just the dream, isn't it?
You want to try and milk that as far as you can to really pick up to the leaders and get across the gutter. It looks like one of the girls has. She's got her head down, and got the big kick going, and she's been able to push right through to the front. Just trying to pick up the cap now.
It's another Northcliffe cap on there, and I think there's about 5 ladies. So that could be Sarah Tazaki, it could be Georgia Fitzsimons, it could be Claudia Kelly, the New Zealand champ, in the mix as well. But you'll see the girls all at Sarah Tazaki. There we can pick her goggles. She is going to be up and about very quickly. She's been on the Japanese national team for quite a while. I remember an incredible Japanese championship. She won the swimboard, ski and iron. Like, it was just phenomenal, and proving the goods. Now have a look at this. She's going to be the first up and around ahead of Georgia Fitzsimons. Lizzie Wellborn still in the mix, but that is just the perfect race just here, working towards her strengths and in a beautiful position coming into this final ski leg.
Absolutely, and coming into the ski, it's all about just staying safe, and that's what it's about in the heats, and particularly with ski as the last leg. You know, you can make a few mistakes on the ski, and potentially that's where you make the most mistakes throughout the whole race. So it's all about making good decisions and getting around cleanly.
And Claudia Kelly, I think, just taking a sharp right-hand turn, just finding her ski there. And as expected, Charlotte Cross, a fantastic swim leg for her now in that top 5 group, the top 5 pack as they make their way through. The girls facing into a fair bit of whitewater, and you've got to be careful with the swimmers coming through as well.
Yeah, you do. There's a bit going on in the iron racing, and you see that as well in the relays later on. There's people coming in, people going out, but keeps it exciting.
Yeah, you can see Charlotte just on that grey ski, closest to screen at the moment, up and over. The girls just hoping for a nice little break here and a wave on the way home, but nothing too big. Nothing too significant.
I think we might be safe today. I think these girls...
Elise Wood said it was fine.
We'll be okay, hopefully. You never know, though.
Well, Elise, I'm going to duck out now. We're going to bring Josh... Oh, no, he said, no, I'm going to go get another coffee. But we can see the girls. Okay, there are only 8 that we can take through. So we've got 2, 4, 6 on screen at the moment. You've got to think these girls are in the top 6, but 8 to go through. Georgia Fitzsimons looking absolutely fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, I think these girls will start to feel safe. They'll start to feel nice and relaxed, and they'll try to, really conserve some energy as they come around the cans and come in. I think top 8, you can see on the screen there, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's plenty of breathing room for the girls at the front. Maybe number 6 will be feeling the sting a little bit, but definitely in a safe zone now. And Josh is on the microphone, excited to be next to you.
In for the first time, and already a mistake off the jump. Not what we wanted there, but no, I've been down on the beach all morning. It's been fantastic. Racing's been really good from the open guys and girls so far. I've been down in that open men's arena for their iron heats, and now into the open iron woman. And you know what was impressive? The under-19 ladies iron heats there, the next generation of girls, and I know you guys saw it on the live stream, but the next generation of girls, very, very good at that junior level. And there's a couple of girls that may not be going round in the open iron woman, but I would have expected them to be in that final. We saw Mia Cook do a really good job. Clusie always on fire. Jazzy Raywood, she's spectacular. So the girls have been really, really good, and the level's just risen and risen and risen, and it's forced these open women to get better and better. And I said to Georgia the other day, I said, you're getting out because it's getting a little hot up there? And she said, yeah, they're getting better year on year. And I don't think that's the reason, but the future, you can't stop it from coming through. But we're still seeing the top of the tree at the moment. Lizzie Wellborn, Georgia Fitz, and Lucy Derbyshire all doing a good job, and they've been the top for the last sort of 5 to 6 years, haven't they?
Yeah, and I mean, success breeds success, right? When you're at a club and you've got someone like Georgia there, you're chasing her, and eventually you're going to be able to bridge that gap and hopefully get in front of her a few times as well. And once you get that taste, it's hard to give it up. You love winning. Winning, we all do sport because we like winning. We like putting a good race together, and yeah, that's, I think, why we're seeing such a big rise in the young crop.
Yeah, and that's great for the sport. We've absolutely loved it. Fitz out in front, still Wellborn in second place. We saw Lucy take a bit of a different line out to the far sort of southern side there, and you hit the nail on the head perfectly when you said before, this isn't the North Kirra that we're used to seeing. It's a little more punchy. There's a little bit more sort of variability about it, I think, out there. In the past, we've seen just that one little wave that rolls through into the gutter there. If you time it right, you get a cracker, and if you don't, you're in a bit of trouble. But today, there's rips, there's banks, there's sort of peaks standing up left and right all over the place. And as we come down into the final stages of heat number 1 of the Open Iron Women, Georgia Fitz, well, she is obviously riding high on the back of the retirement and the win at the Shannon Eckstein Ironman Classic. Could this be a fairy tale finish for her? That's the story on everybody's lips all day long. It's only day one, race one for the Open Iron Women, but already we're projecting ahead to Sunday afternoon.
I mean, how cool would that be? I think everyone would want to see that. But, I mean, above everything, I think if she can have a championship she's really proud of, it's not about the results for her anymore. I don't think she's achieved
when
everything
you've won it all.
can.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's exactly right.
It's all about just enjoying these last moments. And, I mean, I just had that at the Olympics where you look around and you go, wow, I'm never going to experience this ever again. And that's special in itself.
Yeah, I think you maybe misspoke. I don't think everyone on the beach wants her to experience that. I think there's 16 other Iron Women in that final that want to say, hey, a second's good enough for you, Georgia. Enjoy it while you're there. Lizzie Wellborn gets the win here. Tough couple of weeks for her as well. Had to miss the New South Wales title with illness, and she's been very good all year but hasn't been able to really break through for that big win. Lucy Derbyshire in second. Is this Lizzie's weekend? The pressure's off a little bit. I don't think too many people are expecting her to be at her absolute peak, and it'll be interesting to see whether she can sort of maybe go under the radar and surprise a few people.
And you see that at the Aussie titles time and time again. You know, often the people that are performing right through the season aren't the ones that come out with the Aussie Championship at the end of the day. And sometimes it's nice to fly under the radar. And, you know, maybe you didn't race state, but you've felt good through the season and you're building, and this is your time to shine.
Yeah, that is spot on. Jade Slee makes her way up. I think that might be right on the edge. We're chasing 8, aren't we, through the next round? We'll just wait for it all to come through. If you want to check the heats from not only this morning, who's drawn later in the day, what's coming up, go to liveheats.com.au. You can check out everyone who's entered in all the events throughout the weekend, the heat draws for the events today, the results for the events we've already had, and what the qualification is moving forward. A few of these girls, I think we're going to say goodbye to a few of these ladies because it's awfully cutthroat early on in the day. Only 6 heats, top 8 going through to 3 quarterfinals, I think, or 3 semi-finals, tremies if we're calling them there. And the girls making their way, Poppy Cook making her way back to the beach now. It's been an interesting start with the rain and the conditions. Everybody's been a little bit, I would say, subdued. There's not as much excitement on the beach. They're just survival through Wednesday is the key. Get yourself through each of those rounds. Get to the finals this afternoon if you're a board relay or a ski relay paddler. That's when you fire up. And for everyone else, if you're not doing those events, just survival's the game, isn't it?
And I think you'll see 2 different outlooks here in this race as an example. You see the girls qualifying through, that get the good feels, you know, happy days, the training's paying off, we're feeling good, you take that into your next round. And then these girls that are just missing out on the next round, you've got to then look to pick yourself up, you know, brush that off. Okay, it's surf, maybe I didn't put my best race together. What can I learn? Where can I get better for my next race, whether it be the ski or the board or whatever's next?
And then go again.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key. You've got to be able to go again because there's going to be, even if you are a Georgia Fitz or whoever is out there, you're going to have ups and downs throughout that week without a shadow of a doubt. And it's not just highs, 9 gold medals every time for everyone. They're going to have sort of, differences down. We'll head down onto the beach now. I think we've got Liam with Morgan Trinker out of Southport. She had a great race.
Thank you, that's right. I got Morgan here from the Fried Eggs of Southport. Morgan, pretty tough conditions. You had Piers Leonard handling for you. What did Piers have to say before you got out there?
Oh, he just said to make sure I get off that start and really gun it. My board's my strong leg, so he was like, just see what you can do, put yourself out front, and then just try and hold on to the other girls.
It's a fair start, and in conditions like this, you know, we're hearing it's not the typical North Kirra conditions. It's a bit tricky. Was there anything you were quite concerned about going into that race?
Oh, probably just the swim and ski legs and all. But yeah, definitely that run out through the transition. Like, you really have to get your legs up and wade out as far as you can, just with that high tide. But yeah, that was it. And it was just such a long course. I thought it was going to be finished, and then it just kept going. But yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a long run in, especially if you're not getting any assistance through that surf. It's a bit hit and miss. But great work today, Morgan. Go and wrap up. Nice way for you to start your Australian titles.
Yeah, I'm stoked so much. Thank you.
Great. Back to you, Josh.
Yeah, she did a great job at the World Championships. I think a 3rd in the board race to start the season. Beat her sister up the beach in the board race final at the World Championship for 3rd and 4th. So a little bit of sibling rivalry there. Did a really good job. We'll run you through the results of that last one. It was Wellborn, Derbyshire, Fitzsimons, Tazaki, Cross, Kelly, Gemma Smith, Welsh, and Morgan Trinker just surviving in 8th place. Couple big names already gone. Georgia Singleton out in that one. Gracie Otto, another one of the former Ironwoman Series competitors, out in the other heat. So we've already had a couple of girls that maybe they're not favourite for the final, but I would have put them in the semi-final guaranteed. Both Georgia and Gracie as well missed out in the heats.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that in the men's as well, and that's the Aussie titles, right? And you never know what you're going to get on the day, and those girls are now going to have to, like we said before, turn around and look at their race, look at potentially their mistakes or the good things, and really turn their focus around for the next races coming up.
This next heat number 3, the ladies Ironwoman opening round, is going to be interesting here because Pippi DePagna is down on the line. I do not see down on the start list. I do not see her on the line. So she's an under 17 who is racing up in the Open Ironwoman. And if you know anything about the sport, you know how good Pippi DePagna is. She's an absolute superstar. And that whole age group of 17s, when sometimes I think about it, and sometimes for them it's easier to make the Open final than it is to win their own age group because they're so competitive. You've got your Katie Reeses down there, your Bianca Raywoods, your Pippi DePagnas, absolute Zoe Woods as well, a couple of others. So it'll be interesting to see in a false start already off the jump whether she lines up here and whether she's trying to do that junior-senior double that we talk about so often. There's been a few that have attempted it in the past. Not so many of the girls have really had a crack at it. But if any age group can do it, Katie Reese, Bianca Raywood, Zoe Woods, Pippi DePagna, they're the ones that'll be a shot.
Yeah, and it's exciting. A lot of those girls are really good on the skis at the moment, and you don't see that very often in the under-17 age group, and I think that's the make or break for them. If they can hold their own on the ski, they're just as good at swimming and just as good at board paddling as any of these other Open women.
And I think this order helps them as well. Like you were saying, It sets them up really well. You get out on front. Her legs, obviously the swim leg in there. She is on the line. She's just stepped back, just out of shot ever so slightly, just trying to do the run around. Liam giving us the inside word on the beach, but it's those stories that I kind of look forward to early in these early rounds. If we've got some juniors maybe trying to, and I'm sure you would have been the same, a junior ski paddler, you would have mixed it up a little bit in that Open ski race, trying to get to a final. Yeah, and it makes it really interesting to see how far some of these ladies can go. But it's a tough task. We've had a couple of guys and girls, I think 5 men have either won the junior and got a medal in the Open Ironman. I'm not too sure. I know there's been a couple of girls who've got medals in both but never sort of won both. And it's just such a tough task. But the girls are in and away. We'll wait to see. I'll run you through the start list here. It is Tapania, Chloe Mace from Northcliffe, Lexi Tate out of North Bondi, Cliffinger from Clifton Beach in Tasmania, Davey out of Maroochydore, Olivia Corrin, the world ski race champion out of Northcliffe, Kalani Ives out of Mermaid, Fillingham out of Avoca, Memphi, Cookie out of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Imogen Stewart out of Mermaid, Poppy Cook out of Alexandra Headland, Alyssa Johnson out of Warrnambool, Annalise Kibble out of Newport, and Molly Shivnan of Northcliffe. I want to talk about Annalise Kibble. Is there anybody who's been better in the last 12 months than Annalise Kibble?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but did she win everything at New South Wales State Champs?
So.
Or maybe not the swim, but everything else?
I think she got everything, yeah, all 4, the big 4.
Yeah, and that's very impressive. I mean, New South Wales is such a strong state and should be riding that high. I mean, how good does that feel when you take a win, let alone more than one win?
And the crazy part about that is you're not just, like, winning's obviously difficult, but you go to the ski race, you're taking on the kayakers and the ski paddlers. You go to the swim, you're taking on the pool swimmers. When you get to the championship end of the season, it's not just the surf crew turning up week in, week out. The big guns come out to play and you get your Elise Woods back, you get your Lani Pallisters back, you get your Riley Fitzsimons and the big guns, and that's what makes it so tough to win an Australian title. And Annalise Kibble showed them all up down there at the New South Wales Championship. It's not the Aussie titles. A lot tougher to do here, and I doubt she will do all 4 of those individual events. Maybe she will, but she has been the most informed competitor across all 4 without a doubt. World Ocean Series MVP. She's an absolute superstar.
Yeah, and you take so much confidence from that. And I'm sure as well, you know, like we said earlier, success breeds success, and she's at the Newport Club and they've got such a good crop of girls across every discipline. So she's obviously just been, you know, riding on that success and trying to learn from the best, and now she is one of them. Yeah,
you're 100% spot on there. She's leading us around at the moment, and when you've got no weakness, that's also, it must feel good, because I had plenty of weaknesses back in the day, but to go into each leg and to know, well, I'm not going to lose any ground. Maybe I don't get away, but I can just hang in and hang in and hang in, and it makes it must build the confidence so much.
How good would it be to get a draw of an iron and not go,
not worry about it. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That is for sure. Out in front at the moment, Annalise Kibble on the left-hand side, Olivia Corrin on the right, Lexi Tate chasing hard, and well, we spoke about it before the race, but we couldn't see her. Pippi DePagna on the far left-hand side, just getting a little run, and conditions, there's enough waves out there to really shake it up, but probably not enough to worry about. These girls head down, just get into their work and going at it, and it's DePagna on the left-hand side. Here comes Kibble and Corrin on the wave in front, and it's just a race in 2 now.
Yeah, and these girls will be looking over their shoulder, obviously, and you're constantly counting the numbers and seeing how many people make it through and where you're at and kind of how much energy you can serve into the next leg. I mean, you want to be obviously going max, but it's day 1 of 5 days. It's the first race potentially of their championships, not for Pippi. She's already gone around in the under-17s, but you know, it's all about just making sure you're getting through, you're ticking the box, you're moving to the next round.
And isn't it funny, you're at the tail end of your career or just into retirement now, but when you're a junior, you can do 100 races, you can go around in everything, you've got that energy, you've got that enthusiasm there, but as you get further into your career, you see the guys focus more on, hey, I'm going to do the swim, the ski and the ski relay, and that's it. I don't have the energy to do any more, and it's just a natural progression into less and less and less events as you go on, and ones that you could probably win a medal in or go close to being on the podium. And it's interesting, you see the guys who started their career doing everything just tapering away slightly.
It's funny you say that. I was just talking to one of the officials down in the under-17 men's arena, and he was saying, we've got 200 guys on the entry list and 200 guys are rocking up.
Turning up, yeah.
But when you get to the Opens, you might have 200 guys on the entry list and only 120 are rocking up because they're looking at it and going, maybe not my conditions today, or I'm feeling a bit off, might save myself for the board race later on in the day or whatever it is. And so you're exactly right. People are making smarter decisions, and as you get older, it gets a bit harder to back up. So you have to make those smart decisions. I mean, I miss being 17 years old and being able to do everything.
You're telling me 100%. I'm feeling it in that one there. But the girls work their way into the swim once again. They've taken that big southern run down to make sure that they get washed back. Big wash down the beach. It's moving from right to left as you look at it, and you can see the girls moving. And that's traditionally what always happens down here on this Kirra stretch all the way down to Balinga, isn't it? It runs through the Superbank, all the way through Kirra Point, down to North Kirra, all the way, and finishes, I'm going to say, at Balinga. That's where you can get a bit more variability. So as long as it's pretty normal conditions for Kirra, it's always going to be that right to left movement.
Yeah, and out on the back bank as well, it's always pretty shallow. So particularly in the swim, you can get down low and grab some sand and push off. I mean, it does look a little bit different since the cyclone, but I think potentially it is still there, and you get that really good undercurrent here. Yeah,
100%. The girls through that sort of gutter section at the moment going to work, and it's still Annalise Kibble, Olivia Corrin. Corrin's had a quiet season by her standards. Started with a bang with that ski race title in on the Curra stretch only sort of 6 months ago. She really was fit and firing, and while it hasn't been a bad season by her standards, she's been in that sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 in just about everything. Close enough to know that, well, she's a shot, but hasn't really stood out. And after last year, I thought this was the year she was going to make a jump. And you've been through all the stages of an athlete, and you have those plateaus at times, don't you? You think, this is my year, and it just doesn't happen. And then for whatever reason, you make another jump and you go to another level. How tough is it for an athlete like Corrin who goes, I should be winning, but I'm still at that 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, it's super difficult, and kind of when you get stuck in that, I mean, I'll call it a rut. It's not a rut.
Yeah.
You're still doing
I know
very
what you're
well. You start to second guess yourself, and you wonder, like, am I good enough to be up the front? Can I do that? And I mean, that's the worst state to be in when you're coming around the Cairns. You want to really have that full confidence in yourself and confidence that you can win. And all it takes is one, and it kind of flicks your switch and flicks your mind, and you're like, no, I belong here.
Is it mental or physical?
Mental, I think.
Mental.
I think everyone out there is just as capable as each other. I mean, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, obviously, but it's anyone's game. I think it comes down to, the mental fortitude of everyone and being able to get through such a long season. I mean, Liv won that in, what was that, August or September?
Yeah, August, yeah.
And we're now in April. So that's a long season to try and keep that focus on.
And that's, I guess, credit to the coaches, getting them to peak at the right times and allowing them the downtime, and maybe you got to pick your battles sometimes. I know for a lot of these athletes, those Queensland state titles being cancelled was a bit of a blessing in disguise. Yeah. Another weekend of racing after so many. And in the last 3 or 4 years, and credit to where it's due to the guys running the Shore and Partners Iron Series, the Shore and Partners World Ocean Series, SLSA, Surf Life Saving Queensland and New South Wales, there are so many opportunities for these athletes that maybe they didn't have 10 years ago or 15 years ago. So it's a blessing and a curse. You've got to be able to back up week on week on week and race for big money, for big points for important titles back to back to back throughout the season. And I think some of these athletes get to the end a little burnt out, and they're at the end of their tether when it comes to the Aussie titles. So having that weekend off for the Queenslanders might have been a good thing, whereas New South Wales guys, they went down into New South Wales and they raced so hard down there. They went 4 days of really tough competition, and I know a few of them were like, well, I could have done with a bit bigger gap in between the state titles and the Aussie titles.
I mean, when you're an athlete, and I've experienced this so many times, when you get to a championship event, you don't want to be counting down the days to the final day. Yeah, you want to be building up to the final day, and I think I've had my best results when I'm looking forward to that final day rather than being like, oh my gosh, I can't wait till Monday till I can sleep in.
Yeah, and there's athletes there. There's athletes that are just keen for it to be over, and that's what makes the surf season so great, and that's what makes an Aussie title so hard to win. You get the guys and girls who are training out of Victoria and WA who maybe haven't had as many opportunities, but this is their one shot, and they come here and they come fit and firing and ready to go. And for years, I remember Will Savage winning the under-15 Ironman title at Trigg at his home beach. That was the only thing he wanted to do, and he was flaring for it. And he got there at 100% ready to go and delivered on the big stage. So it happens, and that's what makes it so good. That's what makes them so tough to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, every athlete will have a different focus through the season. You might want to take out an Iron Series title. You might want to take out the overall title of the World Ocean Series, or you might want to be an Aussie champion. You can want to be it all as well, obviously. But
very hard to do.
Yeah, very hard to do. So, yeah, like you said, everyone's going to have that different focus, and also different events that they want to focus on at Aussies. Not everyone can win the Iron. Not everyone can win the board, the swim. You know, it might be a relay that the club's going, you know what, we're putting all of our bickies in this ski relay. We're resting you for the morning.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you're spot on there. Little wave comes through, pushes a couple of the girls, not the back markers, but just mid-pack into the beach. Pippi DePania stands up, gets the legs going, looks very, very comfortable after a couple of little rounds in there. The girls starting to work into their, starting to get into their work, actually, into that transition and onto the ski. Molly Shivnan doing a great job as she rolls around there. Just a little ankle brace on there as well, so maybe carrying just the smallest of injuries. And I heard you talking with Jenny Parry about this final ski leg, and I want to talk to you about it because there's probably nobody better. Third leg of an Iron ski leg in there. It's tough at the best of times. You add 5 days worth of competition and a little bit of swell. I think this is where that Iron title gets decided on Sunday afternoon, more so for the girls than the guys, because you get tired, it's a heavy craft, a little wave left or right can cause havoc, and then coming home one slew and it's all over. This is the critical leg, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I talked earlier about, you know, believing in yourself and having that confidence to win it, and potentially if you don't have that, you can feel a little bit more stressed and uptight coming onto the ski in particular, because everyone knows it's probably the craft that you make the most mistakes on. So
there's the opportunity to make the most mistakes.
Exactly, and it's the last leg, so if you make a mistake, it's kind of like game over. So, yeah, I think it's going to come down to this leg, absolutely. I think you don't want to be emptying your basket on the way out all the way in. You want to be like that 99% of making really smart decisions.
And skills-wise for the young athletes coming through, the kids watching and thinking, oh, what happens if I get to the final leg? Is it keeping a level head? Is it just making sure safety first? Do you send it? Like last leg of an open iron final, I'm sending it no matter what. But maybe if you're going through these rounds, you just pull it back a notch, like you said, 99. But maybe you're taking those safe options as well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing as well to think about is you've done this time and time again, you know. Essentially when you get to a final, an Aussies final, like, okay, you're in a final, you don't do that at training.
Yeah.
But you've done an Iron at training, you've done an Iron through the season so many times. So it's just about replicating that and replicating that feeling. You don't want to do anything too different because your body will be like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You just want to do what you're good at, and I think repeatability is what gets the wins.
That's great advice, and hopefully everyone at home is taking that on board. Kibble out in front, Shivnan in second place, Corrin hanging in there. That is the picture we're looking at the moment, the qualification picture. Top 8 to go through 6 heats. Just before we get back to the beach, I'll run you through the results of heat number 4 that ran in the other arena. Piper Harrison got the win there. Carla Papak in second. Fenella Gibbs-Beale, another one on the rise. Jade Slee, Holly Holmesby, Chelsea Gents, Holly Main, and Phoebe Woodhouse, the last one to get through. Couple girls missing out there. Heat 6 in the water in the other arena. Couple of big names. Lana Rogers, the defending champion, will go around in that one. Brodie Trinker, Lily Finardi, Claudia Rose Slavin, and Electra Outram. That is in the other heat in heat number 6, and we've got one coming up after this as the girls turn for home. Kibble looks over her shoulder. She just looks so comfortable there. Hands are nice and high. Technique's not kayak perfect, but for an Ironwoman, it's pretty good. That's what I was going to say. It's pretty good, and sometimes you can't get to that level of, like yourself, an Olympian, someone who's picture perfect on a ski. Sometimes close enough's good enough, isn't it?
I think it's all about being efficient on the ski. I think I see a lot of girls try to rate their house down and they're slipping their paddle through the water, but you can see Annalise there. She's being really efficient, getting some good purchase on the blade, and she's just picked up a nice little runner there. Look how comfortable she looks. She's just taking it in. She knows she's going to qualify through quite easily if she just gets down this little runner, and she's looking the goods.
Yeah, looking very, very good. And I think a dark horse, I don't think too many people would be picking her to be a favourite when we get to Sunday afternoon. But like you said, no weaknesses, very, very good competitor, and it's just on the rise as well. And you'd rather be an athlete on the rise than somebody at the peak of their power dropping off. And I think Annalise Kibble, she's the future, along with... You could list 7 or 8 other girls who are in the same boat. It's going to be very, very competitive. She picks this one up a little bit late. You can see her there just cruising through as well. Smart cookie as well, university student, got a lot on the go. So she does a great job, and lovely as well. Always has time for an interview on the beach. Yeah, that's it, an absolute catch. We can see her working her way into the beach there. No dramas at all. That's the picture for second place, and we're chasing a top 8 at the moment. It seems relatively comfortable. It looks like there's maybe 7 or so sitting on those front sort of 3 waves there, and then one on her own out the back. And a little wave in this final leg, it can take the pressure off, can't it?
It absolutely can, and you're just jogging around the beach. You're not spending any extra pickies. You're taking in the deep breaths, and you can get in your nutrition, or you warm down a little bit earlier than everyone else. What I'm interested to see with her this week, and we spoke about it before, is she's good at everything.
Yeah.
Does she do everything?
Yeah.
Particularly in the team events, like, Newport's great in teams, but is she going to be lining up in every single team event? Is she going to try and play it smart and focus on the Sunday? I mean, I reckon she's good enough to do everything.
Yeah.
But who knows?
And that's you are absolutely spot on. Olivia Corrin works her way up in second place. She could be in potentially their A board ski, Taplin relays, swim team as well, board rescue, all the individual events. You throw her in a rescue tube rescue on the back of a mixed double ski, and she's probably a legitimate chance with the likes of Newport to win a medal in all of them. So you've got to pick your battles, and that's the hardest part. Molly Shivnan, Pippi DePagna worked their way in as well. Charlize Memphy and Fillingham around that flag, and they will qualify as well. So that looks like it's almost the top 6 right now. We're chasing a couple more. I don't know how you do it. I don't know the conversations you have. Kalani Ives will roll through as well. No dramas for her, but that's got to be a tough conversation for Trent Herring, the coach there at Newport, and Annalise, because she's also got to want to do it as well. There's no point putting her in a swim team if she doesn't want to do it. Hey, I'd rather not have the 3 extra swims. I'd rather not have the 4 extra ski paddles to go through the double ski rounds or any of those things. So, and it's a balancing act. What does the club want? Are you trying to win the point score? Can you win this event? And what are your personal goals? So good luck to the Newport crew with some absolute superstars. Pippi DePagna is another one in that package. She's got 17 events, open events. You'd put her in your open swim team. You'd make sure she's probably in a Taplin team as well. How do you manage that program? And if there's events clashing at the same time, that's something we don't always think about.
Yeah, and I mean, it's certainly not an exact science. As we see a run for the finish there, I reckon that was between 8th and 9th. You don't want that coming up the beach in a heat, that's for sure. But the girls definitely gave the officials something to talk about across the line there. No, I think, it's not an exact science. There's no right or wrong answer. It's what you believe in and what the club believes in, and you just got to roll with it. You got to back yourself and hope you chose the right decision.
And then you will make mistakes too, because there's as you said, it's not a perfect science, and these girls and guys will figure it out, and they'll make mistakes and they'll learn. Alyssa Johnson working her way back in from Warrnambool. We heard from Mia Cook earlier on. Warrnambool, such a good club, and I wouldn't say a club on the rise, but they've had some success in the last couple of years. It's been really, really good to see, and it's great. Some of these smaller clubs from outside of New South Wales and Queensland, and they're sort of... There was always 1 or 2 from each state that was super competitive and at the top of the tree. There's now 10, 11, 12, way more that can sort of win gold medals in the open competition. And we'll see that when it comes to the ski race. They come from far and wide, especially on the men's side of things. There are some very good ski paddlers from all over this country, and it's going to be super competitive.
Yeah, I love seeing the open men's ski relay. They really get around it, and you see them so excited to be on that line, to be winning. We'll just head down to the beach now to Liam. We've got Pippi with him.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Pippi Tapanya. She's qualified through in the Open Ironwoman after backing up in the Under-17 Ironwoman this morning. Pippi, how was race number 2 for you on this program?
Yeah, it was good, but there was a lot of lactic acid going out in that ski leg. I wasn't prepared for it, and yeah, it hurt on the way out, but I'm glad to be through.
And I imagine you're going to have a pretty big program across this week. If you're going to be racing the Under-17s and the Opens, what's your secret for recovery between races?
Just eat a lot of food, that's the best way to recover, and I have ice bars at the end of every day, thanks to Newport for the recovery tents, and yeah, it's good.
And is there anything in particular, any one event you're looking forward to the most week?
I'm looking forward to the Under-17 Iron, but I do hope that I can make it into the Open Iron, so it's going to be a hard weekend of racing, but yeah.
Look, I think if anyone on the beach is able to do it, it's going to be you. So good luck for the rest of this week. And we'll throw back to Josh and Elise in the booth.
Yeah, thanks for that. And she has a massive program. And I think you got to focus on those junior events because you only get a couple shots at them. You can win as many Open Ironman titles as you want to sort of enter, Ironwoman titles, as you want to enter. But you only get 2 years in those junior age groups. And if you miss out, doesn't get another shot.
But how good that she's already looking at that Opens. I mean, I love to see it. I think we all do. She's absolutely good enough to win that Under-17, but if she's able to push up the front in that Opens, that's a special story.
Yeah, and I don't think she's there yet, but it wouldn't surprise me is the sort of short answer to a long story. She's probably sitting somewhere between 5 and 15 in the country in terms of Iron Women, but any dog has their day, and they can get a win here at the Australian Championships. And we've seen stranger things happen. We had Kirra here, Cam Cole, come from last place in the final can to win it, and it's not out of anyone's sort of realm to see Pippi Tapanya win the Open Ironwoman final on a Sunday afternoon. And I'm like you, I hope she is in the mix because what a story it would be.
Absolutely, and I mean she might be carrying some confidence through from that Under-17.
Yeah.
You never know, but for her it's all about energy management. We keep talking about it. It's Wednesday, that we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves.
You've got to build into the week, don't you? You can't start too hard too early. I went off like an absolute cracker this morning. Open Ironman heats, I was loving it down there. The ladies, this is the last of the Iron Woman heats. In 6, we had Lana Rogers, Dom Stitt, Bella Williams, Electra Outram, Lily Finardi, Brodie Trinker, Claudia Rose Slavin, and Caitlin Irwin qualify through to the next round. So that was in the other area. The one we're watching at the moment, we can see the Northcliffe duo doing a very good, well, they were doing a very good job. They've just been hit ever so slightly. I'll run you through the field. Eve Warren out of Maroochydore, Michaela Whitney. She's been a lady on the rise as well. Femke Nagus from Trig Island. Georgia Askew out of Northcliffe. Tegan Richards, Burleyheads, Mowbray Park. Jasmine Graham out of Coolangatta. A lady that, well, very, very good ski paddler. Watch for her late into this one. Gemma Smith out of Newport. Jade Bagnall out of Warilla Barrack Point. Grace Harris, another Victorian up on the Sunshine Coast out of Alexandra Headland. Emily Doyle from Northcliffe. Sophie Ferenczi from North Bondi. Sarah Locke, watch for her in the swim. Scully and Scott out of Northcliffe. This one is going to be good, and I think there might be an upset or two in here because I look at a few of those names, I think, yeah, you're through to the semi, you're through to the semi, you're through to the semi, and all of a sudden I've got 8 or 9 that are through to the semi, and maybe we'll have an upset or a drama or two here, but a couple of very, very good ladies. Good board paddlers, some good swimmers, and some good ski paddlers here. So we might see some back and forward in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Gemma Smith, obviously a phenomenal ski paddler and great at the other legs, but I think she'll be really pushing through in that final ski leg. Then you've got Sarah Locke, great swimmer.
Yep.
In that middle leg. You've got Scully, awesome board paddler.
Yeah.
And then obviously Naomi Scott. I mean, she's just been the best there is this season. Look at her. She's got an absolute massive gap on the rest of the field already in leg 1.
It's funny about Naomi Scott, and obviously I watch a lot of this, and I have watched it a lot for a long time, is she started winning the year at the World Titles and absolutely destroyed it, and then continued to do that sort of week in, week out. And it wasn't winning every round, but it was first, second, third, second, win the whole way through. And And I don't think everyone wanted to sort of pick her as the favourite. It was still Georgia, it was still Lana, it was still Lizzie. Everyone, Georgia, Lana, Lizzie, Georgia, Lana, Lizzie. But Naomi Scott, without a doubt, is the best Ironwoman in the world. It is, and anyone who says otherwise is denying it. She mightn't win every round, but she's the best Ironwoman. And if I had to have someone, if I had to put my house on it, I'm putting it on Scotty, because she does things like this. Board is maybe her weakest leg. She's an Australian ski race champion, Australian surf race medalist, and she's leading this heat by a mile in a really good heat of board paddlers. So she just continues to do all the right things, and I think it's Naomi Scott's period of dominance now, and I think it started this summer and will go for the next couple of years.
Yeah, her consistency is amazing, and we were talking about it earlier. Consistency is really what makes athletes amazing.
Yeah.
And those good athletes become great athletes, and she's absolutely got that in spades at the moment. I mean, when does the narrative change to she is the best? I mean, we're talking about it, but when does it be like Naomi Scott is?
And I think that's the hard part, is because when people ask who do you like, I do immediately go to Lana Georgia, or Lana Georgia Lizzie Tiani, somewhere in there. And now it shouldn't be that. It should be Naomi Scott 1, Lana Georgia Lizzie Tiani, then the next generation, then you Jazzy Raywoods and everyone, your Olivia Corrins and everyone else. But I don't think at some point it's got to start coming naturally, and I think now's the time. And I think what happened at Northcliffe at the World Ocean Series is enough for me to go, yeah, she's number one. And the way she's won the races she's won this year has just been a class above, and she just continues to look so good. And she came very close at North Burleigh in the Shaw & Partners Iron Series as well. She looked good there. Didn't have probably the last race she would have wanted, but that's racing. Nobody's perfect, and I think she's just going to get more consistent as the year goes on and as the years go on. And I think it's Scotty time.
She's still so young as well.
Yeah.
You know, she's really coming into a really great years, I guess, at the moment, and she's with a good squad there, and she looks really confident, she's consistent, and she's really humble, and I love that.
And you're spot on with young. She seems like she's been around forever, because she was at that top level as an under-16 like Pippi DePagna. She's 10 years in, still in her mid-20s, still got plenty of racing left to do if she wants to do it there. So that's the scary sign for these Iron women and the rest of the sport, I guess, is that her trajectory is just on the rise after 10 years experience at the top level. So that's a scary scene for someone if you've got to put your foot on the line next to a Naomi Scott.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be putting my foot on the line next to her.
Not a chance at all. She's a superstar. The girls work their way in there. It's still Scott out in front. The rest, pretty sort of banked up there. The back of the field sort of swum up on those girls 2nd through 5, 6, 7, 8 there. So very tight for our top 8 at the moment. I saw Whitney go round. She's been a one on the rise as well now at the Carnival Club. She's made the move up to Queensland, and she's been doing really well. Another one of these girls who very consistent across each legs, has no real sort of weakness there, has some areas she needs to improve on, but very, very good sort of across the board. Whereas you compare her to someone in a similar position like a Sarah Locke, who has an absolute gun leg in terms of the swim, but work to do on the ski. And it's just two different careers, two different types.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to work to your strengths and play to your strengths, right? I mean, everyone knows what they're the best at and where their weakest leg is. And within a training week, I mean, how do you approach that? Do you work on your strengths and really try to maximise the gap you can get? Or do you spend, for Sarah as an example, most of the time on the ski?
Yeah, or the board,
and that's the juggle.
Yeah, and that's a hard one too, because then your weapon starts to drop off, and that balance is oh so difficult. And I don't know how some of the all-time greats manage to be so good at so much. And you see it now. Riley Days, he's a ski race finalist. He's won a board race. He's got a medal in the surf race. And Georgia Fitz, who's just won everything in every event. I think she's trying to complete the Aussie titles. I think next year she's going to do Rescue Tube, Rescue R&R, and Champion
Aussies.
Lifesaver, just win everything. So you got to get her in a boat and maybe an IRB, and then she's done it all. But that's the crazy thing about how you can be so good at so many different things. And I guess when you look at someone like Scotty, it's just hard work.
Yeah.
Well.
And I think being a water sport as well, a lot is to be said about water feel. And often those really good athletes like Georgia, they've got really good feel for the water, and you put them on any craft, maybe a surfboat, who knows?
Yeah.
You put them on any craft and they can just feel the water, and that makes such a difference. I mean, a swimmer coming onto a ski is an example. You can jump on a ski, and we often say swimmers are swimming on a ski. But just because you're good at swimming doesn't mean you're good at ski paddling.
Yeah.
But if you can really feel that blade through the water, as an example, or feel the stroke on a board, that can make a huge difference.
And it's something you're spot on, and something I don't think a lot of people talk about. When you get to water sports, athletes don't take a lot of time away because not the fitness goes, but the feel goes, and sometimes that's a lot harder to get back, and it takes that time. Like, if you have 2 weeks off mid-season, maybe you don't lose any fitness or much fitness, but you lose a lot of feel, and you lose a lot of that sort of timing and all the bits that go with it, and that's why they spend time in the water. And it might just be getting a couple body waves or something like that, but it's staying in the water. And when you're a runner, that's completely different because you don't have that feel through your feet on the track. It's not as integral to it and integral to being good at it. And in the swim leg, there's nothing more so. And I didn't know it was as much on the ski. I knew that hitting that blade was important, but obviously feeling the water and the way it moves and the way you adjust yourself there is super important when you're at the absolute top level.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at kayaking or ski paddling, you can get some people that are so strong. Like, I was never the strongest. We got some girls chin upping 70 kilos around their waist, and
big.
I was lucky to get 30. I have long arms.
I'm lucky
so
to
that
get
helps.
any chins at all, let alone 30 kilos.
I can't get that anymore.
You said that like an absolute Olympian there. I was lucky to do chin-ups with 30 kilos attached to me there, like it was no big thing, where the rest of us are like, oh, I'm just lucky to be able to do one chin-up with no weight at all. Welcome to the real world.
Yeah. The real world is shocking. But, you get these people that can lift the house down, but then they jump in a kayak or on a ski, and maybe they're not the best because they don't have that water feel. So just because you're strong doesn't mean you're able to transfer that. And we talk about transferability a lot. And so like someone like Naomi's good at most legs. She's transferring that feel really well, and the strength that she does have, or the fitness she does have, is really coming out in her ski paddling or a swimming or a board paddling.
And I think that's one of the areas in the last couple of years in surf sports that's really changed is strength and conditioning, because for a long time we were doing strength and conditioning, but we didn't know why and we didn't know how to transfer it into the sport. And I think in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of work on taking like skill-specific strength and conditioning so you can apply that power and you can do specific movements for specific muscles. And I think that's seen a massive jump. And someone like Ben Carberry is a perfect example. He's a strong, strong lad any way you look at it. If you gave him bench press, squat, you name it, he can do all that gym stuff. But his transferability onto the ski, onto the board, into the swim is what makes him truly great.
Absolutely. I mean, with the Olympics coming up, and obviously Surf Life Savings putting a bid in to be a sport at the Brisbane 2032 Olympics, I think, there's so many opportunities for sports, including Surf Life Saving, to learn a lot. There's so much money in sport at the moment, and therefore there's so much science, and we're learning so much more about gym and transferability, like we're talking about, and all these different things. So that's exciting for athletes, not only just talking about the strength that you can transfer, but also how to avoid injury, how to use gym to make sure your body's nice and robust for a season that lasts from August to April.
Yeah. And all the things that top-level professional sport did for a long time, but surf sports probably dribs and drabs. There was athletes who were doing it, there was programs that were doing it, but it wasn't a thing as a whole, whereas you get to kayaking and everybody in that kayaking team, everyone in that kayaking program, they're utilising every sort of aspect of sports science, same with the swim team, same with the track team, all those sorts of things. So exciting times, and if that Olympic bid was to come together, I think it's a game changer for our sport. I don't know how much or how regular people realise the Olympics changes the sport and what you get, the funding, and we'd love to see it. Obviously, the announcement's been pushed back 12 months in terms of what sports will be included. That's not a bad thing for us. It's great. It just allows us to plead our case more and more and more, and I think the more opportunity we get to plead our case, the more likely we are to get a start in there. And I had a conversation with Jenny about it last week, and I will talk to you because you understand the Olympics way better than me, but for us it's about getting our foot in the door. If we can just get, whether it's the iron and the taplin, the mixed taplin in there, we can't get the entire program day one. I would like to hand out all 480 gold medals at the Olympics, but it's just not going to happen and it's not realistic. But if we can get our foot in the door and show the world what we're capable of, what the sport's capable of, and how exciting it can be at the top level, it will grow. And from there will come the ski race or the beach flags or the other things that we can sort of add into it. And I'd love to hear your perspective on it as an Olympian or multiple-time Olympian, and as someone who loves this sport and has been there. Because for the rest of us, we're sort of hoping and dreaming. You've been there, you've seen both sides of it. I'd love to see your perspective on the bid, whether it's possible, and what you'd like to see be there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I grew up in surf and transferred over to the kayak, and so would love to see this sport on the Olympic program. I think for anyone standing on the beach, you go like, how good would this be at the Olympics? But now that I've been to 3 Olympics, and I'm the deputy chair now of the Australian Olympic Team Athletes Commission, so I'm seeing.
Oh, so you're the one to talk to.
I'm the one to talk to.
Perfect.
I mean, I know some people, but I don't think I have much pull. But what's really interesting is at the Olympics, we've got 10 or 11,000 athletes. There's only X amount of quotas that you can have per sport, and so you can't just have a team of 20 go. Kayaking is an example. We used to have 8 guys and it was 7, now it's 6. And so it's a real game, and it's really all about TV and marketing.
And the politics behind it, isn't it? It's beds in the village, it's seats, it's all those
Transport,
things.
everything.
Yeah, and you say, it's only 10 extra athletes, but it's 10 extra athletes for 300 nations or 175 nations around the world. It adds up, and to make it as easy as possible is one of our one of the big keys to the bid. I think they've done a good job of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we have to make it as easy as possible and as enticing as possible. I mean, people love watching this sport. I think the Olympic movement can see that. It's just about, how easy it will be to put into the program and what do the logistics look like.
And I think the other side of that as well is the Olympics is a humanitarian movement, and we bite into that perfectly with the life-saving water safety around the world. And if we can push that, this not only is an elite sport at the top of their game, but it is also pushing a skill that some of the rest of the world doesn't have, but we can help them with. We're talking African nations, small Pacific nations, some of the European nations that maybe water safety isn't exactly where it should be. We can show them the way. At an Olympic level, we add that humanitarian element into it, and all of a sudden it looks even more enticing for the IOC and for the AOC.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure if many people know this, but the 5 Olympic rings represent the continents coming together. And so whilst we talk about winning medals and how good it is to have, Australian Olympians winning gold medals, the Olympics is much more than that. And when you're in the village, you see and you feel that there's so much representation from around the world. And, you've got Eric the Eel, and so the representation is amazing. We've now got the refugee Olympic team coming into many different sports. So it's an exciting time. I hope it can come true. But stay tuned.
And I know you'll put in a good word for us there on all the big boards.
We
love to see it. 3 across the line already, looking very comfortable. Grace Harris from Alex there doing a good job. This is where it's going to start to get interesting. Scully, she should have no issues at all. Rolls into the beach there, that purple ski. We've seen her so many times at the top end of the sport. The girls will work their way up and around. Whitney not too far away either. Here comes Gemma Smith. She worked her way through very, very comfortably on that final leg and always looks relaxed, always looks super ready to go. So Gemma Smith's got a huge program like a few others. Scully comes up. Whitney's there as well. Eve Warren, I think, will get herself through. Somebody from your club there at Maroochydore on the Sunshine Coast, the venue for last year's Australian Championship. The scenery hasn't really changed. Wet and windy from the last day last year all the way into today, so we could be there as well. Maybe Nagus from Trig Island. She might be just pushing to get that last spot. I haven't quite counted the numbers across there, but we'll wait and see as she charges across the line there. Great result in a pretty tough final heat here for the girls.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's so much talent coming from WA at the moment, isn't there? It's so good to see the girls and the guys pushing up, and they've got such a strong under-17, particularly contingent over here. I know we don't see them here, but Sorrento, as an example, won their first state championship in their history, which is really exciting to see. I think they're led by Michael Booth, so great leader there. Obviously, Trig Island and City of Perth, some really great cubs. So it's great seeing them all over here. Yeah, here up the beach.
Ferencia there from North Bondi. Sarah Locke, not the result she would have been looking for there in the Open Ironwoman as she crosses across the line there. So tough already And that is the final heat run and done of this Open Ironwoman there. 6 heats with 8 from each of those heats working their way through to the next round. Naomi Scott has sent a message to the rest of the sport. She is here to play without a shadow of a doubt. She's led from the jump and was basic, I'm going to say first gear, not even in second gear the entire way around. I don't even know if she got out of neutral at one point. She just cruised through that one. It's danger signs if you're one of the other Ironwomen sitting on the beach going, oh, that's going to be tough to beat.
And you saw her at the end there coming off the ski when she jumped off. She gave a little bit of a smile, but you don't want to give too much away. I think it's funny when you see athletes come through and win heats and you're like, oh, that was so easy.
Yeah.
And you're coming up running for 8 being like, oh my gosh, that was the hardest thing ever. So just shows how good she is and how confident and capable, I guess, she is at the moment.
Emily Doyle had a good performance there as well. Probably someone we didn't speak about much, but one of the most improved ski paddlers in the sport. Had sort of a big off-season with injury, not last off-season, the one before, and her ski paddling's come along in leaps and bounds. She's been very, very good. And hopefully another couple of injuries this year. If she can get a run of just being healthy, not even firing on all cylinders, but just being healthy for a couple of months, I think she's on the rise as well there, and the Northcliffe girls doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, juggling injury is so difficult, right? Particularly in a long season. Often an injury requires time off and time off the water, and we spoke about feel before, and that can affect your feel and obviously fitness. So, there's so many elements at play, so I reckon she'll be looking forward to a few weeks off. Yeah,
100% there. I think a lot of these athletes will. A big welcome to everybody. We are here on the beautiful Gold Coast. We wished it looked like the right. It looks like the left today, but that's okay. We can get through it. There's supposed to be a couple of little rainy days, that is for sure, but we are here now for the 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. We've just wrapped up the Open Ironwoman heats, and down on the beach, Liam, who have you got for us?
Thanks, Josh. I'm down here with Femke Negus from Trig Island, who has come through in 8th in our final heat for this Open Ironwoman. She had a great ski paddle. She the water after the swim, a little bit down, but has come home strong. Femke, what can you tell us about that ski?
Just came around the last can and I just felt a really good run. I just paddled super hard and that took me pretty much most of the way into the swim can, so I was really happy with that.
And it's things like that can make and break a race, right? So it's never over till it's over. Were you hoping to get a bit of a run up coming in to pull a few places?
Yeah, I counted the spots, so I knew I had to do something to get into the next round, so yeah.
Well, great work for that. Is there anyone you want to thank from Trig Island? I know it's a big club back in WA. Anyone in particular thank for?
Enormous thank you to Mozzie, the iron coach, and Todd, our ski coach. They've been doing amazing work with the squad down there, so yeah.
Thanks, Femke. And Andrew Moselle is a superstar in the Aussies from the past. And we'll go back up to Josh in the booth.
Thanks for that, guys. Yeah, Mozzie, one hell of a competitor over the years, and Toddy Brewer as well. Great ski paddler in his day. Good on Mad Monday as well. He's a bit of a Mad Monday regular. We love to see it. So from the irons to something you are very familiar with, former champion here. We're into the ski racing. I think under 19 ladies single ski next up. We'll just double check that one there. But the girls looking set and ready to go. Start all important, and someone not off to the best there in the centre from Trig Island. And just how important is it to get off to a good start, especially in the early rounds? Get out of the trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, you just want to get on clean. Oh, that girl's just been hit there, and get your first 20 doubles in as fast as you can. I mean, often with a ski race, if you can get to the first can first or in the first couple, you're going to get first pick at the waves on the way in. And we talk about that so often, but honestly, when you're out there, you feel it. And you can feel the momentum that you take off the first 20 doubles. So we just see the girls come out there. I think we got one of the Chugan girls maybe in the middle. We've got...
Abby Carter there. She's doing a good job. Very, very good job. Tukia from Currumbin in the centre. I'll run through this one. Sharp from Coogin Headland. This is heat number 2 if you're watching on live heats at home. Jessica Pawley from Northcliffe. Roach and Pilkington out of Alexandra Headland. Sophie Taylor out of Met Caloundra. Met Caloundra is a club we'll talk about later, but someone I want to watch this year because they have really sort of come on in leaps and bounds in the last couple of seasons, and especially this year. They've got a couple of little young guns there that are absolutely flying. Hannah Stevenson, Alexis Jane, Tukia, as I said, Jazzy Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She would have to be the red-hot favourite in this one, and I think the defending champion as well. Maybe Clues. But we go through Kui from Currumbin there, Jonathan of Trig, Carter, Nagus, Holt and Jada Kempton of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. A couple of these girls will feature in the final, I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, Jazzy Raywood, she's just made the senior Australian kayak team for the first time. They head overseas in a couple of weeks, and she's just coming forward in absolute leaps and bounds. I mean, if you're looking for a good technique, look at hers for sure. She's got some really good purchase on the catch and good drive through the middle, and she's a great Ironwoman as well, obviously, and she's really the full package. But I'm so excited to see her on that senior Australian kayak team to see what she can do. We've got Abby Carter there from Tugun in second on the pink ski. She's a great little competitor. She's coached by my husband.
I was going to say, very close to you. He's doing a good job. She is looking very comfortable out in front. And sorry, it was Nat Drobot, who's the defending champion. She won the last 2 under-19 ladies ski titles. I remember her one in Perth. Unbelievable. Lightning fast off the beach. Here comes Raywood. She's worked her way into it very, very nicely as well. Talk to me about Abby from Tugun there. Tugun have been very, very good, and especially in that junior girls ski paddling the last couple of years. We've seen a couple of the state titles, medals, and they've been close here at the Aussies. Is this the year we get a couple of big performances?
Yeah, it's so good to see some girls at Tugun.
Yeah,
Tugun's predominantly been
boys' club for a long time.
Male club for sure, and there's some really great girls pushing through. It's a good little crew there. They've had some great performances. They're looking really good in the under-17s, and Abby's really putting together some good performances in the under-19s as well. So excited to see how they go in the men's as well.
You get those core little groups that sort of come through, and it's 2 or 3 really competitive athletes, 1 or 2 just getting dragged along for the fun, and then all of a sudden you get a core that gets competitive, and you've got a ski relay, and that's how you grow these clubs. And I've seen a couple of them in the last couple of years. Dicky Beach has been one, met Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast. Down here, Tugun, while they were the top of the tree, I'm saying in early 2000s, have had a couple of sort of years where less competitive, more competitive as groups come and go. But in the last few, fantastic. They continue to be competitive at the top level there. So it's really, really good to see. And that's just the ones up here. You go Swansea, Redhead, Wanda, Allura, go down the south coast, Warilla Barrack Point, Bulli. There's a bunch of clubs. Wollongong City have got a great group of sort of teenage 14, 15, 17s coming through. Morty Alec, Grange, all doing a great job. Oh, a bit of carnage on the finish there. Grab your ski, get across. You've got to be in control. Maybe the Alex girls and a little bit of drama there, not what you want. You got to force the issue, even if it's a heat there, and be aggressive at that finish line, don't you?
And it's tough. The flags are quite shallow, so as the water's moving out, you're kind of running aground and you're kind of paddling with your paddle in the sand. But I think maybe the top 8 got through cleanly, and just that double up pushed the girls through on the back of them, just if I was counting correctly. But, back to what you were saying before, I think the recipe is you just need 1 or 2 good competitors, plus a coach that believes in you, and then you're off and racing. I think at Tugun they've got Kelly Margetts there for the last couple of years, and he's just phenomenal. Yeah, great guy, knows his stuff, fantastic in there, and really good, and you're spot on. If you can add this sort of 3 or 4 elements to the recipe, you might bake the cake, and it might take a little longer than you think, but it'll come out nice and sweet eventually, because a coach, a support crew, 1 or 2 athletes who are super driven, and then a couple of sort of that are, well, maybe not as competitive, but want to be involved and want to be in a ski relay. You can see this finish here. Nobody really driving. Everybody's sort of indecisive. They're not how you want to finish a ski race. And then it just takes time. Yeah. And that's the hardest part for everyone, that it takes longer than you probably think it does. You just got to kind of trust the process and roll with it. It looks like they might be changing up the flags a little bit, maybe they took the flags out, these girls. Junior, we don't need them. Junior ski paddling, boys or girls, it doesn't matter. We know that there's going to be a little bit of carnage. I love to see it there, and the girls did a good job in that opening one, and not the fastest start off the beach from these girls, but the sort of the top 2 or 3 really built into it nicely. Yeah, and they got clean water, and it's all about getting clean water and pushing through that front, and they were able to, obviously Jazzy had a great race and got her own little wave, no risks, straight through the middle of the flags, and an easy win. Raywood finished second last year here in the Australian Championships in this under-19 ladies ski race. Mia Cook was third, so both of those girls will return to try and go 1 and 2 better here in the ladies ski race. Obviously, Nat Drobot has moved on from the under-19 races. Some interesting ones that have moved up into it. Olivia Clues, the defending under-17 Australian champion, she's moved up into this age group. She's another one in that sort of junior kayaking setup. Very good in the surf as well. A good Ironwoman. We saw her earlier on. But
this 19-girls ski race, I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be super competitive.
Yeah, you've got Olivia Clues and Zoe Moore from Trig Island. They're both in the Junior Australian Kayak team this year, and so some really exciting races from them at the Australian Kayak Champs a few weeks ago, and very excited to see them here. I mean, obviously, Olivia, great in the kayak. She's in the Iron Series. She does it all, and she's kind of like Jazzy, I guess, just a really good all-round athlete, but I'm excited to see them on the ski.
Yeah, I'm just sort of scrolling my way through the start list here. There's a couple others that I think will do really well, and you see Dakota Luke, she's been very, very good. Kate McCarty on the ski, she's been competitive all throughout the year, but we haven't really spoken about it much. This is the first time that for a lot of these under-19s have actually raced in their own age group, because outside of the World Championships they had at the start of the season, there has not been a lot of opportunity for the 19s. Obviously, in the World Ocean Series, they race up in the Opens. The state title in New South Wales would have been the first shot, and around the other states would have been their first shot down there. Queensland, it hasn't happened. So sometimes it's a little bit easier to race up in the Opens because the pressure's not on. All of a sudden, you take those big guns out of it and you're the star of the show. The pressure starts to rise. You think I'm a chance. And maybe it's a little harder for a couple of these girls to make that step back.
Yeah, it definitely is difficult to not know where you're going to be, but it can also feel really good to go in without kind of that expectation and pressure. Exactly. And, these first heats will really show the girls where they're at, and they'll put their best foot forward and hope for the best. I mean, you'd probably be a bit nervous coming into these first few heats because of the unknown, but I'm sure the girls are lapping it up. And like you said earlier, with Pippi and the under-17s, you're only in these age groups for 2 years, so you've got to make the most of it.
You are 100% spot on. Get involved, really rip in, and make sure that you can sort of take advantage, because the days are gone, and before you know it, you'll be late 30s looking back, commentating the juniors and thinking, how good are this next generation? So we're absolutely loving it. A couple of girls very, very cold down on the beach there, waiting for results of that opening heat there. I think that was actually heat number 2. It was heat number 1. We're just waiting for results. So both the Open Men's and Open Women's areas have dual arenas running throughout the day. 314 clubs, 7,000 athletes, 480 events. We are on day 5 of the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. Day 1 of open competition, but day 5 we had the junior youth and nippers presented by Kellogg's Nutrigrain over the weekend. A rough day 1 to start. There wasn't much on offer there in terms of surf events, but a huge afternoon of beach flags competition. The second day of the Youth and Nipper Championships, we got a little bit more done, but not everything. The last 2 days, we've had masters roll around. The more experienced athletes, I'm not going to say old, but the more experienced, wise, say something like that. And as well as the surf rescue event. So that's your champion lifesaver, your first aid competition, your those sorts of events have been rolling around. So it's good to see all of those guys and girls doing their thing over the last couple of days. But now we are into the big ones. The boats, the surfing, and the surf sports events have kicked off here. Obviously, beach flags, beach sprint, beach relays as well throughout the weekend, the 2K beach runs. The entire program, hopefully, given the forecast, we should be able to roll through, touch wood, relatively easily. But it's been a tough start to the championship. That first day for the youth and nippers, they were so excited to get out there, but it was just too big, too windy, too loose out there for them. But it was good they got something away on the Sunday.
Yeah, and I mean, as surf lifesavers, I guess we're pretty adaptable, and we know these things can happen. Whilst it sucks at the time, you can kind of see it happen, and you can pivot pretty easily, and I think that's exactly what the juniors did, and they made the most of that whole Sunday of racing. You can see there Naomi Flood on the screen.
She's sorting them out.
Having a chat to the officials. One of the greatest ski paddlers we've seen, and she knows what's up.
I think I'll try and find out how many she's got. Maybe 5 Australian ski titles there, a couple of Olympic appearances, you name it, an Ironwoman series to her name as well. She has done absolutely everything, and pretty practical when it comes to these sorts of things. And sometimes you need an ex-athlete, a coach out there to go, oh, no, it's too close, further out, no, that's okay, because we just want to make sure it's nice and fair, and tough for the starters and the officials to get them in at the moment, and that is a job I would not want to do. Starter and the person who gives them results across the line in those ski races, it's so tight, it's so tough. Inches between first and missing a medal there, there's a lot of pressure.
I also wouldn't want to be the person holding the flag with skis coming towards
target.
you. Yeah, but I think, in my time, and I sound like I'm old, I think I am comparatively to some of these girls, But, we've seen so much advancements with the iPads come in.
Yeah.
And, it used to be a bit of a guessing game and you're hoping the officials got it right, whereas now we've got the iPads and they get it right most
you can
of the
go
time,
back and
which is-
review.
Exactly. So it might take a little bit longer for the, the video review and the video ref to come on board, but it's always right now with the iPads.
Those ski semi-finals are still the most stressful. The finishes are still the most stressful of any event here, because most of the others, there's a bit of a gap, but you regularly get 5, 6, 7 on the same wave chasing 2 spots, 1 spot. How do you pick it? We go to the iPad, show me the vision. No, I can't. It's a lot of drama when you get towards that Saturday afternoon, or in the girls' ski race this afternoon we'll have those semi-finals. So there's a bit of drama there always, and that's what I love about the Australian titles. You get to the end there, I got in, no you didn't. That little bit of an argument as we get towards the end. It shows how much it really means to these guys and girls.
And it all comes down to the end. I mean, I've led so many ski races and come second, and it's just because you get ahead of yourself and someone catches a wave and it's game over. You might come a bit unstuck on the final few metres, a bit sideways, who knows, but it's not over until it's over. I actually had a friend last year when we were watching Aussies together, and they were like, why do the ski races finish in the water? And I was like, because you don't want to see a ski paddler run.
That's it. And we moved to that in World Ocean Series, and it's been interesting, but you know what it does? It brings the Ironmen and Ironwomen into it, and I like the tradition of heading out here and getting across the line first, and it's just a ski race. It's nothing more. And you're spot on. It'd be a lot cleaner if we finished through the finishing arch or up the beach or whatever it is. But sometimes a little bit of chaos and something that's not perfect can be beautiful in its own way. And I think that's the key with ski paddling. It's not perfect, but that's why it's awesome, because you've got so many that can go so close and they're so hard to win. To get one makes it truly special.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's so exciting, I think, to watch the ski races that are really tight come through and see who can take those last 4, 5, 6 strokes and push their nose in front. It might be difficult for the officials, but it's fun to watch on the live stream.
Yeah, you're spot on there. And I heard an interesting fact this morning when I was on the beach there, that every Olympic gold medalist in men's kayaking is on the start line for the ski race since 2016. So they are all there, all the big guns. And when you start to run through the ladies kayaking team as well, I wouldn't say they're all there, but most are there with 1 or 2 exceptions, yourself included, Ali Bull as well, your partner in crime for a long time. That is what I like to see. We're talking the best of the best, not just in Australia, not just in surf sports, but in global paddling.
I mean, there's been a lot of last-minute training happening between the boys. I've got the inside scoop.
I like it. Tell me all. Tell me all.
Murray Stewart, I mean, in my opinion, he's one of the best paddlers Australia's ever seen. He's won a gold medal in the K4. He missed out on a medal in the K1, but he was one of the most consistent K1 paddlers internationally.
For a long time.
Yeah, I've heard he's done a couple of months,
Sneaky
maybe a
sessions.
month of some paddling and some sessions, some gym maybe as well. I'm excited to see the guys. I mean, if there's a bit of a wave on, you might count the kayakers out a bit, but if it's like this, I think it's definitely a kayakers game.
It's funny when you get to that part, because your Murray Stewarts has been around long enough, has done enough ski paddling, like yourself, that the surf doesn't really last year, Maroochydore, surf's giant, absolute chaos, Murray Stewart gets third, but Benny Carberry wins it. So that's probably where the ski paddlers or the Ironmen come back into it. Dead flat in Perth, no wonder your Nat Drobot's got it done, no wonder your Riley Fitz's get it done, because that is just a kayaking race. But on days like today, that's probably the perfect mix. Enough waves to sort of shake it up, as we see a couple of girls get cleaned up there. But it's flat enough that the kayakers are in this one up to their eyeballs as well, and you get that crossover. And I think the ski paddlers want to see a ski paddler win, the kayakers want to see the kayak boys get it done, and I just love to sit back and watch the show.
Yeah, I think as a kayaker, the biggest thing for us is to be able to get on the ski clean. We don't do a lot of ski paddling, and so that jump start gets a little bit rusty. So often when you see kayakers get ready for Aussies, you just go down and do some jumpies. That's it. Yeah. Coming in can be a bit dicey, but people have grown up doing this sport, so we're relatively used to it. But there's a lot of names here, and it's great to see the big guns come out to play at Aussies. You might not do the smaller events through the year, but you come to Aussies and everyone wants to win.
100%. And you look at, I'm just looking right now at the results from the last 2 Australian titles. Last year, Big Surf, Maroochydore, Naomi Scott, Hannah Scully, Jordan Mercer. The year before in Perth, Ali Bull, Gemma Smith, Ella Beer, the kayaking side of things, and that's how much of a difference it can make. This under-19, though, Nat Drobot, doesn't matter. Big, small, everything in between. She blew it to pieces last year and was absolutely flying. So it'll be interesting to see what is yet to play out. Under-19 girls ski race still in the water doing their thing right now. And maybe Kai Sugar's out in front from the Southport Club, and Southport continuing to shine.
Yeah, and they're so good on craft, aren't they? I mean, you often see them at the front of board and ski races, and I mean, there's a bit of surf up at Southport, so they know how to play in the surf and know how to play when the waves come out.
And a coach up there in Pierce Leonard, who's very, very good at what he does. He has a great crew around him as well that sort of support, but Pierce he's a wily coach. Like, he's got all the skills. He'll send you the right way. He makes all the right decisions, and there's never a sort of an issue with Pierce. He can sort of figure it out, and that's what I think we see Southport have done very, very well over the last 12 or 18 months. They're not the strongest club, but they've managed to get a medal at the mixed taplin relay at the World Championships. They've come close in a couple other women's taplin relays, and they've had a gold medal with Brodie Trinker in the board race there. Chelsea Gents, Morgan Trinker, they'll go very close in these sort of ski races as well. They find events that they can win and they throw everything at it, and they're a very, very good club up there.
Yeah, and it's so good to see. I think we've got 7 girls on the screen right now, and the race for 8th is coming through on that third wave. There's pink and a blue ski. Can't quite pick it up, but these girls at the front are going to have to keep this straight, otherwise it could be game over.
No. Sideways, gone, just like that. We gave him a huge rap, and maybe Sugars has gone off there from the Southport Club, so big dramas. Now you've got to get the ski, you've got to turn it around and get back on. Is there anything that'll make your heart rate go through the roof more than your ski facing the wrong way on the final stages of a ski race?
No, absolutely not. And I think the 8th place is maybe just next to her. She's trying to get back on her ski, and one other girl's gone sideways. So it's going to be a race between those two for the 8th and I'm assuming final spot in the next round. These girls here have just come through cleanly. They'd be breathing a sigh of relief, that's for sure.
Oh, 100%, that is for sure. These girls are through. The rest of them still battling it out. Everyone else is sideways, doing their thing. You can see our early leader, Sugar's still going sideways on the left-hand side. She's just straightened it up again. I don't know if that'll be enough to get her through because she's had a couple more go past her on the inside there. So drama aplenty all round here in the ladies under-19 ski race. Quickly run you through that Heat 2 result. Raywood, Akui from Currumbin, Carter, Holt, Kempton, Nagus, Taylor and Sharp. They were the top 8 to go through. We'll give you this one as soon as it's come through, but we're going to leave it to the judges because your guess is as good as mine. There are skis everywhere.
Yeah, and when you're coming up to that finish line as well, you know, obviously you want to make it through, but you also want to protect your ski. We're in race 1 of the ski races of the whole week, and you don't want a hole going through your ski, and it's pretty easy to do.
Or into the tower. Last year, Golden Child Minogue, Hannah, first race on the ski, leads, no, not first race, first day on the ski, into the semi-final, leads the semi-final, gets cleaned up, it goes into the tower, snaps in half, so it's not the way you want to start. The ski was 4 days old, so and there's plenty of stories.
Yeah, one state championships, I snapped 3 doubles in one weekend, but I claim that I was on the back seat for all of them, so it's not my fault.
You are Eka the ski wrecker. Eka the ski wrecker now. A big shout out to Reece Drury, who came up with that nickname as well. Eka the ski wrecker. So well done there to everybody getting out and around, and well done to everybody doing repairs overnight here at the Australian Championships, because we know there's always a dramatic phone call. I just need you to do this. Look at the runner out the back. This is what Kirra's normally known for. You pick them up out the back, you hold them the whole way through, and it's just standing up a little better. And I've heard you say it a few times, Cyclone Alfred's done wonders for North Kirra and how competitive it is down here. It was one of the most unfair beaches, and people might think that's weird because you could paddle the whole way in, but only one wave had come through and it might pick up the entire field, a la Cam Cole. It just wasn't fair for the leaders. Now, people are getting waves, they're holding it the whole way through. It's a much better venue this year round, and I'm loving being here, and I'm loving the surf conditions.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how it changes through the week as well, and what it looks like on Sunday on the all-important day. But, yeah, I'm loving the conditions today. I think it's great. It provides a little bit of a mix-up. You know, there's a few waves coming through, but you're right, it's not unfair. There's people getting waves right from the back. The leaders are able to really extend on what they've the work that they put in.
And I think it provides exactly what all the athletes want. A little bit of swell, something that's fair in terms of not everybody gets a wave, but if you do the right things, you put yourself in the right places, you get an opportunity at a wave. And then skill comes into it as well. You might have to run down, there's a rip, there's a bank. You might have to make choices as it goes on. And that's all the athletes are looking for here on the Gold Coast. Some variability, some testing conditions out there, and something that when you get to the end of the weekend, you go, yeah, he deserved or she deserved to be the champion at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think these are perfect surf carnival conditions for that reason. I mean, some people say, oh, give me the massive swell, but I think most people are going, you know what? There's a lot of luck involved in that.
Yeah, I've done a lot of work.
Yeah, and then, you might have your dead flat and people, that's not surf. We train to have a bit of a wave. So I think what we've got here today and hopefully for the rest of the week will give us some good racing, give us some tight racing, but also provide a little bit of a mix.
Yeah, you're spot on there. A big day worth of competition as well. I'll run you through the program. At the moment, we're into the 19 ladies ski heats in there. 17 ladies ski heats will come up after that. The open women's ski heats. I know you'll be absolutely flaring for those ones. We'll head into quarters and semis all the way through. We'll run those through to a final, but we will not run the finals today. Then we'll head into ladies board relay, 19, 17 and open board relay heats, and then finals for those. On the men's side of things, down in the men's arenas, we're into the open board race action at the moment. We've had the surf races, the surf race semi-finals. We're heading into the board race heats for the open men and the under-19 men. We'll just continue to roll through those. Then we'll get into the big ones, the ski relays. They will be our gold medals we hand out this afternoon. 19 men's ski relay final, open men's ski relay final. Two of the most competitive events of the entire weekend. And that is what we're here for today. Those two big finals at the end of the day are going to be very, very interesting to watch. And on the ladies' side of things, 17, 19 and open women's board relay finals. I could not pick those if you gave me 1,000 guesses. That open women's board relay is so open. And yes, Northcliffe, Newport, Alexandra Headlands, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, they're your favourites. But I guarantee there's going to be an upset. There'll be a couple of clubs you won't expect that'll be in the mix in those ones there. And same with the ski relay, they're just so tough to pick.
Yeah, and that's why everyone loves them, right? Everyone gets around it. The whole beach is there watching. It's a race so many clubs want to win, and people come out of the woodworks for it, particularly in the open men's ski relay.
Yeah.
You see guys who have been through the Olympics, I guess a few cycles ago, coming out of the woodworks to try and make their club ski relay team. Same with the board relays. Everyone wants to be there, and you get your big clubs like your Northcliffes and your Newports pushing towards the front. But like you said, there's always a mix-up. I mean, the women's board relay, you could look at Southboard as an example.
Yeah. Spot on.
There's so many people that can win that, and it's all about having a great first leg, and then you kind of build from there, but anything can happen.
The teams I love are the teams with two champions and one guy they've just dragged out of the pub who's just done 6 weeks' work. And I think of Voca every year. I think Riley and Lockie, and then they had Pete Mitchell in there. They had Gordo in there.
Yeah.
And Gordo was an athlete. He was a great paddler, but I think a couple of years towards the end, he hadn't done as much work as he probably should have. And they're the ones that mean more because they're the clubmen who you can have the champions, you can have 2 Olympic medalists in there, but if you don't have the third, you don't have a start. So they're the ones I love to see, and it just means a little bit more when it's somebody like that. And I'll never forget the Gordo ski relay wins. It sits up there as high up in the pantheons of surf sports as it gets, and there's been a couple over the years like that, and they're the special ones.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trig Island has taken away an open men's ski relay as well, and like the whole WA team, no matter what club you were from WA were going off after that win. It was so exciting to see, and such a good ski paddling community over that side of the country, and to see them take that, I mean, that also built them from that win. So many extra people
Kept
started
going.
paddling, under 17s, pushed through at the opens. It's great to see.
Yeah, you're spot on, and that's going to be one hell of a final next year. Obviously, Newport, the 2-time defending champions there, and probably the favourites. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but we could see the likes of Talabudra, the Norton boys in there now, Macca Hynard. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they got a win there because there's plenty of quality. But the last couple of years, Newport have had 2 teams on the podium both times. Burleigh and Northcliffe, the only other 2 clubs in there. Alexandra Headland, maybe as well. J-Mo Porter, Jet Kenny. They can fill out a ski relay. Burleigh, they'll go close as well. So this is going to be a really good one. The ladies' side of things, the board relay, it's going to be really interesting here because Newport, you'd have to think maybe the favourite over Northcliffe or maybe vice versa. I do not know, depending on who gets picked in each of them. But it's been Northcliffe the last 2 years ahead of Alex and Northcliffe, and Alex will go close again. Who do you like in that one in the board relay?
I mean, it's hard to look past Newport, right? I mean, they're so strong. We've been talking about a few of the girls already today on the live stream, and I think they're looking good. I mean, you can't look past Northcliffe. I don't know who will be in there.
That's the hardest part, trying to figure out who's in the team.
Does it matter? Their B team could be good as well.
Exactly right.
But I'd love to see a bit of a shake-up in there with another club like, Southport. We were talking about them, obviously. But to bring in another state as well, I'd love to see someone from WA.
Yep, 100%. The Trig Island guys do a fantastic job. Sorrento have been very, very good. Would not surprise me if we saw a Wanda rolling around in that ladies board relay as well. They're very, very good at what they do, and the men's board relay later on in the program, they'll be strong in there as well. You keep Mia Cook down at Warrnambool. Warrnambool are a shot. They've got a couple of good young ladies board paddlers, probably more likely to do well in the 19s, but that's the problem when you start to move people out of these small clubs and they have to go to the big ones. It just makes those big clubs so much more powerful and so much better. But who knows? Everyone's got a shot if you've got a chance. If you've got a foot on the line, that is for sure. And we're going to hand out those gold medals this afternoon. So 19 and open men's ski relay, 17, 19 and open ladies board relay. They will be the 5 gold medals handed out this afternoon. You'll see all of those live here on the live stream. A big hello and welcome. If you're just tuning in to an overcast Gold Coast, it's not as gold as it normally looks, but it is beautiful conditions down there. The athletes are loving it. The rain is holding off ever so slightly, and we're into the mix at the 19 ladies ski race. So stick with us. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. This is the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. A big welcome back here to the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships on the beautiful Gold Coast. North Kirra Beach hosting for, another time. We've been here a few times over the last couple of years, some because we wanted to, others because we were forced to, but we love coming back to one of the most giving clubs anywhere on the beautiful Gold Coast. I'm Josh Minogue in here calling today. We've got Liam on the beach, Elise here next to me. Big day so far, plenty of rounds, plenty of racing. We're in the pink arena at the moment. We're going to make some moves in just a few moments' time, but 19 ladies ski race doing their thing, and we're down to the last few heats here, and it's been competitive so far.
Yeah, I can't believe how many races that we've got through already. It's not even lunchtime on day one, and setting us up for a very exciting few days of racing down here at North Kirra. Yeah, like you said, it's a little bit overcast, but it's pretty good conditions otherwise, I think, and as a bit of a ranger, I'd prefer this than the blaring sun.
I have a redhead daughter. Never speak badly about redheads.
Same, don't worry. We have shares in sunscreen, I think, with my daughter.
I like it.
It's it's very exciting. I obviously love watching ski races as a ski paddler myself. The under-19 girls, a lot of these girls, I'd say, will be doubling up in the open ski a little bit later. So they'll be, doing these heats of the under-19s. I think the 17 girls line up next, and then they might turn around for the open ski heats as well. So a fair bit of racing already on the program for these girls.
Yeah, I'll try and run you through a couple of the girls who got through here. That heat we saw before was Raywood, Arkui, Carter, Holt, Kempton, Nagus, Taylor and Sharp. The one with a bit of chaos on the back end, Milne from Northcliffe, Kearns Flanagan of Cottesloe in WA, George and Campbell, the Coodjun girls, Riley Meyer out of Northcliffe, Tempest, Enright Norris from Alex, Petro of Northcliffe and Egan from Cooks Hill across the line. And then we And then we had that giant bit of chaos there with Howard, Birdie Carabs, Schofield, and a couple of others. And there's 2 or 3 more heats to go here. But I think while these 19 final ski races are going on, we're going to work our way up to the Open Men's board race heats that are going as well. So plenty of action up and down the beach. That's the beauty of the opening days of the titles here. There's an arena worth of 17 men's doing their thing, and then 2 arenas, one for the 19 and open men, and then 2 more arenas for the 17, 19 and open women. And this is the one we've been in for the last couple of hours, but we're going to make our way back in a few moments' time to that open boys. Talk to me just before we head off to the open men's board race. Is there 1 or 2 junior ski paddlers or kayakers that you've seen that you really rate highly and you think we should watch out for over the next couple of years? You spoke about the young lady from WA, from Trig Island, very, very good. Zoe Moore, one to watch out for there as well. Obviously, Clusie. Is there any others that are sort of not on our radar as we see the radar there and the radar continuing to come through? Oh, that's not what we want on the radar. But
that is not what we want. But, I mean, that's all right. There's not much wind, so we'll take the wins.
Okay, yep. As long as we're sitting in the box, we'll take the rain as well. It's all good from up here in the commentary booth, but down on the beach, doing it tough. Who do you like and who should we watch out for?
Look, I think Liv Clues is a really great paddler. I mean, she's won most of the races at the Australian Championships just a few weeks ago for the kayaks, and she's obviously a great Ironwoman as well, and I think she'll have some really good results here for the under-19 skis, and potentially she's lining up in the Opens. I don't know. Yeah, we've seen her for the last couple of years sort of be a step above, and I wrote an article about that next crop of junior Ironwomen coming through, and she was the most open ready because her ski leg was so good, and she's had the same sort of dilemma that you've got. When you're good at an Olympic sport like kayaking and you're good at surf sports, which one do you go with? You can't do both at the absolute top level. We've seen Kai Hurst, we've seen a couple others do it. But if you're an Ironwoman and a ski paddler, we probably haven't seen that happen since Naomi Flood, maybe. Yeah, Bully
as well.
Bull, yeah.
But she had a lot of years out as well. It's hard. You've got to make those tough decisions, and Olivia Clues is going to have to make some really, really tough ones in the future.
Yeah, you do get to a point, particularly in the kayak, where you have to decide that you're going to go all in. And kayaking is a big strength sport, and when you're trying to be an Ironwoman, you can't be the strongest kayaker there is out there just because you need to focus on that gym time and not spend time doing all of the aerobic stuff that you need to do for Ironwoman racing. So she is reaching the age where she'll need to make a decision, but she's probably got a couple of years left in her. Yeah, exactly.
And like Kai Hurst, maybe the and Floody, as you said as well, and Ali Bull, it's not that you give the sport away, it's just that maybe you take the pressure off one and the focus is all in for 3 years into the Olympics, and then you have a couple of seasons where, hey, I'm going to do both and I'm going to enjoy it and I'm going to be in the Iron Series, and it's just that juggling game.
And I mean, the timing for someone like her, Byron Dykeman as well, he is in the Iron Series next year, and he also made the Australian junior kayak team. You got Brizzy 2032 coming.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
These guys, I'd imagine, are going to give surf a solid run, and then why not focus on kayaking for an Olympic Games? I mean, maybe surf will get a show at the Olympics.
You could do both.
You could do both. That'd be really good for the quota spots.
It would. And I guess it's not like she's taking the foot off kayaking and going to partying and hanging out and not focusing on sport. It's just a different sport, and it's not perfect, but you're coming back from a much better place than maybe some athletes who just have 12 months off and don't do anything at all. So we've seen that with Ali Bull and Floody and Kai Hurst. The focus drifts away, and you're spot on, Clusie. She's an absolute superstar, and another one that you can't speak highly enough. We're down here in the Open Men's Board Arena. The board race is going on. We're in heat number 9. We've had 277 sign up. That's what it's all about. I'll run through a couple of results for you. Braden Casamento won heat number 1. Benedict Christensen got a win over some big names in heat number 2 from the North Bondi Club. Heat number 3, Nathan J, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Kurt Murphy from Swansea Belmont. Watch for them in the board relay later in the week as well. Swansea will be good. Harry Stone from Manly got the win there in heat number 4. Heat number 5, Nick Middleton from Wanda getting it done. Heat number 6, Cruz McKee, the coolest man in surf sports from North Cronulla. He snowboards, he surfs, and he's one hell of a board paddler. Got the win there. Heat number 7, Mitch Morris from the Northcliffe Club. Callum Brennan got heat 8, and we are in heat number 9, off and away. Here we go. It's time to get some board paddling action in there. And this is another one, like those ski races, you can't mess about because you make one mistake and you're going out early.
And I mean, 13 heats, I mean, that's a lot of guys, and you need to make sure you're getting through the rounds and making the right decisions. And I mean, a board race is over so quickly, right? So you've got to make sure you get that good start, get out in that clean water, and get a wave in, hopefully.
Yeah, that is exactly right. While these boys are making their way out, we're going to head down to the beach with Liam. He's going to have a chat for us. Liam, what do you got?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I've got Blake Olop here, who's just finished 4th in heat number 7. Blake, how was that one?
I mean, that's definitely the longest paddle I've done all season. I definitely have not done the amount of training I need to this season, so anything above this is a positive for me. But I think the big one for me this weekend is just making that Taplin final for the boys, Sereno.
And so Sereno's obviously had a big rebuild under Michael Booth. What can you tell me? What has he brought to the club?
Oh, he's just brought the atmosphere, brought everyone together as a team, really built it from the ground up. It was a good choice by the club to get him on board. I am new here. I have come from another side. But it's happy to train under him. I mean, although he doesn't really coach me too much, I kind of do my own thing. But he's looking after the young kids and bringing through a good squad.
Yeah, so we won't talk about the dark side you've come from, but great work, Blake. We hope to see you get through a couple more rounds of this open board, and good luck coming up in those tablets.
I appreciate it. It'd be nice.
Back up to you guys.
He's getting heckled down on the beach as well. We love it. I love these early round interviews. The guys, maybe we don't get them on TV enough, and the Sereno crew, without a shadow of a doubt, they're doing good. They're on the rise, and I had a bit of a heckle from the Trig Island guys because I said Sereno are doing a good job and maybe they're the best club in WA, but it gets very, very heated over in West Oz about who is number 1. The rivalry is very strong, isn't it?
Yeah, I had Jamie Roberts. She's in Sorrento, and she's an Olympian as well, and she worded me up to try and drop their name a few times because, she's really keen to make sure that Sorrento... we tell everyone that Sorrento is the best club in WA. I mean, they did win the state champ overall title, so you can't take that away from them. But as you heard just then, I mean, the Taplin's obviously super important to them, and they've obviously put as much eggs in that basket as they can.
The Taplin's important to everyone and every club, and everyone thinks they're a shot at it because you just need a little bit of luck, and you've been there at the absolute top of the tree. You've won those Open Taplins in the past, and on this stretch of sand sprint up the beach? Yeah, I will. Our family doesn't talk about it because Hannah ended up second in that one.
Hannah,
you just broke her heart. But it's all good. Don't worry about it. But that's what it's about. Sometimes in those taplets that I'm talking about, Blake and the Sereno guys, you fill a team the best you can and you go out there and rip into it. And you never know your luck. You might be in it up to your eyeballs late in the game. And it's not always the best clubs. I've spoken about it in the past. Over the last couple of years especially, maybe less so than when I raced, we're seeing a bigger variety of Taplin Relay winners. We had Newport for a couple of years. We had then Burleigh for the first time ever last year. We've had a couple of wins that haven't just been Northcliffe like we saw on the men's side of things. The ladies is just... That's been the most competitive out of all of them. Every single year, it's sort of a different club, and they have 1 or 2 runs, and then they go off the boil. And the last couple have been Alex. Before that, it was Newport. Then there was Marucci and North Burleigh and Northcliffe. And I really like how competitive it is.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, you don't need the best 3 people out there. I mean, when we won our title in 2015, we certainly weren't the best team out there, but we wanted it so badly. And you just need 3 people to put their best foot forward on the day and perform the best that they can, and it's kind of your game. For me, the ski was last, and I don't think I've ever run faster up that beach, and I don't think I ever will.
Up the Travelator as well. I remember there was that big rise in the sand, the straight run up there. You definitely deserved it. What a performance. Let's stop talking about it, the 2015. No, but here in the men's board race, and it's the same as well. For a long time, we had a lot of sort of similar board paddler winners, but it's been a real mix over the last, let's say, 10 years, because we obviously had Zach Morris take the title last year on the Sunshine Coast, Tex Dixon here before that, Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua, they were the 2 winners. Jay Finesse, Stu McLaughlin, Hayden White, and then Stu McLaughlin for 3 straight. So they're the last sort of 10 winners of this open men's board race, and for the last sort of 5 years, it's a different paddler every single year, and there's just been no consistency about it.
And I mean, you can see there's 13 heats. There's so many guys that can paddle a board and put it together on the day. And that's what matters, what you put together on the day. It's the mental fortitude that you bring to that day. I mean, you just see Campbell Guthrie there throw his arms up.
Doing Campbell Guthrie
things. Done that a few times before in his life. But it means so much. And, I mean, all these guys love surfing. All these guys are out in the water a lot. You've got Kai Howell there.
Yeah, smashing it.
It's exciting to see such depth from so many different clubs. And, I mean, we all like to see tight racing on the final day.
Yeah, and this is like the ski race. I think the swim and the iron are a little different. There's sort of levels to the game, whereas there's obviously your Olympians and your absolute stellar board paddlers, but the chunk of guys who could potentially win this race is 25, 35 men, and that's more than there'll be in the semi-finals. That's what makes it so tough. Ladies exactly the same, but the amount of board paddlers who could potentially win this race is ridiculous. I would say there'd be 30 that you could say, oh, yeah, that's fair. He had the race of his life and he won the board race. That's no surprise. And that's what makes it so hard.
Yeah, and that's what makes you a good athlete as well, right? To be able to put it together on the day. And we do see those guys and girls come out on top, like your Georgia Millers or your Matt Bevilacqua, who are used to winning and so have that confidence. But, any one of these guys can come and do that come Sunday. And I love to see these run up the beaches in the board as well. Lunging at the line gives the officials something to talk about.
Yeah, Bogue and Higgins there. Higgins from Seacliff. That's a club I love to talk about from South Australia. They're that all-black cap. Bogue from Swansea Belmont. We've had a couple of the other boys there. This club has been on fire this year in terms of board paddling. Grange, that's Harry Stevens working his way up. Grange board paddling has gone to another level. They dominate down in South Australia, and when we come to those World Ocean Series rounds, they've got 5, 6, 7 guys working their way into the quarters and the semis. They've been very, very good.
Yeah, and it's so good to see them pushing through to the front as well and building some clubs. We talk about clubs building, and that's absolutely one of them. And, I mean, to have that many guys pushing through to the front is pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Kai Howell did get the win there. Green in second, Highfield in third, Guthrie and McCleary. McEwen, Graham and Angus Higgins got that 8th spot. We'll head down to the beach with a man who's been flying under the radar but very, very impressive, more so in the swim than the board, Jackson McCleary.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I've got Jackson McCleary here from Maroubra. He's being 5th in this heat in the Open Men's Board. Jackson, it was pretty tricky conditions out there. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's a really long board paddle. I've done the iron and the swim this morning, so there's a big sweep coming down, and just thought try to get out there in front and then look for some little runners and a wave on the way in.
And did you get lucky coming back in?
No, I pretty much paddled the whole way, so a little bit cooked after the swim, but got to the final of that, so yeah, pretty happy and just see what happens on the board.
And so what else do you have left for today?
Just finish the board, see how far I can make it, and look forward to the swim final on Sunday.
And lastly, is there anyone at Maroubra Surf Club you want to shout out to?
Yeah, just my coaches, Cuz, Lisa and Tara. They've helped me a lot this year, so yeah.
Anyway, well, good luck for the rest of the comp. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I love hearing from Jacko, and he's talking about that swim final already because he's one of the guys who can win that swim final. He's burst onto the scene this year, and he's had 2 or 3 performances at the World Ocean Series that makes me think he's in the top 3 swimmers in the sport at the moment. And it's good to see him rolling through a few other events, just keeping nice and loose. But the focus already, he's talking about the swim final after the board race. You know where his allegiances lie.
Absolutely. He'll be going and making sure he's well recovered for those swims coming up in the week. That's the second time we've heard someone as well say how long the board paddle is. I mean, I made a comment, board race is quite quick, but everyone's saying it's quite long, so I take that back.
And do you know what it is as well? We come out of that World Ocean Series racing, and that is short, sharp, fire up, let's go, back of the break, in and out, everything's in the break. So they've gotten used to this short level of racing, and all of a sudden, this is the course. This is where it's supposed to be. This is what we're meant to be doing, and they are long, and they're supposed to be long. A good 4 or 5 minutes worth of board paddling there, and you've got to adapt, and it's going to play into the hands of the athletes who've done the work, who've got the endurance, and aren't just big board start specialists. Same on the ski, same in the swim, same in the iron. It's all about your ability to sort of set your pace, grind, stay at that threshold without going into the red zone.
And you can make a lot of moves out the back as well, particularly in this longer board race. I mean, when it's that shorter, sharper racing, you can't really make too many moves on the outside around the cans, but I mean, these guys are paddling the same course that ski paddlers are paddling. So just to give a bit of context. And so, if you've got a bit of speed on that flat water, you'll be able to overtake a bit or maybe sit on someone's wash and take a few breaths and then put in that burst of speed around the can.
That was the run up the beach for 8th place in the last one there. And the young lads just got themselves in. The current world board champion, Matt Bevilacqua, looking to do his thing. A former Australian board race champion as well. Not too far away from fatherhood either. So big shout out to partner Brielle, who is expecting in the next couple of weeks. I think we're about a month away, or maybe a little bit over a month away. So big changes in the life of this man. He's got big goals for this week, as a lot of gentlemen do, but this will be one of the big ones, trying to win the board race, trying to get another board title. He's a 5-time world champion, 6 times if you include the surf world champion, and now a 1-time Australian champion who is looking for a second.
Loves board paddling, doesn't he? It'll be good to see him pushing through the front in his final season before he becomes a dad. But I'm sure he's looking forward to a bit of dad strength as well coming on board. Does that happen while the pregnancy is happening? I don't know.
Who knows? It's a dark art there. I think if he's looking forward to the pregnancy, if he's looking forward to the birth, maybe. If not so much, maybe he's a little scared about what lies ahead for him there. But no, I think he's taking it all within his stride. This looks like it's going to be a fast one as well. A couple in this that are very, very good board paddlers. We've been speaking about Matty Bevilacqua for most of it here, but you take a look at that start list and there are some very, very good names on there as well. A couple of these other heats were sort of rolled through. Noah Steiner got a win. Joey Collins got a win. Patrick Illy, one of the Sorrento boys, the world ski race champion, he got a win in that one as well. And the boys are off and away and into their work. At the other end, the man who got second in this board race last year, Odin Parrish, will go from the far end now at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Man I like from South Australia, Xavier Sederblad, very good on the ski and the board craft competitor down there. They've come from all over the country. Justin McMorland, he finished 3rd in this race last year. So we've got the silver and bronze medalists and the world champion in this heat alone. Heat number 13. Adam Palmer, who has won this one before. Stewie McLaughlin from North Cottesloe. So we've got about 8 board titles in this one here. So this is absolute chaos right now. Kobe Keane, Henry Atkins, Luke Martins from New Zealand, and Reece Mulholland from the Surfers Paradise Club. This one's stacked.
You know you're at an Aussie Championships when you're drawing a heat like this, hey? It's nothing like ripping the Band-Aid off on day one. I'm sure you'll see some of the names we just mentioned come through to the front, but where I'm interested to see is the waves coming through at the end. That can really mix things up, and particularly through this little gutter and the run up the beach. Got Adam Palmer just leading out. He's very good off the start. He'll be wanting to conserve a bit of energy, I'm sure. So maybe looking for a wash a little bit later, but he looks the goods right now. Yeah,
Adam Palmer, Odin Parrish, Matt Bevilacqua, Justin McMorland, 1, 2, 3 and 4 out in front. Probably the big 4 you'd expect to get into their work there. And Adam Palmer had back injuries over the last couple of sort of 18 months, 2 seasons, hasn't been at his best, but it looks like he's starting to come back to the Adam Palmer we know, who was constantly competing for those open board titles and in the iron final as well. Odin Parrish, he is a ball of energy, and when he's on the line, he's fired up and ready to go. He will have had the open iron heats this morning along with Bevilacqua. And Justin McMorland, underrated as a board paddler from Redhead. I think he's got 2 bronze medals at the Australian Championship now in the board race. And he doesn't come across as the most serious, but those Redhead boys, they work damn hard when they go to training, and they come to the Aussie title ready to go and ready to cause an upset. And 2 bronze medals, you can't laugh at that. That is quality board paddling against the best in the business.
And Redhead absolutely is one of those clubs that loves an Aussie title, right? Loves to be here, loves to win those medals, loves to be pushing up towards the front. And, I mean, you say he might not be touted as the best board paddler, but kind of flying under the radar can be a good thing sometimes.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And I think if you had to list who you think wins the board race or who stands on the podium at the start of the week, maybe Justin isn't the one that you put in there, but he should be, because in a performance like this, there's 3 or 4 guys in this one who could be on the podium or who have been on the podium in the past, and he is right up there as they go around. And you can see the boys starting to go to work. Ollie Sharp from Coogin working his way into it as well. It looks like at the bottom, just on the edge, Reece Mulholland from the Surfers Paradise Club. The different Surfers Paradise cap kills me every single time because I look at it and go, where is that? But it's Surfers. Kobe Schultz doing his thing there in the other Northcliffe cap on the back of that group. So that's, 6, 7 there as they start to come round. It gets interesting after that. You don't want to be off the back of that pack. Kobe Keane there right with the Kirra cap on, the yellow, white and blue stripes. That is on the pressure bubble. Because you drop back 1 or 2 spots, you're going home.
These guys are going to want to slingshot off that third can and look for a runner and roll with it. You can see Bevy there maybe just picking up a little bit of a bump, not much, but it gets his nose a little bit in front. And a bit of a bump coming through here. Odin pushing down the front as well. I think it's all about just increasing that gap so you can increase or lessen the likelihood, I guess, of somebody coming through on a wave out the back.
Yeah, I think the effort from the third can to getting a wave is pretty important. You come round on the front, you've done everything right, you just ease around the cans. Now we go and get a wave. You can see the rating from Parrish on the right. Bevilacqua on the left has gone up significantly, doing a really good job. Adam Palmer not too far behind the white cap with the black and blue stripes of Maroochydore. Finds a little runner, starts to push down. Someone on the far left's going a long way around there. And he's doing a fantastic job. Palmer just down on the stomach there. You can see on the far left, working into it very, very nicely. That might be McMorland down there. Thinks he's found his own little lane to get himself back. And not a lot on offer. There's a little lump now, a little one for our leaders. I don't know if they'll get down it, and a lump behind it as well. But Mother Nature's gone flat all of a sudden.
You can see the stress increasing a little bit with their rating increasing. Yep. It doesn't feel good when you haven't picked up a wave that far in and you just know maybe there's something brewing on the horizon that someone out the back can catch. And, you know, we've seen that time and time again at Kirra, and you just don't want that to happen in your heat. You want to get through, you want to tick those boxes and get through as safe as you can.
Yeah, here we go. This is what happens. Kobe Schultz is going to get down that one. Bevilacqua there, Odin Parrish. Adam Palmer meets him in the middle. Here we go. 2, 4, 5 on that. And Justin McMorland on the right-hand side. Maybe the big loser out of that one, out of the Coogin Club. Oh, no, he's on the back, was Oliver Sharp. I thought he'd gone all the way off there, but we've got 5, 6 on the little runner behind it. So the next group is going to be very, very interesting. Odin Parrish, Adam Palmer, Matt Bevilacqua, Kobe Schultz, Justin McMorland, Sharp the wave behind. Top 6, they will cruise through, and we're chasing 2 more.
Oh, you don't want to be in that pack coming up at the end, do you? I reckon we're in for a run up the beach, but these guys are looking very cruisy. That might be our 7th and 8th, making it nice and clean.
Yeah, easy work. Oscar Roberts from Swansea Belmont there. He worked his way down and worked into it very, very nicely. No dramas across the line. And then it is Reece Mulholland from the Surfers Paradise Club. That'll be all she wrote for this heat of the board race. And to survive that one, you got to feel very comfortable and you got to feel pretty good about yourself as well. You go, okay, that's as tough as it gets. And this is the run up the beach. These boys charging up there. We can see everybody trying to get through. Kobe Keane just sneaks in there ahead of one of the boys from, it looks like Half Moon Bay, the cap there, maybe Point Leo. So here we go, up the beach. The rest of these guys there, they will miss out. They will go home, not qualifying through, but surviving that one. They don't get much tougher than that. That top 5 or 6, I think they'll all be in the final, or they'll be close to being in the final.
I agree, and I don't really know how the draws work, but if you draw a hard heat, surely it splits out for the next rounds. I don't know if that's how it works.
You just get bad ones sometimes. You just get round on round on round where it's tough and tough and tough. And sometimes it's a good thing because it's like the march to war. You've had to overcome so much that you get to the final and you're like, I've beat all these guys so far, or I've raced all these guys every single round. So you've seen them all, you've beat them all. The final's no different. Whereas if you have a couple soft ones and then all of a sudden the big guns come in there, it can be a little stressful.
I agree. I've had that many times where you go through the rounds pretty easily, you know, a wave in front, not pushing hard, then you get to the final and you're pushing around the cans at the end and your heart rate's a bit raised and you're a bit stressed and you don't know how everyone's going to show. So I agree. A hard heat, a hard semi, whatever it is, can be good.
Yeah, you need one, as long as you survive them.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the wrong side of it.
That's it. I think every athlete thinks exactly the same. We're going to head down to the beach. Liam, who you got for us?
I'm here with Ollie Sharp from Coogin. Coogin is a great board paddling club, and it's great to see the Blue Star getting back amongst it. Ollie, what can you tell us about Coogin?
Yeah, there's a few good up-and-comers, especially in the girls. Izzy Tate and the dudes, under 17s. We've got Jules and Fletcher. They're coming along good. could see them in the finals, and they'll probably be up there and across both of the team stuff and individual results. So it should be pretty good to see.
And you had a good paddle there, qualifying through the next round. What are you hoping to get out of this Open Men's Board race?
Oh, it's a bit of a grind out there. We'll see how we go. I'm feeling pretty good, but we'll see what the day brings.
All right, well, good luck to Kudjin. Like I said, it's great to see Kudjin back out represented in his open age group. And we'll go back up to you, Josh.
Thanks for that, mate. Yeah, Kudjin Headland, a great club. Spent a little bit of time there when they'd have me, and they are, well, one of the best in the business there. The last club, Northern New South Wales, they love it there. Unbelievable board paddlers, led by Scotty McCartney, a man who's been on the podium at the Aussie titles, I think, in the board race. If not, he's gone very, very close. That's the result there, and we saw Ollie Sharp getting 6th overall. Roberts, Mulholland snuck home in that race up the beach. Poor old Kobe Keane and Henry Atkins there missing out on that one. We go over the page. Xavier from Seacliff, Alex from Southport. So the South Australians doing a great thing. I'll leave the pronunciation of the Kiwi clubs to you, mate. Good to see Nate McKinnon out of Mackay, Newport. Jijun Linter from Alex, Jaspers, Martin and McLaughlin from Cott or North Cott in WA. The West Australians have had a good start. Those board races, we didn't see a whole lot of them, but they were super competitive. Just by those names at the top of all those heats, they were really, really good.
Yeah, and I think if the conditions stay like this as well, there'll be some serious bunching up out the back as we move through the rounds and through the rest of the week.
Yeah, we look like we're going to head into the under-19 men's board race next, so we're not too far away from seeing Generation next. And just like on the ladies' side of things, we spoke about Pippi DePagna, Olivia Clues sort of making the jump into opens. The 19 boys this year has been they haven't raced each other, but they've been so good in that open age group, especially on the Ironman side of things. Your Ethan Callahans, your Riley Harlans, those guys, and Connor Maggs, obviously, those three, they're the future of the sport, without a doubt.
I think when you're watching those irons as well, you forget how young these guys are. I mean, Ethan Callahan is quite a stature, isn't he? And he doesn't look like he's under 19 still. So, it's very exciting for the future. And I mean, they're kind of not even the future anymore. Like they're already pushing through for wins. And I mean, what a competitive age group. You kind of think when you're already racing those opens, you can come back to your age group and it might be, in inverted commas, easier. But that is not the case here.
No, it's not. The boys are having a laugh on the line there. I think somebody's been cleaned up out the back. Good to see they're enjoying themselves. We've had a couple of heats in the 19 men's board race already. Connor Maggs got the win in heat number 1. Did a great job there. We head further into heat number 2. Jack Johns from Swansea Belmont got the win in his heat. And now we are into heat 3, waiting on the line there. Heat number 4, Jet Green from Terrigal won that one. Great job by Jet. And it looks like another Jet, maybe Jet Hoffman, will be winning that heat that he's in the water. We're just waiting to see this one go on the sand. There's a couple coming up. This is heat number 3 we're looking at now. So we'll run you through the start list. Leo Oliver of Southport, Mugridge of Tugun, Kruenko from Northcliffe, Evans of Clifton Beach, Aidan Hall. Watch for him in a few of the things. That's what they're laughing at, that board washing into the beach there. Not what you want at the Australian
funny
titles.
to look at, not funny to be involved with.
Oh, what else do you do but laugh down there?
Laugh or cry.
Oh, I think more tears than anything at all. Aidan Ray and Xavier Coates of Swansea Belmont, Damon of Tugun, Will Steiner of Wanda, Will O'Connor of Noosa, runs his own club, his podcast. A big shout out to all the people getting the podcast done. Tommy Ryan of Mermaid, Gammon of Maroochydore, Burns of Alex, Johnston of North Cronulla, Thomas of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Walker of Swansea Belmont, just pointing, and then Joel Mick from Allura down there. The boys are on the line, set and ready to go. This is heat number 3 of the 19 men's board race. They've had a laugh, but it's time to get serious.
And I think with these under-19s, like we spoke about those big guns who are doubling up in the opens as well, but you'll get some of these guys just doing the 19s, and, are they fresher?
Yeah.
Rather than having 3 races already, they've only had 2 potentially. I think that freshness will really come to play as we move through the week.
And you've got guys doing 19s and open, board and iron, and you've got guys who are just doing the 19 board. So when you start to get really specific and really, hey, I'm just here to win one event and then do teams on top of that, that's when it gets tough for those guys and girls who are competitive at everything and could potentially win everything, but becomes almost impossible. And that's what makes feats like Georgia Fitzsimons or Georgia Miller at the time so special, because she not only is good enough to win those events. She's good enough to beat all the specialists in the swim, in the board, going in those ski relays, the girls that haven't done all the extra rounds and things like that. That's what makes those sort of feats truly spectacular.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm no scientist, but if you look at the physiology of that, like...
You sound like
I'm definitely... I studied journalism. You definitely are losing some bickies, I guess, as you go through the day. And, you know, the power and that kind of fast-twitch fibre that you have at the start of the day, if you're lining up again and again and again, you are losing that and you're getting more fatigued versus people who might be at home for a bit longer during the day or in the morning, and they might come down, they might be a bit better warmed up for that specific race. And so for someone like Georgia to be able to come out and still beat those specialists and beat those people with less races under their belt is really, really impressive.
I'm definitely not a scientist, but you've only got so many matches, and you burn a match in a hard heat, you burn a match in a 19 final, you burn a match in an open semi-final. You don't have that firepower for the finals later in the week, and you've only got so many, and that's why they train so hard, because you've got to be able to produce week on week on week, day on day on day. But when you get to the end of your tether, you're at the end of your tether, and then when you've got some of the best competitors in the sport lining up alongside you, it can make it very, very difficult. The boys are into their work. They've bunched up pretty comfortably, if I'm completely honest, on the way out. The defending champ here in the 19 men's board race is Connor Maggs. Incredibly, Ethan Callahan finished second and Darby Meyer third, so we'll see a few of those boys still going around in this age group this year. The year before was Nick Green. We saw him in that open board race heat a little bit earlier on. The 17 champion making the jump up, Ollie Dillon from, I think, the Tugan Club there. So he won the 17 board race last year. He's going to make the jump up into this age group here, so super competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got a bit of an insight into the Tugan boys, obviously, and they're going really well at the moment under Kelly Margetts, and Jordan, my husband's the ski coach, and they're a really good crop of boys. Yep. You know, they love training hard, they love racing hard, and they also just love surf lifesaving. Like, you know, Ollie's down there as a patrol captain, and always down the club. He's a bit of a super clubby, so it's really good to see. Yeah, how good's that? And I'm sure they'll be super competitive, these boys, as they get into those, especially the board relays and that sort of thing as well. We've got a couple of them in here with Tommy Damon and Ryan Muggeridge. I've seen those guys go around a lot, and they're super competitive, and we'll see them in that board relay final later in the program, the 19 men's board relay final. They'll go close, and they'll definitely be a shot. You got Northcliffe, Burleigh heads Mowbray Park in this one, and maybe the Newport boys as well. But you've got to think that Tugan's a chance. Yeah, absolutely. You know, they were really good in under-17s. They're all a little bit older now. They've left school, and same with everyone here. I think when you hit the under-19 age group, you're leaving school, you're finding the rest of your life, and so you're kind of figuring out, where does surf and where does training fit into my schedule now? Am I going to uni? Did I start a trade? What does that look like, and will my job allow it? And it's incredible to say this, but sometimes it's actually easier if you're a professional or you're trying to go to the Olympics, because you know where it sits. If you're someone like me, mid-pack at best, you're in an Ironman final, you're trying to do other things on the side, you're working a job, you don't know, is this sport for me, am I trying to make it? That can be where it's tough, because you've got things pulling you in different directions, and you don't want to be Georgia Fitz, but you want to be in the final, and that's where it becomes really tough. And retention in the 19 age group is a big thing that Surf Sports has been pushing, and something that's hard for clubs to do. And the guys and girls as coaches and team managers and presidents who can do a really good job of it, they should be studied. We should figure out how to keep more of these kids in the sport, make it easier for them to be a part of the sport and come here and be competitive. We see a nice little wave. Oh, we're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8 down this. That's all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, these 8 cruising through to the next round. That is comfortable, isn't it? But like you said, they're a good group of Tugan boys. Keep them together. You'll have some success before life tears them apart. Absolutely, and life happens, right? Yep. We see that, and guys will start finishing their uni degrees or finishing their trades. Their bosses want them at work more, and you're just starting to look at life a bit differently. But where they're at now, it's epic to see. And I mean, what a way to finish a heat! Hey, they'd be counting the people on that wave and being like, okay, we're happy days. They're still putting on a little bit of a sprint. Just make sure, don't be last. That's all it is. Don't be last. It's good to win sometimes. Get yourself through there. So Joel Mick from the Allura Club gets across the line there first.
Not too much drama for any of those boys. A little bit of drama for these guys, though. I think we'll say goodbye to the rest of them there. There is 2, 4, 6, 7 heats of the 19 men's board race. There's plenty more board race action to come throughout the day. We've got open men's quarterfinals, open men's semi-finals of the board race, and then 19 quarters, 19 semis in there as well, mixing it up. We'll say goodbye to Elise Wood, the Olympian ski paddler and all-around surf sports superstar for now in the commentary booth. She will be back on the beach in a few moments' time, but in the meantime, we're going to welcome back the one, the only Jenny Parry. Jenny, down on the sand, you had a bit of a break. How was it down there? How's the rain?
It was good. It was nice and wet down there. I hung out in the under-17 arena for a while. The boys are moving through round 1, then round 2 of their board races, and they were just backing up. It was really impressive, and the officials really determined to be like, we are moving through this program. We are getting this done today.
And that's what it's all about. We love to see it. We're going to head down to the beach now. Our man Harold's in the sand with the winner of that heat of the 19 men's board race.
But we're not going to talk about the winner at the moment. This is just a sincerest of most apologies. A commentator curse that you would never ever see. So this morning I said you're a special for Sunday afternoon, the swim, the iron, because you've been racing so well, but you've come through on this one. So I apologise for doing that to you, but that was much better then.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't make the swim final, but still got iron and board and ski to go. So, hopefully the curse doesn't come through.
I will say nothing else good about you for the rest of the carnival. Allura squad looking strong. Michaela had a nice couple of paddles out there this morning. What's special about the waters in Allura at the moment?
There's big swell down there right now, but I don't know, we've got a good coach, good squad. We're all a very good team. We're training hard for the last 3 or 4 years. And we've had a bit of a drought over the last 5 or 6 years, but we're all back. There's Chucky in the olders, me, Mitch, Nick. We've got a couple in the youngers, and there's Michaela in the girls. We've got a good squad.
Legend. Keep it up, brother. We'll see you Sunday in some more events. Let's go.
Oh, thank you so much, Harold. Lots of racing down there, and we are moving through to those next races already. Under 19 men's board race. If you are following along at home, liveheats.com is where you're going to find that information. We've had a few big races already. We can see that we are through to round 1. We will have quarters, semis, and then obviously the big final coming up soon. And we also say a big hello, Liam Ryan from North Burleigh. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jen. Great to be back up here in the booth. There's been some really solid racing down the beach. Conditions been quite tricky. But I think everyone's been handling it pretty well so far.
They don't have a choice.
Well, that's right. Everyone's got the same conditions. I know in the pink arena there, they were struggling with setting up a fair race for those ski girls. So, but everyone, like you said, at the end of the day, everyone's got the same set of cards handed to them. They've all got to try to get through that same course. And we're seeing people kind of really push through quite nicely.
Yeah, that is what we want. This is heat number 7, I think, on the line or on the screen right now. I can see the results already coming through for heat 5, and a big shout out. Jake Walker from North Bondi, Will Norling from Tugun, and Ethan Callahan. That was the top 3 there. They are all through. So try and pick up some caps here. Pretty sure we're on heat number 7. And I tell you what, this is just round 1, let alone round 2, and everything else that we need to get through, but no easy heats at all. Even just down there before in the under-17 arena, we had sprint finishes in nearly every race across 6, 7, 8 and 9 just to get through. But a familiar sight here, that looks to be Tugun out in front, Oliver Dillon.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing it quite comfortably, staying on his stomach, preserving his legs. The feedback we're getting down the beach is that it is a long paddle and it's a hard paddle coming home. So these boys are just saving the legs before they make this last turn, get it back up on the knees. You see them do it there, start to push onto these runs, push home. And you see, as you go back to the field, everyone's doing the same. Everyone's kind of get around that last can, back up onto the knees and start to drive.
And you can just see how grey it is out the back as well. It's absolutely miserable down there. And a shout out, I think that's Angus O'Grady from Clifton Beach in 2nd position at the moment. No, it's a Burleigh Heads Mowbray cap. Should have known there are so many Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park boys running around, and in a board race you cannot split them. Lots of them moving through. I can see a Northcliffe in the mix. That's going to be Riley Harland as well. And this is where it gets interesting. You can see the boys, they can feel those waves moving underneath them. They're going to try and pick something up, and that is the way to be reported. How good is that? Oliver Dillon making his way down there from Tugun. It's not going to take him all the way down, all the way into the beach, but a fantastic advantage for now.
Yeah, it's always what you look for when you come around that can. Get a little runner, even if it doesn't turn into the wave, but it quickly turns into 3, 4, 5 board lengths. But we look back into the field and you can see there's 5 guys got a little run there, but one has worked at the best. We'll try pick his cap up. It could be an Alex Headland that has worked the best from there. So he's taken himself from 6th into 2nd. But Chugan out in front, looking strong. He's doing it comfortably, pushing his way into the water.
Sorry to interrupt. I love that he's not really turning around too much. He knows that he's just got to go. A wave might come through. He'll pick it up if they get there. And this is a bit of a danger zone for him, but he's got a nice lead on the rest of the field. You can see some of the others out the back turning around, taking a little sneaky look. I can see Aidan Carberry in the back there. That's the blue cap with the 2 darker blue stripes all the way from West Beach. Wonderful to see a few in the mix from Warilla Barrack Point as well. Jack Wilson in the mix here.
Yeah, and just in front of the athlete from West Beach, we've got Harris Henderson from Torquay. So Torquay have had a pretty solid showing, a bit of resurgence there in the club. But as we look ahead, we see Leaders Wave and then Alex Headland clear wave in second. So that's 1 and 2 comfortably now coming into the beach.
And just the relief, pulling down that wave, knowing that it's got enough power in it, that it will take you all the way through. The fact that you don't have to do a sprint finish here in what is only round 1, let alone quarters, finals, semi-finals, but the fact that the pace is on so much, and it really was from those first open iron heats early today. There was a few near misses, a few scares in there as well. Bit of heartbreak for Braden Casamento from Alex, who's an auto qualifier in next year's Shaw and Partners Iron Series, not progressing out of that opening heat. That's a really tough way to start Aussies. Yeah,
it's always a tough way. You always want to start your Aussies, your first race, with a nice, comfortable one, build your confidence up, but at the same time, it's a long week. So it's always that fine line of, do I preserve too much energy early and I risk missing out qualifying? And unfortunately for some of our athletes, that's what's going to happen. They're going to hold back a little bit too much. We see Riley Harlan crossing the line there from Northcliffe. Sprint finish at the back there. Sorrento coming through. Looks like a Mullaloo cap as well.
Yeah, big shout out Mullaloo. Do love that cap. It's the blue, the white and the yellow all the way from WA. As we see, I think that's Hobie Smith from Cronulla exiting there. But yes, Oliver Dillon took that one out. Alex Stewart from Alex. Tyler Richards from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Riley Harlan. Taj Andrews, always expect to see him up there in the board races. Aidan Carberry. Harris Henderson, who you mentioned earlier. And it's Ewan Screwins from Sorrento in WA, that bright green cap. I love it. It is so easy to pick. We see it in the ocean. We see it on the beach. We see it everywhere.
Yeah, that bright green stands out like a sore thumb. They never used to be that colour. It was a few years back they decided they're going to go to the fluoro green purely for that reason. They got sick of not being able to spot their athletes in the water. As a former Sorrento boy, I don't know if I'm a big fan of the fluoro green, but like you said, it does stand out, so it does work.
Oh, and with your eyes, it'd just be so striking.
No, you can never clash. And we look here, this is Alex Headland. He came through second, easy. And he's having a little fun on that wave too. Cutting back across, you can see the drift is going to push all our athletes north. So he's going to angle back to that finish line, minimise his running. They've got a lot of races to do this week. So the shortest distance they can take running, the better.
Absolutely. Being down in the 17 arena. Oh, actually, no, we're going to look at this finish here. Oh, Carberry just keeping the nose up there. And wonderful that this was the top 8. There was no one in this group that was going to miss out. But you can see, I love that even Mullaloo at the back of the field there, everyone's putting a sprint on. If there's an extra place that you could get just to take the uncertainty out of that qualification, do love that. And here we go. I think we're nearly running out. This is back into the Opens now, Open Men's Board Race. And if you thought the nerves were bad in the 19s, watch out for this. There's going to be some pace on. If you're on liveheats.com, that is where you go. And this is another stacked heat.
That's right. Heat 3, round 2. So these boys having to go around the cans a few times before they even get to quarterfinals. So we've got the start list here. We've got Kobe Keane from Kirra, Ben Blakeney from Newport, Joe Collins from Northcliffe, Mitchell Stitt, Surfers Paradise, Sam Cummins, Terrigal, Scott McCartney, Coogin Headland, Coogin boys going strong, Kurt Murphy, Swansea Belmont, another big board paddling club, Noah Steiner from Wando, keep an eye on him, Hayden Cotter from Manly, Kai Onley and William Beth Jr. from Southport from the Fried Eggs, Zach Morris from Northcliffe, Noah Matten from Maroochydore, Darby Meyer, keep an eye on him. I've done some sessions with Darby in the lead up to this, and his old man had a stellar couple of days at the Masters. And Charlie Verco from Newport.
Love that. Great lineup there. And having a look at who you'd expect to see up the front, Charlie Verco looked fantastic in his iron heat earlier today. Zach Morris, I mean, the absolute superstar. They're expecting big things from him. Kurt Murphy, Noah Steiner. I mean, we know Hayden Cotter probably more as a swimmer, had an incredible World Ocean Series, taking out yet another overall title there. But this is the Aussies. Like, if there's a race on, we're going to do it. We're going to be part of it all. And yes, sorry, I'm just grabbing my world's notes now as well from the board. Matt Bevilacqua was our current world champion in this event, but it seems such a long time ago that we had the World Championship. So that's how we kicked off the 24-25 season. It feels like we've covered a lot of ground in that time, but a fantastic start here. That's Kurt Murphy from Swansea Belmont. He's very, very quick off the start, and you can see some of the boys just happy to take some wash, settle into the line there.
Yeah, that's right. Kurt Murphy out in front. It's a Northcliffe cap, it looks like, in second. Boys just angling a little bit back to the north. Obviously haven't picked their mark that well, haven't seen that first turning can from the start, but we've got
Love a little bit of drama,
Northcliffe.
Just a little bit of...
that could be Darby Meyer. That's the Surfer Centenary cap looks like there. He could be sitting in third. All the boys just at the front, majority of them on their stomach, preserving their legs. See a few popping up on their knees, but pace doesn't seem to be pushing too hard at the front there. Boys seem to be taking it easy, preserving energy early. It's a risk because we've seen it earlier today. The Jag has been on. People have been pulling waves and coming through. So you want to give yourself every chance you can to get out in front and get that leader's wave. Yeah,
it's a long way to go. So we can see just every once in a while Charlie Verco pops up on that orange board, takes a big breath. And it's Zach Morris, the defending champion in this event, took out the 24 champs. Before him, we had Tex Dixon, who had that big win over in Perth. Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua, Jay Furness in some massive surf back in 2019, the race before that. But you can just see that the vision is just starting to, the quality really deteriorates out the back there, and that just shows you how tough the conditions are out there. It's getting rainy, it's getting grey, but Morris, the world champ, looking pretty good out in front at the moment, knows that he needs to be in that top 4, top 5 coming around the final can just to leave nothing to chance.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you see the strong athletes in this board are going to be pushing. They know what to do. They want to get to the front early and just play it safe. You don't want to be turning the can now in that back of the group. We look ahead. We've got our 2 leaders pushing down Newport and Zach Morris.
Charlie Verco happy. And you could see, sorry to interrupt, I'm so excited about this men's board race, but you could see they chose their moment. They knew now's the time that I put some pace on. I do 5, 6 big ones, and they know they've got to keep that momentum through now if they want to cut into the next break. Go, 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 go. I think Morris, they're both nearly there.
Yeah, you see that it's just not pushing through that gutter, so they're going to get a nice bit of a push. We can't quite see them on the screen just yet. I think they've pushed through, but this is what we're worried about. This is the Jag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potentially on this wave, maybe a couple more. So you really hope our 2 leaders have got a bit more of a buffer as we see a few drop off the back as it fills up. 2 getting a bit more of a push, but this is what you'd want to be worried about. This is why you can't necessarily preserve so much energy on the way out.
And Morris and Verco just having a little chat to each other saying, what do we do now? Do we wait? Do we stay? Because if you stop, you lose that momentum and it's so, so tough. And we're pretty sure that Verco, there we go, Verco and Morris, they are down. The relief of getting through now. And I think that's a real cautionary tale for the heats that are yet to come. Those that are lined up on the beach now, they'd look at that and they'd be learning, where do I come in? What do I need to avoid? What's up to chance? And what can I control in this race?
Yeah, that's right. The thing we've seen at North Kirra these last 3 days of racing between the youth and the masters is as this tide changes, the alleys that you want to take are changing very fast. And so what might be working in this heat number 3, get to heat 5, heat 7, should be similar, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we see different alleys come in with the better option. But these 2 boys look comfortable, easy jog up the beach, happy to qualify through.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the 2 of the boys that we would expect to feature, not only to qualify to that final, but potentially moving in there. But have a look at this. Is that Hayden Cotter about to make it through to the next round of a board race in this quality field?
That's right. Looks like Hayden Cotter. We've got someone sneaking into Southport or a Terrigal cap potentially. I can't see the yellow dot. There's a Southport Manly, and this is tight here. Maroochydore at the back. Surfers, that would be Darby Meyer.
And that'd be Noah Maton from Maroochydore. Wonder if he's going to get through. But yes, it was William Beth Jr. from Southport. He is 4th across the line. Live Heats told us Kurt Murphy is through in 5. Noah Steiner from Wanda is through. Ben Blakeney from Newport. Who's got that 8th spot? And it is Sam Cummins from Terrigal. Big race, big finish, big run. And unfortunately, that means that Mitch Stitt from Surfers Paradise is in 9th and Noah from Maroochydore in 10th. Unlikely to progress to the next round. So this is the sort of racing you'd expect. And have a look at the rating of the boys off the start. They knew they needed to make that gap early.
Yeah, and that's right. And we just saw the replay of our 2 leaders. We've come back to this big wave. But just earlier we saw our 2 leaders. They came around that can, and it was 3 hard strokes to get on that runner. But the news out of this heat is it looks like Joe Collins has come in 11th from Northcliffe. So looking like he's not progressing. And we're going to cross now to Harold on the beach. Harold?
Story time with Charlie Verco. What is the worst handler story you've got?
I had a double whammy from my dad. First race of the year in the Iron. I was coming around wave in front and my ski wasn't on the line. So I had to throw my arms up in the air and have a look for it. And I said I'd give him one more chance. And the next race he handled for me, he put my paddle around the wrong way.
So Jamie Verco, officially the worst handler in Australia?
Yeah. It took me about 2 years to let him handle for me again.
There you go. You heard it first from Big Charlie Verco. See you in the next round, mate.
Thanks, Harold.
Thank you, Harold. That's not what you want to hear in the handling areas. And we're coming back now. We're looking at the blue and white arena. Boys in the start line. This is going to be another round of that board race.
Is that opens or are we looking? That looks like 17s down
Blue and white is under 17. Quarter-final.
Jen, if you're just patient and wait for the ticker tape to come through. Yes, 17 men's board race. Now, they have done quite a few races already this morning. I saw them do round 1 immediately into round 2, so it was a really, really tough gig.
Yep.
If you were in one of those final rounds of about 10 or 12 heats, immediately back into the next one in the first few. Not a lot of rest, not a lot of recovery, but we're at Aussies. This is how it rolls. You just got to keep an eye on live heats and you've got to get ready to go. And recovering these sorts of conditions, Liam, is really tough.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the athletes are wanting to go after their race, go and have a bit of a swim down, cool down. But the challenge today is going to be you're never quite getting dry. You're never quite getting warm. And you're going to be you're out here on the start line, you're standing around. The boys have probably been standing here for 5 minutes. You see a few get the big jumps, arm swings, trying to get the blood pumping. But the challenge is how can you keep warm and ready to start that next race as we see them lining up.
And this will be, for most of them, well, for all of them, will be the 3rd board race of the day. We are now in quarterfinals, so it's taken 2 races just to get here. This is quarterfinal number 1. Top of the field, farthest away from us is Phoenix Preston from Coogin, Tristan Callahan from Burleigh Heads, Luca Gordon from Manly in the Sky Blue Cab, Liam Campagna from Dicky Beach, Bede Cosgrove from North Burleigh, Ollie Harland of Maroochydore, Dane Rayward from Burleigh Heads, Kai Cook of Redhead, Jake Mayle from North Burleigh, Max Miller, Warilla Barrack Point, Ewan Barraclough from Sorrento, and Rocco Eyre from Redhead. So a few clubs doubling up in here, but anyone's race and a fairly even start so far.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like down this southern end, that looks like maybe Ollie Harlan from Maroochydore getting a good start, but there's someone just off screen we can't see who's maybe got out a little bit better. Potentially this southern end being the pick of the ends to start at. We look back into the middle, you can see that fluoro green of Sorrento. They do stand out, pushing hard. But down this end, that's maybe another Sorrento. Maybe in the middle I was looking at Dicky Beach. So this is Ewan Barraclough from Sorrento having a great start. He seems to be making his the best of these dual tricky conditions. That under-17 arena has been a pretty tricky arena these last few days. Yeah. And he's out a few more strokes and he should be out clean pending any sets coming through, but I think he's out and in the lead.
And this is where we saw ducking under that one a little late. This is where we saw the best of the surf for the junior competitors for the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Youth and Nipper Championships. When they did get to race in the water on the Sunday, we actually put the under-13s down in this arena. And there were some incredible sets coming through here. And those junior competitors, the youngest of all the athletes contesting the Aussies, they were absolutely fearless. The skills were incredible. Some of them weighed about 20, 30 kilos. They're on these little nipper boards as well. They were just incredible.
Yeah, they really toughed it out. Any one of those under-13s who put their foot in that line did a great job. It was very, very tricky. We'll be looking back out here. It's Sorrento in 1, Next to him, that looks like it could be a redhead cap, or it's a Manly. Maybe that's a Manly cap out in front there.
Well, we do have two redhead in the mix here, Kai Cook and Rocco Eyre, and Luca Gordon from Manly is the sky blue cap. I reckon that could be a Manly, or Phoenix Preston from Coogin. We know that he can absolutely motor on a board here, so good race here, and it looks like for those boys out in front, that 1, 2 and 3, they've kind of slowed the pace down, and that'll really suit that chase pack. And it looks to be maybe Max Miller from Warilla Barrack Point leading that next group.
Yeah, that's right. They got away to about a board and a half length lead there. We see Sorrento just losing the wash there. He's going to work a bit harder to get back onto it. But like you said, the boys sat up, dropped the pace down. It's going to bring that pack back through. We've seen it earlier in the day. It's all about preserving energy for these next rounds. And these boys have already raced a bit. They had the under-17 Ironman to start the day, 2 rounds of the board into the quarter. So some of these boys, this is race number 4, probably want to save the legs, but we've seen it time and time again. The jag is on. They don't want to get caught on the way back in, but it looks like we're coming back into one continuous line at this point.
Yeah, that is. It's a fairly long course, and I love that earlier today we had a few athletes going, oh, it's not very long, I don't know about this, and the tide was pretty low at that point, and we're like, pump the brakes, champ, like, you're about to see some long courses from here. And again, all of the athletes, a lot of them have raced at North Kirra before. They know what to expect. These could be actually quite similar conditions for some of our athletes as well. But a great shot there, and we say a big, huge thank you to our Powercraft, to our IRBs, just keeping an eye on everything, keeping all of our athletes safe out there. It's a pretty miserable day for them in these conditions, but really do appreciate them keeping an eye on everything. And it feels like the pace is really starting to pick up now there around that final can. This is where we get on the knees. This is where we go to work. And this is where we saw in the Opens race that Charlie Verco and Zach Morris were able to gap the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's right. You want to turn that last can, and it's 4 or 5 big hard strokes. And that's what our lead pair have done here. It is looking like it's Sorrento and Coogin. Manly pushing over the back of that one.
Oh, out the back as well. I thought they were going to push down and spoil the party. Not just yet, though. Red has gone a fair way. Oh, no, that's Warilla Barrack Point on the northern edge there, which is the left of your screen. That's Max Miller in the mix. But this next wave now, Liam, this could make the difference.
Yeah, we can see back in 7th. He's just pulling down it. That's looking like that could be a redhead cap. I couldn't quite see. Maroochydore cap, maybe. It's hard to pick. Maybe it's Ollie Harlan from Maroochydore who got a great run off that. And he's pushed himself quite a fair bit north. He's going to have to angle back towards this finish line. That's going to be a bit of a feature as we get through these races, is which line do you pick on the way back in to minimise your run up the beach. But it's looking like it's a pretty even field at the moment.
Pretty even field, and you can see the boys looking around, and it's like, mate, you don't have time for that. You've just got to go. But Phoenix Preston has done an incredible paddle, really dictating the pace of the race as well with Ewan from Sorrento in that green cap. You can see a few of them just starting to push down now, trying to make something out of anything at the moment. They've seen so many sprint finishes already today. Who's going to come through and spoil the party? Will it be the waves or yes, here we go.
2 on that wave, so it looks like it's Phoenix Preston and Luca Gordon from Manly, but right behind 3, I see a North Burley cap, 4, Sunshine, Sorrento. There is a lot. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on these 2 waves. Second wave doubling up. The boys are going to ones off the back of that. This is going to be quite tight. Little run up the beach. Should be taking top 8 through to the next round. But our lead 2 have negotiated that just perfectly. They've got the whole way in. We've seen that next lot have come off the back and are back paddling.
Oh, and the relief for the boys coming up through now. And I think that Sunshine Beach might be in the wrong race. I can't see a Sunshine Beach cap in heat number 1 on live heats, but I trust that they know what they're doing. I trust that the officials line them up. I'll just have to keep on refreshing here, but very keen to see who's in this top 8. It felt like that race actually lasted a little while as well, that long course really sorting the boys out. And as you said, if this is at least race 5 of the day by lunchtime on Wednesday for some of them, the legs are starting to burn. The chest is getting a little tight as well.
Yeah, but the lucky thing for these under-17 boys is they don't have any finals today. This is all just heats, quarters, semis. they're not getting down to the medal round. So they'll be able to get through these races, know they can go home, get a big feed in, recover, back in tomorrow where they can start to put their foot on the line for the chance to win an Aussie gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Aussies is a marathon and not a sprint, especially if you've been doing some board riding, some Champo Lifesaver and all the rest here. And this was the really difficult point. You can see those two Sorrento in the mix, which is wonderful to see. We're just grabbing those names for you. Ewan Barraclough is definitely one of them. We're just taking a look at live heats. Need to confirm a few names there, but if you are on your phone as well, hashtag Aussies 2025 is the way to keep in touch. Tag us in your conversations. We want to know where you're at, what you're doing, where you're eating, who you're doing it with. But yeah, hashtag Aussies 2025 and have a look how good these waves are. Great news for those two out in front, Manly and Coogin.
Yeah, that's right. And that was Luca Gordon and Phoenix Crescent. They've been confirmed as first and second. Kai Cook from Redhead in third. Jake Mayle from North Burleigh in fourth. Ewan Barraclough, Sorrento in fifth. Bede Cosgrove from North Burleigh has come through in sixth. We're still waiting for that to be updated from the officials through the live heats. But that's your top six right there, qualifying through to the next round.
Yeah, fantastic work. Remembering that we are at quarterfinal stage, so it's about to get a little bit tight, and that looks to be the next race in the water already. I can see a Currumbin cap maybe in the mix there.
Yeah, maybe that's heat 3 in the water at the moment. That could be Jackson Brennan from Currumbin at this far end. It does look like Dylan Blanchard from Red Beach, New Zealand.
Yes.
A couple of Red Beach boys down there in under 17s. I had a chat to their handlers in the Ironman this morning. They said they're used to the rain. It's just a fair bit warmer on the beach.
Well, welcome to North Kirra. I promise that it's going to get better from here. Also in the mix here in quarterfinal number 3, Connor Hale of Maroochydore, Billy Foran from Swansea, Kyton Pickering from Alex, Kingston Lowe from Northcliffe, Michael Ashworth of Met Caloundra, Zach Moore from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Hayden Van Hooven from Mermaid, Christian Howes from North Burleigh, Joe Tolano of Sunshine, Charlie Farrell from Mornington, and if you don't know that one, it is a green cap with a single white stripe. Connor Stanton from Grange, Byron McParlin of North Burleigh, Kobe Sims from Warilla Barrack Point, Danny King of Newport, Dylan Blanchard, who you mentioned earlier, from Red Beach in the red cap, and Jacko Brennan of Currumbin.
And we look back out to CBC, Northcliffe coming through the front. That would be Kingston Lowe. He's been strong in the Ironman earlier today. Warilla Barrack Point, North Burleigh. But you see in this heat, the boys didn't get caught up too much by any sort of swell on the way back out. So it's kept them nice and bunched up and tight. The leaders probably won't be too happy about that. They would be hoping to get the back end gets a bit caught up. They can sneak out, get themselves a bit of a buffer. This will mean pace has to stay a bit higher all the way around the Cairns.
And just to confirm the results of that earlier quarterfinal that we were watching, it was Darcy Lewis of Sunshine Beach. Live Heats has updated. Congratulations, Darcy. You are through in 7th position, and Ollie Harlan from Maroochydore in 8th. We are assuming 8 through to the semi-final for this under-17 men's board. So we'll bring you all the results as they are available, but for now this is quarterfinal number 3, and I think 14 of the 16 athletes are all on screen at the moment. The pack is not breaking up, the pace is on. Everybody wants first chance at those waves as they go through, but it looks to be Kobe Sims from Warilla Barrack Point currently in the lead.
That's right. Kobe seems to be doing it the best so far. He's been on his stomach for a while, preserving his legs. We see the rest of the boys join him on his stomach. Next to him, I think that's Byron McParlin from North Burleigh. Been training hard with Jeremy Cotter. Just above him, I'm trying to pick that cap. That could be a Zach Moyer from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Burleigh been so strong across the board paddling. Michael King leading them there. And then on the outside, potentially Kyton Pickering, Alex Heads.
Yeah, we saw Kyton feature in those earlier rounds. I think he took out his first round. We had a quick check from there. We've also got Connor Stanton from Grange, so a shout out to all of our South Aussie friends who have made the trek to the Australian Championships, being part of something special here. And as we said earlier, Dylan Blanchard from Red Beach in New Zealand. Wonderful to have so many of our New Zealand clubby friends in the mix, and that's across all age groups as well. We had a few. Kaito Tui from Clifton Beach took out the under-15 men's flags on Saturday to kick off a huge day there. So wonderful to see a lot of our international friends not only making the trip, they're not making up numbers, they're here to take out Aussie gold.
Yeah, they've been quite competitive, and we would expect to continue to see them to be quite competitive. But we look ahead, and we've got 3 pushing hard on that runner. First around the can, gets first pick of the swell. And you look at, it's already blown that big group apart. There are board lengths between everyone now. They are separated hard. So it does show that being at the front, even though you're doing the hard work, not on the wash, can pay off for you in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just see the boys have all just gone off screen, so we're just going to wait and see how they're going. We can see one of our jet ski drivers back there. You can see how wet it is on the beach. Look at the number of umbrellas
out there.
It is not looking appealing. We are quite comfortable here in the booth, nice and dry.
I think we need to stay here. I think the roster changed. I think we're here until the end of competition today. Of course,
6 hours of Jen and I.
Yeah, strap yourself in. Gen FM coming at you. But here we go, that long shot now. Wowee. Pick your top 8 out of that one. We have seen so many sprint finishes already. And, Liam, it has been a season of sprint finishes throughout the Iron Series, the World Ocean Series. It's been pretty spectacular already, and you don't expect the Aussies to be anything different. If anything, it's going to be even tighter.
Yeah, that's right. North Kirra has a track record of producing very tight finishes, particularly as we get across this day. As the tide goes back out, that bank gets quite shallow, so the boys and girls in their races will be up and running earlier. It'll be a little bit few potholes out there, but it will come down to more and more sprint finishes as we go. But we look back out here, our leader's just trying to push down one. He's got down it, so he's going to be quite happy with that. One out in front, leader's wave. We're going to pan back and see the finish of a open male board race in the Orange Arena. But these 17s boys, one clear out in front. He's had a big lead. Second, that looks like Northcliffe. It's going to be Kingston Lowe.
Yeah, Kingston Lowe, and I think it was either Kyton Pickering or Danny King from Newport who were out in front there. Both have yellow caps. One has 2 stripes, one has 3, but this is where it makes the difference. These boys know they need to be on this wave. They need to be clear the rest of the field as they make their way through. Only 8 spots available for that semi-final, and it is Kyton Pickering of Alexandra Headland who is going to be up and across the line. He'll be really happy with that performance. Did the work early, read the surf well, picked a great line in, and now is comfortably through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, he'll be quite happy with that. Filled with a lot of confidence as he moves into those later rounds. Looking back out here, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Warilla Barrack Point. That could be a Swansea Belmont. Billy Foran crossing the line there.
Absolutely, and as we confirm the results down there, I can tell you that quarterfinal number 2 has been done in the under 17 arena. Congratulations, Rory McIntyre is through, Maddox Burke from Wanda, Robert Burfield from Grange, Chase Corbett from Port Noarlunga, Marley O'Rourke from Northcliffe, Dane Sutton of Wanda, Noah Maggs of Newport, and Alex Shepherd from Kurrawa in position number 8. So that is quarterfinal 2 that is done. We are just waiting to confirm with you. We know that Kyton Pickering is safe. We need to know who else is there, and then there will be 1 quarterfinal remaining. And heads up that there are a lot of yellow caps in that 4th quarterfinal, Liam. So get your cap spotting guide ready.
Yeah, that is not looking like it's going to be fun for us. But there is, in that 4th quarterfinal, there's 3 paddlers from Alex Headland. We've just seen Kyton Pickering take out quarterfinal number 3. So Alex Headland getting some great board paddling depth in the under-17 males. We're starting to see some results filter through on live heats. Kyton Pickering, Alexander Headland in 1. Kingston Lowe from Northcliffe in 2. Zach Moyer, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park has taken 3rd. Kobe Sims, Warilla Barrack Point 4th. Billy Foran, Swansea Belmont in 5th. We're still waiting. 6 is going to be Jackson Brennan from Currumbin. So he's getting through to that semi-final round. Waiting to hear Joe Talano, Sunshine Beach, trained by Wesberg. Wes will be very happy with that result. Waiting for our number 8, and it's going to be Hayden Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach, qualifying in 8th position.
So as we confirm those results there and give our congratulations to the semi-finalists, this is now quarterfinal number 4 for the under-17 board relay, and that would be a Kudjin out in front. I think it's Kudjin 1-2, you're right. Jules Lomka and Fletcher Burdekin, they would be loving controlling the pace of this race right now, but it is a tough one. We've got a few in there, Byron Oliphant from Alex. We've got Keelan Montgomery, Nola Paddy, Tyler Lodge, Sam Davis from North Curl as well. Now, these boys have been around the Cairns a few times. They're familiar with the conditions, but as you said, they are continuing to change across the day, especially as this tide comes up just a little bit further, or we might actually be past high tide now.
Yeah, we had the high tide mark just before 11 o'clock.
Oh, gosh, Jen.
Yeah, so it's been pushing out now, so that we are going to see these conditions change. Potentially, as we come to that lower tide, that back break might pick up a little bit more, but as we see, the leaders have had no chance, and the back markers are getting a sniff. That wave is just dying off. They're going to get a little run. Maybe these front few are looking at the beach, and there's a few pushing down it. Are they off the back? Kudjin boys looking back. They're feeling a bit more confident that no one's come through from the back markers on them, as we see the lead Kudjin paddler just a couple of harder strokes, and he's come a little bit further in, but no waves yet. So it is still on. These back markers still have a chance to get their way through.
And such a tough race when you have to paddle majority of the way home. These waves are such a tease. You think there's some weight behind them. You think there's the water underneath you. But while we definitely have one competitor out in front, two out in front now on a nice little wave, it is going to be a big finish here. 8 only can go through in this fourth and final quarterfinal. But you can just see how deep it is there. That is really, really tough.
That's right. I think so. We've got the Coogin boys, 1 and 2, coming through there. They'll be quite happy with that. We're going to come back, but here is our leader. It's either going to be Jules Lomka or Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland. There's the second Coogin. Alex Headland. They've got 3 boys in this one. Nick Carter, Byron Oliphant, and Tyler Lodge. So it's one of the Alex boys coming through in third. We'll wait for the live heats results to see exactly who that is. But again, another big program for Alex. And here is the pack. 4 up on that one.
That's got to be the top 7.
7 and 1 from this next one, unless someone snuck in behind us. So there is what we're thinking is 7 and
potentially tight on the line between Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, and
maybe a Swansea Belmont.
Yes.
So again, we'll wait for live heats to refresh. We see these boys coming through at the back. They've already done the maths. Unfortunately, not getting through that next round, but that is a pretty good effort already to get to quarterfinals. 3 rounds to get to here. It has been cutthroat all morning, so these boys are putting in the hard yards. But unfortunately, as we get further and further through this board program, it is going to get more and more cutthroat and more tight in that racing.
Absolutely. I know heading into one of the briefings earlier in the week ahead of the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Youth and Nipper Championships here on the glorious Gold Coast. I promise that every other day that is what the Gold Coast beaches look like. And if you come back tomorrow, chances are that is what the drone shots are going to be capturing. It should get a little finer day by day until we get through to that big Super Sunday of Aussies. Very much looking forward to that.
What do they say? Beautiful one day, perfect the next. And I think if we're going from today, it's only up from here. So hopefully we go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Big final Sunday is going to be good weather. But look at these pictures of the Gold Coast. Tallabudgera Creek there. Stunning part of the coast. Burleigh National Park on the right. That is what you like to see.
Absolutely. We've all done that drive many a time. Very, very lucky to have access and to be able to come to such a gorgeous part of the world for the Australian Championships. We can see all the umbrellas are out on the left. Now that we're done with those quarterfinals for the under-17 board, the officials will be moving very quickly. We've got a big program to get through, culminating, of course, today in the 19 and the open single ski relay. Making my way up from the 17 arena just earlier, I saw quite a few of the ski paddlers starting to arrive down at the beach. Lockie Tame had about 8 coffees in a tray. I'm sure he was going to share most of those as well. But you can see a lot of people getting down onto the beach, getting ready, warming up as best they can. And as you said, it's really tough just trying to stay warm, trying to dry out. But we can confirm the qualifiers now. It was Jules Lomka who took a big win there. Fletcher Burdekin, his teammate from Coogin, is through. Byron Oliphant from Alexandra Headlands. Riley Shield from Warrnambool. Sam Chafer from Newport. Otis Jessup of Wanda. Sam Davis of North Curl. That was the other yellow cap that we saw come through. And Will Patterson from Swansea Belmont. The lucky final qualifier there. You love to see that. And as we look a little further down the beach, it looks like we've got some more open men's board race. But for now, let's head down and say hi to Harold.
Harold, we're down with you on the beach. Harold?
This weather is delightful, and something else that was delightful, your board paddling, Fletch. 1 and 2 with your good mate from the squad. Great things are happening in Coogin. Do you have a team song?
No, we don't. Simon's the only one who knows it. I won't sing it. I don't know it.
Do you guys get a holiday, or are you just travelling back and forth each day?
We're travelling back and forth each day. It's only 15 minutes, so yeah, it's pretty easy.
And conditions, when was the last time you paddled in this type of rain?
Oh, I don't think I've ever. This is dreadful, these conditions. But it's all fun racing, so yeah, it's good.
It's supposed to be fun. Now, visibility when it's raining so hard, is it hard to see where you're going? Because it's coming down pretty hard.
Well, I'm usually just on Jules's wash, so I just let him look for the cans, and then I go for it on the way in.
Easy words to live by. Just follow Jules's wash and you get through to the next round.
Sure is.
Anything else, Charlie?
Nothing to say from me.
Thanks, legend. See you later.
Oh, good to have you there, team. Thanks so much for the updates, Harold. And we are now back for quarterfinals of the Open Men's Board Race. They've done round 1. They've done round 2. Quarterfinals already at 12:55 on the Wednesday of Aussies. And that Whitewater, that front bank, sorting a few of them out here. We'll grab some caps. We'll grab some action because this racing, I tell you what, I thought some of those heats were really tough. For the open boards, and I'm reading through the names here and I'm just a little bit nervous for everyone.
Well, yeah, this is a pretty tough heat in heat number 2 for our quarterfinals. We've got Josh Jones, Coogin Headland, Noah Steiner from Wanda, Hayden Cotter, like we said earlier, known more as a swimmer but has been paddling quite well. So he's from Manly, Cruz McKee, North Cronulla, Simon Murfitt from Burleigh Heads, Zale Outram from Sunshine Beach, Finn Askew, Surfers Paradise, Jaden Murphy, Burleigh Heads, Ali Day is in here from Surfers, Odin Parish, Burleigh Heads, Ben Blakeney, Newport, Matt Bevilacqua. Again, a strong field. He's from Northcliffe. Charlie Walker, Campbell Guthrie from Alex Head, Kai Howe, Burleigh Heads, and Thomas Welch from Surfers Paradise. Look at that list, Jen. How many Australian and world board champions are there in there?
Yeah, it is pretty impressive, but I actually think, I'm so sorry, I think we're actually on heat number 1 because I just saw a Maroochydore cap wander past.
Charlie Morris from Allura, maybe in that one, heat 1.
Yeah, heat 1, I think, I'm pretty sure that's Palmer in the mix. I can see a Manly cap, and that could probably be Angus McPhail from there. So we're changing our mind, if you're okay with that, everyone. Our apologies. Heat number 1 now, or should I say quarterfinal number 1 for the crew as they make their way through. You can tell the pace is on. This is going to be a fantastic race, and we can see out the front that's Palmer from Maroochydore just lying down now. We can pick him. He's on that very dark purple board, and then no surprises there on the yellow on his outside, Corey Fletcher.
Yeah, Corey's doing it comfortable on that. Behind him, it looks like it's going to be one of the Surfers Paradise boys. That could be TJ Hendy coming through there. Great to see TJ paddling well on the outside of him as Redhead. Looks like that could be a Cronulla cat, William Bannister.
Justin McMorland is in the mix as well. And have a look at that pack behind. Tell you what, Palmer and Fletcher knew that they needed to get a little jump on the rest of the field there. We can see, William Bannister from Cronulla looking really good at the moment. We've also got Nick Stoddart in the mix. That's the Swansea Belmont cap, the green with the yellow and the white. Palmer would love a little break on the rest of the field right now. He was in the iron heats earlier, as were many of the boys here. TJ Hendy looked so good in the iron heats earlier today. Really excited to see him not only back but paddling really well. But Palmer's got a gorgeous little wave there. That is how you want your board race quarterfinal to go. If he can keep that momentum through, it's going to be tough, but it could be enough just to gap the rest of the field. He can see the next one coming through now, but 8 spots up for grabs.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. And so we see Palmer as he's just come on that runner, comes off the back of it, and the first thing he does is he starts to angle his board a little bit back to the south. He's going to start to push his way back towards that finish line. We see him doing it again. He'll angle south, feel the lift of the board, let him push him a bit north on the run, and then cut back. So he'll zigzag the whole way back through, but a couple of good runs in a row has probably given him quite a buffer as we see him lift here, push 4, 5, 6 hard strokes. Can he get down it? It's just a little bit too deep there. He's going to be looking back for this next one, but still no sight of the rest of the field. So
that runner took him a long way up to the north. So probably as he's waiting for those waves to come through, he's probably a little nervous about the rest of the field as well. But we can look back. Palmer is done. He is fine. The action is all out the back. That is the sort of wave that you would love to bring you through. If it can carry him over that deeper water, that would be absolutely perfect. But for us, the drama and the excitement is definitely back a little further in that pack. Palmer's done. He's fine. He's through. We pan out, and he's got a nice little lead on this one right now. That is absolutely perfect. And as you said, tacking a little bit further back. You don't want to run any further than you need to.
No, he's got to save the legs. These young fellas, they won't pull up too sore from one day running around the sand, but I know there's a few sore masters bodies getting around from these last couple of days, and
the smell of Denkarub.
The smell of Denkarub. The calf compression sleeves are out. We won't see as much of that in the opens, but we look at this. Palmer, he's walking over the line easily through. Quite happy with that as a result. And the wave that he got in is just allowed to rest. So we've got second place here. That looks like a Cronulla cap. William Bannister. Another Burleigh Heads, 3 Burleigh Heads there.
Wow, that'll be Kai Taylor and Sean Riley. They are 5. Terrigal, I think Bringar is through, but It's the ones behind that are going to be absolutely brutal. But wow, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, everywhere you go on the beach, you cannot escape them. You get into the board arena, it is nothing but black caps the whole way through. So I think those results are coming through now. You've got the order, Liam.
Yeah, that's right. So we had Adam Palmer, Maroochydore in 1, William Bannister, Cronulla in 2, and then it was the trifecta of the Burleigh Heads boys, Corey Fletcher, Kai Taylor and Sean Riley coming through 3, 4 and 5. Charlie Morris from Allura snuck through there. Blake Cook, Redhead in 7, and lucky number 8. We are waiting to see. I think the officials will be looking through the iPad, making sure they get it right before they start scanning people in.
And a big shout out to Noah Lombard from Northcliffe, one of our South African competitors now racing for an Aussie club. He's been out here for a little while now, loving being part of the Aussie clubby experience, an incredible ski paddler as well. So we'll definitely see more of Noah and all of our other South African friends as we continue through the Aussie Championships. And Liam, I think that finish on the line must have been really, really tight. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, and so the 8th place has been given to Bryn Gaha from Terrigal. But the big story out of this is we look down the list at the people who haven't qualified. Nick Stoddart, Swansea Belmont, but TJ Hendy, Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, Justin McMorland as well out of that one. So, as we said, no easy rounds here at the Aussie Championships, but fantastic work to that crew now as we head through. We can see that heat number 2 is finished up as well. Cruz McKee from North Cronulla took out that one. Bevilacqua is through. Odin Parrish, Hayden Cotter, Tom Welsh from Surfers Paradise, Noah Steiner of Wanda, Campbell Guthrie of Alex is through, Jaden Murphy from Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Park as well. Fantastic work, but unfortunately that means some pretty big casualties in quarterfinal number 2 to the tune of Finn Askew and Ali Day.
Like you said, there's no easy racing as we get to these finals on day 1 in this open male board race. We're back on screen. We've got another of the board events coming through. This is going to be quarterfinal probably 3.
But for now, let's head down first to Harold. Go for Harold. Alrighty, here we go. That was a pretty impressive two quarterfinals there that we have seen. And as you said, a few surprises as well. I can see Charlie Verco in the mix. So that is quarterfinal number 3. Oh my gosh. And another sprint finish across the line. That is hectic. That is rough. There's some boards being thrown about. We do love that. But here we go as the boys take in the big ones there. The results coming through for quarterfinal number 3. Charlie Verco is safe. Callum Brennan from Currumbin. Pat Ely, yes, through from Sorrento in WA. And it might be a little wait just until those next finishes come through. But yeah, really, really tough luck there. Ali Day is out. Finn Askew is out. Simon Murfitt is out. Kai Howell is out as well. TJ Hendy, Justin McMorland. A few casualties here in the quarterfinals of the board. Who have we got? Have we got more numbers? Not yet in quarterfinal number 3. This is the finish. My gosh. Charlie Verco, Callum Brennan, Pat Ely are through. How many on the next one?
There was 9 on that next wave. Already a couple have missed it on the get up. We've got, it looks like that could be a Surfers maybe cap, and then it is tight. Northcliffe Terrigal probably off the back of that bunch.
Currumbin as well in the mix. Hugh Munro might be safe actually, so that is rough as we see Sam Frost just contemplating life at the end of that quarterfinal. Tough racing out there, and these boys have been training for such a long time. It's not just about the immediate season, it's everything that you've put in the lead up to here. Big racing, tough racing, and tough conditions as well. I know a lot of people would have rocked up this morning and gone, oh, it's pretty good, it's pretty fine, the swell has dropped. This is tough racing. If you want to be part of Aussies, if you want to get through to the semi-final, we have got a task ahead of you. But as we wait for those results in quarterfinal number 3 for the Open Men's Board, the results for quarterfinal number 4 are coming through. Much better news. Braden Casamento is through, as is Zach Morris, Tex Dixon, Joel Piper, Nick Middleton, Kobe Schulz as well. So that is the top 6. Mitch Morris is through. 1 spot remaining, and it is Nathan J from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. And that means, unfortunately, we say goodbye. Isaac Costello, Max Beattie, Jackson Borg, all out. Ben Highfield as well from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. That is tough racing. And there we see 17 board races are up next. We're getting so ready here. But have a look at that. Sims, O'Rourke, Barraclough, Burfield, Mail, Burke, Van Hooven, Lewis, Burdekin and Mags. That is the next heat, well, the next semi-final, I should say, coming up next, the under-17 men. Big races yet to come, and just thinking back to that Open men's quarterfinal, we still don't know who's qualified through.
That's right.
Number 3.
That quarterfinal 3, they've given us the top 6 so far, but we're back to this under-17 male. Finish of that start list: Luca Gordon, Jackson Brennan, Will Patterson, Otis Jessup, Kyton Pickering, and Byron Oliphant. Again, a few of those Alex Headland boys. We're going to keep an eye on these results from this Open male board race quarterfinals, but we're going to watch these
semis.
Semi-finals, this under-17 board. This is board paddle number 4 for these boys. So much racing already in that blue and white arena, right at the northern end of our beach.
Yeah, tough racing down there. Just looking at those caps, I can see, I love that I can always pick a Sunshine Beach cap. So I'm pretty sure this is semi-final number 1. Yes, Kyton Pickering and Byron Oliphant, the 2 from the Alexandra Headlands Club. The yellow cap with the 3 black stripes. They are closest to us, closest to screen. Big race, 8 to go through. This is the 4th board race they've done, and we have gone up a gear. We have increased the pace. Have a look at this start.
Yeah, you can look. There's a lot more energy in that start. A lot harder strokes. You see in the middle, we've got potentially that is a Mermaid Beach cap pushing out there. Hayden Van Hooven, but down this southern end, Kyton Pickering, Byron Oliphant, they're getting away nicely. Jackson Brennan from Currumbin going well there as well, but Noah Maggs, we're going to get him mixed up with those Alex caps as they get a bit further out to sea, but I think that's Noah Maggs pulling up there, getting away on that green and yellow board, so he's looking good. Mag's name, big name in surf lifesaving, particularly down from that Newport Surf Club.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's Noah, yes, with the bright rashy underneath his competition lycra. So expecting big things. His sister Sadie had an incredible youth championships as well. Wonderful to see her and the crew, the under-15 crew actually from Newport, had an incredible state championships where they were 1, 2 and 3 on the podium for the Iron ladies. So great to see. But have a look at the pace. Grange trying to stay with them there. That's Robert Burfield holding on, but it looks like Mags and
Cudgeon Headland sitting there.
Kyton in the mix, yeah. Cudgeon.
Fletcher Burdekin sitting 3rd alongside Grange, but out in front it's Mags and Alex Headland. We're thinking it could be
Kyton Pickering, I think, just from the height. But we have confirmation of quarterfinal number 3 for the Open men's board race. It was Charlie Verco, Callum Brennan, Pat Ely, Will Budd from North Cronulla is through, Charlie Brooks, Nathan McKenzie, Hugh Munro and Jai Timperley takes the final spot there. And unfortunately that means we have class competitors such as Kurt Murphy, Sam Cummins, Miller McQuitty Brown, Flynn Hamilton, Sam Frost, Harry Stone all missing out. So I think we need to go back to those board races at a certain point. There was quite the surprise in a lot of the results there, but it is Aussies. Stranger things have happened, and have a look at this. Mags looking really comfortable out in front. Had a little chat to him after some of those earlier rounds of the board. He's got a lot of events here at the Aussies, including racing up in some of those under 19 races. He said his brother needs all the help that he can get, so Noah is here and coming to the rescue.
You love to hear it. There's going to be a bit of competition in that household, I imagine. I reckon Noah's looking at what his brothers have done, and he's wanting to be beating them at every chance he can get. But we see those leaders starting to push down a couple of runners with some swell building out the back. All the boys up on their knees now, driving hard. You want these leaders to get away, but that swell just sitting up, but not pushing as much through as they want. We've probably got a couple Manly pushing hard there, Warilla, but it's still Cudgeon has probably got the best of that run. Looking back now, Noah sitting up, but it's going to be Cudgeon in 1, Noah Maggs sitting 2nd. He just goes to his stomach. He's waiting for this next wave to pick him up. He's trying to be a bit safe.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking around. They've been out in these conditions a lot, but this is the drama. This is where a lot of our open competitors really came to grief as well. Unfortunately, you don't have the control over the waves. If you wait too long, you could be joined by a few too many of your closest friends. So that gap is starting to be eaten up as the boys out the back bring that momentum through. And this is what we were nervous about. How many are in there? We can only take 8 through to the semi-final. Oh, no, we're in a semi-final already. We are racing for Aussie Championship final spots. Everyone's looking around. Everyone's doing the sums. They're saying, how many do we have here? We think there's 6.
11, I think. Across the two waves, I think there could be 11. 4 on the lead. And then you got the double up. Noah Mag's up first and running.
Someone's dropped their board.
Stumble.
No.
But Coogins through. Northcliffe, Warilla Barrack Point. It looks like Currumbin, but Noah Mag's through comfortably. Northcliffe down this end, Warilla, Currumbin, and then Blanket. We've got a Newport cap. We've got Alex Headland. There was a Manly in there. I didn't quite see that northern end. It potentially was a Swansea Belmont.
And unfortunately, I think I saw either Wanda or Mermaid take a pretty heavy dive just on the water's edge there. A few boards just wandering around as well. So drama, as you would expect here in a semi-final for the Australian Championships, the under-17 men's board race. Only 8 through. Aussies, final spots up for grabs. And as we said earlier, Lime, those nerves for a semi-final, often worse for the final. There is so much at stake, but we are back. We are racing already. Semi-final number 2 lining up already at the top of the screen. Chase Corbett from Port Noarlunga, Riley Shield from Warrnambool, Kingston Lowe of Northcliffe, Rory McIntyre, Kai Cook, Alex Shepherd, Bede Cosgrove, Phoenix Preston, Dane Sutton, Billy Foran, Jules Lomka, Joe Talano, Sam Davis, Zach Moyer, Sam Chafer, Ollie Harlard and Cooper Finlay. They are away. They've seen the drama of semi-final number 1. They know they need a good, fast, clean start, leaving nothing to chance. And that could be Zach Moyer from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, a blinder of a start.
Yeah, Zach got out quite well, and I think just above him it was Sam Davis from North Curl. We looked at that northern end. That's a white cap there. We're going to try to pick up the stripe. It's either going to be a Noosa Heads, Rory McIntyre, or Bede Cosgrove from North Burleigh. Can't quite make out the stripes on it yet. Northcliffe tucked in behind him, but our lead at the moment is Zach Moyer from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. As we see a bit of a set pickup, the boys elect to roll. Couple have chosen to pop. That's going to slow down that lead. It's going to allow those back markers just to close that gap.
Kingston Lowe and Cooper Finlay, our 2 Northcliffe crew in the mix here. That is the white cap with the maroon star. And wow, that white water continuing just to wipe out some of the field. I think that is Kingston Lowe, who has now gone to the lead, and with maybe
a Curra. That could be Alex Shepherd from Curra.
Yes.
I'm seeing a yellow and a bit of blue. And they were in the middle to northern end. So even though that southern end of the line got a great start into the gutter, they got caught harder in that little wave. And it's Kingston Lowe out in front. He's got half a body length, and we're thinking it's Curra sitting in second. We're going to get a better look here. That is a Curra cap.
Yes.
Second place.
Nice work, Alex Shepherd of Curra. And then I think that is Noosa just behind. That'll be Rory McIntyre. Noosa is the white cap with the 1 maroon stripe. You can see the boys up and moving now. While it was great to get through, they'll settle into their rhythm now, and it's a fairly long paddle. They've got to get out and around those 3 cans here. No dramas for them, but Harold is back down on the beach.
Down here with Noah Mags at Uno Momento, which is Spanish for the moment. Pretty long course today, mate. Most of the season, pretty short racing. How hard is it mentally to actually get into that zone, to actually get so far out on the horizon?
Oh, it's pretty tough out there. It's pretty flat. There's not much coming in. I'm bagging on the back of the run, so yeah, I know I can run a little bit, so that's what's keeping me mentally stable. Oh, sorry.
So first place there, great work. We spoke with a few guys earlier. Have you got any funny handling stories? Tell us about the one with your old man and the Nutrigrain, or the long course, Cooley.
I was during the short course when Connor first did it. My dad forgot to hand water to Connor in the transition leading to the run, and he couldn't keep up because he's getting old. And he sent me to go run down and do the run leg with Connor to go give him some water.
That's it. Is that why you're such a good runner now?
No, not at all.
All right, congratulations on Sunday. You are through to the final. Check him out.
Yeah, Board Lords. Let's go.
Shout out to the Board Lords, and shout out to his old man. I hope he can get that run going, but we look back to semi-final number 2. Kingston Lowe still working hard, but you can see the pack has closed. Noosa Heads, Curra, Coogin Headland, that'd be Phoenix Preston or Jules Lomka. A couple of boys going well at the moment from Coogin, but Kingston still got out in the front at the start. And Coogin and Northcliffe wave out in front. 3 on the next. We've got 1 on this southern end. 1's off the back, so 2 on the next wave. They're looking like they're getting through.
Only 8 to go through to this Aussies final for Kingston Lowe and for Phoenix Preston, looking pretty good. And I think that might be Sam Chafer from Newport.
Or it's Sam Davis from North Curl Curl. We've been missing that North Curl Curl cap a couple of times.
My apologies.
We're going to see when they get closer. It's hard to pick up. There's so many yellow caps.
But the boys comfortably through now. However, for those on the next wave, that is going to be a tough ride there. There we go. 1 and 2 are across. It's definitely North Curl Curl. The race is on. Get your feet up. Pick your board up. Go, go, go. You want to say that Riley Schill from Warrnambool's looking really good in there, but I'm so happy not to be a judge on moments like this. We saw how brutal that first semi-final was, and for the boys who've done so many races already today, we see them just collapse over the line here. This is rough.
Yeah, there was a really tight finish. We had one of the Coogin boys had a good sprint on, but through the middle, and I don't know if he quite got there, but the fastest bloke on that stand was Kai Cook from Redhead.
Mm-hmm.
He shot across the line. He would have gained a whole bunch of places. Hopefully that gets him through, because there was a lot of speed coming through that.
Yeah, I think Dane Smith's looking fairly good at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on those races, because it looks like we are now back down to, who do we recognise down that way? I think that's Opens.
Looks
that could
like
be
we're back in the
board
Opens.
races.
Maybe an under-19 male semi-final in our orange arena.
Already? No, that's Corey Fletcher, isn't it? No.
I think that's under 19. They're big boys. I know you can easily get confused as an Opens.
I look up to so many of them. No, Opens. Here we go.
Open male.
Ooh.
Semi-finals in the Open male board race.
Jeez Louise, when you think of how brutal those quarterfinals were for the Open men, that is so, so rough. Taking a look, this looks to be semi-final number 1. That is a Currumbin cap, Hugh Munro at the very top of the screen, the far left. Adam Palmer is in there from Maroochydore. Bevilacqua in the mix, the current world champion. Nick Middleton from Wanda. Nathan J from Burleigh Heads. Charlie Brooks from Newport. Corey Fletcher, he'll be on the bright yellow board. Watch out for him. Nathan McKenzie from Surfers. Charlie Verco, he's on orange from Newport. William Bannister from Cronulla. Charlie Morris, William Budd, Odin Parrish, Jaden Murphy, Mitch Morris and Kai Taylor. What a race. What a semi-final this is. Only 8 to go through. We have Aussie finalist positions up for grabs. Who wants it the most? Who's got what it takes?
It's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter as we get through the semi-finals. This is such a tough race, and for a lot of these athletes, they will tell you the semi-final is harder than the final. Everyone is working so hard just to get through to that last day of racing. So they're going to be looking at this and going, this is my last board race. The individual board final, I think, is on the Sunday of the program. So they've got 4 days without having to do an individual board after this. But we're going to pass down now to Harold back in the under-17s. Harold?
It is a Coogin fest down here at the moment. Jules Lomka, I asked about your iron this morning. Talk us through that, because that looked pretty easy for you then out in that board semi.
Yeah, in the iron I had a really bad start, and so I just grinded the whole rest of the way, and yeah, luckily I made it in, but out there was the exact same as well. Shorter course, which means you just have to go the whole time.
Looked pretty perfect, no errors through there. I think, unfortunately, your teammate might have just missed out. Now you're flying the flag solo. Can you get it done for the Pirates?
Yeah, hopefully. I just got to rest up, see what Sunday brings. Yeah.
I can guarantee it's going to be the best in you. All the best, mate. We'll see you on Sunday.
Oh, thanks so much, Harold, and thanks so much to the crew for giving us their time for an interview afterwards. This is semi-final for the Open men's board race. Can you believe it? It's 1:20 on Wednesday, and we are deciding the big spots right now. That looks like Bevilacqua maybe in front from the team of Northcliffe. You can always pick that board, the red, the black and the gold. The current world champion making his presence felt here. Charlie Verco, Corey Fletcher, as expected, up nice and high there. But William Bannister from Cronulla, what a paddle. That is the blue cap with the white and blue stripes. Surfers Paradise tucked in there as well. I think that's Nathan McKenzie in the mix. But for the boys a little further back, they're really just taking I don't want to say they're taking a break, but they are really controlling the pace from here. But those boys out the front, as soon as we go around that final, or the apex can, I should say, they are going to fly.
Yeah, and really watch Bevy on this. He is one of the best on the board in terms of chasing those runners on the way back in. Something we expect from someone who has done so well on the board over the years. He is the current world champion as well. So we're expecting Bevy to be quite strong in this, and I think he'll turn that last can and he will put 3-4 board lengths into these guys behind him.
Absolutely. We've also got in the mix Odin Parrish here. He was on the podium for this race at the previous Australian Championships. It was Zach Morris, Odin Parrish and Justin McMorland, Tex Dixon the year before that with Will Budd and Braden Casamento. So some fantastic competitors here. Of course, that fantastic race for the World Ocean Series. It was Connor Maggs ahead of Charlie Verco and Zach Morris who took out that overall title here. A few of those men in action right now. You can see those boards skimming along the water here as Charlie Verco tries to get the inside line on Matt Bevilacqua. Corey Fletcher and Cronulla's William Bannister happy just to sit back, but they are about to go. Bevy is up on the knees. He is not waiting for anyone. The world champ is here to make finals.
Yeah, he's done that quite comfortably, and this is where we see him. Look, you see his ratings going up. He's getting about 10 to 12 really hard strokes. Pushing now, pushing. One, two, and we might get a third 3.
Yes.
Leaders wave. That is what you want to see in a semi-final. They'll be very happy.
Big wave too. That's got a lot of power behind it. You can see Bevilacqua went a little further down to the south, trying to maximise that. Now making their way back through. Bevilacqua and Verco about to come together. They need to keep the momentum going because have a look at the wave behind. There's a solid 7 or 8 on that. Depends if there's enough power in that one, if they are going to bridge the gap. Charlie Verco takes a nervous look behind. It looks like these boys still rating really, really strongly. Verco looking so good as Bevilacqua crosses over behind. Corey Fletcher just in a little bit of trouble now into the dead water. But these boys have picked a fantastic line home. Have a look at this. Verco going down, down, down. Bevilacqua is through. So 2 are clear. 2 are through. You've got to think these boys are solid from here, but only 6 spots remaining. We've seen some incredible sprint finishes. These boys want to stay well clear of that.
Yeah, they did look a little bit nervous coming through. We see Corey Fletcher get one out here on the northern end, so hopefully he can bring him through that gutter. I think they've seen too many times today in these races, in these arenas in particular, that people have been caught in that gutter coming in. So you did see them when they got off that first runner, rating went high. But Verco and Bevy, they're just looking comfortable at this point. Bunny hopping in, they take their time, jog up the beach. But the real race will come behind. We see Corey Fletcher coming in. He doesn't look worried, so I think he's in comfortably in third.
But the wave behind that is going to be the really tough one. If we have Charlie Verco up and over, Bevilacqua is through and Corey Fletcher through. The boys look back and they're like, I'm glad I worked so hard early on that one. I am so happy to be out and through, but we want to see the waves behind. We want to see who's coming through next. We want to see... That looks to be
Will Budd from North Cronulla.
North Cronulla, loving that. I can see another Burleigh Heads and Mowbray Cat Park. That might be Kai Taylor. Just behind there. This is where the sprint finish is. Who's got the legs? Who wants it the most? Who wants an Aussie final? We can see Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Go, go, go.
Northcliffe, Allura in the middle.
That was Mitch Morris on the top off screen. Nathan J is there. Oh, Nathan McKenzie, I should say. But here we go. The official results starting to come through now. Charlie Verco in 1, Matt Bevilacqua, Corey Fletcher and William Budd. The top 4 definitely clear. And after such a dramatic quarterfinal, now we have an even better semi-final. We can see semi-final number 2 lining up already. The officials are going to pump these races through, which is what we want, especially in conditions like these.
That's right. Semi-final number 2 on the line here. We've got Pat Ely, Sorrento WA, Campbell Guthrie from Alex Headland, Zach Morris, Noah Steiner from Wanda, Callum Brennan from Currumbin, Tex Dixon, keep an eye on him from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Thomas Welch from Surfers, Braden Casamento disappointing the iron this morning, so hopefully he can get a bit further through this one. Hayden Cotter, our swimmer from Manly, he's going great. Cruz McKee, North Cronulla, Jai Timperley, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Blake Cook, Redhead, Joel Piper, Burleigh Heads, Sean Riley, Burleigh Heads. Great representation across these 2 semis. Bryn Garhard, Terrigal and Kobe Schultz from Northcliffe. That is the start list for semi-final number 2. And we're down with Harold on the beach. Harold's here with Bevy. Harold?
So, Bevy, checklist done, final Sunday. Bit of relief?
Yeah, it is a little bit of relief. It's really, I don't know, tricky out there. You got that second bank that's not breaking that often. So, I was happy to get a nice little wave then and get through.
So I talked to a few of the guys earlier this morning, and I was like, just... The pace wasn't too bad, but then just a bit of angst started to pick up, like you said, because that secondary bank, when it picks up, if you're in the wrong spot at the wrong time, it could be diabolical.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's about these massive races, We had 4 rounds just then, all back-to-back, and you have to kind of get to the front of these races and be really efficient and rest where you can. And it's really tactical the whole day to make that final. And yeah, I'm glad I got in there and I'm in with a shot of 16 on Sunday.
Yeah, guy next to you been pretty quick all day. Have you got enough to get through?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of quick guys out there. I was next to Cruz McKee for those first 2 rounds each time, dragging me around. So these lay-down paddlers really hold momentum through that bank, through that gutter from that outer bank. So you'll have to watch out for him, Charlie. Will Bard, he's always there. And, there's going to be a lot of guys there that could take it out.
All right, rest up. All the best. Ski relays coming up?
Yeah, ski relays, mate. Northcliffe's got 2 gun teams, so we'll see how we go. Thanks.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Harold. Thank you, Bevy. And confirming, yes, it was Will Budd in 4, Odin Parrish in 5, Mitch Morris in 6, Nathan J and Kai Taylor are through in that semi-final number 1 for the open board. Semi-final number 2 in action right now. We're about to find out who will be in that big open final Sunday afternoon. How good is it that on Wednesday lunchtime you could know that you are going to have a race on the Sunday of Aussies?
Yeah, it means there's no rest for you. You've got to be keeping yourself fresh, looking all the way through to Sunday. It's a big program, and these boys will have board relays, they'll have board rescues, probably have taplins thrown in amongst all that as well. So there's still not a massive amount of rest for these board paddlers. We heard Bevy talk about the prone paddlers, the pure lay-down ones. We see a couple in this race. From Redhead, we've got Blake Cook. He's a pure prone paddler, doesn't get up on his knees at any point. Like we've heard in the past, they hold momentum really well. One of the most famous lay-down paddlers, Stuart McLaughlin, Redhead, won a handful of Aussie titles on the laydown here at North Kirra as well. So good track record for these guys on this beach. But we look out here, it's Northcliffe out there. Maybe Cruz McKee from North Cronulla. Could have been another North Cronulla cap out in front as well. But this field is a lot tighter than we saw in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Stu McLaughlin. Actually won 4 titles overall from Redhead. 2013, 14, 15 and 18. Pretty impressive result there. We've had some great winners over that time. And Hayden White's in the mix there, Huey Doherty, Corey Jones. And then you go back into the... Bruce Taylor's, Jamie McGuigan's, Dan Shade and Shannon Eckstein. So some pretty incredible races across some very different conditions as well. And we'll find out on Sunday who will be crowned the 2025 champion. Can Zach Morris defend his championship from last year, or will Bevy, the world champion, ruin the party? Or let's face it, 14 other men have something to say about this one. But the boys just sort of shaping up into those pack. A few have fallen off the back already. I think the pace was pretty quick early on, so unfortunately a few have been dropped. But that very, very famous North Cronulla cap, the blue and the yellow stripes there, Cruz McKee definitely making a statement. As Bevy said, he was so fast in those earlier rounds and he's in a fantastic position already.
Yeah, he's had a great start and he's got himself out in front, out of trouble, setting the pace for the rest of the field. Behind him, we had a Northcliffe and a Burleigh Heads cap. There's 4 Burleigh Heads in this event, so it's going to be hard to pick who's who at the moment. But there's 1, 2, 3 small gaps to the next bunch with a Burleigh, another Northcliffe. There was a Manly there. That could have been Hayden Cotter, I think. It was a blue cap.
Yeah, Zach Morris is currently just on the outside of Cruz McKee. I'm pretty sure that's Sean Riley on the pink board just on the inside. So that's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment as we see more of the ski paddlers out the back warming up. Morris is up on the knees already. He's looking for some power. He's looking to pick his line, find some clear water on the way home. But it looks to be Sean Riley who has now gone to the lead on that inside line. But Noah Steiner from Wanda, that is the blue cap with the blue and red stripes. We can see him over to the right, and the boys trying to find those runs early. They would love a gap on the rest of the fielders. Gee, it's a grey old day out there. But Pat Ely from Sorrento, he's gone far to the north. He's on the far left-hand side of your screen. He's seen something that he likes down that way. The boys all just waiting, looking around. They know that the waves are on. They know that something is going to arrive. They need to be in the right position to make the most of it.
Yeah, and with nothing on the horizon at the moment, it is really going to be quite tight. We see a small swell building out the back, but these boys keep looking up. They're hoping, praying for something to give them a bit of a lift. As we see our lead 3 here, they've been out in front. Pat Ely, he was the world ski champion. He's a bit of a craft specialist. He's going quite well. These paddlers on the northern end, our leaders, have gone far. And we're going to come down to Harold on the beach, who can see it a bit better than us. Harold, let's call the finish.
Nothing on offer yet. So nothing on offer yet down here in that blue and white arena. Couple of bumps from out the back, but it appears as if the guys are just trying to find something through there. but still nothing again on offer. But left-hand side, McKee trying to pick up any sort of runners through there. But the outside right might be where it's going to be. Still a race in 8. 8 is that magic number. We've already got the top 8 from semi-final number 1 making their way through. And as I thought, that top right-hand side is a bit more bubble coming through. But 0 waves on offer. It's going to be an absolute nightmare down here for our officials. Now, we've got 1 lead wave there at the moment. 2, 3, 4, and 5 behind. So that secondary wave has got the next 6 people. But we can only take 3. The drag coming down to that far left-hand side. The boys going to have some work to get up and out at the moment. So Riley comfortable through there. Now waiting for that sprint finish. We've got 4 on that following wave. Northcliffe, North Cronulla, Alex and Burleigh Heads. Tex Dixon there. So the sprint finish is on. Only 3 spots left. Steiner up early there. And it looks like Pat Ely's got some work through there. Alexander Headlands. This is going to be ultra tight on that finish line. Steiner just going to sneak into that final spot. Geez, that was ultra tight, and nothing on offer for anyone through there. 0 waves, but 8 places through to the final. Back to you guys up in the studio.
Oh, fantastic work, Harold. Thank you so much. Glad it was you calling that one and not us. Tough racing there. You could see the squeeze on the flag there. Fantastic work. We can see that Sean Riley from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, he has been tagged in already in the live heat system. He has booked a spot. He is racing on Sunday afternoon, and as we said, such a class competitor. Big fan of Sean making the move from Victoria. He was the youngest competitor in the Ironman final last year's Aussies, winning the Dean Mercer Shield there. So here we see that fantastic start, and have a look at the speed off the bank there. Casamento was quickly down there getting some nice little hops in, but this is where you can see Cruz McKee just skipping over the top there, and Sean Riley on that pink board, a fantastic start for him. And as we said, it was just Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park everywhere. We think Tex Dixon is safe, but we also have Jai Timperley and Joel Piper from that club there, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. The black cap with the green and gold stripes on there as well. No results yet on live heats. Only Sean Riley has been confirmed, and this is where we thought some of the athletes may have been able to grab a gap, and this is where it all fell apart for some of our athletes out the back. They could see 1, 2 and 3 are clear, but they knew at this moment
so we
the race is on.
Sean there, cross 4 next. We see one athlete looking back and yelling at his compatriots, and then there's the bunch. We're down with Harold now, who's got our race winner. Harold?
So, Sean, we knew once you turned that last can, you just kept driving, waiting for a wave, nothing on offer. How much angst was going through your mind when you're literally 60 metres from shore and you knew something had to be coming?
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking. I just kind of followed Cruz all the way around. And then, went flat on the way in, so I just had to try to chase some runs. And I ended up getting a little one towards the end. But, took me to the beach.
Obviously, so final comes Sunday. Another, action checked off your list. What else is on the list for Sunday?
The iron, and then hopefully we go all right in the Taplin. I probably won't do ski or swim now that I made board. So,
board specialist. Rest up, recoup. Can you keep this pace up for Sunday, because this is the one that most people want to win?
Yeah, I hope so. I just need to get off the beach good, because sometimes I struggle a bit. And then once we're out the back, I'm pretty good. So we'll see.
Nice. Anyone you want to give some thanks to down the line?
Probably just my family at home watching, I think. So, yeah.
All right. Hello to the Rileys.
Thank you, Harold. And we've got the results come in from that tight finish. So first place was Sean Riley. Second was Zach Morris. Third, Cruz McKee. Fourth, Tex Dixon. Shout out to Cam. He's coached some of the awesome Masters the last couple of days. The All-Stars there. Braden Casamento, who's got through in 5th. He'll be quite happy with that. Campbell Guthrie, Alex Headlands in 6th. Joel Piper, Burleigh Heads in 7th. And it was Noah Steiner getting that 8th spot from Wanda. Pat Ely in 9th. Blake Cook from Redhead in 10th. So Wanda, Noah Steiner getting through. We're back on screen now. This is looks like it's going to be the open female single ski in the pink arena.
Yeah, just confirming those races now, trying to grab some familiar faces, trying to grab some familiar caps in the mix. But how good is that? We now have confirmed our finalists in the Open men's board race, one of the big races on Sunday. A huge congratulations to all of those competitors. This is definitely the Open women's single ski, and it is so good to see Danielle McKenzie, now Danielle Richards, back racing. We have missed her so much. She's now coaching over in New Zealand. She's doing an incredible job over there, also picking up quite a few medals and quite a few wins at the recent New Zealand National Championships. So we can see at the moment, just looking for her on here, number 7, are we thinking?
7, Danielle Richards.
Yes, there we go.
Alley number 1.
Fantastic work, and how good is it to see so many ladies lining up for the Open Female Single Ski. This is round 1. We will have quarters, semis and a final, of course, on Sunday for this event. So this is round 1, and we saw Eliza Johnson has already taken out one of those heats. Chelsea Jentz, Janaea Massey, Piper Harrison, Hannah Scully, Annalise Kibble, and here we are in number 7.
And we see a bit of a wave for these girls here. This is a bit of a late takeoff. We saw one throw the legs over and elect to skip it, but that could be Bronte Ayres from Avoca Beach pulling up alongside Danielle from Northcliffe. They're going to be quite happy with that. Get through that back break. The skis will hold this. We've just been watching board races where the paddlers are dropping off in the gutter. As we see here, the skis carry way more speed. They're the fastest craft that we have here at this carnival, and they will hold those waves through the gutter, and these girls will be getting through quite comfortably as long as we're not getting caught up. We did see the under-19 female ski early today. That was a tricky finish. They were getting pushed quite a bit north. They've got to tack back in between the two finishing flags, but here we have 1 and 2.
And the fact that we have 9 heats in total, and then in this heat alone we have Dani Richards, Ella Beer, we've got Sasha Torrance, Gemma Smith, Jamie Roberts, Jasmine Luther, Bronte Ayres, and Abby Talano in the mix as well. Emily Nathers from North Cronulla. So that is a massive heat there. And a shout out again to Gemma Smith, who just took out her 6th Open Champion Lifesaver title. She's already been racing for a few days here at the Aussies. She took out the World Ocean Series overall title. There she is on screen right now. She had an incredible job. Here we go. Go, girls. Hold on to that craft. I think that's Mathers from North Cronulla on screen there, doing a fantastic job, holding on there, trying to push down this one. Yeah, she's good. Holding on there. That is Hayley Sly from Southport in the mix. Charlie Munro from Manly, the pale blue cap there. And I think both of our Avoca ladies are through, Ella Beer and Bronte Ayres, assuming 8 through at this stage. And you've got to get your craft on the right side of the finishing flag. Oh no, this could be a little bit of drama there for Trig Island. That is Georgia Moore. We'll need to see if she is around, hoping everyone stays safe down there. If I had to, I don't want to be an official. I've got to be really clear. I see how tough it is. I see how much work they do. Toughest jobs, starter, line judge, hanging onto a ski pole.
Yeah, that's right. And we did see, like I said earlier, that under-19 female ski, the officials in that arena did get cleaned up a couple of times. They were soaking wet underwater from these skis rolling through and knocking them down. So it's really going to be up to the paddlers to make sure that they angle themselves and angle south on the way back in, so they're not cutting it fine and bunching up on that northern finish flag. We're going to wait for the results to come through here, but a couple of girls clean out in front and then a bit of carnage on that back break. And we look at this replay. Danielle, she's elected just to go sideways, but that was her choice. She controlled this nicely, and look at this skill. Brings it back around on the same wave. How many paddlers are doing that at these titles?
Yeah, Dani is so impressive. I'm so excited to see her back racing. Well, not just back racing, but here at the Aussie Championships as well. She had an incredible New Zealand champs. Wonderful to see her racing again. Just grabbing some of those results. And it was Amanu Beach, where she's coaching now. They had an incredible race, and that was the end of a decade-long dominance from Mount Maunganui. They finished 3rd behind East End, who were in 2nd place there as well. So fantastic racing all up. But Danielle Richards, she's back. I mean, she didn't ever really go away, to be perfectly honest, but stoked to see her here. And if we have a look at the history of this women's single ski, just having a look here, she took it out in 2018, and also, as I try and get my pages unstuck here, 2022. So if we look back over the previous years, it was Naomi Scott who took the title last year, Ali Bull from Alex the year before that, Danielle McKenzie, Gemma Smith, and then before that it was Ali Bull and Danielle McKenzie again. So great racing, wonderful to see so many ladies back in the mix here, and I'd say it's on the beautiful Gold Coast. I promise you it will be beautiful tomorrow That is our commitment to you. So heat number 7, just waiting for those results to come through. Having a look at some caps, and we see a Mount Maunganui in the mix. That could be Keanu O'Fee if she is in heat number 8 there.
Great to see a few of those Kiwi clubs coming over. We've seen some down the under-17s at Red Beach. We've seen Papamoa here, and now we're getting Mount Maunganui as well. So strong representation from the Kiwis. We've got Mermaid Beach, North Bondi, Kirra, Brianna Massey, keep an eye on her. Bella McCabe, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Surfers Paradise, North Cronulla, Newport, Jasmine Locke, Alex Lefevre and Sarah Locke. So they're going to be strong. Clifton Beach, City of Perth, Alexandra Slocum. Slocum, a name more associated with beach sprinting, so it's great to see them on the ski. Deandra Godoy from Newport, so 4 Newport in this. Keanu Fee, Mount Maunganui, as we said. Grace Otto from Burleigh Heads. 5th Newport, Hannah Minogue.
Is that Hannah Minogue, the 2016 Australian champion?
I feel like that would be the one and only Hannah Minogue. So great to see Hannah racing. She's right on this southern end, so we'll keep an eye on her. You can never count out a past champion, particularly in conditions like this.
Absolutely. She was also incredible yesterday, now supporting the New South Wales Interstate Pathways team. So I saw her celebrating with the crew from there. So very excited to have the more famous Minogue in the water right now. But this is a massive field again, let alone that it's the Newport Club Championships with Jasmine, Alex, Sarah, Deandra and Hannah all in the mix. Brianna Massey, now she's actually won a women's double ski title here with our friend Elise Wood back when she was Elise Burnett, both of the ladies racing for Maroochydore back in the day. But we see Locke there just trying to hold on to that ski, find some clear water, hold on to your footing, hold on to your craft and hope that no one else takes you out.
Yeah, the start is pretty crucial on the skis because they move so fast, the field will get away from you. But it is tough to get an even start. You look how wide they're spread across the beach. That starter is trying to make sure that all the girls have the same opportunity to get on the ski and get away. But the waves just don't always allow it. So he's going to try and find the fairest start. And they're off here. They've all got a chance to get on, get a few strokes in. We'll see the northern end get out a bit. We'll punch through this next one.
Tough work there. We can see Grace Giblett from Surfers Paradise in their centenary cap, but middle of the field, those Newport girls look like they've had a fantastic start. Expecting great things from Brianna Massey as well. She is so powerful. Bella McCabe in the mix from Burleigh Heads at Mowbray Park as well. The girls doing a great job negotiating those early breaks, and we can see there on screen that's the City of Perth cap closest to us, and a big congratulations again, City of Perth, celebrating 100 years of vigilance and service on their home beach. But there we go. Massey looks like she's got a nice run on the far northern end of the screen, and then it is all Newport on the inside.
And then we've got the results come through from Heat 7 as well. So Danielle Richards in first, Ella Beer Voca in second. It was Gemma Smith in third, Abby Talano, Malulabar in fourth, Charlie Munro, Manly in fifth, Jamie Roberts from Sorrento, WA in sixth, Hannah Baker, Trig Island in seven, and it was Jasmine Lewsome from Southport, the Sunny Fried Eggs in Queensland. She took out 8th position, so that should be our top 8 we're assuming are going through to the next round. We're back here in heat number 8. Newport.
I was going to say 9 heats in total for this race, but it is all Newport as expected at the front. They were just dominant at the New South Wales Championship, taking out the overall point score. And shout out to Annalise Kibble, who had one of the absolute blinders of a meet there, winning the swim, board, ski and iron races. Just so impressive.
And also part of the winning Taplin team for Newport. Newport winning their 11th straight state title in New South Wales.
It's impressive.
A decade of dominance.
Oh, I like that. Well, thinking of dominance, BMD Northcliffe, undefeated Australian champion club since 2004 and world champion club since 2008. It's a pretty significant period of dominance. But speaking of dominating, Locke and Massey out the front at the moment. Have a look at the conditions as the rain absolutely pours down here at North Kirra Beach. These girls have set the race up absolutely beautifully. A nice little runner that they pull down onto now. They know that they need to keep on working, so they are clear. They are going to be absolutely fine from here, but the pack is coming. The rest of the girls know that they need to do a fair bit of work. 8 to go through to the next round in the open women's single ski.
That's right. We had another Newport, 2 more Newports coming through. There was Bella McCabe from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, was also sitting in about 4th or 5th. But we start to see those front 2, they're just getting away. First around that last can, these skis will chase anything in the water. We see a bit of a swell pushing out the back. This is going to make a bit of a difference when we look to that top 8. But we've got 1 and 2. Little run into a leader's wave on the beach here.
And here we go.
And
that
it's
is
Brianna
Massey
Massey out in front, doing it quite comfortably.
Yeah, looking really good. And for her, that's the best way to be at the moment. It's only round 1. We've got quarters, semis, finals hopefully coming up for her, let alone all the team events she'll be entered in for the ski, as well as a lot comes through. Fantastic finish, safe finish for the girls here. They'll just be lining up those flags, making sure that they have got more than enough to get through. And here we go. 1 and 2. That's the Mount Maunganui cap right there, the black with the yellow and white stripes down the middle.
Kiana O'Fee from Mount Maunganui, but we're seeing some athletes come unstuck in the surf here, so this is where we're going to come and show 2, 3 off from that wave, so the girls in the wave behind, they can come through and claim a spot. That looks like it's going to be
Grace Giblett from Surfers Paradise
Surfers
closest.
Paradise.
Hannah Minogue in the middle.
Hannah Minogue, the better of the Minogues, I would say, at the moment. Still going around. If only Josh could keep up, but Hannah is keeping the family going strong.
No, wonderful to see her through. She'll now be in the quarterfinals for the Open female single skiers. More of the girls make their way through. And unfortunately, a lot of them did a lot of work early, but unable to convert just at the finish line there. But we will confirm those results as they come through. So that is heat number 8, only 1 heat remaining. And wonderful to see so many ladies lining up here in the Open female single skiers. The girls make their way through, and shout out to our official on the flag. They're doing an incredible job as Grace Young from City of Perth makes her way through. Just waiting for those results to come through. The officials doing a great job. Of course, with the skis, they've got to make their way up. They've got to get lined up, tagged off, and then it'll be only 1 heat remaining. You can see the girls on the line there.
We've still got 1 ski sitting out the back. So that's how tough these conditions are. You come off on that ski, go sideways, and very quickly it's away from you and your race is over. And that's going to be one of our Burleigh Heads competitors, unfortunately. So we're going to wait and see what happens here with the results. Obviously, the officials will be double-checking, making sure they get it correct before they start scanning them through on live heats. But we've got Heat 9, so all the girls are out Heat 9, walking their skis down into the water's edge. Strong heat here. Eliza Monick from Manly, Jane McNeil from Warrnambool, Phoebe Woodhouse, Alex Head, Paige Wood from Trigg Island, Daniela Bertie-Carabs from Byron Bay, Kimberly Doyle, Newport, Phoebe Willis-Grace, Maroochydore, Jamie Flanagan from Jan Juk. Great to see another Victorian club up here. Yanka Crone from Surfers Paradise, Grace Young, City of Perth, Jessica Walton, Newport, the Evergreen, Ashley Booker from Sorrento, WA, Madison Fraser, City of Perth, Emerson Hardy, Northcliffe, and Natalia Drobot from Avoca Beach.
Yeah, expecting big things from a few of the ladies in here. Never any easy heats here, but Phoebe Woodhouse, expecting her to be up the front there. Phoebe Wills-Grace as well. Probably Emerson Hardy and Natalia will definitely be in the mix there. So excited to see what the girls can put together. I'm just going to go back to my little notes because I think I need to do a shout out. Oh my God.
We just had on screen the fluoro green of Sorrento WA. That was Ashley Booker. A couple of Newport girls out in front here. Trigg Island, that'll be Paige Wood.
And a special congratulations, Natalia Drobot. She is going to be closest to us on screen. She is in position 15 in heat number 9. The last name on the list here, she's actually been named recently in the Senior Australian Canoe Sprint Squad, along with quite a few other clubby friends. We've got Alyssa and Claudia Bailey. Of course, they used to race for Northcliffe. Ali Buck is in the mix. Ali Clark, Bailey Clues, Tom Green, Kylie Harlan, Jake Morris, Jazzy Raywood, Maguire Reid, Harrison Torrens, Pierre van der Westen, and Flynn Whelan in the mix as well. So congratulations, Natalia, on your selection to the Senior Australian Canoe Sprint Squad.
Great work, Natalia. And I have seen the Bailey sisters here, so I
fantastic.
believe they are racing in the ski relay and the taplins. But they're all the girls here off to a good start. Strong start down this southern end, and we're thinking that's going to be Natalia Drobot, we've just been talking about. Potentially Emerson Hardy from Northcliffe have got out the best at the moment. Looking at this southern end, Ashley Booker, Sorrento is going well, okay, has negotiated that shore break well. And then we're drifting in. It looked like could be a Maroochydore cap coming through there, but we're back on front. This is Northcliffe.
Yep, that'll be Emerson Hardy looking absolutely fantastic. Very controlled. Natalia over in the front as well. Love seeing that cap of Sorrento in the mix. Ashley Booker. And the girls know they've been watching 8 other heats already for this open women's single ski. They know the path to take out. They know where the danger elements are. And one of those is coming up now as they head out onto that second bank. It looks like they are nice and clean, but Liam, you've got to get home safely.
Yeah, that's right. We've just seen the last couple of heats that most of the girls are getting out quite comfortably. It's the run back in. You don't want to let that ski be picked up by that wave and then get slewed sideways. It's a really hard thing to come back from. We saw Danielle do it earlier, had the skill to bring that ski back around and cross the line straight. But for a lot of the girls, once you go sideways, it's game over. But we come back in front and we're seeing Natalie Drobot just take charge of this race. Emerson Hardy happy to sit off the back, sit on her wash.
Well, those girls know that they're probably going to be featuring. Well, we would expect to see them progressing through, I don't want to say relatively easily, because nothing comes easy at the Aussies, but they've got the experience, they've got the strength and the skill, so we would expect to see them there. The girls just really controlling their race from here, both on those lovely yellow skis here. We see they'll make their way around these final cans. They'll see how they're giving each other a fair bit of room. They know that there's no need to be jostling too much for position there. But yeah, Natalia doing an incredible job, and here come the nice little runners. She's just going to have to wait for this one, pick it up a little later, but 1, 2 and 3 on the wave. That's the way you want to come home. Fantastic work there for Phoebe Wills-Grace of Maroochydore. And we can see 1, 2 and 3 across. The girls would love to be able to hold these the whole way through, but I think there's going to be a little bit too much water filling up in there. But out the back, there's a few waves yet to come. The girls know that they need to be careful, because I can see a few girls out the back going, yeah, I'll take the drop. I'll take a late takeoff. Fantastic work with them. Yeah, there's 1, 2 off already. Watch out for the craft out there, ladies. Stay safe.
And that's the risk you have to take if you're a bit further back in the field and you want to qualify through to that next round. Who has impressed me is actually Ashley Booker from Sorrento. Raced in the Masters the last 2 days. Was always historically a bit of a board paddler. We see a City of Perth athlete swimming there. She's lost her ski, but back out in front, that's Phoebe Wills-Grace. And it's Natalia Drobot crossing the line, doing it quite easily. They got a nice wave from out the back. Nice wave inshore here. Emerson Hardy just sneaking on behind. We can see the nose of the yellow ski. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 in heat number 9.
Good work, girls. And just think, they've probably been down on the beach for a solid half hour since that first heat left. But 1, 2 and 3 are clear. We're about to find out who will be in that quarter-final. That is the next race that we'll have for the ladies in the single ski. Jan Jack making her way through, making her way home, and I think that will be Jamie Flanagan. Fantastic work there. Great recovery as well for City of Perth there. It is Grace Young is through. Surface Paradise, who do we have there?
Yunka Crone from Surface Paradise, Manly crossing the line there. The interesting thing we can see here on this view is look at that water pushing north.
Yeah.
This is where the girls are getting unstuck, coming in and ending up pushing right up against that northern finish flag. But we come back to the start. Fairly clean start, but it's this southern end. Look at the speed, look at the rating. Natalia and Emerson Hardy just getting away fast. The rest of the field left in their wake.
They absolutely bolted, didn't they? That was so impressive. Great start, great rating there from Trigger Island in the middle of the field there. That is what you do. Love to see Paige Wood, a fantastic start. You see her making her way through the field, just waiting to confirm those results. And this was the wave that we saw Phoebe Wills-Grace on the far left-hand side. She's been in a Youth Australian life-saving team before. Very, very accomplished kayaker as well. And it's out the back. This is where we saw some of the girls go, yep, I'm going, I'm taking it, wish me all the best. And unfortunately, a few of them off early. 1 gone, 2 gone. And this is where you're very happy to be out the front if you're those ladies there. So here we see the gals making their way through in the pink arena. When you hear us talk about the colours, that is because they are finishing between 2 pink flags and they have paddled around 3 pink cans out the back. But fantastic work for the ladies. How good is it to have one of those ski races done? We are through. We are finished. Just waiting to see. Have a look at the potholes out there, Liam. My ankles are crying at the thought of that right now. Very happy not to be running out and across that bank.
And the tough thing is we're coming into relays as we come towards the end of today. We've got the board relays coming up for the women's, ski relay as well for the men. That's going to be a very tricky thing to negotiate. We're coming back here. We're in the green and gold arena. We've got looks like it's going to be a board. This is maybe the first of our board relays on the line. We're going to wait for confirmation there, but we're in the green and gold.
Have a look at what we have here. I want to say it's
Trig Island at the end.
Let me refresh my live heats and give you a few options. If I try for 17 female board relay,
Trig Island, Anglesey, Wanda. Girls are off. And you see, as the tide has gone out, that is quite a long run into the water's edge. Everyone's elected to go straight here. Straight on the board, paddling immediately into the gutter. But it doesn't seem to be one particular line is going better than the other at the moment. Pretty even, but they have spread themselves out quite wide already. And not much, get through this shore break, not much on the horizon for them to negotiate.
Absolutely, and so we can see this is semi-finals already for the 17 board relay, but for first we're going to head down to Harold on the beach.
So earlier this morning, I was on the beach with Nat Drobot. I was like, how's your week been? He's like, it's pretty heavy, 30Ks on Monday, Tuesday 15Ks, and today I'm just looking forward to some fun.
Yeah, it's been a pretty big week of kayak training, but so nice to be back on the beach and back racing at Aussies.
And the weather?
Yeah, it's here and there, I guess, but it's better than steaming hot, so we're pretty lucky that it's, not too bad.
You've got it nice and clean on that right-hand side, enough to have a bit of a chat with your training buddy, Emmy Hardy, out there?
Yeah, it was nice. We actually said how we weren't warmed up whilst paddling out there, so it was good to have a bit of a laugh and, just have a bit of fun.
You are that good, is it embarrassing? So any thoughts coming up with the next round?
I think just take it race by race and just make sure that I execute my race plan and, just have fun is the main one. Yeah. Go Avoca.
That's it.
Thank you, Harold. Go Avoca. Hope to see them going well across the rest of this week. But we're back here with the under-17 female board relay. We have 3 semi-finals. We have Tremies underway. This looks like it's Heat 1 in the water. We have teams from Cooks Hill, Alex Heads, Terrigal, Maroochydore, Brighton in South Australia, North Burleigh, Newport Team B, Chugan, Trig Island, Redhead Team B, Coogin Team B, Mentone, Wanda, Anglesey, and another Trig Island Team B. So Trig with 2 teams in this race. Strong board paddling club. We heard earlier Andrew Moselle leading the charge there. Ex-Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman athlete, was in the Uncle Toby series as well. Big Trig fan, has been leading the board paddling charge there for quite a long time. Really proud history of board paddling, so expect the Trig girls to feature. And looking out to see, I think that's Trig in 3rd at the moment as well.
Yeah, the girls doing a great job making their way through that early surf, and a lot of nerves down there on the line. The fact that we're going from semis straight through to finals, loving that they're not having to do an extra round there. But yes, very true. Trig Island so strong in the team events. They've been like that as well in their juniors. The Cameron relays were great, and you can just see that they're sticking with the club. They're making their way through now, and wonderful to see Anglesey up the front. Do adore that for the team. And we'll just grab you those names as well. Jasmine Hume, Ellie Morgan and Summer Morgan. Welcome to Jasmine, Ellie and Summer. Anglesey Team A in the 17 female board relay. Really, really strong start, and the girls coming into that wave zone for the first time.
Yeah, we're starting to see that lead 3, just putting a few extra hard strokes in. Anglesey doing quite well. Trig off the back. Looking back out, that looks like it could be Cooks Hill and Chugan coming through. So really nice to see some of these other clubs, not these big Queensland, New South Wales clubs, but doing quite well. We see some of our nervous team members on the beach. They look cold. They look worried. Trig's not looking confident. Anglesey, I think those little arm swings look confident. She's ready to go. But it's just about keeping warm. You're going to be hoping that you can pick your paddler coming in. And the trick is, for these clubs that have multiple teams on the line, is making sure your runner comes to you and not the wrong team.
Yeah, it can be really, really tricky. We definitely saw that at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Youth and Nipper Championship. But have a look at this. Waves out the back. A few of the ladies about to take not even a late takeoff, just repositioning on their board, ready to catch some white water on the way through. But I do love the work of Tuga, and that's Charlotte, Eve and Grace as they make their way through. They're not stopping. They're not waiting. They're not looking around. They are just going. They would have trained on this stretch of beach so many times already. They know what to expect, and little wave starting to push through now. It's going to be too full. No one's going to come through here. But what are you thinking, Liam? If it's 3 tremies, how many would you take through? 6?
I'm thinking we're going to take 6 through to a final of 18 in the 3 tremies. But we see here, little wave coming through, one athlete trying to pull over, late takeoff for a couple.
Hold that nose up, girls.
There's
Jump the back
6-1
handles.
off the back of that. We'll pick that cap up in a second, but there is our top 5 on this lead wave coming into shore. Number 6 just aiming for that second one now, but we've got Trig Island on screen there.
Fantastic start for the girls from Trig, up and away. And as we said, if we think we're taking 6 through to the next round, that first wave is absolutely crucial. Can you gap the rest of the field? Have a look at the speed of Anglesea. Loving that work on the sand there. So it is Anglesea and then North Burleigh.
That was Sienna Bush from North Burleigh. Quite a good runner, is in the Australian team for cross country. So she is quite a well-seasoned athlete and not afraid of the big stage. But it was Anglesea, North Burleigh, Trig Island was in that top 3. We didn't quite catch those caps for 4 and 5. And looks like maybe Chugan there coming in 6th.
Yeah, fantastic work. And this is a little further back. We've got Terrigal, Wanda, Redhead, the other Trig team as well. So this is the chase back. These are the girls who know that they have a little bit of work yet to go. And this is where we find out who's front-loaded their team, who's sent their best paddlers off first, and who's back-ended the talent as well, so they can bring this home really, really strongly. But as you said earlier, as the tide starts to go out, that run leg is getting longer and longer. And if you've got Sienna Bush in your team, you're probably feeling pretty good. I do remember a few years back at the Maroochydore Australian Championships, she just got the team across the line. They went from 4th to 3rd in literally the last 2 metres of the run leg. It was really, really special to see her celebrating with the team. And it was actually Trig Island who took out that race. So you'd be expecting similar wonderful things from them here. But as the girls make their way through, remembering this is semi-final number 1. We're thinking that it's going to be 6 through, but a long way yet to go for the ladies. Cooks Hill, Alex, Terrigal, Maroochydore. Well, lovely to see a Brighton cap in the mix. That is a bright red cap as well, with some stripes over the ears. North Burleigh, Newport, Chugan, Trig, Redhead, Coogin Headland, Mentone. Wonderful to see them in the mix here, all the way from Victoria. Wanda, Anglesea and Trig Team B in the mix. So the girls just getting up and over. A few nice little waves there.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple waves starting to break out the back. That will start to feature more, particularly when we get towards that finals package. After we get through these tremies, you see the leaders coming into that whitewash now. A couple little ones sitting up. They're not going to cause them any issue. But we still have 3 clear out in front. It looks like it's Trig Island, at least in the centre of that 3. We're thinking there's Anglesea is still going to be featuring up there. We're going to try pick the caps as we go. But the rest of the field strung quite a bit out. If we're taking top 6, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th place just going over that little wave there. That's Chugan. And then we're thinking there's 4 board lengths back to the chase pack. So currently our top 6 are sitting happy with a chase pack going back. We've got 1 out in front. Maybe that's the North Burleigh cap. That Sienna Bush-led team that took them through. That is North Burleigh out in 1.
Yeah, North Burleigh, a fantastic team entered here. It is their A team with Zara Farrington and Mika Locke in the mix as well. So the girls setting this up really nicely. They've definitely done some training sessions down this way as well. So we can see the girls up now, working up on the knees for a little bit more speed and a little bit more power as they make their way home. And that shot really gives us a good idea of the gap that these ladies now have on the rest of the field. Anglesea got her head down. We've all paddled like that before. Just going, yep, now's the time. I've got to lift. And the girls are going to come through now. A nice little runner on offer. Trig Island still in for And again, we see the ladies waiting anxiously back here on the beach. They know what's ahead of them. 2 down, 1 to go, but a lovely wave out the front. Isn't that just the absolute dream, Liam?
That is what you are wanting for in these board relays, and it makes your third paddler relax a little bit extra. That gives them a bit more of a buffer to come through and finish the race. But we see those 3 girls have just dropped off in the gutter there. Girls on the beach, their third paddler, none of them looking concerned yet, but we've got 1, 2 and 3 out in front, and look at the gap they've put on 4 and 5.
Yeah, that is fantastic work. The girls spread all over the ocean at the moment, allowing the ocean to take them, or maybe picking a nice little line in. Anglesea's got to work. Come on, get down that one. Oh, she's trying so hard. Unfortunately, just too much water underneath there, but still that's given her a nice little gap on the rest of the field. Can North Burleigh pick up something here and maybe turn it into a double up?
Nothing on offer for our leaders. A small one coming through. Trigg on the southern end is going to pick that up and bring her back up in line with our top 3. Anglesea paddling great. North Burleigh out in front. They're all going to be on this coming in. And then we've got Daylight to 4th and 5th. And the real question is, where is 6th place?
Yeah, that top 6 so important. We can see Cooks Hill was just out the back there as well, but Anglesea repositioned on her board really well there to get back in the mix. So the girls from Anglesea doing an incredible job. 2 out of 3 done. Trigg Island in the mix and North Burleigh. So this was the top 3 that we saw a little earlier. The girls up and around in transition, knowing that they just need to tag well. They just need to be in what we think is the top 6 to make it through to an Aussie final.
Top 6 going through, and we've got our first competitor off. North Burleigh off there, Trigg Island, Anglesea out first, and we still haven't seen 4th and 5th hit the beach yet to make transition. So we would think that these lead 3 are doing it comfortably. We've got a Newport cap coming around.
I think that's their B team in the mix here, so doing a great job. Cooks Hill, that could be 4 and 5. We're thinking at least one more spot on offer, but the girls doing a great job. Really strong in the transitions, and often when you're in the board relays, the ski relays here, you can really pick who the Ironmen and Ironwomen are, who have done a little bit more ski or a little bit more run training as part of their preparation. But fantastic work there. I think that is Tugan.
Could have been the Tugan cap
could be
coming through in 6, but they've been closed down, and that looks like Redhead closing the gap. So that 6th place is starting to get a bit closer, but like you said, the board paddlers, the Ironmen, the ones that do a bit more running, that's where they're going to start to show on the relay, and strategy comes into play there. Where do you put your board paddlers that might not be able to run that transition as well as your Ironmen?
Yeah, they've done an incredible job to get through here. Just waiting for those final changes. Maroochydore making their way through. The Black Swans, the final change there. And you've got to think for the other 2 Tremi finals, they'd be watching these, they'd be assessing the conditions and having a look out to sea there and saying, where's the gutter, where's the rip, how do I get out as efficiently as possible, and where do I find those great waves on the way home?
Everyone's goal is to get a solid wave on the way home, but look at the leader out in front. Anglesea, she is putting the pressure on. She is not resting.
Loving that.
She is not worrying about, I've already made it through, I've got a big gap. She's getting the stroke rate up and moving along nicely. It looks like that could be Trigg Island potentially tucked in on her wash.
Mm-hmm.
Smart move there, save herself. She's elected to lie down the whole way out. Keeps the nose of the board down, keeps her running quite nicely in these conditions. But it is 1, 2 and 3 clear out in front. Big gap back to 4 and 5, and number 6, 6th place is what we're looking for. That's what we're taking through. We're thinking to that under-17 female board relay final.
Yeah, the girls doing a great job out there. It's a really long course when it's quite flat out the back, and for those poor girls and guys who have had to paddle most of the way in, including in some of those open and under-19 men's board races that we saw earlier, it can be a really tough day at the office when it is only day 1 of 5 for the Australian Championships down here at North Kirra Beach. And a shout out, as always, to the North Kirra Surf Club. Incredible hosts here for the championships. Big thanks to the barbecue. Had a great sausage and bread before I jumped in here as well. So they've been great hosts, and we do love being here. So there we go. Have a look at this. How much do you love the work of Anglesea, who's probably thinking, we're good, we're safe. I think I might put a bit of speed on.
Why not? These girls are sending it off. You're feeling good. Get a good one under your sleeve. Make yourself feel confident for the rest of this carnival. You've got Anglesea out in front, 3 board lengths back to North Burleigh. Then it's a couple of board lengths again to Trigg Island. But our Anglesea competitor, she is going for it.
Flying.
The legs are pumping, helps to keep her timing up. She's looking around, she's working hard. We can see her taking some big strokes as she's turned this last can, starting to look for these runners, but Anglesey clear out in front. North Burleigh happily sitting in second, Trigg Island comfortably in third.
Yeah, the girls know that they've done enough. I would love to see Anglesey rewarded, though, with a nice little wave on the way home. She's done an incredible job there. We can see 1, 2 and 3 across the beach. Definitely a bit of a race on for 4, 5 and 6. She's working hard for these waves as well. Unfortunately, not enough in that one to pick it up, but the next one could give her something, as we see the marker boys in the mix there. And always exciting when we think about this in the 17 age group, as Trigg Island pulls down a nice little runner. Girls pushing hard.
Just seeing those waves filling up in the gutter. So if you're lucky to get one on that back break, it's really got to be quite a big one to push you the whole way through. Mm-hmm. Most of these are now dropping off in that gutter on the low tide. So the girls will get a little run. We're still seeing Anglesey. She's unrelenting. She's still pushing hard. They want to win this Tremie and set the standard for the rest of these teams to come. But Anglesey in 1, North Burleigh still in 2. Trigg Island's closed that gap and is in 3rd. The big gap they had around the cans is all closed off those runners on the back bank. But Anglesey still going. That's what we want to see. The Victorians come here. They mean business. They're looking to take out the final later today.
Also wonderful to see the team from Mentone in the mix here, another of our Victorian clubs. And taking a little sneaky peek ahead, we've got Mordy Alec will be in the next of the Tremies. Who else have we got coming through? A few international clubs coming through as well, so I'll keep you in suspense there. But Jan Jack will be in the 3rd and final Tremie as well. And that looks to be a nice little wave on the way home.
Anglesey finally rewarded for all the hard work. She's got a wave out in front. North Burleigh and Trigg just missed that one. Trigg had a little bit of trouble, but Anglesey gets what she has worked hard for right into shore, ditches the board. Hopefully her teammates there to get it.
No dramas at all.
She's going to look back now. This is where she decides to take it easy. She's done the hard work on the board, sucking in the big ones, but Anglesey comfortably through to our under-17 female board relay final held later this afternoon.
Yeah, great work to the team from Anglesey, making their way up. And, of course, liveheats.com is where you can grab all of the draws and the results. Clicking through there, we can see that Anglesey Team A is the crew of Jasmine Hume, Ellie Morgan and Summer Morgan. So nice work, ladies. Safely through. Gotta love that. And now we just wait to see. There's Trigg Island, there's North Burleigh. So 1, 2 and 3 are done. These girls have raced each other at the Aussie Champs before. We've seen some incredible finishes. How good is this? Wanda up and around. That's Cooks Hill as well. Oh, Chugan is through as well. So that might be the race for the top 6 or so. Fantastic work. That looks to be Alexandra Headlands in the mix and then Terrigal. So a tight little battle behind their Newport. I think that is their B team coming through as well. So TBC exactly how many are going through. We're guessing 6, but we will get that confirmed for you. And again, liveheats.com, which is where you can grab all of the results. It is official. Anglesey, Trigg, North Burleigh and Chugan. That is your top 4 for now. Chugan, a great job to sneak through there. Wanda, Team A is in 5 and Cooks Hill will be 6.
It really closed up. We thought the back end of that field was quite spread out, but looking at this replay here, a couple of girls negotiating that shorey quite nicely, a few late takeoffs, but we pan back to the coast and it is just looking difficult. Anglesey, that's where North Burleigh really made a move in that first transition. That was Bush running through. She's a great runner. We see here the girls getting a nice little wave out the back in the second leg. That top 3 really got away well from the start of the second paddler all the way through to the end, quite comfortably home. But then right at the end, we didn't quite see what happened in the water, but we had a big bunch up from about 5 to 8 there. So a few of the girls would have pulled some nice runs from out the back, but we're still on this lead 3. This was our Anglesey competitor. She worked hard, got the wave she deserved at the end, was able to come through quite comfortably with the win.
Yeah, fantastic work to the team from Trigg, and I can see just on screen there, their other team is through there, but Harold is down on the beach with our winners.
Yeah, we're down here in the rain, but the action was pretty hot there. Anglesey, 3 great broad paddlers. Ellie, pretty solid. Tell us about your state titles. How did you go?
At my state titles in Victoria, I came 3rd in the surf race, so I was pretty stoked with that.
I'm assuming you're board relay dominated?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we did pretty well. I may have gone around the wrong kid, but...
Whoa. All right, so you won.
Are you talking... Not in the state.
Relay state titles.
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, that was pretty swift then. Who's in your team and why are you so fast?
Well, we got Jasmine Hugh and my sister Summer Morgan, and that's our team.
Summer raced yesterday. She raced fast, so she's racing up as an under 15 with her bronze. Obviously, the family trains pretty well and just get along together nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we train together, and that's lots of fun.
Legend. All right, Anglesey, legends, keep it up. We'll see you in the final later on.
Thank you, Harold. And we're going to move now to the pink arena on the beach. This is our open female single ski.
I think we're 19 maybe single ski here for the ladies. 19 female single ski. A lot of ski racing been going on down there the last couple of hours. I've just jumped out of it at the moment. The girls are into the action and a few waves starting to come through as well.
Yeah, that's right. As this tide's starting to push out, we're going to see the waves play a bit more of a role. We saw in the open women's ski earlier that it is becoming quite tricky on the run back in. The girls are getting pushed quite a bit north. They're struggling to get around that finishing flag, and that's really important. We saw earlier that a couple of paddlers didn't actually line up at all, were paddling hard into shore, had to get off and run to come around to qualify. So picking your lines early, allowing for the sweep, allowing for the waves to push in north is going to become more and more important, particularly as we get to the pointy end in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, 4 quarters here. This looks like quarterfinal number 1. There is Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland in there. I think she was 3rd last year in this event, the under-19 women's ski race. So she's got a couple of girls still in her age group ahead of her. Jazzy Raywood, she was 2nd last year. And Nat Drobot, who won it, she's moved up into open competition. The girls are off and away. And like you said, there's Raywood in the centre, really starting to wind up Mia Cook. So the silver and bronze medalists from last year in the same quarter-final, and they've got one little wave to negotiate, and Raywood just so good. That's the difference the national kayaking program kind of makes. She's got that early power and speed, and if she gets clean water, she can get away.
Yeah, that's right. And that's one of the benefits we're going to see from these paddlers. The guys with the kayaking background have that power. They have the explosiveness.
And there, one of the girls there lost her ski, maybe back to the beach. I don't know what has happened. Yeah, drama with the ski. So she's decided maybe Zoe Moore. I don't know which one of the trick girls that is, but she's had to go all the way back to the beach, and there's nothing more dramatic than having to turn around and go back. And I was in here with Elise Wood earlier on, and she said Zoe Moore was one to watch from Trig. She's in that kayaking program as well, so heartbreak for the young lady from Trig.
Yeah, and that's one of the challenges, is that the kayakers spend so much time in the kayak, they sometimes struggle to get down to the surf club and get in the surf ski. For some of these girls, they may have only paddled the ski at state and then come here to Aussies to paddle again. And unfortunately, when you come to WA, the state titles had a shore break, and that was it.
Yeah.
Negotiate the shore break with a smart start, and you're out the back. Come here, we've got 2 breaks, we've got some runners, we have to negotiate a gutter. It become quite difficult. So unfortunately for our Trig Island competitor, she's been dropped off the back of that one, has a lot of hard work to come back through it if she's wanting to.
And Elise, she liked her and gave her a bit of a chance in this one and was sort of one to watch. So that is 2nd and 3rd from last year out in front, looking very, very comfortable as they start to work their way around the back. And it's standing up out the back, more waves coming through, and they're able to pick it up off that last can. So it's basically a race to the first can, set yourself around and then explode off this pink turner there. And we can see Raywood out in front. She will have that many events this weekend. It'll be crazy. She'll be in the thick of everything. Her age group, open competition, she's going to be very, very good. And the girls start to push for home.
Yeah, expect to see that Raywood name come through across all the age groups as well. The whole family kicking absolute goals. But Jazzy Raywood, nice little wave. One of the benefits you get of being the first around that last can with such a gap is you get your choice of what you want to take. Being smart on your wave selection coming in so you don't sluice, so you don't lose your ski. So Jazz has set herself up perfectly for this race. Still probably 2 waves in front. Looking back, there's 2nd and 3rd with a bit of space, and then there's the bunch. So We hope that some of these girls can start to score some runs coming in, thin that field out, but Jazzy Rayward is just clinical, and we see that wave out the back.
Not where you want wave on. We might have called the wrong trick there. There was Sienna Howard in there as well, so maybe more still rolling around. And waves pushing that entire field through. They'll be taking 8 at the moment. We can see a couple of them starting to run down it, starting to roll down that one. Imogen Egan working very hard. No dramas for our leader out in front. She's done a fantastic job there. Looked a class above, if I'm completely honest, and that's scary signs for the rest of these ladies in the 19 ski race, because there's a couple girls in here who were favourite to be on the podium. And Jazzy Rayward, the world junior champion, well, she was 3 ski lengths in front halfway home.
Yeah, that is ominous moving into these semis and finals later in the week. Jazz Rayward has just put a masterclass on this ski.
Mia Cook there across the line. We can see her. She did a great job to pick up a little runner behind and stay away from the trouble. It's the next 6 that we're worried about. Cook comes across. Here we go. The girls start to wind up. You've got to keep that ski speed up as you head into the finish. No dramas. Eva Ashwood, I can see from Met Caloundra on the next wave there. Imogen Egan will sneak across, and I think that'll be all she wrote. And it might be Zoe Moore who got there, and her clubmate, Sienna Howard, who was on the beach having to go back. Yeah, it is.
That is a Trig Island cap coming up there.
The favourite survives, and she paddled into that one reasonably well as well. Katie Nat, formerly of South Australia, now at the Curra Club, has got herself through from Curra there.
And Olivia Edwards there from Terrigal, she's come through. So hopefully Olivia's getting through. We're thinking we're going to be taking that top 8 into our semis from our quarters, half this field. So we'll wait and see what comes through on live heats. But the one thing we are certain on, 100% certain, is Jazz Rayward is here. She means business in this under-19 female single ski.
You've been up and down the beach all morning long like I have. Who have you liked in these sort of girls' ski races, the 19s, the Opens? Is there anyone that really stands out for you that you've seen a couple of paddles and gone, oh, that's special?
Oh, I haven't seen any of the 19 ski. I was watching the Open ski earlier. I'm just scrolling through these start lists and these quarterfinals. There's no one major jumping out at me. They're all looking pretty even for me.
Yeah.
We're going to see a couple come through. Heat 3, Millie Derbyshire. We saw her sister feature earlier in the Ironwoman.
Yeah.
So we might keep an eye on her. The Surfers Paradise team have been quite strong.
And I think that's outside of your 1, 2, 3 at the top. The 19 girls especially is so even across the board. You could have any one of these girls jump out and put in a good performance, and there's probably that 5 or 6 there. You can see the replay. It was all in the start. They're all 3 in or 2 in from that right-hand side. The green and pink of Jazzy Rayward, and the rating's just so much higher.
Yeah, that's absolute power. We saw that. We saw that earlier with Danielle McKenzie. She got out well, but that's the kayaking background. They're so used to that explosiveness. Kayaking, racing that K1 is pure explosiveness, and she was able to execute that well, set herself up, and we see here she's come around that last can, comfortable wave, pulling herself all the way in.
We didn't speak about Gemma Holt much either from Morty Alec down in Victoria, but she had a great paddle there, was sitting sort of third the entire way around, did a really, really good job, and we just wait for the final results as quarterfinal number 2 comes in. A reminder, you can check all the results of the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. Go to liveheats.com.au. You can have every heat of every race, every day of the entire championship there with every single result. So jump on, check it out. If you've got friends or family, if you want to know where we're up to on the program, you can run through all of those there. And we're in the quarterfinal number 2 of the under-19 ladies ski race. Plenty of action still to go in this 17, 19 and open ladies arena. They've got plenty of events still to go. On the guys' side of things, we're heading towards those open and 19 men's ski relay finals. They're starting to come up pretty quickly. They're into the heats at the moment. They're starting to work their way through, and we'll go there in a second. But we're going to be handing out some gold medals in, I'm going to say, half an hour, 45 minutes time.
Yeah, they're right. It'll be our first gold medals given out in these open Australian titles. It'll be the big boys. They're going to see some big bodies running. Yep. It might not be a pretty sight. There'll be a bit of biff around those flags as they're on the beach. You'll see some boys huffing, but we're looking. We've got Harold on the beach. Harold, we're going to throw to you.
I just want to know, how's the body holding up? Because it's been so wet all day and it's getting a little bit cold now.
I can't say I enjoy the rain and the sand attaching to the wetness on my body. I feel like a chicken schnitzel. But yeah, I'm excited to race for the rest of the week, yeah.
Look pretty strong through your ski races there. Irons this morning, how did that feel?
Yeah, good. It was good to get into the irons. We obviously didn't have state, which was really disappointing, but feeling good and everyone's doing so well, so it's going to be really exciting.
And nice to be back with all your friends from across Australia. Anything one more. Well, what's left this afternoon? Skis are now done.
We've got ski, and then we've just got our board relays, hopefully, depending on what happens. Yeah.
All right, board relay, so you can go from the fastest craft onto the second fastest craft. All right, rest up, keep warm-ish, however that's possible. Anyone you want to say hi to, even though you're on camera all the time?
Nah. My cats are great. I don't think they're watching, though, unfortunately. So
They could watch it on replay later on. Thanks, Jazz.
Oh, I love it. Harold doing some of the best work we've seen down there. Big shout-out to Jazzy Raywood's cats, if they're watching at home. Liam Ryan steps out of the booth, and Olympian, Australian champion and all-round ski paddling superstar Alex Wood steps back in, because we are into the ladies' 19 single ski race, and we have the men's ski relay coming up, something that you know a lot about, way more than me. So we're going to call this all the way through to the finals later on today, and I'm starting to get excited. I was down there in the action with those ladies' ski races. There was a few little upsets down there, and a couple who got lucky to survive with a few waves, but there was one or two heats there where I was like, whoa, this was a stacked final. It could have been a stacked final. There was that many good paddlers in there. The action's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've loved watching it so far. Very excited to be here in the booth for the skis, that's for sure. I sniffed it out, saw the skis and thought I'd jump back in. No, watching these girls out there now, and obviously the men in the ski relay a little bit later. I just walked through the Open Men's Arena, and you can feel the tension already in the air. They've all been warming up. Yeah. They've been causing a bit of chaos in their warm-ups, making sure they're doing the right thing and getting in the way.
None of them are following the rules at all.
None of them.
That's exactly
but they're
right.
doing what they need to do for their team. And I mean, hats off to them.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? We almost had a scare in that opening heat there. Your pick, Zoe Moore, one of the Trig girls went out, lost her ski back to the beach. We couldn't quite pick who it was, and we thought it had been your pick, Zoe Moore, but in the end she was across the line third, looked very, very comfortable, very good. Jazzy Raywood, a class above. That first heat, Raywood, Mia Cook, Zoe Moore, Gemma Holt. You had Olivia Clues in there, maybe one or two others, Nikita Nissan. There's not a whole lot else. It was a pretty good showing, and Raywood, she was 3 ski lengths in front.
Yeah, I mean, if Jazzy can get a really good start and get some clean water, she'll be really hard to beat. I mean, obviously Liv Clues is going to be close by, but Jazz is just so good off that start. You just see the two girls there coming together. And I mean, the thing is with ski paddling, sure, we want to get a bit of rough and tumble around the cans, but if you come together, you're slowing each other down and giving the people behind you a bit of an opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, Dakota Luke on the outside there, just working her way down into it. And the young lady from Maroochydore as well, side by side, doing a really good job, looking very comfortable. The wave behind's where it's going to start to get interesting. A couple girls from Dicky Beach in there. They've got 2 or 3 in it. Ali Hughes from Tugun as well. You can see out the back, plenty of swell on the horizon. And while we were down on the beach doing some ground announcing and the guys were in the booth, I was noticing how much it's sort of starting to stand up and really punch on that bank. And if you time it wrong, it lands on your chest, it will stop you in your tracks out there. And you've just got to find momentum in it. And that's going to be the difficult thing. Timing and speed will win you these ski relays later in the day.
Yeah, and similarly coming in as well, it's getting a little bit more punch and a little bit harder to keep that ski straight. We just see the Burley girl pushing down the front there, Lani Steele from Maroochydore. A little bit of a difficult late takeoff behind her. But these two, Lani Steele just falling off there, coming a little bit unstuck. She's going to try and get back on that ski as fast as she can, but it looks like Dakota Luke will easily take out that win. And
another one off there, not what you want, and that's big mistakes. And I've seen a bit of that as well. Bonnie Jarrett, the other of the Maroochydore girls, starts to work her way through there. Harriet Chin from Sorrento, closest to us. Maybe, Nikita Nissan there just works her way through. And another one, I can't quite pick who the other of the Dicky Beach girls is as they work their way in. Zoe Campbell there, and this is where they've come unstuck, a lot of the girls. It doubles up on the edge. They kind of relax. I'm home. Don't worry about it. The ski speed slows up, and all of a sudden they're sideways, and it is panic stations across that finishing line.
You just saw there Lani Steele from Maroochydore, who just came unstuck when she was in second place. She's just pushed through the line there, but she got a bit of a slower run on the wave, so she might have just missed out if my numbers are correct. Hopefully I'm wrong, but that's a tough way to end your semi-final.
Especially after she led the entire way round there. She looked very, very comfortable, and I've noticed a bit of that even in the open girls down there. That final 5, 10, 15 metres, there's a bit of water moving back out across the bank. Obviously, the bank's not even, so there's waves coming everywhere. And I think everyone just relaxes and goes, I'm home. And before you know it, bang, you're off sideways.
I've learnt that a few too many times
So
at Kirra.
have I. So have I.
That's for sure. It can definitely catch you unstuck for sure. And I mean, you really got to, I mean, coaches tell you all the time, right? The race isn't over till it's over, but it's so easy to relax, particularly through the rounds. But you definitely cannot.
That's what we were talking about. It's got a little bit more punch there. And we can see the girls, Lani Steele, working her way back alongside Dakota Luke. Steele goes off. Luke goes, thank you very much. And we'll cruise across the finish line there, looking very comfortable. You can just see on the back right-hand side, nose goes in, starts to go sideways, and then it is all over before it starts. And that's the second time she's then gone off in the matter of seconds. You've got to get back on, straighten it up, and panic stations there. The heart rate is through the roof. You've got to get the paddle right. She then gets hit sideways and goes off again. And the first error creates the second error, which creates the third error, which has you really in a lot of trouble. And normally, you don't get a second chance. One mistake, maybe. Two mistakes, day's done. And we're going to head down to the beach now. Harold is with a very comfortable and I'm sure happy Dakota Luke.
That was very comfortable, very happy. Weather is still miserable, but your paddling was outstanding.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving the conditions at the moment. I really hope it sticks around for the rest of the weekend.
On behalf of, what, is it the waves or the actual rain and the miserableness?
As in the waves, the rain can, go away.
All right, a little bit of an awkward start through there. We saw a couple of girls just getting a little bit unstuck coming in, but you had a decent lead so you could, I guess, take it easy coming through. How important is that it was surf that you get to train in at Burleigh?
Oh, it's so important. I really appreciate training at Burleigh in the big surf. Like, I love it. It's really good to train in and, practice in the big waves.
Big waves are good. Semi-final coming up. Feeling comfortable? Feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, let's go. Dakota Luke, look down the screen. Anyone you want to shout out to?
Probably my family and my coach.
Any pets at home?
Oh, yeah, that is Roxy as well.
Yeah, Roxy.
A dog.
We're all dog people here, aren't we?
We love it. We are. Well, I'm a dog person. Big shout out to the Ziggy man who's at home watching, I'm sure. If that's what we're doing here, I'm just shouting out the animals. So from heat number 1, Raywood, Cook, Moore, Holt, Nat, Egan, Ashworth and Stolt into the semi-finals. We're just waiting on final confirmation of the results there. That's what happens if you're not 100% on ski paddling. When you cross the line, the judges, they go through the finish again just to make sure everyone's got through nice and clean. Everybody waits around, so it just takes a little bit longer for us to get it. But that doesn't matter because we can sit back and relax and enjoy the beautiful Gold Coast. Formerly the Sunshine Coast, now you live down here. What makes the Gold Coast so special?
I mean, I lived out at Talabudra Valley, and I get the hinterland, I guess, and a bit of land and a bit of property. And Tally Creek runs through our backyard, and then 10 minutes away we've got the beautiful beaches. Definitely lucky. I didn't think I'd ever call myself a Gold Coaster, but here I am. I love it down here, particularly the southern end, which is exactly where we are here at Kirra. It's a beautiful place.
I think people don't understand how close the hinterland is. You can ride your bike half an hour or 20 minutes and you're in the hinterland, and you might as well be 1,000 miles from any city. It's absolutely beautiful. And we love coming back here. The Australian Championships has been here for a lot of years, especially over the last sort of 2 decades, and we love coming back. It is the home of the Aussie titles, and we love it. And the crew loves coming down here. North Kirra has turned it on today, apart from the rain, but that's been...
You can't have everything.
That's been southeast Queensland for the last 3 weeks, hasn't it? There are a lot of umbrellas getting around, that is for sure. And I think a few people have just gone, I'm not even going to go to the umbrella. I'm just going to be soaked for the rest of the day.
We're just leaning into it at this point. There's been that much rain around at southeast Queensland that we're just used to it, right? We're just going to float away.
Accept it. You can't fight it. The girls are in high spirits, but I was wandering around sort of doing some beach calling the last hour, and everyone's happy to be here. They're positive. Day 1 of the Aussie titles, vibes are high. And I guess everyone's got a shot on day 1. When you get into 2 and 3, a few people have been knocked out. Maybe there's some people that aren't having the best week of their life. But on day 1, vibes are high because everybody's still alive in their events, still going. Everything's good. You've still got a shot at, reaching your goals. And we can see Jenny Parry doing a thing down on the beach as well. That's what makes the Aussie title so great, isn't it?
Absolutely, and these girls and guys will be starting to get a sniff of the team events coming up this afternoon and leading into tomorrow, and everyone loves a team event. Even if your name's not on the team event, everyone loves to watch their club put their best foot forward and do their best. And I mean, I'm sure the vibes are high because of that. And afterwards, maybe some people's vibes will be a little bit low, but there'll be some really, really high vibes from the winners, and I can't wait to see who takes those out.
That's okay. There's ups and downs for everybody. We are at the Under-19 women's singles ski race at the moment. We've got a few more quarterfinals to come up. We're just waiting for the results of the last few heats there. I'll run you through a few names who've taken out this title in the past. You may know a few of them. Shireen Merrifield, Alira Richardson, Elise Yardley, Bianca Lee, Tennille Hatton, Hayley Lamarsney, Devon Halligan, Miranda Davies. Someone you know very well, Ali Bull, back-to-back winner in 14 and 15. Brianna Massey from your club at Maroochydore. Gemma Smith, we'll see her in the open ski race. Sasha Torrens from Newport Club, Eliza Johnson from Swansea Belmont, and Nat Drobot for the last 2 years from Avoca Beach. And a big shout out to the Avoca Beach crew. They've had a tough couple of months with a few family issues around there. They've had some really bad news out there. So a big shout out and sending our love to everybody at the Avoca Club. They've been through a really, really tough time there, and we hope they have a bit of success this weekend. It doesn't make up for it, but hopefully it'll brighten the day of a few of the people down there at the club. And a big shout out, such a good ski paddling club. So they've been so good for so long. And our heart goes out to the guys and girls down there in one of the most beautiful parts of the world as well. It's life's good in Avoca,
isn't it? And they're such a family club down there.
Yeah.
I love going down there and seeing everyone. I mean, the camaraderie they have a great time come Sunday night and Mad Monday as well.
I can imagine. I can only imagine.
But they're such a family down there, and they love getting around each other. And like you said, they're such great ski paddlers. And I mean, Avoca Lake's right around the corner from their surf club, and they produce some really great kayakers as well. And from such a small place, they have bred some really, really solid performances.
I think punching above their weight it's a weird way to describe it, but they do, because they're pound for pound. I don't know how many clubs have produced more Olympians than they have, and they just continue to. And when you think, oh, well, that's it, the crop's done, they go from Riley Fitz, Lockie Tame, and now Nat Drobot, Ella Beer. They just keep producing year on year on year, and I'm sure there's another 1,000 in the pipeline down there. So, yeah, good on the Avoca Beach crew. We love to see you guys do what you do down there. In that open women's area, or the women's area, it's cutting back and forward between the under-19 female single ski and the under-17 board relay semi-finals. 2 events I'm looking forward to over the weekend. Let's talk about that 17 female board relay. Such a competitive age group. I don't think I've seen a group of girls so good at that age in a long, long time. There have been a couple of good age groups over the years. The one that is just coming through into opens now with Lily O'Sullivan, Gracie Otto, Lily Finardi, a bunch of those other girls, Gemma Smith-Welsh, that have just sort of dog steered. They were all one age group, but I think this age group might be better. Zoe Woods, obviously Katie Reese, Bianca Raywood in there, Olivia Clues was in there as well, a couple of the other girls. Kibi DePania, how do you forget Kibi DePania? And the rest of the girls that are just sitting I wouldn't even say just behind them, but they're pushing them week in, week out. Santa Bush, those sorts of girls as well. That 17 board relay is going to be on for all money, because they're spread out over a couple of clubs, and it's going to get very competitive.
Absolutely, and they're spread out over a couple of states as well, and we love to see that. It's very exciting. I think, Newport will be a really good showing from that, but like you said, we'll be looking across many clubs, and it'd be interesting to see where each club puts their strongest paddler. There's different strategies you can take. Do you put your strongest paddler first and get out fast and have a lead and kind of, go with the vibes of having a lead, or do you give your fastest paddler the sniff in that third leg and put them on the chase?
What would you do? You're coaching, ready? Tell me the order.
I mean, some people put their fastest paddler in the middle because it catches people out a bit.
Savages.
But I'd go.
Those people.
I love leading, and so you put your fastest paddler at the front, in my opinion. However, you've also got to think about, you're not putting someone at the back who can't sprint up the beach.
And that's what the coaches. That's why the coaches get paid the big bucks, because they make those decisions. And I think your fastest paddler goes first, because you'd rather be looking at a lead than looking for it. And you've got to get on the front wave. And if you're not, or you're out in front and they get away from behind, at least you're still in the race. If you're trying to come from behind, teams can get a wave away. But then, obviously, if you've got someone who's got a lightning start, that's something different as well. They mightn't be the quickest on the back end, but they can get you into the front and into the lead early, and maybe they lift when it comes to a relay. It's a dark art picking teams, isn't it? And sometimes the incredible ones you see over the years are where the athlete's not actually that good, but you put them in a team event and all of a sudden they're the best you've got because they managed to find a way to lift. And maybe you're picking between two people who are basically the same, and one of them loves a relay and does better and absolutely flies, and one of them not so much. And you've got to know your athletes, you've got to know what they're good at. Do they like pressure? Do they feel the pressure? That's another element. So it's hard to do. And I saw the coaches down on the beach. I saw Trent Herring out of Newport, Naomi Flood out of Northcliffe as well. And I asked Trent, how do you pick it? And he said, oh, mate, I just do my best. And he said, sometimes it's just all luck. But I think they say that because it takes the pressure off, but I think he knows he's good at what he does, and he does a good job at picking these teams.
He would have thought long and hard about these teams, and seen the girls and guys at training and at different races, and like you said, how they perform under pressure, and they'll be looking at the conditions as well. You know, is somebody a big time performer when it's big surf, or is it small surf only? You know, what does that look like?
Yeah, you're spot on there. The girls off and away. This is quarterfinal number 3. We're still waiting results. Results from quarterfinal number 2 are in. Luke, Chin, Nikita Nissen-Seren, Jarrett, McConkey, Wilkinson, Nagus, Lechner. Campbell misses out. So does Lani Steele after leading the entire way. Not what she would have wanted. But out in front, Olivia Clues on that purple ski. Hard to miss there. She is winding up at the moment. Was paddling red most of the summer, but has made the switch over much easier to pick there. She's done a great job and will lead the girls out. The rest of the field chasing very, very hard, but you can see those first 20 doubles from Olivia Clues a class above.
And we've got Sophie Taylor there from Metropolitan Caloundra. It's good to see them back. We haven't seen them feature in many races for a long time, and I love to see them back in action. When I was a nipper, they were one of the best clubs going around. Yeah. So good to see them. We've got Tully Elliott from Redhead as well, near the front. Yeah. And Abby Carter from Tugan on that pink ski, 2 skis in. Yeah, and Tully Elliott, very, very good at what she does as well. Has been up in the mix and at the top level in not only ski racing but board, swim for a long time through the junior ranks now in this 19 age group. Mets is a club on the rise. They had Daisy Quinn. She's the world champion for 200 obs at the Open World Champions. She's still a junior competitor, so watch for her in the surf races later in the week. They've got a couple in there. Obviously, Clint Robinson doing a lot of coaching in there. Ash Robinson, no relation. He's in the supporters club side of things. He knows how to make a club run. He did it for a long time at Alexandra Headland there. So I think they're all positive. Club's running well. Athletes are doing a fantastic job. They've got good support network down there. And watch out for Caloundra. They are on the rise. That is for sure. But Olivia Clues on the front, and she looks like she's doing it very comfortably. That's not flat stick for Clues by any stretch of the imagination. No, she's got a very low controlled stroke rate there. You can just see her arms and her elbows never get above her shoulder. As soon as you get above your shoulder, it's putting a little bit more pressure on your joints. You might lock up and tighten up a bit quicker. She's just picking up a stroke rate there to push down that wave, which it looks like she will. Yeah. She's going to do that very comfortably. It's a nice little wave that should take her the whole way in. Like you said, looking very comfortable, taking some really nice strong strokes. But behind her, it looks like there's a bit of a wave on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls potentially pushing down that little bump. But out the back, we've got another 4, maybe 5 girls.
Oh, someone's gone late. Someone's gone very late on that green ski. Not paddling either. She's done a good job. Panic stations for Tully Elliott because she's stuck in no man's land, and the rest of these girls are going to have plenty of speed coming through. Elliott's got to start to wind up, get the ski speed up to pick that wave. Clues is out in front, no dramas at all. She doesn't want to get caught by it, though. I think that's Cliffhanger from Clifton Beach in Tasmania. She's done a really good job. I thought she was in all sorts of trouble coming down that wave. Instead of paddling down it, she just sort of sat back and relaxed, and it's paid off. But here we go. Clues, she is through, but this is going to be a judge's call on the next wave. Have a look at how easily she's done that. Clues is on fire at the moment. We've got 2, 4, 6, 7 on the next wave. That might be enough. A couple will come over the back here, and if Cliffhanger can go, oh no, sideways. I've given her the commentator's curse. Blame me for that one, Clifton Beach. And we might have, 8 on this wave, so they're going to have to go 9. So only 2 will miss out here. You can see them start to wind up, go for broke. Tully Elliott, she was second most of the way there. She's got to sneak herself through. I do not know from that angle. Maybe the far end and this end, and the girls in the centre. Oh, I do not know who's missed out. Maybe the girls in the centre there, Sophie Taylor from Met Caloundra. It just looked like the water ran out from underneath her and she had no speed.
Yeah, there was a lot of water moving on the way out then. It looked like the girls were just paddling in quicksand there.
Yep.
That's going to be a tough call for the judges. It might take a little while to come through. They'll go back, have a look at the iPads. They'll look at the noses of the skis, see who got across first. Everyone was in control of their skis, so that makes it a bit more clean to judge, but that'll be a tough one.
Yeah, Sophie Waugh, we saw her from Alexandra Headland make her way up. That's Tully Elliott there, was second the entire way round, and now she'll be wondering whether she's even going to get through to the next round or to the semi-final, because this is the third of 4 semis here. We can see Tara Kearns-Flanagan from Cottesloe there in WA. The West Australians on fire at the moment. They're doing a fantastic job out there. From Wanda Chelsea Sutton, we'll see her brother Dane go around in a lot of those irons, especially in the 19 age group. Very, very good. And that's Tara Kearns-Flanagan there. The girl's doing a really good job. Again, I guess Jazzy Raywood in heat number 1 blew him out of the park, looked a class above. Dakota Luke looked strong in that second one, but Olivia Clues has really sort of stamped her authority here as well, and she did not look like she was trying all that hard until she turned the final can.
Yeah, I want to say she was looking the most comfortable out of all the heats so far. She just looks so in control. She turned the speed on when she needed to get down that wave, held it really nice and straight. Look at her. You know, the eyes are really focused on that finish line. You don't want to take your eyes off the finish line too early because you might come unstuck, but she just looks like she's cruised through to the finish line there.
Cliffhanger in the background there goes sideways, and I just praised her about how well she handled the surf out the back. From Clifton Beach in Tasmania, if you've heard it before, that's Matt Bevilacqua territory down there. So I've been there, I've raced there. It is cold, it is flat, but they do a hell of a job down there because anyone... I said this in an article I wrote for the World Ocean Series. If the Queenslanders had to race in those cold conditions, in that wind, in that sort of stuff, none of them would do it. So a shout out to all the athletes getting it done from Clifton and all over Tasmania as well. Burnie up in the northwestern sort of area up there, they produce so many good ski paddlers as well. The Norton boys, they've had plenty over the years. Chris Price as well, and their big shout out to Pricey. But they get it done down there, and I don't know how they do it because they're better than I am. I would have been wrapped up, heater on, hot chocolate. I'm not going in the water.
There's no way I'd be picking a water sport if I was down there. But, I mean, it breeds them tough.
Doesn't it?
And you need tough people for surf life saving, that's
100%.
for sure. And that's what we're seeing here. And, I mean, we're all cold out here. I'm sure they're loving it. I interviewed one of the girls earlier today from down there from Burnie, and she was like, this is awesome conditions. I'm used to this.
I spoke to a girl from Warilla Barrack Point in the southern New South Wales region, and she was like, no, this is all right. This is every day. And I was like, okay, cool. No dramas. Yeah, and we're just sooking and sulking up here about the rain. But it is all good. A couple of the girls there just waiting to find out the final results. We are into the 4th of 4 quarterfinals here in the under-19s ladies ski race. We wait to see that result. That one's going to be a tight one. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get that one sorted out.
It's always really nerve-wracking waiting for that because you've got maybe your coaches or your mum, your dad, people watching being like, no, you're through, or I think this person got it. Everyone has an opinion, and it's making you even more nervous and anticipating that final result.
I think it's worse if they tell you you're through as well, because you go, okay, I'm sweet, and then if you're not, I didn't like. Well,
I didn't like it.
But I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Just leave me alone. Let me sort it out. Lani Waller there. She will go round in this next quarterfinal. She's just throwing the jacket on, obviously part of that Australian team setup for a long, long time. She was at Redhead last year. She's made the jump down to Newport this year, and obviously will line up with the likes of Clues, Pippi DePagna, a couple of other those girls in the team events. But 19 double ski, 19 board rescue, 19 board relay, Lani Waller, Olivia Clues, and anyone, and they're going to be super competitive in that. So danger signs for the rest of the girls in here. Lani Waller last year at the Australian Championships won the swim race, won the board race as well. Didn't get a result in the ski, but could potentially, if she's competitive, go very, very close. So we wait and see. The girls just waiting for the judges to do their thing, and we're not far away from more ski relay and board relay action. Obviously today, the ladies board relay finals, the men's ski relay finals. I don't want to say Super Wednesday, but it's a good way to start the carnival. Those finals at the end of the day are always a highlight of the week.
Everyone always talks about the Wednesday afternoon finals. It gets everyone going. Gives you a little bit of a taste of what to expect. And there's some photos there, some footage from Carnival. What's your favourite part of the Gold Coast?
It changes depending on what I'm here to do. If I'm here to surf, the southern end is where it's at. If I'm here to hang out as well, the southern end. But I do enjoy going to Burleigh. The bars and restaurants are beautiful there, and Broadbeach for a long time as well was the home of surf sports. When I was a kid, going to Broadbeach was where all your dreams came true. So that part of the Gold Coast I really enjoyed. And we'll head down to the beach with somebody who's trying to make their dreams come true this weekend, Olivia Clues and Jenny Parry.
Oh, thanks so much, team. Down here with Olivia Clues. How good is it when you get to have a nice little wave out the front by yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely good. There's a bit of a tricky sweep heading to the north, so it's always good to get out in front when you know there's 8 on that next wave.
It was a little bit hectic behind you, and I guess that's the secret for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of Aussies. Get through clean, get through those rounds, because hopefully a lot of races to come Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. We have a pretty jam-packed schedule, so taking it easy or easier throughout the rounds is always helpful.
Now, I know that we've said this before, but congratulations again. You are in the Iron Series next year. How good is it knowing that you've already got next season lined up?
Yeah, it's a bit of a relief. I've got World's Kayaking coming up in July, so taking a bit more focus onto that this year, and then once I get back from that, I'll head focus into surf.
Well, it's absolutely paying off at the moment. Wonderful to see you through. Good luck for the next few races.
Thank you.
Cluesy there doing her thing. We spoke about her having to focus on different stuff earlier in the day, and World Junior Kayaking into the Iron Series next year. 2 massive things. If you were to do one of those, you'd be pretty stoked with yourself, but to do both, something pretty special.
Yeah, it's a big achievement for her at such a young age to be doing that. I mean, you can do it when you're that young. You can juggle lots of things, and she's absolutely nailing it at the moment.
Yeah.
But she's a few years away from having to make the decision of which path she's going to take. But I have no doubt she'll be very successful, whichever one she chooses.
Talk to me about that kayaking and the changeover. Obviously, post-Olympics now, there's an exodus. You have retirements, you have people deciding it's not for them. What's the future look like for women's kayaking in Australia?
Yeah, look, it's a really exciting time. I mean, I retired after last year's Olympics, and there's a new crop coming through. It's really exciting, led by Natalia Drobot. We'll see her a little bit later on the open skis. She's an absolute powerhouse. She was one of my close training partners last year leading into the games, and she really gave me a run for my money every day, and it's very exciting to see her. But a lot of these girls are really strong in the team boats, and that's where Australia struggled previously, is in the team boats. And so I'm excited to see how they come together in the K4s. We've got the Bailey sisters from Northcliffe. They're lining up as well. Ali Bull, she's, I guess, the old hand now in the kayak team. She's from Alexandra Headlands. There's a lot of good girls coming through.
And I guess the reason we're talking about it is because most of them are clubbies. We see them, we all know them. A lot of the girls here, off and away the quarter-final of the ladies' 19 ski race. But Olivia Clues, I'm assuming, is in that next crop that you look towards LA 2028 and obviously Brisbane 2032, and that's where she's got her sights set.
Yeah, watching Liv at the National Championships a few weeks ago, the time that she put together in the K1 500 was really impressive for a junior paddler. I think she did a 157 off the top of my head, and that's really quick. That'll put her in the final, I think, when she gets to Junior Worlds, and she combines with someone in the K2, and I'm sure she'll be able to put something special together. But I'm sure everyone in the kayak world is having a look at her. As she comes into the senior ranks, she'll be getting a tap on the shoulder, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've no doubt at all. Carnage at the moment. We'll go back to the flat water stuff, but there's plenty of surf out here right now. Carnage here in the 4th quarter final. We've got 5 go through, the rest swimming for their craft. Not what you want. The girls are back on. A couple of them are back on. You got to get going, and that's what we've said. The swell is building. It's lifting as the day goes on. Oh, another one starts to roll through. The girls are moving backwards. They're really, really rough way to start. Ava Krellin there got absolutely hammered. She's back on, starting to wind up once again. Alexis Jane there, we can see her on the edge trying to get herself through. And it seems like there's just been a big pulse in the swell in the last 30 seconds that's come through. The girls out the back, those 5, they'll be very, very, very happy with themselves because they've snuck through. They're starting to go to work, and, the experience coming to the fore. Lani Waller out in front, looking very, very good. Chote from Papamoa in New Zealand, not too far behind her either. And a big New Zealand contingent come out today. Out this week. It's what we like to see, an international field, especially off the back of the World Championships earlier in the year.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the girls down there this morning, and she just said she loves coming over here because this is where, the action is, and you can really test yourself against the best. They've obviously had their championships over there, and they're coming here and just looking to really capitalise, and they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You're coming over here. They had their championships, like you said, a couple of weeks ago, and I spoke to Danielle Richards on the beach. She is part of the coaching staff there of Manu, who won their first ever overall title, and she was really proud of what it was. It was really nice to see how proud she was of that title. She'd been a part of the Northcliffe wins here. She'd done so much in the sport, but to go back there and to do that for her was something that I guess she'd always dreamed about but never quite got. And it's good to see the Kiwi girls doing their thing at the moment, working their way back. Still Lani Waller out in front. These are the 5 that snuck through. Zalika Celebad on the left-hand side. She'll get a little run down this wave as well. Brigden of Trig Island just teetering on the top. On the far right-hand side, Whitseth of Redhead in there. And then out in front, Lani Waller running very comfortably. This is what you want, one of these fuller waves that'll just sort of roll you through until you hit that inside bank.
And these girls will know they just need to play it safe. They would have counted the heads. They would have known they're quite a long way in front. So if they feel a little bit at risk, I'm sure they'll put their legs over the side and just play it safe as we come in. Like you said, Zalika from Seacliff there, from South Australia, just coming in, looking very focused. She looks like she's just looking for a little bump, look over her shoulder as she comes down that wave. We've got 4 on that front wave. Yeah. And the girl from Papamoa just on the wave behind. So that will be our top 5, but I wonder who will come through for the next 3.
Yeah, the 5's easy. It's the 8 that we're really chasing at the moment. The girls come down. Oh, 1 gone, 2 gone. Lani Waller and Zalika Setablad there. Easy work. They just look across and go, that's not how you're supposed to be. Now panic stations. They did everything right on the way in. Grab the ski, get across the line nice and comfortably there. She's looking very comfortable. No dramas at all out in front. Zalika did a great job. The Seacliff Club, we talk about great clubs, and I got a bit of a rap on them as well because the guys and girls down there have sort of done me a few favours over the years, helped us out, but that's the kind of club they are. You say, hey, I've got an athlete coming down. Yep, send them our way. We'll let them train. We'll give them a ski to borrow. Hey, I need this moved from here to here. Yeah, we'll throw it on the trailer. Don't worry. They are the best kind of people in surf sports, the Seacliff guys and girls. Jonesy down there does a really, really good job. And the entire team, I think Maury's there and a few other guys. So a big shout out to them. And they come up here and they perform year on year on year. And another strong ski club that they love to get out on the craft because it can get cold in South Australia.
I mean, when you got Maury and Jonesy around, I'm sure you're going to be pushing through on the skis. We've just got another couple of girls coming through there. Just missed their cap to see who it was, but it didn't look like it was a sprint. It looks like because those waves hit at the front, it really spread the whole field. Yeah, there was a bit of chaos there. Lani Waller did her thing out in front. The girls are through the quarterfinals. We're just waiting for a final decision. Samantha Brigden there from the Trig Island Club got herself hopefully through. Probably a little bit more dramatic than she would have liked. A little sideways action on the way home, but that is how it goes sometimes. It doesn't matter if it's perfect as long as you get through. Absolutely, and I'm sure even though they're in different arenas, I reckon the men's ski relay will be watching that and being like, we need to make sure we're out clean.
100%, that's it. I could see them sort of having a look as they were warming up. A couple of the boys were running down. They were sort of checking it out, talking about which line to take and where to come back and that sort of thing. So, and this was an hour and a half ago. The planning's already started. It's a big sort of, undertaking. And Newport, they're chasing 3 straight, which is, it's hard to do, but winning 1 is tough. But winning 3 is almost impossible. There's been a couple of clubs that have done it over the years. Will try and run you through that ski relay, the history of that over the years. But if Newport could go back to back to back, that would be something very, very special.
That would be, and I mean, it'd be great to see, but there's a lot of people that want to come to the party and upset that, I'm sure. And I reckon there'll be a few mind games happening down there.
I hope so.
We love a few mind games, a bit of heckling on the line, I have no doubt. It'd be a tense line at the start.
Sorry, they're chasing 4 in a row. The same team is chasing 3 in a row. We were talking about Luke Morrison, Luke Jones, Greg Tobin in there. They won the year before, so Jake Rees, Mitch Trim, Max Brooks have won the last 2. Newport as a club chasing 4 in a row. That's special. I don't know how many. Northcliffe have done 2 in a row a couple of times. Mooloolaba did 3 in a row back in the day in the early 2000s. We had Torquay some back-to-back. Scarborough won 3 in a row in the 70s. But it doesn't really happen, and I don't think any club has won 4 in a row ever. So this would be history being made.
Well, if we have a look, they've had some of their heats already.
Okay.
So we've had Seacliff take out Heat 1.
Nice.
Alex Team B, Cronulla Team A, Newport Team D, Sorrento, a Burnie team, and the Newport Team A through in 7th. And then Allura Team B taking out 8th place in Heat 1. Heat 2, we've got Newport Team B, Shugan Team A, shout out to my husband, Northcliffe Team D, good to see that, Southport Queensland, Surfers Paradise and Newport Team E. It's one team from Newport, good ski paddling club, Dickies and Mermaid.
Let's go. How good. So we've already got some in there. We've got another one.
We've got Heat 3. We've had that finish. Currawa Team A, Northcliffe Team A. You're pretty good when you got Jacko Collins in
on the front.
Exactly.
Big boy. Yeah, we'll keep running through. I think we're going to move down there and have a look at a couple of other events. I think we're going to go to board relay, but keep running us through those finalists down there. I'm liking this.
In 3rd, we had Burleigh Heads in Team B, Redhead Team A, North Cronulla Team A, Sorrento, that's the 2nd team through to the next round, nice. Mermaid, and the Half Mooners Team B in 8th position. We love that.
I like the Mooners.
Interesting. I'm just having a look here. So we've got, Newport Team A, they're through in 7th. That is Max Brooks, Jake Rees and Mitch Trim.
I was told they were given the right. Team selection didn't matter. They defended their title for the last 2 years. They were given the right to get it again.
Perfect.
And, 7th, 8th, doesn't matter as long as you've got a spot.
You're through. It really doesn't matter.
It's all easy until it's not. I'm just being told that maybe the next round of the Open Ladies Ski Race will not be run for now. It's just been pushed back. So we're going to go to, I think, possibly some of the junior ski racing and some board relay action as well. So obviously, if this is your first time at the Australian Championships, welcome, but the program does change and it changes a lot, and we are just making adjustments on the fly here on the beautiful Gold Coast. We'd rather it look like the right, but it looks like the left today. That is life. There's nothing we can do, but we're making the best of it down here at beautiful North Kirra Beach. Even in the rain, it's a beautiful place. A lot of sand, especially after Cyclone Alfred. I don't think Alfred could knock the sand off North Kirra Beach, but we're just adjusting the program right now here at the Aussie Titles. Men's ski relay still going on in the men's area, board relays and single ski races in the ladies. And the 17 boys, I think, are almost done for the day. They're into a round of the surf race, or maybe they might be done for the day. Actually, they might be all finished up.
Yeah, I was down in the 17 boys earlier today, and they're going really well. They're pushing through the program nicely.
Nice.
There's some really good results happening down there. I watched the board semis. There was a lot of action, a lot of people pushing into the line to see some very close finishes up the beach. It was very exciting. The officials were getting involved, telling them to keep back behind the bunting, but no one wanted to listen. Everyone wanted a piece of the action, that's for sure. But the officials do such a great job, particularly, when we've got conditions like today. They're all out there braving the elements, like you said, changing the programs, making sure that we're getting everything done in the 5 days that we have, and keeping the excitement levels. They want a ski relay, they want a board relay on day one as well.
And it seems like a lot, 5 days, but when you're running 480 events like that, we're talking 50 events a day, something like that, or maybe more, 100 events a day all up. That in heat, semis, quarterfinals, like that is a lot when you start to break it down, and it's a big, big undertaking, and we love coming here, we love doing it, but everyone understands how it works. There's changes, things get moved, things get bumped. For some guys, they love it. I remember we were supposed to run through an entire iron heats through to semis in the day, but it got bumped all the way to Saturday, and a couple of guys go, oh, well, I've made it through to Saturday. How good's that? You've got to find the positives in it. We'll head down to somebody on the beach in the thick of the action. Jenny Parry, there's some girls celebrating down there. Who have you got for us? Harriet Brown, absolute superstar of the sport.
Yeah, it's a pretty special moment for me right now, sharing an umbrella with Harriet Brown down here on the beach. Harriet, I love that you're still here. I love that you're still part of it. But how good is this classic Aussies weather?
Oh, it is classic Aussies weather. It reminds me of growing up in Victoria, actually, but there was a lot more cold. But I think this just makes those sunny days that much more enjoyable. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of sun coming out later in the week.
Now, you've still got your BMD Northcliffe gear on. What are you doing on the beach now? Who are you cheering on?
I'm definitely cheering on the girls from B&D Northcliffe. Helping Floody. There are so many girls in the Gone squad at the moment, and there's a little bit to coordinate. So I'm just kind of hanging out, helping where I can, and just chatting to the girls and passing on some of my wisdom if I can. Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to be so grateful for that wisdom, which recently saw you inducted to the SLSA Hall of Fame. Such a wonderful recognition of your achievements. Was that a surprise? Was it something that you were anticipating?
Oh, yeah, definitely a surprise. I didn't even think about that until they gave me a call. And, yeah, it was a nice surprise. I think it's nice to be recognised for the things that you do. So it wasn't anything I was expecting. It's nice.
Well, we're stoked that you're still down here, the girls of Northcliffe. Very lucky to have you. It looks like we've got a little bit of movement here. We'll let you herd the cats. Get the girls ready. Good luck for the next race.
Thanks, Jenny.
Jenny, don't go anywhere. Talk to me. The weather down there, Jenny, looks like it's getting better. Is that the case, or is it just getting torrential rain?
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely down here, Josh. If you want to swap out of the booth at any time, someone bring me a clean pair of glasses. That'd be fantastic as well. But shades of the Sunday of Aussies, where Dan Collins and Lana Rogers took out those big wins on the Sunday Arvo. They would be feeling right at home at the moment. But got a few board relays coming up now, and it's a big finals to finish off Wednesday.
We're just looking at the radar now, Jenny, and there's plenty more to come. So get dry, get yourself set. The good thing is there's not much wind today. If it's rain and wind, that's a recipe for disaster. But we've seen a lot of rain, but it's been reasonably calm out there. So I think most people will take it because it gets us through the racing. And it's when that wind picks up and it's a bit of chaos down there when it makes things really, really difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, you get some craft flying around. It's harder to race. It's not very fun to race in the wind either, but you also get a lot more cold.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot harder to manage your energy throughout the day. So I'm sure there's a few shivering people down there,
100%.
but as long as your jacket's dry and you're making sure that it's not soaked through, I think it should be okay.
And a big shout out to all our officials that make this Australian Championship possible. The volunteers, obviously it's a volunteer organisation, but here at the Australian Championship, thousands of volunteers come down. They're starters, they're check starters, they do marshalling, they are out on courses, they're safety officials, they do everything there. We can see Mick Lafferty and some of the team Verge down there doing their thing in this ladies area. We would not be able to run without them, so a big shout out because it's easy to be an official at the big events on the nice days. It's a lot harder to be an official on the not so nice days, and we've just got one or two of those so far this week at the championships. But that's all right. It looks like board relay action up next, like Jenny said, and we're into that 17-19 Open Ladies board relay. We're not too far away from that there. You ran through a few of the teams before. We've had these conversations. It's been a big day of racing. At least, what do you do day in, day out between the championships? Like, when you're finished your day of racing, you've gone 5, 6, 7 times around the Cairns, do you just go home, crash out in bed? Or do you we'll catch up after the break. We're going to have a break. Come back to you guys after this. Stick with us. We're here at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. Welcome back to the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships here on the beautiful Gold Coast. Day 1 of open competition, day 5 of the entire championship. We're down in the ladies' arenas, the under-19 open and 17 ladies doing their thing. We're heading into board relays now off the back of some ski racing. Just an adjustment to the program. It looks like maybe the 17 board relays are up next. At least I was talking to you about what you do. 5 days worth of competition, a lot of races back to back. You used to do a lot of competition there, jumping up into the opens, all that sort of thing. What do you do when you get home? Straight onto the couch, veg out, some takeaway, or is there a recovery process?
I mean, when I was younger, I definitely went straight onto the couch and vegged
That's
out.
what I do now, yeah.
But when I got older and had to look after my body a bit more, I mean, you've really got to think about your recovery, you know, whether that's an ice bath, but if you've been cold and shivering all day, maybe that's probably not the best idea, but it could be a little stretch, a little cool down after your last race, whatever that may look like. I think the biggest thing is getting enough nutrition in.
Yep.
It's a long few days, and I think even though you might have think you only do, 3 races, which is still a lot, you've spent a lot of energy, nervous energy, you're shivering, and you can see the girls out there right now, they're shivering, they've all got jackets on trying to hide from the rain, and that wastes a lot of energy.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And it's just recovery is key. It's not the next day that'll hurt you. It's 2 days down the track, 3 days down the track, when it really matters most, if you don't do the recovery early. And everybody, the night before the Australian final, big shout out to the Sunshine Beach girls there doing their thing. The night before the Australian final, everyone acts like a professional athlete, but do you do it the 3 and 4 days leading up, or do you go to time zone and get an ice cream and come home at 10 p.m? Because everyone's made that mistake as a kid, and you learn on the back end that it's the little things that sort of come back to bite you late in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really easy to get caught up in that. You want to catch up with your friends from different states and, see what's around the Gold Coast if you haven't been here before. But, you've worked so hard throughout the season, so it's really important to keep your focus on and save that for Monday or Sunday afternoon after your racing's finished.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the athletes that do that well and sort of they go into monk mode and hibernate just a little bit and roll through that early part of the week, I think it comes back and pays dividends in spades. So we are through the semi-finals of the 17 girls board relay, and we're into the final, and I think this will be the first gold medal we're going to hand out at the Open Championship, so time to get excited here. Jenny Parry will run us through the start list in just a few moments' time when the girls are on the line, set and ready to go, but all the big guns are here, and as we spoke about, they've come from all over the country. That's the other part I really like about this is these girls are... Well, they're New South Wales, Queensland, West Australian, the Victorians are there as well. Let me just see if there's any of these South Australian teams in there. I hope there is. And obviously the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast powerhouses as well. Yes, everyone's there. So Janjuk, Anglesey, Redhead, Burleigh, you name it, they're all there. And this one's as wide open as it gets, if I'm completely honest. I would have thought Alexandra Headland would have been the red-hot favourite early on, but they've lost Zoe Woods. She's had some heart issues over the last couple of months, so their big gun, the World Junior Board Race Champion, is out, Zoe Woods, as an under-17. So not that their teams, by any stretch, aren't in this one up to their eyeballs. It wouldn't surprise me if they got the win here. I would have thought Alexandra Heather were the red-hot favourites going in, but you lose one of your best competitors there, and all of a sudden you just come back to the pack ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's anyone's race. We've also got Newport in there. Coogin, they've been a really good board paddling club the last few years.
Izzy Tate, watch for her. She can go.
Absolutely. We've got Cooks Hill in there, Swansea Belmont. Alex, like you said, there's 2 teams in there. We've got the Sunshine Girls. I used to coach there. Shout out to them. The Northcliffe Girls. I mean, wow, it's anyone's race.
Trig Island. And over the last couple of years, this has been a very, very competitive final, and it's been one of the better finals all weekend long. The girls have been very, very tight. There's been some fairy tale finishes over the last couple of years as well, and that's what I love to see is when some of the little clubs maybe jump out, get it done, and take some of the big clubs down, because nothing against the big clubs, but everyone loves an underdog.
They absolutely do, and I mean there'll be a lot of people converging to watch this race on the beach. I'm sure some of the Open guys will come down, the Open girls will come out of their tent to have a look. It's the first final of the Aussie Championships, as you said, and I mean everyone loves to get that first win.
We talk about the underdog stories. Last year's winner, Trig Island WA, Dottie Cock and Nagus there. That was, I remember the girls running down the beach I can't remember who finished it, whether it was Dottie there was the last one up to run up and got the win. And I remember the girls running down the beach screaming and cheering, and I thought something crazy had happened down there, but you watch the race back and it was unbelievable. A few changes in their team. Dodd's come across to Burleigh, and that's always going to happen, so it's going to be an absolute cracker. So now we're going to head down to the beach. Jenny Parry will introduce us to our under-17 female board relay final of Australia.
Oh, yes, here we go. Aussie gold medals on the line. Northcliffe Team A, North Burleigh A, Sunshine. Alexandra Headland's Team B and A together. Noosa Heads, Swansea, Cooks Hill, Avoca, Diggy Beach, Avoca Team B, Tugan, Janjuk, Anglesey, Redhead, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Coogin, Burleigh-Heads Team A, Newport, Wanda, Trigg Island, gold medals up for grabs in the Under-17 Female Board Relay Championship of Australia.
Thank you, Jenny Parry. It's all been said. It's time to get it done and hand out the first medals of the 2025 Australian Championships. The girls are on the line, set and ready to go. The starter sends them. We're off and away. 3 legs stand between these teams and being crowned the best in the country. The girls are into their work. Cooks Hill already onto their stomach. Katie Rees flying for Swansea Belmont there. The girls are into their work. Pippi DePagna got a little bit of work to do for Newport on the left-hand side, but it was definitely the centre of the field who got off to the best start. You can see them there, and it's Katie Rees of Swansea out in front.
Yeah, I mean, she's not an unfamiliar face to see out in front, and what an exciting start to the first final of the Australian Championships. I know everyone on the beach will be really excited to watch this one. The middle of the pack got the better start there by the looks of it. The outside's just getting a little bit hit there, but it looks like everyone's going to get out past this first break nice and cleanly, and they're going to be able to get into their work. But like you said, it's Katie Rees out in front at the moment.
We spoke about you got to put your best board paddler first there, get out in front. It looks like that's what a lot of these teams have done. Set your race up early. Swansea Belmont going into their work. Janjuk doing a great job in there. Alexandra Headland, they've got a couple of teams. Pippi DePagna starting to come across for the Newport club, and you can see just out on the edges there, no one really out of it at the moment. They're stuck in that big pack, and they're all on the tail of Katie Rees, the lay-down paddler. Doesn't get up on the knees, stays down. You can see how close the chest stays to the board. Nice catch there. The legs keep moving. That board speed is so high because she's so fit, the rating stays up.
And we've heard time and time again today that this board paddle is very long. So you've got to make sure that you're conserving as much energy as you can in this first little section. The girls are just tucking in behind, trying to jump on a little bit of a wash, try and get a little bit of a lift from the person in front. They're just trying to push onto Katie Rees' wash now, as we can see them push over a little bit of white water there, and they're going to get really stuck into some work.
Yeah, Alex works their way up into second place, just past Janjuk, who've got off to a really, really good start. There comes Burleigh. They're working their way across. 2 teams from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They'll be very, very competitive. I don't know how the Burleigh, the Newport, the Northcliffs pick their teams, because they are super tight in there. All those girls, they'll start to go to work, and still Rees, Swansea Belmont in the lead. Then Janjuk, Alexandra Headland. I think Cooks Hill stuck in there as well. Just one off and one back from our leader at the moment. Newport's worked their way across. Burleigh's around in 5 or 6 there. I can see another light blue cap in the middle. Maybe that's Cudgeon Headland, the white cap with a blue star as they start to cut across. It is Izzy Tate in the middle there. That pink and black board sitting very pretty in the middle. Northcliff's there, and so is North Burleigh. I wouldn't count those girls out either with this extended run. They've got a couple of girls in their team. Sienna Bush, cross-country champion, should be very good through that transition. You can see the girls 2nd, 3rd, 4, 5 and 6 all side by side. Tapania trying to come up the inside there, trying to make her move around the cans.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to really count. Coming off that third can, you've got the first pick at the waves, at the runners. There's a little bit of a bump coming through here.
Oh, wave on. The girls picked that one. Sorry about that. 1, 2, 3. And if Rees can get down at 4, this is what we were speaking about. Your best paddler's got to be in front in case a wave like this comes.
And they'll be trying to push right across the bank. The girls in second place now will be starting to pick up their boards, getting ready. The nerves might be hitting now. The girls just trying to push as far across the bank as they can, across the gutter as they can, and it looks like the top end might have got the better run of that, but there's another little bump coming here and another wave on behind them.
Yeah, maybe Janjuk. They look like they're out in front and have done the best of it so far on that far right-hand side. What about that? The Victorians. If we see a boil over here, this could be where it came from. There's waves out the back for the next group coming through, but it's all filling up on that gutter. You've got to be able to keep the board speed through. It's not a boil over, but it's not what we were expecting. Janjuk out in front, leg 1 of the under-17 girls board relay final. Here comes Newport, here comes Alex. Where is Swansea Belmont and Katie Rees? She's just off the back, the wave behind. It doesn't matter too much. There's a lot of racing left to go, but you've got to feel sorry for Swansea.
Look how much the conditions have changed in the last half an hour or so, Josh. It's really interesting to see. The girls just pushing off here. We've got Alex, like you said, Newport. We've got Janjuk. You've got to make sure you're putting in as much effort as you can around this transition now to tag in the next paddler. Every single centimetre counts in these relays.
Pippi DePagna, what a transition. We talk about cross-country runners. She has flown. Janjuk in 2nd, Alex in 3rd. Swansea Belmont working their way around. Katie Rees trying to get back into the mix at the moment. She did everything right and probably deserved better. It's a race in 4. Where are the rest? Where are the rest? They're just getting to the beach now. You can see them working their way in. Avoca, they stand up, start to get into their work, and off they go. Avoca, a couple of teams in this one, so they're doing a great job there at the little club. Here comes Chugan up and around as well. You can see the girls getting into their work, and it's not just board paddling ability. You've got to be able to run in these relays.
And you can just see those girls came around the back can around the same positioning as those first 4, and you miss that front wave and suddenly you've got 50 metres to catch up. So at the moment it's a race in 4, and those girls out the front are really pushing through the front.
Cooks Hill, Redheads, Sunshine Beach, they work their way in. Anglesty's not too far away as well. Jenny Parry, they're all charging through transition here, but it's a race in 4 out in front.
Oh, it's a race in 4, and probably not the 4 that we had anticipated. Some of the girls doing an incredible paddle to move into the lead. I got to tell you though, there is some pace in this chase, in the chase pack here. The girls so quick around the beach, and you can see them just accelerate off the line. So this race is not over just yet. Expecting some very strong challenges, but the girls have a lot of work to do to bridge the gap to that front pack.
Still Newport out in front. Alexandra Headland hot on her heels, sitting in on the tail there. You can see smart move by Alex. Janjak's drifted back into 3rd. Swansea paddling back on. That's the task ahead of them there. That's the gap between 5th place and the top 4 at the moment. It's big. It's a big gap halfway through the race at this point, but not insurmountable.
Absolutely not. We've seen it time and time again. These gaps can easily be closed up with 1 wave, 2 waves maybe coming through. You know, you put a different order in your relay maybe, and you might have your best paddler at the back. Who knows? The girls out the front just about to go over this little bit of white water, but like you said, it's still Newport, Alex, Janjuk and Swansea. They'll probably come together now as they come closer to the can, kind of come into a little streamlined position and try to conserve some energy.
Chugan in 5, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Avoca in 6 and 7. It looks like Coogin Headland in 8, Wanda in 9, and we go back a big group sitting on their tail. All the girls in the lead are on their stomach at the moment, safety first there, and it looks like Swansea's bridged back onto the group of 4, so it's Newport in 1, Alex in 2, Janjuk in 3, Swansea in 4 in a group as they hit that first can. Chugan leading the chase pack that has basically almost the rest of the field on there, and 1 wave could shake it up. They're far enough out in front that if the leaders get a wave, that could be the podium, but they're still close enough that if the back markers crack one here, we could have a race in 8 or 10 heading into the final leg.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't mind betting, they're just getting hit by the waves there. Just getting over Chugan and the rest of the crew. I was about to say, I reckon they'll be starting to try to work together in that back crew. You know, you want to try and bridge that gap. Everyone wants to be on that podium, but it's that top 4 right now coming through that 3rd can, looking for a wave on the way in.
Yeah, girls turn for home. You can see the rating up on the knees almost immediately from Newport and Alexandra Headland. A little lump here. Here we go. Alex will get down it. Newport will get down it. They've left Janjuk and they've left Swansea Belmont behind. That's what we were talking about. You've got to be on the front. You've got to get first shot at it. Speed through the gutter is key. The girls start to wind up. If they can keep that board speed going, it'll make a massive difference. Newport push a little bit further than Alex. Alex have done a great job. Swansea, Janjuk get another one there, and I think they'll come down to join our leaders and we'll be back to a group of 4.
Oh, and the stress levels would be high right now. Coming across the gutter, you're looking for every bump you can. You're wanting to make the most of every little push you get. You know how much it means to your club, to yourself. You know, every little metre counts. So we've got Newport here just searching for a little bump as they come into that final little zone, and then they'll get off and try to run as fast as they can to tag their 3rd paddler.
That wave didn't hold through to our leaders. They got dumped in the gutter as well. So the gap's probably 5 or 6 board lengths between 2nd place Alexandra Headland and 3rd place Janjuk. Swansea Belmont hanging in 4th, and the big gap back. The girls out the back have turned for home in that chase group. There's not much on offer for them, if I'm completely honest. Newport's got one. Newport's got a gap heading into the final leg, so that's a 1-wave lead. Newport out in front. I think it's little Sophie Clues working her way back to the beach. It is. She's done a great job there to break away, and somehow there wasn't really much on offer, but she found a way to just get a runner, turn it into a wave, into transition, and Newport will lead into the final leg. Alex giving everything they've got in the final stages there. Janjuk hanging in, hoping for a fairy tale.
You're not letting your foot off the gas at the moment, that's for sure. Newport's just coming in to tag their 3rd paddler, and they're going to be looking for a really good start into this final leg. She's off and racing. The chase is on, though, with Alex. I mean, I love chasing. I love having a little bit of a sniff and trying to get that win.
Oh, you'd rather be looking at it than looking for it. Here comes Alexandra Headland around. Jan Juck in the background. They're not out of it either. Swansea Belmont's on the sand. The rest of the field, they're stuck in the gutter. They can't seem to find anything. There's a couple of little lumps out the back. They've got a few little pushes there. Chugan did a good job as well. But have a look at the girls down on their haunches after coming through transition. They have given everything they've got out there. This is the chase pack. There's Chugan on the inside. Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They're all there. They're all fighting to get to the beach. Jenny Parry, can any of these teams catch our top four?
I tell you what, that is going to be a really, really tough ask. Swansea Belmont absolutely flew off the beach. They are determined to force their way up onto the podium. It's a big gap back. We can see Chugan making their way through, a few clubs coming through, but you've got to think that top three, that top four, that's the podium. The colours of those medals yet to be determined, but a shout out Newport. What an incredible paddle to move the girls into such an incredible gold medal position, but this race is not over yet.
5th place is Chugan, 6th North Burleigh, 7th Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Oh, they go around the flag. A little push and shove there. That's what you like to see. They're fighting it out. The rest of the field into their transition work at the moment and absolutely going for it. But still out in front. Newport and Alex doing their work there. You can see Anglesey tag off and away. They're getting in the thick of it. What about the Victorian clubs at the moment? 2 in the top sort of 6 or 7. And the girls are into their work, heading out to sea. This is 5 and 6. Chugan ahead of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They're still chasing our leaders out in front.
And, I mean, you just see the girls coming around. It shows how much an Australian title means. Everyone wants to be on that podium. Everyone wants to be getting those top 6 positions. We've got out the back at the moment. We've still got Newport. We've got Alex in 2nd. It looks like Jan Juck still in 3rd and Swansea on the chase. What an exciting time.
Oh, you're not comfortable if you're in the lead, if you're Newport. You know that they're coming for you. They know that they're chasing you. And same, Swansea Belmont's trying to get themselves on the podium there. They probably deserve it after Katie Reese's opening paddle. She did everything right, just didn't have the luck go her way. Jan Juck, this will be a great result for them if they can end up on the podium. But they're close enough to win it at this point, but they're going to need something special. Newport hit that first can, turn and cut across. She'll look over her shoulder. I don't know if it'll make her feel better or worse when you look at the gap, but you'd rather be in front with half a leg to go.
I mean, you don't want to count your eggs before they hatch, right?
No.
And we've seen them across the gutter as well. There's a lot of water moving in that gutter, and a lot can change in that gutter. So you're going to be hoping for a wave that you can push right through there and make it home safely.
She's around that can, starting to go to work on the way home, starting to sort of wind up. We can see a couple of little lumps there coming through, pushing. Not too much on offer here. This is go time. Final can, last leg, an Australian title on the line. The under-17 ladies board relay final, Championship of Australia. Newport in 1, Alex in 2, Jan Juck and Swansea Belmont. Swansea's on. The race for 3rd place is very, very real. There's a lump for Newport. If she gets down this one and can hold it through the gutter, it might be all she wrote. Oh, she goes the back strap. She's got to get up on the knees, get the speed going, because if you get caught in that gutter, Alex may come straight past you. I think it's going to fill up on her.
Oh, you got to capitalise on that boat speed as much as you can. There's a little bump coming in behind her now. She's going to want to pick it up as much as she can here. She's got the legs swinging, the arms going. She knows how much this means to her club. It means a lot to her. It means a lot to her family, I'm sure. I'm sure everyone on the beach is screaming as loud as they can.
Jan Juck and Swansea fighting it out for bronze. Alex still in 2nd place. There's a wave out the back. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get Newport. She's in on the shorey. There's a big set out the back for Swansea and Jan Juck. It picks them up, pushes them through here. The race for 2nd and 3rd is on. 3 teams, only 2 medals. Who's going to hold it through? Newport, she's trying to get to the beach. She's just so close to that inside bank there. There's a little one standing up. I think she knows she's got it. If she pushes down this, ladies and gentlemen, the first gold medal of the 2025 Australian Open 17 and 19 championships is going to Sydney's Northern Beaches and the Newport Club. What a paddle, what a race, what a final. Absolutely unbelievable there. We saw Pippi DePagna, Sophie Clues and Charlie Barber get it done. It'll be smiles and high fives all around. What about that one? She just lets it go on the inside there, and Newport will celebrate this one. What a way to start.
Oh, what a good feeling. What a good way to start the week. I'm sure everyone's cheering her up the beach. We love to see this. We love to see the under-17 gold medal for the board relay. But it's a tight race in 2nd as we see them coming up very soon. looks like the Newport girls even having a look here at the race coming up, but there we go, our Australian champions, the Newport Club.
Big result for Newport. The race for second place is on here. Alex, Swansea, Belmont. I think Jan Juck are going to have to settle for fourth. Alex, Swansea onto the beach now. It's going to be a sprint. They'll both get a medal. It just depends on the colour. Up and around through the transition there. Oh, get the shoulder in front into the turn. First through the turn will have the best advantage. Alex, Swansea, the race for silver. Here we go. They go to the line. Alex gets there for silver. Swansea, Belmont are forced to settle for third. And the underdog story of Jan Juck in Victoria, the chocolate medal in fourth. You can see the disappointment on her face there, but she shouldn't be disappointed with that. Fourth place at an Australian Championship is something truly special, and she should be very proud.
I mean, put your hands together for them. That was an absolutely phenomenal race. I mean, from the first leg, that was exciting. And those girls pushing through and just getting that wave from the first leg and bridging that gap. We've got Chugan there coming up for fifth, a really strong showing from the club just up the road from Kirra here. I'm sure they've got a lot of support on the beach. That was a great race.
Wasn't it a good race? Good final in there, and a big shout out Chugan. They did a fantastic job as well. Fifth place at the Australian Championship is nothing to laugh at by any stretch. Britt Ackley, Millie Peterson and Steve Gibson from Alexandra Headland. Here we can see Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, North Burleigh. Talk about a rivalry up the beach there for the final spot. Imi Dowker looks like she'll just get there. And the Swansea Belmont A team was Katie Rees, Kalia Kingston and Xanthi Karloff there. So congratulations to all the girls and a big shout out as well to Jan Juck. We love to see it. Let's head down to the beach. The first gold medalist on Wednesday, day one of the Open Championships in the Newport Under-17 board relay.
Oh, team, that was absolutely incredible. The first big medal on Wednesday afternoon. How good does it feel knowing that that gold medal is going to Newport?
It feels so amazing. I mean, Newport's just a great club. All the girls are so supportive and the boys. It's just good to come away with a good win, a good lead, and happy with everyone. Congratulations to all the girls.
And how good's Pippi just setting it up from the start there? You've got to feel confident.
I mean, Pippi's one of the bravest people I've known. She was an Iron too, so, I mean, when she had a good lead, she caught up well, got caught up very much well to get on that wave, and she just set it up for us.
And you all had such a successful state championships. To bring that form through to the Aussies, this must have been the plan all along.
I mean, yeah, all the girls, all the boys, the coaches, Trent, Michael, Ross, all of them set it up so well. They do a good program. We're just so thankful for all of them, all the Newport. It's all of them.
Well, they'll be so proud of this result, girls. Congratulations. Big gold medals going your way. Don't celebrate too early. A few big days of racing yet to go. I need some big smiles down the camera there. Congratulations, Newport.
Well done to the Newport girls. I want to give a shout out as well to Zoe McKenna, Jamie Flanagan and Chloe Rentes from the Jan Juck team. Well done, and you can see them celebrating there. The 19s girls have come over. The Open girls are there as well. All those board relays are coming up in just a few moments' time. Lizzie Wellborn, Gemma Smith, you name it, they're all there. And they will be very, very proud of these young guns. And not big numbers in Newport, but man, they're good.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't need big numbers if you've got some really high quality, and that's what Newport have, and so exciting to see. I love to see the Open girls down there supporting the under-17 girls, and how humble was that interview, shouting out the rest of the competitors. I mean, I love to see it. It's, you've just won your Australian Championship and you're shouting out everyone else. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's fantastic to see. And now I guess we're going to come down for a second there after that first final. Wasn't it a good one as well? And we'd spoken about it early. This is not the disappointing part for the Swansea crew, and have a look at Chugan, almost down that. She's half a stroke down, but Katie Rees did everything right, and sometimes you just don't get that luck. Pippi DePania blew that transition out of the water.
Yeah, the speed off the board then, I mean, that really put them in front, and like you said, that wave coming off that backhand, that made a massive difference to the whole race.
It's funny, you get to these finals at Australian Championships and you think it's big efforts, but it's small moments, and it's Katie Rees just not the wrong place, but the water filling up ever so slightly. Sophie Clues getting away from, I don't know who it was, of the Alex girls there, and it's microscopic things you don't really think matters. Maybe 1 metre this way, 1 metre that way, and they prove the difference in the end, and it's little things that make up the big things.
Absolutely, and what we saw in that race as well, which I'll be interested to see how it changes through the day, is that gutter.
Yeah.
And how much water is moving at that back end of the gutter and into that final shorey. And I mean, that really looked like it caught a lot of girls off guard.
Yeah, you're spot on. Didn't keep the speed up. That's what happens. Let's take a look at the final results here. Newport, New South Wales draw first blood here at the Australian Open Championships. They get the win in the 17 girls board relay. Alexandra Headland in second place. Swansea Belmont in third. Well done to Janjuk and Chugan there. Valiant effort by all these ladies. Very, very tough. This is one of the most competitive age groups and the most competitive events in the whole program. So a big shout out. Coogin were close. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park were very good. North Burleigh, Trigg Island, Anglesey as well. So good mix from all over the country. That is what I like to see.
I was just going to see that. I mean, that top five have had a really good mix of states. And, I mean, there's so many good girls. We keep talking about it. This under-17 age group is one to watch in the future. And you just see the mix of states there, the different girls, the different strengths they have. I mean, gosh, I'm excited.
And sometimes I feel a bit sorry for the rest of the age group here as well. And I'm part of the problem is because we speak about your Pippi DePanias, your Katie Reeses, your Bianca Raywoods all the time, Zoe Woods. But the rest of the age group's so good as well. There's so much talent there. It's so deep. There's so much quality in there. And they're very, very good at what they do. And I think sometimes they don't they get the props that they deserve because it's one of the most competitive age groups I've ever seen if you take out those sort of top 5 or 6 girls. So there's no shame in running a 4th or a 5th in this age group, and it's very, very good. And the future's bright for a lot of these girls, and it's the Ali Day effect. You don't have to be good at 15 and 17. You have to be good when you get to the open thing if you want a long career in this sport. So give it time, let it breathe, and understand that sometimes some people take a little bit longer to develop into a good athlete.
Yeah, and we've spoken about it before. I mean, success breeds success, right? And these girls, after your Pippi DePanias and your Katie Rees, they're looking at these girls being like, I just want to be like them. Yeah. And like you said, it can take a little bit longer. And as we move into the under-19 age groups, we're starting to look at, what are you going to do for uni? Are you going to go get a trade? Are you going to go get a job? And so there's lots of life changes for these girls and guys starting to happen in the next few years.
And I think the changes in the sport over the last couple of years make that, I don't know if it makes it easier or harder, because making a living out of the sport, and that has become so much easier, and the opportunities that are provided and the things you can do and the places you can go. And if it gets added to the Olympics, like we spoke about earlier today,
it's pretty cool.
All of a sudden that becomes something completely different, and you're no longer a professional athlete or a semi-professional athlete. You are one of the best in the business, going to Olympic Games with Ariarne Titmus and Gout and all those other athletes out there, the superstars of the world. Take a look now. We're in the men's ski relay down in the Orange Arena. So 2 arenas for the Open and 19 men, 1 arena for the 17 men. That's the blue and white. So orange, black and white. You'll hear us talking about that throughout the week. They're the men's arenas. Pink and green and gold are the ladies. We are into men's ski relay quarterfinals. I think we're running 3 quarterfinals at this point. Into 2 semis, so super competitive. We can see plenty of the teams working their way out and into it. We'll take a look at results, and if you want to check out results, go to liveheats.com.au. You have every heat of every race lined up down there, and the boys have been into their work already in a couple of these quarterfinals, but we're heading towards the semis, aren't we?
We are. We've had a couple of quarters already. We've had Northcliffe Team A took out the first quarter, with Newport Team A in second and Burleigh in third. The 3 very strong clubs, all drawing the same heat. In the second quarter, we saw Manly, Southport from Queensland, Seacliff Team A and Northcliffe Team B, Mermaid, City of Perth, Talabudra, we love to see it, and Newport Team C. This could be Heat 3 or quarter 3. So we've got Northcliffe, Burleigh, Corumba, North Burleigh, Redhead, Sorrento, Newport, Northcliffe, Mermaid, Burleigh, Burnie, Newport, North Bondi, and another team from North Bondi. Looks like he's just taking the pedal off, or the foot off the pedal a little bit here, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, that's very easy. That's Wes Gould there of Northcliffe Team C. So he had both Corey Hill and Mitch Morris in there in his team. You can see a little wave out the back as well. And that's how you know some of these teams are good, is you look at this C team or the B team and you go, oh man, someone's off on the side there, no mistakes in a ski relay. A couple of these B teams and C teams, you go, God, that's better than most clubs' A team there. That's the depth. Sorrento, I think will be good. Booth, world ski race champion Pat Ely, and Oscar Jones. So Oscar Jones, formerly at Manly, now he's over there working in WA. You add him to the world champion, I think Sorrento will go close in this one. Murray Stewart paddling for North Burleigh as well. Jaden Erskine will lead the Currumbin team in there. There's some very, very good ski paddlers in this one. And, well, Olympic medalists from Mermaid Beach, Pierre van der Westhausen out there. The Burleigh A team, you've got Olympic medalists, you've got Australian champions, some of the fastest men in the sand. It's pretty special to see these lineups.
Yeah, you got a lot of good paddlers. I mean, Noah Havard's out there as well. He's a silver medalist. Jimmy Walker, yeah, give him his time. What I love to see as well, just watching that quarter then, is the waves are picking up right off that third can, and skis run very fast. And so this is going to be a race of speed. I don't think there's much endurance in this at all. It'll be all about getting to that first can, getting around clean, and then they're going to pick up a wave straight away.
Empty the tank to the first can, survive to the third can, and hope that a wave comes. It's a simple method, and a lot of unfit paddlers use it, but I think on a day like today, whether you're fit or whether you're not, that's the game plan. Give it everything you got to the first can, because you can't come over the top. There's not enough distance in it.
No, and we saw in the girls' board relay, they were struggling to push across that gutter, but these guys on the skis, they're going to easily carry the speed through the gutter and push through to the end. It's going to come up, I reckon, to a run up the beach.
Yeah, here we go. The charge up and around. You can see Sorrento in there, Currumbin. These boys and guys are getting into the mix at the moment. That looks like the Northcliffe D team, maybe. Northcliffe D team come up and around with Tanner Baxter. So we'll wait to get the result on that one there. Plenty of action still happening all up and down the beach. We can see Bernie goes around another one. Two of the North Bondi teams in this North Bondi C and North Bondi A. So qualified so far, Northcliffe, Redhead, North Bondi, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, North Burleigh, Allura have made their way through. They look pretty comfortable so far. Newport Team B. How's Newport Team B? Oh, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A. So Ben Carberry, Corey Fletcher, Lockie Tame in 8th place. Living life on the edge.
Coming in clutch there.
I think we're probably taking 10, if I'm completely honest, through this. 3 quarterfinals in the 2 semis. So I want to say Sorrento and Northcliffe D have survived as well, but I wouldn't guarantee what I'm doing. And then Currumbin look like they're the first team to miss out. Mermaid gone, Pierre van der Westhausen out, Newport D out, North Bondi C out, and Burnie A out as well. So a couple of teams I would have thought had maybe been the semi-final, Currumbin especially.
Yeah, I thought we'd see Currumbin for sure. I mean, particularly with Jaden Erskine in there, he's such a strong paddler.
He's been really good this year too.
He has been, and particularly in these slightly tricky conditions, like it's quite predictable, but there is a little bit of skill involved there. So he'll be disappointed, and they'll be disappointed with that. But excited for these semi-finals coming up. So we've got all 3 quarterfinals now completed, and we're looking forward to that semi-final.
Yeah, and I'm running through a few of the names in this one. This is going to be very, very good. I'm looking forward to this. A couple of teams I think will go really well. Newport C with Fletcher Armstrong paddling off the front. Watch for him early on. Maguire Reed will paddle for Newport B as well, so a couple of very good guys. A Northcliffe B team that's all Ironmen, Bevel, Aqua, Collins and Taylor. Maybe not the ski speed, but you get that transition and those boys can hook there, and what they probably lose in terms of the pure paddling speed, they're going to make a little bit up on the transitions through there, so it maybe balances them out. I don't know if they can win, but they can go close. You get Jordan Wood, Olympian, in there with Sam Hamilton, turning back the clock for Tugan A, the A team out of Northcliffe. So Riley Fitz, Tom Green, both Olympic medalists and gold medalists, and then Jake Morris, maybe the best up-and-coming ski paddler in the country. That's pretty good.
That's a pretty good team. I mean, you'll have to be watching out for them, and they'll be, pushing each other along. Tom and Jake on the Australian kayak team this year, and Riz having the year off, but typically there. I think in semi-final 1 as well, we've got Newport Team A, Newport Team B, and Newport Team C. So that'll be a battle of the club. We love to see it.
I like that. Don't count out Seacliff as well. Tom May, Xavier Setterblad, Nathaniel Drummond. Tommy May is on his day is as good as anyone on a ski. He mixes it with the big boys. Been on the podium in the World Ocean Series as well. Likes with a little bit of swell out there, and he's a big lump of a lad. So I don't know if they can win, but I think they can get in the mix. That's for sure, especially in those opening couple of legs there. And that's what makes a ski relay so good. You get out in front, maybe get a bit of confidence about you, and all of a sudden you're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and you have the paddle of your life.
I mean, watching these guys on the skis is really something else. The power that the guys can put down, the splash you see coming off the paddle, particularly on a day like today with not much wind, it'll just be an absolute powerhouse show off the start. And I mean, I'm sure there'll be a lot of clashing, there'll be a lot of yelling around the cans.
Yeah, plenty of that.
But like I said, it's going to be a race to that first can, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. A big shout out as well. Kendrick Louis back for Manly, so he had a few injuries throughout the Ironman series this summer. I know he raced the New South Wales titles, did a really good job there, but good to see him back on the national stage. Alexander Headland won't be far away. Kenny Porter and Williams. We go further down. I think we've mentioned a lot of them. And the Jean van der Westhausen, he go round for another one of the Mermaid teams, and we spoke about Murray Stewart, Ali Day, Sam Roy and Mitch Stitt in the ski relay for Surfers Paradise. So they're all there. You name it, the guys and girls we want to see are in these ski relays. That's how much it means to them. And I think we're headed towards maybe the under-19 ski relay. We're not too far away from that one as well.
And I think we might have mentioned it before, but now actually seeing these teams come together, I think we've got every Olympic kayak medalist here since 2016.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, that's what I had Loz and the team come up to me and say, do you want to know a fact? I said, yeah, I love a fun fact about surf sports. And they said, we had everyone. Kai Hurst convinced the boys to get going for Mermaid there, and that completed the set. And it's not often you get everybody to come in and have a go, and I think maybe it's more about bragging, right, than winning an Australian title. You know those boys better than I do, but I think they're pretty competitive.
No, they're very competitive. There's been a lot of chat before leading into this, and I mean, to be honest, I don't reckon they care as much about the individual ski as they do about the ski relay.
Yeah.
The ski relay is where it's at. Maybe the double a little bit as well, but the ski relay is where the bragging rights are at, and they're spread across quite a few clubs as well.
That's the thing that makes it really good as well, that they're not all in the one club. They obviously paddle together for Australia, but they're not all in the same thing. I think we're headed towards the under-19 men's single ski relay semi-finals. 2 semis here, so we're having a look at the future. We'll wait to see those guys go. You've been involved. You're part of the ski paddling fraternity for a very, very long time. Where does it stack up? Open single, double, mixed double, ski relay. Which one do you want to win? Which is the most important one? If you can only have one, which one do the ski paddlers want the most?
That's a good question. The ski relay, I would have loved
to have ski relay
that.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
I mean, everyone wants a single, but I mean, not everyone can win, right?
Yeah.
And only one person can win, but winning with a team, nothing beats it.
I had Dave Smith, who you know very well, Olympic gold medalist, say to me once, he said he didn't realise how good winning with a team was until he won with a team, because it was guys that maybe never were going to win a gold medal, and you managed to. And that wasn't the Olympics. That was talking about ski relays, that sort of thing, and it was just different winning in a team. And I think winning a single is great, but it's just you. Winning in a team is special because it's the entire club. I think you're spot on there.
Yeah, when I think about the Aussie medals and gold medals that I've won, I always think about the team ones.
Yeah.
And people at the club talk about that. I mean, some clubs haven't won this team event before, as an example, and that's a huge thing for a club to get over that mountain. We just see Jerome Drobot there. That's Natalia Drobot's little brother.
Good
also
head of hair.
A great head of hair. Also a paddling powerhouse. He's one to watch in the future in the kayak, but obviously in the ski as well.
Yeah, I love it. I think we've already had semi-final number 2 of the men's run and done. So Alex Team B, Burley Team B, Swansea Belmont A, Alex Team A, Terrigal A, Maroochydore and Mermaid, and Tugan as well, sorry. So they are already into the final. This is semi-final number 1 making their way down into the water right now to give us another 8 into that final. This is the future and one of the most competitive age groups in the sport as well. We spoke about the 17 girls, so the 19 boys is right up alongside it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking through a few names here, and like you said, this is the future, and these guys don't get much of an opportunity to race each other throughout the season. They always have to race up into opens, so this will be a bit of a mixed bag. No one really knows what's going to happen, and that's what we love about racing. We love a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, you're spot on there. The boys are on the line, set and ready to go. They're in the starters' hands. I will run you through the start list right now. Christie's Beach in 1, Redhead in 2, Allura in 3, Avoca Beach, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Newport, Trig Island, Tugan, North Cronulla, Manly, Cronulla, Red Beach in New Zealand as they set off and away. Clifton in Tasmania, Wanda and Warilla, Barrack Point. A little bit of drama for one or two of these teams, but they're into their work right now, starting to get in on the act, and maybe that right-hand side's got off nice and clean.
Absolutely. The couple from this side, they're just about to get hit there, so maybe even up the field a little bit, but they absolutely got the better of the start and got some really good boat speed going. The guys in the middle pushing through, but I think it was Christie's Beach maybe just falling off the start there and having to play a bit of catch-up.
not what you want, but there's plenty of racing to get back into it here. And you feel that pressure of the opening leg. If you are starting, there's guys and girls who love it, and there's guys and girls that hate it. And if you can find someone who loves it, you've got to get into it. Out in front, Connor Maggs, Newport Club there. He's doing a fantastic job there, settling in nicely, and he's got a full ski length lead, doing a great job. He's got Schaefer and Doyle in his team there, starting to go to work in that black top there, trying to just stay warm out in the water, and they're very, very strung out already, and we're only, I don't know, a quarter of the way out there, and Maggs just got hit. The rest of the field going to get cleaned up. It's starting to stand up more and more on that back bank.
Isn't it? I think we see as well, we've got Red Beach there from New Zealand. Shout out to the Kiwi guys over here, having a good showing. But yeah, the back bank just causing a bit of chaos.
Yeah, there, Connor Maggs just got back shot, so he went from first, and there's maybe 4 or 5 teams, 6 or 7 teams actually, that's gone in front of him, so he's got some work to do. Red Beach went straight past him. He's almost in second last or third last place, so from first to 14th, just like that on one wave, and the entire field has gone the wrong way. They've almost all missed that first can. Young guys, they're not smart, but sometimes they make big mistakes, and that is a big mistake.
And, you know, one of those things when you're paddling and get hit by a few waves, you might get a bit confused. You know, where's the can? You might forget where it is, or just stop thinking about it. I guess you get out the back and bam, all of a sudden you're on top of it. So a few little mistakes there, but they've come together, and it's quite a tight race.
And they're super focused on, I can see a can, I'm just going to go for it. And they don't sort of look up and look around, and that's when you get in a little trouble. You've got to kind of scan and make sure. And I always thought, if you find your can, you go, there's got to be 2 to the right of it. So you go 1, 2, okay, I'm good. But they've obviously just looked for the far can and not worried. And our leaders working their way home. Maybe Redhead out in front doing a really good job there. He's got a little runner, and well, you said in that ladies board relay final, it's all about speed through the gutter here, and that these boys will be able to do it, but it looks like they're just struggling ever so slightly. Burley's gone back to the front, Manly's there as well, West Beach, South Oz, Cronulla in the background, Warilla, Allura as well, Christie's Beach is back into it. It doesn't look like that mistakes hurt them all that much, and Connor Maggs of Newport has paddled from, 14th place. He was first to 14th, and he's back in the lead.
And that's the beauty of surf, right? One wave can really throw things up, but when you're as good an athlete as he is, you know, you can push through the front and really make the most of it. We just see our Kiwi paddler from Red Beach there pushing through on the side, but it's Connor Maggs coming through there, followed by Manly, and we've got West Beach as well from South Australia.
Wander on that lead wave, Avoca not too far behind either, so maybe Jolie Steiner there for Wander on the lead, and all of a sudden we're in a race in 2. I don't know how it happened. They all came down that lead wave, but all of
Avoca just coming off there. I think it's Jerome Drobot just coming off his ski there. We've got Chugan pushing down the wave. It's pretty tight racing here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe within 2 waves of each other.
Yeah, here comes Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the right-hand side. So we've got 3 on that lead wave. West Beach not far behind. Avoca's there as well. Get up and go. And a big transition is what you want. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park very, very strong through that early section, and get out of the way clean. And West Beach in New Zealand, that was a great paddle. We thought he was stuck in the gutter there, but he's managed to find a runner, get himself to the beach, and he's done a really good job. So Burleigh in 1, West Beach in 2, Newport in 3, Avoca not too far away either as they come down to tag their second paddlers.
Yeah, and this transition is always a bit difficult, you know, as a ski paddler. You're transitioning back into the water, so you got to wade back through the waves. And here we go, Burleigh just off the start here. It looks like he's got a bit of a runner on the way out. We love that, and he's got his rating up. He's pushing through the shorey now. We've got Chugan on the screen now, Cronulla as well. They're just trying to time that start. Just a bit of a fumble there from Chugan, but he's on and racing. And there it is, Red Beach from New Zealand. He's just pushing over and having a really good start.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job on the way out there. He's managed to do a fantastic effort there. Smashed, though, out the back. Oh, absolutely hammered there. Cronulla got hit as well. This will allow a couple of other teams to get into the mix. West Beach in South Australia, they've shot through the centre there. That's the blue cap with the 2 blue stripes on the right-hand side. They've absolutely flown through. Red Beach, you can see them out on the top right-hand side. They're flying. Newport's still in the mix, but what we've seen so far is leaders go to the back, then come to the front, and then go to the back, and it's just chopping and changing. They're yo-yoing through the field here. It's so close, and one wave is making a massive difference. If it lands on your chest, all of a sudden you're out the back. And then on the way home, if you can pick one up, you're back to the front.
And it just shows on the screen there how much conditions have changed. The Burley guy just got knocked off and then he stood on the bank. So that just shows how shallow that bank's getting. It's getting a little bit heavier, a little bit more difficult to handle on the way out and on the way in as well.
Yeah, here we go. Big group in there. A top 8 through to the final. Warilla Barrack points in there. Burley Heads, Mowbray Park, Cronulla, Trig Island look like they're there. Tugun, West Beach, South Oz. Wanda is in the mix. Allura, Manly, and out in front. Maybe starting to go to work. Yeah, it is. It is the Newport Club. Chasing our leader from Red Beach in New Zealand. That's the gap out in front. 6-7 ski lengths so far. Something around there. Put a bit of mayo on the story, but it's something around that 6 ski lengths out in front. That's a comfortable lead at the halfway mark, but we've seen it change so many times. You can't rest. You can't take it easy.
Absolutely, and he'll want to be picking up a nice little runner off this third can here. He's looking over his shoulder. He's got a really nice, long, strong stroke. Just looking over his right-hand shoulder. He might hold up a bit to try and get down and push down this wave. We've got Newport here in second. It looks like Manly maybe in third, and Red Beach here having a great showing. Great to see the Kiwis over here. A team of 3 obviously coming over and having a race and a really solid race after their national championships.
Yeah, Cornish, Crichton and Gilbertson, that's the team. They're working their way through the gutter very comfortably there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the next wave behind. Look at the rating. He knows that if he can cut through this gutter here, keep the speed up, get it to the beach, that will give his team a massive advantage in terms of getting through to the final. The rating's very, very high right now, and he's almost into that inside bank. This is the chase back here. You can see Redhead, Wanda. There's Warilla Barrack Point there as well, chasing hard. Tugun's in the mix. Manly and Allura there. And that's sort of your top 8 at the moment. You've got to be on this wave as it starts to come home, because I think if you're not, you're going to put yourself under a lot of pressure.
Oh, this is coming down to a really exciting third leg for this semi-final of the Under-19 men's ski relay. We've got Red Beach here in first, coming through, about to jump on the sand and tag his third paddler, but then it's an absolute blanket over the field, 2 maybe to 9 or 10 position. You can just see there, like you said, we've got Manly, we've got Tugun, we've got Warilla, we've got Cronulla in the mix. We've got a lot of clubs there looking to push their way into the final.
Yeah, they're doing a very, very good job here, Red Beach. I'm just trying to figure out whether we've seen a New Zealand team ever take out a ski relay here at the Australian Championship. They definitely haven't won a junior ski relay in the under-19s. I'll take a look at a couple of the teams. Northcliffe have won the last 2 of this event. Maroochydore before that. North Bondi with a couple of famous names. Jay Collins, Noah Havard. North Burleigh did a good job. Newport, Maroochy, Avoca Beach back in the day with a man called Riley Fitzsimons leading them off. Mooloolaba, Warilla Barrack Point with Benny Carberry, Scotty Smith and Jacob Hoff. Northcliffe, Mooloolaba, Warilla Barrack Point, Ben Pryor, Hayden White, Ali Day. Bit of a breeding ground for top quality paddlers here. I think if you can get to this 19s and be in the mix, you can go a long way in the sport.
Absolutely. So this would be the first time a New Zealand team could be in the mix to win in the final later on today. It's very exciting. I'm sure all the Kiwis on the beach will be getting around this Red Beach team. But, I mean, it's not over yet. We've still got 1 leg to go. And as we've seen, a lot can be thrown up by the surf. It's changing every minute, it seems, out there at the moment. The bank's getting shallower, the tide's dropping, and it's looking good.
I've just gotten word from Jaden Erskine, a big shout-out. Papamoa in New Zealand won the 17 ski relay back in 2012. I hadn't gone that far back. 17 ski relay. We just had the Australian Championship. What about that? Papamoa, they got it done. So this wouldn't be the first. It'd be the first 19s to ever have it done. So still history-making here, but what about that? Big shout-out, Jaden Erskine, for watching on the live stream, sending through the text, and it's pretty good when you got these kinds of fans out there doing their thing. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely, and you can just see the crew have strung out a little bit now. We've still got Red Beach in first, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12 paddlers in the pack, and 12 does not go into 8, and we've still got a final to come, so these guys will be tussling around the can, and you can see that as well. Their paddles are coming together and they haven't even reached the apex.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Their fight is on, you know, and you spoke about in the ladies board relay out there that you start to work together if you're in the chase back. Big wave out the back. Oh, decided to roll. I don't know if that was the plan. You got to hit it with speed, and he's decided to roll underneath. and basically allowed everybody else to get back into it. He's back up onto his ski there. I know he's out there in the mix, but tough decision, and all of a sudden Red Beach go from sitting pretty through to the final to really being under the pump. Oh, someone gets hammered, maybe Redhead. He's been back shot there. He copped that one right in the face.
And these conditions are really throwing it up for us in this heat, isn't it? We've got to the apex now, we've got to the cans. It's not far off the back bank, so there's not a lot of actual paddling in flat water to be doing. So these guys are negotiating the break, getting into a really small bit of paddling out the back, then coming in.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job out there, that's for sure. Very tough. Newport back in the lead. That is what we want to see if you're a Newport fan, but the rest of these teams, it has been back and forward and back and forward and back and forward all day long. Connor Maggs led early on. Oh, no, wait, they're in second place, sorry. Connor Maggs led early on. He's gone to the front, they've gone to the back, he's gone to the front, and now, sorry, I thought they were in front, but now they're under pressure there as they start to work their way around at the back. I thought he'd snuck away, but he is under the pump and just sitting on the bubble. That's your top 8.
That is, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7 on that front, and 8th on that little bump
Wander
towards
there
the
as
back.
well.
You want to be absolutely making the most of this boat speed across the gutter. It looks like these guys on the left-hand side might have the better run of it to get through that gutter, but this is going to be an exciting run up the beach, I think.
These boys are going to have to go, that is for sure. You've got to hold your boat speed through the gutter here. Wander is under pressure. Newport are off the back of it as well. Warilla Barrack Point sitting pretty. I think Newport's gone off the back. I think they've fallen off the back of that one. That might be all she wrote for the Newport boys. Manly trying to get to the beach there as well. On the far right-hand side, Red Beach, they'll survive. No dramas at all as long as they keep it straight on the inside. Now we're going to have a bit of a sprint here because there are a lot of teams very close. Oh, Red Beach, he's gone sideways. He's come off there. The team from New Zealand, he's off, and he's just opened the door for these next 4 teams on the wave behind and maybe given Newport a stiff of staying alive. Oh, someone's done a great job on the far right-hand side, but Warilla Barrack Point from the south coast of New South Wales will win this semi-final of the under-19 men's ski relay. They will lock their place in for just a couple of, well, I'd say half an hour's time for this final. We can't be too far away. First, up and around, no dramas at all, but this is where it's going to get interesting.
Absolutely, and that was a really exciting race. We're really coming in there, an absolute great breeding ground for some awesome competitors down there. We've got Cronulla, we've got the Tugan boys, we've got Burleigh coming in for 4th there. They're just jogging it up. They're feeling nice and comfortable.
Newport survive.
Happy days. Newport in. West Beach in from South Australia.
Wander in 7, and then we got one more. Here we go. The sprint is on. I think it's Allura's going to get there. Allura up and across. Trig Island miss out, and that was, well, chaos in those final stages. Redhead will probably miss out. Red Beach, New Zealand, gone after leading for most of the way. He had to roll. He had a slew. Tough last leg. Not what you wanted, and you've got to feel sorry for the big fella there because he did everything right, but sometimes you just aren't at the mercy of Mother Nature.
And that surf, isn't it? I mean, a tough pill to swallow after what a great race. But, you know, shout out to them. That was an awesome team put together. They really put it out there. And I mean, you know, unfortunately, the surf really stood up for him.
We say goodbye to Trig Island, Redhead, Red Beach, Manly, Christie's, Avoca, North Cronulla and Clifton Beach from Tasmania. This was the start. Connor Maggs got away nice and early, and then I think it's this wave here or the next one. He got hammered all the way to the back of the pack, then goes to the front, all the way back, goes to the front. Newport only survived. It would be stressful if you were a coach down there. Burleigh did a bit of the same, and if I'm completely honest, all the teams did basically the same. Back, forward, back, forward, back, forward. It's a coach killer.
How good would it be if we had a final like that, though?
I think we're in for one.
The spectators love to see it. You know, a little bit of back and forth. You never know who's going to win. A little bit of conditions throwing it up for us. I'm excited.
Yeah, so am I. I think we're in for a final like that. So that is the 19 men's ski relay final decided. We've still got a couple more semi-finals going in different areas as we start to get to our work. We're looking for the Open Women's Board Relay, Open Men's Ski Relay Finals, the 19 Women's Board Relay Final as well. They will be the other ones today. We're expecting to hand out 4 more gold medals. 4 o'clock is the soft cut-off time to be on the beach. We've got half an hour more, so hopefully we'll get a couple finals in and away. But I think we've got an Open Men's semi-final to get to before that. There's plenty of action. So if you want to know where they're up to in every single event, go to liveheats.com.au. And we are, into the semi-finals of the Open Men's Ski Relay. But first, let's take a look at the results from that semi. Warilla, Burke, Wilson and Fowler, Cronulla, Tugan, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Schaefer, Doyle and Mags survived out of the Newport Club there in 5th place. This is where I start to feel bad for teams. West Beach, they were very good. Wanda were great. Allura snuck in there. Green, Hughes and Jarelnick. And then the Trig Island teams missed out, and so has Redhead. But it's over the page, the one that I think we're all a little bit disappointed for. Obviously, it's unofficial, but the next page has Red Beach on it from New Zealand. We thought they were home and nose. We thought they were a shot of winning
it's the commentator's curse.
Oh, I should stop talking.
Yeah, we should, shouldn't we?
I've been told that a lot this weekend, but
it's only day one.
You got to feel bad for them, the poor old guys from Red Beach there. They looked very, very comfortable.
Absolutely, they did. And I mean, they'll go back and have a look and see where they went wrong and what improvements they can make for next season, I'm sure. But some great paddlers from there, and excited for their future as they head into the Opens.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Here we can see the Open Men's semi-final getting set and ready to go. That's Jake Morris there on the line. This one's going to be interesting, because if those last couple of semis were anything to go by, these are going to be even better. We'll take a look at semi-final number 1 on the line. We have North Bondi, Newport Team A, North Cronulla Team A, North Bondi Team A, Surfers Paradise Team B, Talabudra, Northcliffe Team B, Newport Team C, Newport Team B, Allura, Redhead, Cronulla, Tugan, Northcliffe A, Seacliff A. Off and away. They're into their action already. Sammy Hamilton from the Tugan Club in the centre there. We can see on the top side plenty of Newport caps in the mix, and there's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the tight left. Is that someone who didn't actually get off the line? No, Christie's Beach from the last race. Off and away, the boys, they get to this back bank. It is a key moment. Get through here clean, and you're out into the nice green water, and it looks like everybody's managed to do so reasonably well. The far right-hand side, plenty of speed on the way out.
They've certainly had the better start, the better line of it, that's for sure, and they'll be looking at really getting on this front guard, just trying to pick who that is in the lead at the moment. I can see Tugan in on the side there. We've got Cronulla cap, we've got Newport there out the front, and Jake Morris we've got from Northcliffe. He's on the Australian men's kayak team this year for the first time, and excited to see what he can do in the kayak, and obviously that kayak work's really coming to play in the ski.
Oh, 100%. You are not wrong there. It's good work. They're out at the back bank, a little bit of white water sitting there, but nothing coming through, so they just got to get through that aerated water at the moment, and this has been an unbelievable paddle in a very, very good field out in front. He's one of the younger guys there, but he's doing a fantastic job, a ski length and a half, and he's probably stepped away from the Ironman and surf sport stuff and really started focusing on the kayaking and the paddling over the last 12 months. Oh, someone snuck out on the left-hand side. We didn't see him. Somebody has absolutely flown. It's Newport. They were out of shot on the left. We thought they were out of it. We thought they'd be hammered, but Newport in the lead. What about that one? Big, big paddle out in front.
And this is the second race now we've seen where they've gone out on the first leg, and they've had to, the people on the right have had to hang a hard left to get to that first can. So it's important to note that, I guess, if you're drawing the right-hand side, to make sure you're keeping an eye on that first can. Jakey
Rees there of the Newport team there, the two-time defending champion. The club has won it the last 3 years straight. Oh, a couple of Newport teams. Oh, one off the back as they come down. So a few have got this wave. They're the defending Australian champions. Jake Rees, Jake Morris, side by side. Oh, the next one's got plenty on it out there. You got to keep it straight. I can see a Seacliff cap. Tugan are there. Oh, someone's gone sideways. 2, 3, 4 have gone sideways. Oh, carnage. Tugan's off as well. North Bondi's managed to hold on. They'll be very happy with that one. Somehow, North Bondi in the centre avoided the flying skis, avoided the carnage, and they're still alive in it. You've got to hold it through the gutter.
Absolute carnage there. You don't often expect to see that in the open men's, but at one stage there we only had 5 guys on the ski.
Oh, Cronulla going sideways. Someone's swimming for their ski there. There's Tugan coming through. Not what you want in that opening leg.
Absolutely not, but we've got Newport and Northcliffe coming through nice and clean through to that little shorey there, and they'll be pushing up. We've got North Bondi just behind them there. I think that might be Noah Havard, and a few more guys behind him.
Yeah, 3 on the next wave, 1 on the wave behind. Skis floating everywhere. You've got to get on. You've got to get to the beach because you're not out of it, especially if you're just chasing 8, it's not about the gold medal. You've just got to be 8th, and there's still 2 legs to go. Get your ski, get to the beach, give your teammates a chance, even if it's something that doesn't seem possible. Maybe find a way. They're into transition. Jake Morris gets up into his work. Jenny Parry in the sand. These boys have absolutely flown in the opening leg.
The first of this group, Mermaid putting in the hard yards, Northcliffe right behind it, and then a second Northcliffe team. So these 4 are the teams to watch.
We're just having a little bit of trouble getting Jenny Parry on the beach there. North Bondi in and around in 3rd place. So a good opening paddle there. You wouldn't expect much less from a paddler of that standard as he works his way around and into the tag. And it's a big gap, and you can see those little sort of 1 or 2 waves blows out when you get into transition, and when you start to really get into your work, that gap of 10 metres, 20 metres blows out to 50 or 100 as Jimmy Walker gets into his work for North Bondi.
You got Jimmy Walker there, and I think his son just on the bottom of the screen as well. Dad versus son, we love to see it. Jimmy, obviously a great paddler from way back, Olympian. He's been tagged by Noah Havard, who won a silver medal at last year's Olympics, so a pretty good crew there going around for North Bondi. It's just put the brakes on a little bit. They're having to play it a little bit smarter. I mean, these waves have some really strong push to them.
Yeah, he's been backshot there. Here comes another one of those. 2 more of those Newport teams have been absolutely hammered. They're playing catch-up at the moment. North Cronulla was in there. They're sitting very, very pretty at the moment. Talabudra getting up and over. Out in front, Northcliffe still doing their thing. There is carnage all over the ocean. Teams try to get to the beach. There's damage, lost runners, everything. You name it, we're getting a full dose of ski relay action here in semi-final number 1. And this isn't even the big one. We've got the big one still to come this afternoon. I cannot wait, because if this is the appetizer, the main course is going to be oh so sweet. The backmarkers are getting themselves back into it because the leaders are getting hammered on the back bank. This is bigger than I think everybody expected North Kirra to be.
I don't reckon any of these guys, particularly, maybe even half an hour ago, would have been expecting to get hit by waves just like this and come off their skis, have a bit of carnage, have some rough and tumble with the skis coming in, a few lost craft. I mean, this is exciting.
Yeah, very, very exciting, that's for sure. North Cronulla there, North Bondi, our leaders out in front. It is Northcliffe will hit that first can and doing very, very comfortable work out in front. A couple of Northcliffe teams in the mix at the moment, but they've got a big gap, and that's Northcliffe A doing their thing at the moment, looking very, very comfortable. And maybe Talabudra, if they work their way up into 2nd place, that's a very good paddle from them. The Norton boys, Macca Heinard there as well. But here comes Northcliffe on the way home. They'll get around, and a few little lumps out the back there doing a fantastic job. The rest of the field very, very strung out, and it's absolute chaos at the moment. And we're going to see a couple of teams that might have been sitting on the edge of 8, 9, 10 sitting pretty, because 3 or 4 teams are gone already.
Yeah, a little bit of an upset maybe coming towards the back end of this. We've got Tommy Green, who's an Olympic gold medalist and bronze medalist, coming through for Northcliffe. That's the type of person you want in a relay, that's for sure. He's putting the power down there and looking really good across that gutter.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job just being chased in through that section now. You can see him looking over the shoulder, looking very comfortable. Just no mistakes here. That's the key. No mistakes on that middle leg. Out the back, 3rd, 4th, 5th. They've got waves. They're coming down. There's plenty out the back, plenty of action that'll allow the back markers to get into it. But we're 2 legs down at this ski relay semi-final number 1, and already I think we've seen some dreams be shattered here. Tommy Green, have a look. Does he get bigger and bigger and bigger every year? He has one of the most iconic wins ever in Aussie's history as well. He went round not only his set of cans, but an extra set of cans as well to win the under-19 ski relay at Maroochydore a long, long time ago. But he's gone backwards. He's gone backwards, and not what you want. It's safety first. That's actually Redhead in 2nd place. I thought that might have been Talabudra, but it's Redhead who've had a great paddle, and they'll work their way into 2nd there. Sammy Jordan's done a fantastic job to set them up. The boys from the Newcastle region are sitting pretty at the moment in semi-final number 1 of the ski relay.
And you can just see how far they've been swept down as well. They're coming in where the guys are going back out again. So a little bit of extra running for the boys as well, which I don't reckon Tommy Green will be enjoying too much.
Hating it.
I don't think many of these guys, or many of the guys coming from the kayak world, will be enjoying the running. Got to lift the legs up and back in for the final tag. He'll be tagging Riley Fitzsimons, so a really strong team from them. Have
a look at the rest of them charging through. I don't think Sammy Jordan's enjoying the running either by any stretch. He'll jump in, tag maybe Isaac Costello there. He jumps on and starts to get going, but Big Riley starts to wind up at the moment. He had a win at the Shannon X9 Ironman Classic in the ski race there. He'll be very happy with that. It's the next group that we're sort of more worried about. There they charge in there into the tags as Riley negotiates the back bank, and he just pops that nose up and over, and he looks a bit bigger than we've seen him at the Olympics over the last couple of years. He's carrying a little bit more muscle, a little bit more meat, and that might help him to sort of wind up, but it'll take a little bit longer to get it going.
Yeah, I mean, Riley's a phenomenal paddler. He's having the year off this year. Have a bit of a rest. I mean, going to an Olympics, travelling so much, it takes a lot out of you, so he's having a little bit of a rest before he resets for the next Olympics in LA. So
the next cycle there, and he leads out in front. So Northcliffe in 1, Redhead in 2, the rest of the field chasing very, very hard. Into the shot, there is somebody that you're cheering on, the Tugan Club there. Matt Bevilacqua of the Northcliffe B team in there. North Bondi's there as well. A couple other caps just creeping into shot. A couple of Newport boys at the bottom of the screen, but they're all chasing this man, and he looks comfortable. You can't beat quality sometimes, and he looks like he's going half pace, and Isaac Costello on his tail is like the Energizer Bunny. He's taking 2 strokes to every one of Riley's.
And I mean, Riley knows how to lead as well. He's been in this position so many times before. He's really comfortable in this position. He knows he's just got to get his nose around, and all he's got to do is get his nose down a wave and safely in. He'd be feeling pretty confident, I reckon.
I reckon he would too, with, well, just half a leg to go. Third leg of the first semi-final here in the Open Men's Ski Relay, late in day 1 of this Australian Open Championship. Riley Fitz out in front for Northcliffe. That is him there, looking very smooth. Isaac Costello of Redhead, he's closed the gap. He's tacked onto the back there. I don't think Riz is at 100% right now, but Isaac's making sure he's doing the right thing. We go a little bit further back. Newport's there, Northcliffe as well. A few others, North Bondi tacked on there, another of the Newport teams, and then plenty more trying to get themselves one of those 8 spots in the final. They turn and go for home. Costello, he'll get down the runner. So will Northcliffe. I would say Redhead, Northcliffe, they're as good as booked themselves into the final.
Absolutely. And behind that, we've got another Northcliffe, we've got Tugan, we've got North Bondi.
Maybe Allura there as well, coming around. North Bondi Allura, then a real fight at that outside can. Oh, have a look at Riley Fitz wind up. Look at him up the rating. He knows he doesn't want to give everyone else a shot. Isaac Costello, just a better line, if I'm completely honest. And wow, when Riley Fitz changes gears, it goes up to 100, doesn't it?
And that shows just around the back of the cans, and he really wasn't showing too many of his cards. He's keeping some energy in the bank, because hopefully we have a final this afternoon before we get called off. But yeah, exciting to see what these guys can unleash a bit later on.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Redhead in 1, have a look at that. You know that they're a shot. Those boys from Redhead, they're always going to be in the mix. They're very competitive. Sammy Jordan, Isaac Costello, and I think, I don't know who the third paddler was. We'll just jump in and have a look at who their third one was. Maybe Justin McMorland. We wait and see. Yeah, it was Justin McMorland. I just wanted to make sure. Good team. And a result like this isn't out of their stretch. They've got to have a bit of luck go their way, and maybe the best paddles of their life, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were in the hunt with a leg to go. So Redhead win the first semi-final. The second one was run in the other area, and we got a couple through already. And you run us through those top 8.
Yeah, we've got in the second semi-final, we had Manly Team A, Burleigh Heads Team D, Curra Team A, Burleigh Team A, Sorrento Team A, North Burleigh Team A, Burleigh Team B, so a fair few Burleighs in there, and Northcliffe Team C to round out our top 8 from semi-final 2.
And they will be joined by Redhead, Northcliffe, and Northcliffe Tugan in there as well. That'll make you very happy, and one
pretty stoked
very
about
happy
that.
husband as well. This is where it gets interesting. We've got 4 across. We're chasing 4 more. Newport, they get through. North Bondi get through as well. Another one of the Newport teams, but I think that's B and C. Newport B, Newport C. Oh, here we go. I think Newport A have just survived. The defending champions might have got the last spot through to the final and had to fight it out. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you're first or 8th, but that's heart in the throat stuff for the defending champs.
Absolutely, but maybe sometimes that can play to your advantage come the final. You know, you've had that little bit of a scare, a little bit of a worry, and you can reset. You're not kind of resting on your laurels. You're going forward and looking for where you can improve in the next race.
Poor, and unfortunately, North Bondi, their other team has gone home. North Cronulla, Talabudra, Allura, Seacliff, and poor old Surface Paradise and Cronulla, they were DNFs after the opening leg. So bad luck for them, and it all came down to Well, a couple of big sets on the way home that really shook things up. You can see the start from Jakey Morris. Bang, off and away. Absolutely flew. Look at the rating.
Yeah, Jakey really had a great start there and really set it up nicely for the Northcliffe team of him, Riley Fitzsimons and Tom Green. They're going to be a team to look out for come this final, that's for sure. But like you said, I love the look of Redhead. Just coming through there, that was the chaos that we saw in that first leg. We got Chugan going sideways, we've got skis everywhere, we've got the North Bondi guy wondering what skis on the back of his craft, and Jakey Morris just making the best of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. Absolute carnage. A couple teams did not finish, and we've got a final set. That is the 16 teams that will fight out for, well, the big one today, the one they all want to win, the Open Men's Ski Relay in this area. And hopefully, just hopefully, we're going to get that final in this afternoon. We are hard out in just 15 minutes' time, but luckily, we've got a 19 men's ski relay and an Open men's ski relay final coming up. And fingers crossed we can get it done. As soon as we know, you'll know. Now, the big question, who do you like? If you had to tip one, who do you take?
I mean, I'm a bit biased. I'd love to see Jordan and the Chugan boys come through for a win. I haven't won a ski relay, so it'd be cool to see him win a ski relay. But no, I like the look of Redhead. I'd love to see them
they're my underdog,
come through for a win for sure. But it's hard to look past Northcliffe.
Northcliffe look very, very good. Newport, Burleigh Heads, they're my three, and I know it's the most uninspired choices of all time, but the reality is when it matters most, the big guys and girls come to it. If I had to pick a dark horse, I'd say Sorrento or a shot. Pat Ely, Oscar Jones, Michael Booth, they will go very, very close, but Burleigh, Northcliffe, and Newport, they're my 1, 2, 3.
I think we'll be looking at that first leg. I mean, we saw it there, that first leg, that chaos that happened off the backhand. If a team can get away, maybe something happens, who knows. If a team can get away, I mean, it's anyone's wrapped up by then. Well, not really, but, like they can get a really good lead, and once you got a lead, it's
hard
feels
to bring
good.
them back.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Poor old Allura miss out by one. Benny Walker, Luke and Jake Michaels, the North Bondi B team that missed out there as well. You've got to feel for those guys. Deserve a spot in the final, that is for sure. But we can only have 16 in the final. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. And we are not too far away from the Open Women's Board Relay Final. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and get that to you very, very soon. So the next final up, it's going to be a very good one. I've been looking forward to this one all weekend long, and we are going to bring that to you before the end of the day. The Open Women's Board Relay Final. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the big one, the first of the Open finals of the weekend. We're going to go to that one very, very soon.
Yeah, we've got a few big races coming up just for the last 15 minutes of racing. It's very exciting.
We're going to jam them in.
We're going to jam them in. We're going to make it happen, surely.
That is exactly right. I cannot wait for this one as well. This is one of the ones I was looking forward to. Super competitive. Who do you like when you start to look down that start list?
Oh, I mean, like you said, it's a bit uninspired, but it's hard to look past Northcliffe and Newport for any team event at the moment, really. I like the look of Burleigh at the moment, and Wanda, I think, could be on as well.
Yeah, we're just running that up on the screen there. We're going to call it over the beach as well. So big shout out to everybody online watching the live stream and here at North Kirra Beach. Don't we love to see it? Some very, very good board paddlers, and if we've learned anything from the last couple of relays we've seen, it's got to be set up on the front end.
Absolutely.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Open Women's Board Relay Final of the 2025 Australian Championships. In 1, Sunshine Beach A. In 2, Trig Island A. In 3, Terrigal A. In 4, Newport Team A. Coogin Headland Team A. Manly Team A. Northcliffe Team C. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team C. Northcliffe Team A. Alexandra Headland Team A. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A, Maroochydore Team A, North Bondi Team A, Northcliffe Team B, Southport A, Northcliffe Team B, Newport Team B, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team D, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, and Avoca Team A. The best board paddlers in the world are going to do their thing, and we'll hand out the first Open gold medal of the 2025 Australian Championships. What a field. Everybody who's anybody in women's board paddling is in this one. Are we going to see an upset? Are we going to see a boil over? Who do you like?
Yeah, what an exciting time. We've been talking about this all day, haven't we? And it's finally here. I mean, I've got a few nerves running through my belly as well. I like the look of Northcliffe Team A. We've got Olivia Corrin, Georgia Fitzsimmons and Hannah Scully. They're three really, really good board paddlers, and they also know how to perform in the big time. We've got Newport Team A. We've got Gemma Smith, Annalise Kibble and Lizzie Wellborn. They're looking the goods as well. I like the look of Sunshine as well. We've got Electra, Gemma and Freya. Out there. There's so many teams that can take this. We've got Southport girls, Brodie, Morgan and Isabella. Wow, you can look anywhere. I think it's all up to this first leg. See who can get the best start and we'll go from there.
I think you're spot on. Northcliffe have absolutely dominated this event. They've won 7 of the last 8 of these board relays. The only club that beat them was in 2018. Newport got it done with Georgia Miller, Laura Moses and Maddie Spencer there. But Harriet Brown, Miller and Scully got it done. Scully's won the last 4 in a row, chasing a 5th title here in this one. So what about this? Absolutely, well, one of the toughest ones to pick of the entire day. We'll start to run through that A team for Northcliffe. Georgia Fitz, Olivia Corrin, Hannah Scully. Scully chasing 5 straight titles. 6 straight titles if you don't include the year that they had off. So 6 straight titles in this board relay for Hannah Scully. That is something truly special. They are off and away. Lizzie Wellborn will lead off for the Newport club. Could they play spoiler out here today? They'll go and get into their work. Sunshine Beach, they're going to work with Electra Outram. She's got off to an absolute flyer. So has Lizzie Wellborn, doing a fantastic job. What a day. What a day for these girls to get out and into it. They've raced so hard for so long in the rain and the wet. It's time to hand out some hardware for the ladies, and they're met by a big, big inside bank there. A couple forced to stop, pop and prop over the top.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over it at the moment. That just brought them a little bit more together. It looks like maybe the Southport girls just had a little bit of a better start. They're on the belly. They're pushing out there, the fried eggs out the front. We love to see it. Lizzie Wellborn had a great start as well. Maybe the Burleigh girls next to her. But everyone's really spreading out across the field.
That one wave absolutely obliterated the field. A couple snuck through. A couple got absolutely hammered by it at the moment. But Southport out in front doing a fantastic job. They got the defending Australian champion in there with Brodie Trinker. They've got to get into their work, and I'm just trying to figure out who's gone to the lead now as the girls really starting to wind up across that gutter, and they're out to, well, negotiate that back bank. If they can get through that clean, that is the kind of run out you want. And our leaders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that front group, and a little gap back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're all starting to jump on each other's wash now and try to conserve some energy as they push through to that back bank. I think we've got Northcliffe there in second. I can't quite pick out the
Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in third. I don't know who's leading right now. We're just trying to pick them up as they start to go to work. Whether it's Southport, I can see Maroochydore trying to work up on her own. Tiani Massey on the right-hand side. She's leading a big line of those girls as they head out the back.
I think it might be Southport still in front. That dark blue cap there with the yellow spot on top. Then we've got Northcliffe pushing through onto her wash, and Tiani from Maroochydore taking her own line out the side there. She's obviously got her eyes on the can and trying to push through.
So it's Southport in 1, Northcliffe in 2, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, and Maroochydor's gone up into 3 ahead of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park as they go around. Another Burleigh cap in there as well. Northcliffe, and the rest of the field tacked on. But have a look at Trinker go. She's out in front on the stomach. The rating's super high. She'll turn, get first shot of the wave. You can see there's a little lump out the back. If she goes now, she might be able to get it. She's got to get the speed up, got to get the nose down. Absolutely flying at the moment, Brodie Trinker. Got to get around here and find that runner. No, just not enough. I thought she was going to get it.
Oh, she really picked up the speed then, but there's a little one here, a little consolation prize that's going to come through and hopefully pick her up. We can't quite see the girls behind her yet. Maybe Tiani Massey's going to push through on the top for Maroochydore. And Trigger from Southport's just going to come down on her belly there, and they're both in the safety positions on the back straps.
Massey was the only one who got around. What about that effort from Tiani Massey? Now board speed's the key. Massey on the left, Trigger's off it on the right. Can Massey hold on? Can she hold on? No, it fills up. There's 5 on the next, 6 on the next wave behind them, and there's 6 more on the wave behind that. So what about this big push from the back markers into the gutter? But it's still Maroochydore in 1, Southport in 2, a couple of Northcliffe, a couple of Burley. Have a look on the right-hand side. Here comes Lizzie Wellborn. She has found nothing and made it work her way all the way into 3rd place. And another little runner for Lizzie Wellborn. Man, she can perform when it matters most.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting to see how wide the girls have spread out here, and they're really taking a different line, or to see which will pay off as we come through the gutter now. But it's still Southport leading in front. She's getting the better run of it, about to push over the front, maybe pushing her nose down. There she goes. So to come off the front there, we'll see where Tiani and the Maroochydore girls are very soon, but Lizzie's just on the back wave, just coming through on it now.
Southport have done a fantastic job here. There's Brodie Trinker working her way into the beach. What a start from the defending Australian board race champion. You'd expect nothing less. Here comes wave number 2 there. Tiani Massey of Maroochydore, Lizzie Wellborn of Newport, Lily O'Sullivan of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They're in on that inside section. They're all chasing the leader right now. She's on her feet, off and away, getting into her work and absolutely emptying the tank in that transition. It's so important. Every metre matters. Oh, they're up alongside her. Here comes Lily O'Sullivan. What a transition from Lily O'Sullivan. She's gone to the lead.
Yeah, she's pushing through now. I'm going to tag her competitor, and it just shows how much those transitions can make such a difference. We've got Maroochydore in there as well. We've got Newport. We've got the Northcliffe girls coming through for a tag. We've got another Newport crew there. We've got a Burleigh crew. Oh, this
Alexandra
is
Headland
racing
in there as well. Plenty of others as they come round. Nobody's out of it. The girls go into their work. Not too much on offer. A lot on that right-hand side of the field. The girls have all kind of pushed across to the left to try and sneak out and around like they did in that opening leg here. But they've spread out once again. They'll negotiate the inside break, and then when they get to that gutter, that's when they all start to come back together. Burleigh working very, very hard. Newport get hammered. Gemma Smith just gets hit on the front there. Northcliffe, 2 of their teams will get back into it at the moment, but they're still chasing Southport. No, I think they've gone past Southport there, so Maroochydore, big start from them as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to get up on the wash a little bit now. We've got Burleigh in front. We've got Gemma Smith from Newport there in 3rd. We've got the Northcliffe crew just trying to pick up which team number that is. They're in 4th. And we've got the Alex crew there as well, and another Northcliffe. So they're stringing out now in a nice line behind each other. And wow, that was some exciting transitions.
There's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in that front group. A couple of Burleigh caps, a couple of Northcliffe caps. Southport's there as well, Alexandra Headland. There's a few teams deciding to take their own line. Sunshine Beach, sitting in maybe 9th place, has paddled their way through and doing a fantastic job on the hard right. She snuck through there. That looks like Freya Wilson paddling out there. They had Electra Outram lead off, and at the moment she's paddled alongside that next group, probably into the top 4 or 5, and she's had a much cleaner run on the way out as the rest of the girls start to get hit. What about this? Another little bit of white water to negotiate, but it's still Burleigh out in front.
Yeah, you've still got maybe 8 teams there that can pull around and maybe come onto a wave coming into this second leg here. But like you said, the Sunshine Girl, she's gone out on her own. She's taken a bit of a risk maybe, and it looks like it's really paying off for her.
That's exactly right. Done a fantastic job there. She'll tack across maybe into 3rd or 4th place, a much cleaner line to that first can. You can see that pop up there. The girls going to work all on their stomach at the moment. Still out in front, Burleigh. Newport's moved up into 2nd place. Maroochydore in 3rd. Northcliffe in 4th. Sunshine Beach up into 5 as they get to that first can. There's a wave out there that'll make things very difficult and not what you want to do. Turn that can, go underneath a wave at the same time, but it's still Burleigh out in front.
Burleigh just taking a little bit of a reprieve on her belly there. I'm sure as she comes around this can, she'll jump on her knees and she'll really try to make the most of the waves that we have coming through. We saw Tiani make the most of that from cans 2 to 3, really pushing through and pulling through on the runner and coming down the wave in that first leg with Southport. So I'm sure the girls will be looking over their shoulders, trying to get a runner, trying to make sure they're on that first wave.
Yeah, Holmesby there, I think, for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park as she turns Gemma Smith for the Newport club. Here we go. There's a little run there there. Neither of them will get it. That opens the door for Sunshine Beach, for Northcliffe, for Maroochydore. That's the lead group at the moment. Here we go. If you're not on this one, it's going to be tough. Sunshine Beach gets down. Newport gets down. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Northcliffe and Maroochydore. Oh, and there's one more on that far edge. Maybe Alexandra Headland. Alexandra Headland out of the clouds have come down, and who's going to hold it through? Gemma Smith's done the best of it so far on the left-hand side. Gemma Smith from Newport and Alexandra Headland. And what a turn up. Alex has gone from 9th up into equal the lead, and they've held it all the way through the gutter.
And what beautiful paddling through that gutter that was there. Gemma and the Alex girl just able to link that up beautifully. Gemma maybe pushing down a little bit at the front there, and they've gone from being in line to maybe 20 metres in front in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, maybe Mia Cook out there for Alexandra Headland. So what a paddle from the young superstar there. Here we go. 2 legs down, 1 to go. Newport out in front. Alexandra Headland there as well. Sunshine, Burleigh, Northcliffe, Maroochydore chasing. You can just see them in the background looking over their shoulder. There's not a lot on offer for them. Our leaders will get a little one on the inside there as they start to go in. They'll dump the boards, get into the transition and go into work. Oh, good step off. Very good step off, but she just gets caught ever so slightly there. Gemma Smith up into her work. She's not known as a board paddler, but that's one of the best board paddlers she has ever produced.
And they would have taken a lot of confidence from those under 17 girls earlier today, taking out that board relay. The open girls were all there cheering them along, and I'm sure they're doing the opposite now with the 17 girls. We're just tagging here Annalise Kibble into that final leg.
Yeah, Kibble goes for Newport there. Alex will go in second place. They tag off and away. Big transition. It actually might have been Britt Ackley for the Alexandra Headland Cup, and Mia Cook's on the board now. It was Ackley in there. What a paddle from her. Northcliffe are off and away with Scully. Maroochidore's in there as well. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, they'll go around. Sunshine Beach will tag Gemma Smith-Welsh there, and the rest of the girls start to stream through transition. They're all close enough if they're good enough, but it's going to take the best paddle those girls have ever produced.
Yeah, the third leg, I don't think we can pick an absolute winner yet. Even a podium, this is so close, it's so exciting. The girls just coming into that little shore now. We've seen a few people come unstuck before, so they'll be trying to get through nice and clean. Maroochydore just popping the wave there onto their bellies, playing it safe as we push out through the shorey.
Coogin Headlands there as well. They're on the back of that group as they start to get into their work. They're through that inside shore break. Carla Papak's going for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Scully is there for the Northcliffe Club into her work. She's chasing 6 straight titles. Is it today? With it, the record comes to an end? I don't know, but if anyone can produce it, big moments, Hannah Scully rises to the occasion, and she's going to need to produce right now because it's Newport out in front, Alex in second place.
Yeah, and they have a little bit of a lead, but like you said, Scully knows how to produce when it counts. You know, she's done it time and time again, and this is her race. She loves this race. She loves the board. She loves the board relay, and she'll have her eyes on the prize.
Yeah, that is it at the moment. The girls working through that gutter. There's a few waves out of the back bank that are just slowing them down ever so slightly. Our leaders, they're just getting hit through that back section there. They're starting to go to work and trying to get out and around. We can see the girls in the gutter all hammering at the moment. We're just trying to pick up where Newport and Alex are as they start to get pushed to that north side. We can see how much the water's moving in that gutter. They're so tough for these ladies.
Yeah, you can see them moving from south to north. Scully on the screen at the moment, really putting in the work as she comes over the wave out the back. Maroochydore just trying to hold on. We've got Newport there at the top of the screen. They've obviously got swept down quite a while, and Alex on her belly trying to push on onto her wash, but maybe lost it by a couple of board lengths at the moment. So it's Newport out in front, followed by Alex, followed by Northcliffe.
Oh, our leaders got hammered on that back bank. So still Newport in 1, like you said, Alex 2, Scully in 3, trying to keep the streak alive. Kibble just takes a rest there, down onto her stomach as she leads around. They've already won the 17 board relay, the Newport Club. They lead with half a leg to go here in the open women's board relay. Alex in second, Northcliffe in third. The rest of the field strung out, trying to get across that back bank and around the cans. Kibble, you can see the rating go up. She knows it's now or never. If she can get around, get a wave, it'll be over. Here we go. She goes to the knees, starts to wind up. This could be it for Newport. Kibble, she's got one. Is anyone going to be on it with her? Kibble gets down and that could be it. She's still got to get to the beach.
And that's a good wave though. It looks like it's got a lot of power, a lot of white water behind it. She's just picking her line now, getting on her knees and trying to make the most of it. We've got out the back though, there's 2 girls. We've got Alex and Northcliffe down second and third. It looks like if Newport can can really push across this. Annalise Kibble, she's trying to find the best line now.
Oh.
Trying to find that little runner where the nose dips down.
She just washed all her speed off with the turn there. She puts the head down, starts to wind up, another little lump. Northcliffe behind them. They've gone past Alex into second place. Newport getting swept a long way down there. There's little lumps and bumps, but it's not really doing anything. Kibble, she did everything right except wash the speed off. She's found another one. I don't know if she's home yet because there's a long, long run up the beach. Scully behind her very, very quick, but maybe, just maybe, we're going to see back-to-back board relay wins for the Newport Club. They won the 17 just minutes ago. They look like they're going to win the Opens here. She's got a smile on her face. I think she knows she's got it. And what an afternoon for the Newport Club. Absolutely unbelievable. The men's ski relay is gone as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the second gold medal of the afternoon's going to Newport. They've won both the 17, now the Open. Lizzie Wellborn, Gemma Smith, Annalise Kibble, they're Australian champions.
Oh, what an exciting time for the Newport girls down there in the arena. The under-17s, the Open women, you can see the smile on her face. That means a lot to her and to the clubs, and just taking the banner there, it's an exciting day.
Yeah, that is exactly right. The race for second place is on as well. We wait to see who'll grab that one as well. What about that? Hugs and smiles all around. We're going to head down to the Open Men's Ski Relay to make sure you see as much as you can. They couldn't hold it any longer for us. We had to be off the beach at 4:30. They got it away off the start, and we're going to pick up the action in the opening leg. The teams Redhead, North Burleigh, Northcliffe B, North Bondi A, Newport B, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Sorrento, Burleigh D, Manly, Northcliffe C, Newport A, Kurrawa, Newport C, Tugun and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. The boys are into their work. There's already been a little bit of carnage on the way out, but they're really starting to wind up.
Yeah, we've got Newport there on screen. We've got Northcliffe behind them as well. We've got Jacko Collins taking it out for Kurrawa. We love to see it. We've got Burleigh sitting in behind him as well. Maybe the Sorrento cap. Yep. We've got another Newport
Oscar
team.
Jones there, yep.
Manly. It's tight racing.
Yeah, very tight. It's Kurrawa in one, Sorrento in two. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. I think that might be the C team sitting in there, or the B team sitting in there. Northcliffe there as well. Tugun starting to wind up. Here we go. Very, very jammed up and tight. Manly in there with Kendrick Louis doing a fantastic job around the outside. A few jams on the cans for the Northcliffe boys sitting at the back of the pack, and it's not where you want to be right now. Oh, the leaders turn. 1, 2, 3, bang. Cop that. Kurrawa in the lead, out in front, sitting pretty.
I mean, you called Sorrento as your underdog, didn't you?
Yeah.
We love to see it. But Jacko Collins there, he's a silver medalist in the K4 500 at last year's Paris Olympics. He's won an Aussie title on the ski. He's a pretty good paddler.
He is the best paddler in the sport at the moment. He won the World Ocean Series overall title. He is without doubt the best in the moment there, and the guys start to work their way through the gutter. You've got to keep the ski speed up, and Collins, you can see the difference there. He just went a little bit further than Oscar Jones. There's 3, 4, 5 on the next wave there, and they're going to hold it the entire way through. A couple of Burleigh caps, a Northcliffe cap there as well. Obviously Sorrento and Kurrawa in the lead.
Oh, such an exciting end to the first leg of racing here. Like we said, we've got Kurrawa, Jacko Collins, we've got Sorrento there, we've got Manly, we've got Newport, we've got every club out there. It's anyone's race at the moment. They're all just zigzagging across the ocean, looking for a wave, looking for any bump they can get to get them across that gutter.
Newport have won 3 straight titles. Jake Reese, Mitch Trim and Max Brooks have won the last 2 as a team. Carnage on the wave behind. They're all over the place. Murray Stewart, Olympic gold medalist, on the front for North Burleigh. I got to tip that maybe they are an outsider as well, but at the moment it's all the big guns and all the underdogs. North Burleigh and Sorrento, Kurrawa, you wouldn't expect them to be there. Then you got Northcliffe, Newport, all the big names getting it done. And what about, I think that's the new Northcliffe, Newport B
Maguire
team going
Reid there
around.
coming around. So we've got Jacko, Maguire, we've got Jake. They're all kayakers.
Kayaking program coming to the fore right now. There's a lot of racing to go. Look at Jake Morris wind up. He knows he's done his job. Be on the front wave, run hard there and open it up. And you can see the difference between one of the Ironman boys and the pure kayakers. That transition has been special, and I think it's Newport B there in the lead right now.
It is, and I think that could be Bailey Clues maybe heading off in the second round there. Another one of the Morrises there. We've got another Newport team coming up now. They're really putting in their hard strides and making sure they tag their second paddler as quick as they can.
3 Northcliffe teams in the top 5. Oh, Newport get hammered there. Piran Phillips from the North Burley team. There's Lockie Tame going in a long, long way back and a lot of work to do for Burley Heads Mowbray Park there. Piran Phillips, he's from England over there. He spent the entire summer out here. He led the World Championship final and got run down. Wouldn't it be something if he could win a ski relay title out here in Australia with the North Burley Club? Murray Stewart led him off, tagged the Englishman now, and he goes to work, but they're chasing Newport and the Newport B team. Wouldn't it be a boil over if the Killer Bees got it done?
Wouldn't it? Absolutely. But just to the northern side of him, we've got Tommy Green from Northcliffe, Olympic gold medalist. He's on that red ski there. He's got that long stroke. He's just pushing over the top there. Might be just a nose in front, not sure. But then we've got Newport there. We've got North Burley down on the southern side, and it's a tight race.
I think it's Harrison Torrens for the Newport B team in there doing a really good job. But when you've got an Olympic gold medalist alongside you, that's a very stressful situation to be in. Kirra hanging on as well. So the top three haven't changed through that break there. It's just changed orders ever so slightly. But I think the rest of the group has closed the gap on them. They've started to work up onto the tail, and you can see Tommy Green out in front, the lump of a lad, Olympic gold medalist, someone truly special in our sport. But he comes from a surf background. He's got no issues dealing with this. He goes to the lead, and you can see them all strung out there, tacked on. All these guys are close enough if they can get a wave.
Absolutely. We've got Sorrento in there still as well. We've got, obviously, the Newport crew. They're really stringing out, but they're looking over their left shoulder, just looking for that little bump. You only need a little bump to get your ski right across the gutter. These guys have some serious speed.
Yeah, that is exactly right there. They turn and go for a broke. It's just gone flat for a second there. There doesn't look like there's too much out the back, and that'll play into the likes of your Newports, your Northcliffs, the teams coming around the Cairns now. That's really going to help them sort of get back into the mix. Here we go, a little lump. Kurrawa goes down at Newport B goes down at North Burley goes down at it as well, but they're still chasing Northcliffe out in front.
Yeah, Tommy's just pushed right up to the northern side, and these guys here in second, third and fourth, they're coming in nice and tight together. They can see the lump is really converging in that centre, and they're pushing through, trying to get over this little lump and over that gutter.
Here we go. Tommy Green from Northcliffe looks like he'll push down a little bump there as well. Newport B, North Burley. He just looks over his shoulder and knows that he's going to be joined. And we're going to have four side-by-side going into the final leg here of the Open Men's Ski Relay, the first men's medal that we're going to hand out this afternoon here at this championship. Oh, Piran Phillips gone straight past the Olympic gold medalist over the top. What about that? Down Newport come as well. Have a look at the wave behind. 2, 4, 5. Another 2 there. There's 7 or 8 on the next sort of 2 waves that are looming up here. This race is so far from over, and that gap is closing as the back waves push these guys up. And North Burley leads heading into the final leg with Newport B there. Northcliffe not far behind, and the rest of the field very close. Jenny Parry, this leg is going to be huge.
This is what we wanted. You want some drama in an open single ski relay. It's Newport in 1, North Burley. Piran Phillips doing such an incredible job. Kurrawa is back in the mix now. Have a look at this. Sorrento muscling their way through, currently in 4th position. They want to be on the podium here. Northcliffe is in now 5 and 6. But who would have guessed Newport Team B and North Burley currently 1 and 2. Sorrento potentially still on a podium. They need a blinder of a finish here. We have got Aussie gold medals on offer.
Nick Green goes for North Burley out in front at the moment. He is absolutely winding up. Jackson Borg may be going for Newport B. So the Ironman against the young gun out there. We can see Manly working their way round at the moment. There's probably 8 or 10 teams working their way through the break. Right now, these boys, have a look. They're getting lapped. They're getting hit. Riley Fitz will go for the Northcliffe team. Have a look there. They're all starting to wind up. Everybody's in the mix. Pat Ile, right in the centre of the screen from the West Australian Sorrento Club. He's the world ski race champion. Don't count him out either. If he can find a little chop, a little runner, he'll produce something special. But cometh the moment, cometh the big man. Riley Fitz from Northcliffe's gone to the front.
This is still absolutely anyone's game. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that could potentially be on the podium.
Yeah, you're spot on there. It's absolute chaos.
So we've got Riley Fitz still from the Northcliffe Club pushing out in front. It looks like Northcliffe. There's my husband Jordan Wood just having a bit of a swim there, but that's okay. I'll talk to him about that later on tonight.
Yeah, I think poor old Tugan are in a little bit of trouble there. Out in front, still Northcliffe in one, Newport there. It looks like maybe Kirra has worked their way up into third place. There's a couple more Newport caps getting into the mix as well. North Burleigh hanging around, refusing to go away.
And Riz has just looked like he's lifted that rating. He knows that this is where you can really make some solid ground around that can. He's good at the flat water paddling. He can put the pedal down and really try to bridge this gap and look over his shoulder and push onto a runner as well as he can. But look at that. I reckon he's put half a boat length on in about 10 strokes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sereno's jumped up into third place there. A couple more Newport boys. Kirra was there trying to hang on, but Riley Fitz out in front. You can see the pressure starting to come on because they've gone from side by side to be strung out one after the other, tail on tail. Riz turns and goes for home. Northcliffe in one, Newport in two. Then it's Sorrento, Newport again. Newport a third time there, so 3 in the top 5 at the moment. Burleigh heads Mowbray Park, trying to get in on the mix. They're working for home. Riley Fitz on the left-hand side's got a wave. He's got a little wave. It's only small. I don't know if it'll hold through the gutter. The rest of the field have got waves behind it as well. The race for the medals is going to be unbelievable. There's 6, 7, 8 on the next 2 waves, chasing 1 and 2 out in front. Northcliffe flying. Oh, here comes Sorrento. Sorrento trying to push down it as well. They cut back and forth. No, it's Newport. Jackson Borg. Unbelievable from Newport. He's got a long, long way down. He starts to turn and go. Northcliffe still out in front. Newport are trying to come up alongside them. If it's a sprint up the beach, Riley's in trouble because Jackson Borg's one of the best Ironmen in the sport, but he's going to have to close the gap. Riley's a ski length out in front. Here comes Newport.
Riz just taking in the solid breaths here, and now he's put the foot down. He's doing his last few hard strokes, really trying to get over those potholes and then put the pedal to the metal when he hits the sand and running. But it's still Newport in with a chance here. Jacko's just tried to straighten up to the turning boy here and making sure he's got a good line for the run.
Riley's gone for the beach for Northcliffe there. He'll be the first to stand up. I think the gap's too big. Oh, the race for second place is on. Here he goes. He grits the teeth. He's got to go after it. North Burleigh up. North Burleigh are going after him. I don't think they'll do it. What a paddle from the Northcliffe Club. It's been a few years since they've won one, and the last time it was Riley. Big result. Oh, Newport into second, Sorrento into third. The defending champions came from nowhere. What about that? Unbelievable, but all respect. Northcliffe, they deserve it, and one of the best ski relay finals you will ever see.
Well, that was such a tight race right to the end. Obviously, the Northcliffe boys of Jake, Tommy and Riz really coming through at the end, but what tight racing, and how good to see Sorrento on the podium in third place.
Oh, unbelievable. The West Australians getting there for a medal. What about Jake Reese coming from the clouds there? Newport got second, but it wasn't the Newport team we thought were a shot. I thought Jackson Borg and the B team were going to get there, but it ended up being the A team that got across the line. Big hugs all round for the Northcliffe crew, set up by Jake Morris. It's a lot of pressure to know you've got Tom Green and Riley Fitz behind you. And for a young guy, he delivered in spades. First man to the tag, big celebrations down there for the Northcliffe Club. They win the first final for the men's competition down here at the Aussies in 2025, and they'll celebrate that one because they definitely had to work for it.
Absolutely. You can see how much it means to them, the whole club coming down to congratulate them. Riz just looking like he's taking a bit of a moment to himself, walking off. And we're just going to head down to Jenny now to interview the men of the moment.
Oh, team, how good was that? I'm down here with Tom Green, one of the most dramatic finishes that we've seen. You'd expect nothing else for an open men's ski relay. That must have been something special to be a part of.
Yeah, it was really special to be a part of. You know, it's been quite some time since I've been out in the surf, and obviously to be in such a great team. Obviously, Rizza being, Olympic silver medalist, and obviously him and I have gone through our whole career. I've looked up to him for so many years. And then also having a young up-and-coming Jake Morris in the mix. It was so great to be a part of this team and obviously get a good result. So, yeah, it's been good.
It's been pretty phenomenal. Come on in here. Now talk me through... Oh, no, we're going right that way. So I'm going to jump in the middle. This is seamless. So that last half of the race, you're seeing Riley come through, you're seeing him being challenged. What were you thinking?
Oh, to be honest, I didn't even know it was him at first. I was looking at the back going, God, where is he? But we did me last normally, just that run finish, but Riley goes for the race. I'm going last, I back myself. And, he did that well. rode it through on the race bond craft all the way to the end, and I'm so happy for the club, Northcliffe, Kev, everyone's so good.
Everyone is so good. We do have to go to with Riley. My gosh, what a finish. Challenged all the way. This must be up there with some of the best races you've been a part of.
Oh, 100%. I'll be lying if I wasn't being brought to this club to try to win these titles. It's my fifth ski relay, first with Northcliffe. First one, Kev, he's been our head coach for a while now. So special to get him a win for the relay. It meant the world. The boys dug deep and I had to dig deep too. Just so happy we can finish it off.
It's a fantastic race. We are handing out Aussie gold medals right here, boys. Big smiles down the camera here. Northcliffe are your open singles with 2 Olympians, Anna Morris in the mix. What more could you want? Absolutely fantastic, but we are not done just yet. We're going to have a little chat to Sorrento as well. How good is this? You're on the podium with an incredible team behind you.
Oh man, just so fortunate. Got dragged through the rounds and just so happy to be on the podium for Sorrento.
And a few new faces in the mix here, so good to see Oscar in the crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, extremely strong paddler and very fortunate to have him. And obviously Pat, the world champ, so we always knew we'd be in for a go, but we had a terrible lead in. We were just constantly just scraping through, and just really nice. Just thanks to everybody at home and all the Sorrento guys for coming down and supporting us and supporting the program.
It was an incredible state championships to be able to carry this form through now, to be on the podium for an Aussie gold medal. Seasons don't get much better than this.
Yeah, I wish it was a gold medal, but a bronze is very, very good, and we're just so stoked to be on the podium, representing WA now, and I've been over there for 10 years, and to have these great athletes behind me, and just seeing the program build over in Sorrento, and we're just coming up. We won our first state championships recently as well, for the first time in 6-7 years, just the start of the club, so it's been a very, very good ride so far.
2025 has been fantastic. It's only going to get better from here. Sorrento, a huge congratulations. You're on the podium for the single ski relay. This is huge.
Thank you so much.
Great job all round. The first time Northcliffe's taken that one out since 2011-2012, and that was Eckstein, Simpson and Smith down there. I looked at Riley Fitz's name and said, he'd won a bunch, but he's got 4 with Avoca and now 1 with Northcliffe, and what a final paddle it was. An unbelievable race. Obviously, Jakey Morris leading them out. You've got an Olympic gold medalist and an Olympic silver medalist in there. It's pretty special, but that's a hell of a lot of pressure.
Not a bad crew, hey, following you up. I mean, and you could hear them with Riley's interview, how much it means to him. You can hear the emotion, and what it means to win that first title with Northcliffe, under the Northcliffe cap, and shooting to Boothie as well from Sorrento. For them, it means a lot. They've had some really great progress in their club. Like you said, they won the state championships for the first time in their 67-year history, and now to win the Open Men's Ski Relay podium is pretty cool.
And Newport, you got to feel sorry for them. Reese, Trim and Brooks chasing 3 straight titles. It hasn't really been done for a long time to get to that point. I think the 70s was the last time that happened with the Scarborough team. Second place, for most people, that's a lifetime achievement, but they're going to be disappointed with it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be disappointed, but in a day, in an hour, whatever it is, they'll look back and say, wow, that was actually pretty good. That was a good race. They might look back on the footage and be like, that was tight.
Yeah, very tight. And we've had some other finals while this was going on as well. The under-19 men's ski relay final was run and won before this one. Who got the gold in that one?
Yeah, it looked like an exciting race here. The gold medal went to the Burleigh Heads team of Taj Andrews, Ethan Callahan and Fletcher Warren. Silver medal went to the Newport crew of Luke, Anthony and Connor. So 2 silvers there for Newport in the Open Men's. And third place, close to my heart, is the Tugan team of Jake French, Ryan Muggeridge and Zaya Pesca. So good to see them, the under-19 male ski relay final medalists.
So 4 finals this afternoon in this sort of open arena. We've had Newport take out both board relays on that side. Burleigh Heads, the 19 men's ski relay, and Northcliffe, the open men's ski relay. And what an afternoon worth of action it's been. It promised so much, and sometimes they don't deliver, but these ones definitely delivered.
Those were 4 very good races, and I mean, we all love a Wednesday afternoon final, particularly trying to come in right before we have to be on the beach. It's a little bit of extra nerves, a little bit of extra excitement, and we all love to see it.
Yeah, we run through the results here, head down the page, and we can see plenty of these quality teams, and at one point we're up in the mix: Burleigh, Redhead, Manly, North Bondi, and there was just so many teams hanging around that sort of 3, 4, 5, all the way through to 10 for so much of that race. And that's testament to the level of these competitors.
Absolutely. I mean, these competitors, there's Noah Havard there. He's an Olympic silver medalist in 15th. You know, there's some really strong crews going out there in the open ski relay, and it's exciting for the rest of the week.
Yeah, what a day of action it's been. Day number 1 of the open competition here at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. We're going to run through some highlights, say goodbye, and we'll be back tomorrow on behalf of myself and the entire team here at Surf Life Saving Australia and the live stream crew. A big thank you for tuning in. We hope you had a wonderful day. We'll see you back here, same time, same place tomorrow for day 2 of the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships.